Like many other beginnings, the male protagonist wakes up to find himself transmigrated into a character from, and this was a game that he himself had invented. The game's name was Heroic Legend of A. It depicted an academy where countless dangerous events occurred. Until the very, even when the apocalypse struck, life and events in this game continued as usual. But that wasn't the main concern, as the game's protagonist was designed by the author to easily resolve all problems. However, our male protagonist wasn't so lucky. By some twist of fate, he transmigrated into a character who was merely added for show. Corinne Locke played the role of an NPC in the beginner's quest, where the game's main character would save all the villains. If the story continued as it was supposed to, everything would have been resolved, but things weren't quite that. The MC of this game is named Park Si-hoo. The interesting part is that he's also a player who owns this RPG, meaning he's also a transmigrator who entered the. However, there is a major difference between Si-hoo and. Besides the superior strength of a main character, Park Si-hoo was also granted the transmigrator's privilege. A status. The problem is that Si-hoo had never played this game, but Corinne would be the one to compensate for that. He had played through every single chapter of the game and knew every nook and could be said that Corinne was the ultimate expert on this game, the legend of the hero of all. With Corinne as a strategist by his side helping him, Si-hoo was truly. Corinne had all the information about the. Si-hoo had the status window and the players, and so the two of them stayed by each other. They fought with perfect synergy, supporting each other through every. They saved many people, achieved numerous feats, and most importantly, prevented the apocalypse and returned to their real world. It seemed everything would be perfect and end well like that. But no, it couldn't possibly be that. Everything was just the big. The only disappointment Corinne felt was that everyone here was just relying on. As for the reason why, you'll have to keep watching the following parts to find out. You certainly won't disappoint, and the attraction of this game includes fantasy elements along with diverse heroes and fantasy. Basically, there were no cheesy romance stories for MCs. If there were females, they were only added to the team for missions, and after that it was just the men. This was also something that Corinne would regret forever. He should have realized this anomaly. When the granddaughter of the Sword Emperor died on her way to the memorial, Marietta, one of the two final bosses of the first stage, suddenly disappeared, and countless other mysterious deaths and disappearances, events that were not in the original plot of the. And more important than all of that was the way Park Si-hoo, the person who was always by Corinne's. From the very beginning, Corinne should have felt something was wrong and suspected Si-hoo's true character. Even just. Marietta Dunlep was a stage boss and a heroine of this game. But until now, Corinne had never met her because she had mysteriously vanished. But one day, Corinne unexpectedly discovered a mysterious artifact, Marietta's magic wand, in a secret underground room belonging to. Not only that, this place also contained many mysterious artifacts of other heroines, such as Alicia's Raro, the hammer of the heroine, and rare spellbook of. And most terrifying of all was Marietta's body, imprisoned in a glass tank filled with red. Seeing that he had been discovered, Si-hoo didn't seem worried. On the contrary, he clearly revealed his terrifying and bizarre. Corinne questioned Si-hoo, demanding an explanation for what was happening there. Si-hoo calmly replied that Marietta was originally a high-level vampire. Her blood was very valuable, so he couldn't let it go to. Therefore, Si-hoo had captured and brought her here to drain her. Thinking back to this afternoon, Corinne had also drunk a small potion that Si-hoo had given him. Si-hoo said it was just a normal recovery, but Corinne didn't expect that the substance was actually blood taken from Marietta's body. Corinne, thank you watching for vid. Si-hoo's expression had now become terrifyingly cold and sharp. He had been building this place for a long. Just the operation with Marietta alone took an entire. Si-hoo did all of this just because he wanted to complete the plot faster. He criticized Corinne's way of playing as too boring and cumbersome. He decided it was better to just get rid of these characters. In reality, Si-hoo was not the amateur player he had claimed to be from this. Not only was he not a new, but he was also a veteran player of this. More accurately, Si-hoo was the true devil of this game. With the total number of characters he had killed, plus 3 more lives, it would be exactly 100,000. Corinne felt disgusted by this bad. In a rage, Corinne lunged forward and grabbed Si-hoo's collar. Si-hoo didn't resist but remained calm and cold, saying that these were just NPCs in a game. They weren't real, so why get so worried? Corinne was now helpless. He was truly overwhelmed by an indescribable disappointment. Corinne reached in to see his clothes and questioned him. If he was so obsessed with quest efficiency, why did he take the Odachi first? After all, a mage had no use for a knight's items, and those normal potions could have been easily created through the system. Si-hoo gave a slight cold. His cold face and eyes turning red made him look no different from a terrifying. He gave a gentle. Corinne was immediately thrown far back with great. His entire body slammed into the wall, leaving him covered in. Si-hoo was now like a crazed beast. He kept rambling that he did all of this only for. Corinne was supposed to see Si-hoo as his reason for living, as his whole world, instead of caring about those female characters. Wait, Hold on for a few seconds. That's right. It's exactly what everyone is thinking. Hearing this, Corinne also had a series of question marks in his head for a few seconds. At this point, Sihu would no longer restrain himself and would reveal his nature, coming out to just as everyone thought. Sihu was in love with First, Corinne couldn't believe his ears. After all, they had gone through 199 chapters. Suddenly, a fantasy action series having a BL plot twist in the final chapter was impossible. A terrifying dark aura emanated from Sihu. The only reason the entire team consisted only of men was that he had secretly eliminated all the female characters until Sihu didn't care about the other guys. The only person he loved was God. That's suddenly so creepy. Even Corinne couldn't stand it and lunged forward to punch Sihu right in the... Couldn't believe this guy was such a pervert. Corinne's life as a man was almost completely ruined. Corinne was about to turn and run, but he was quickly captured by Sihu. He was even tied up in an extremely suggestive position that anyone would want to see. It was truly unbelievable. Not only that, Sihu continued to say things that any overbearing Demon King CEO would say to his... You want escape from me? I will bind you forever. You are... Thank you watching for because in this fake world, you are the only thing that is... At this point, Corinne was so horrified he wanted to vomit. But in his current situation, there was nothing else Once his tears fell, the game would have to end. Perhaps Sihu had been harboring this plot for a very long time. At this moment, he also began to create a magic circle to open the final chapter of the Sihu. Once this fake world ended, Corinne and he would be together. Sihu had always acted alone, so even if it were the final boss, it probably wouldn't be difficult. Corinne could only lie still and wait for an ending even more tragic than death to befall. Just then, the system's warning sound rang out. The player has died. The mission has... Perhaps Sihu was unlucky and lost in the final round. If you win, you're king. If you lose, you try again. At least heaven didn't abandon good people like... As soon as Corinne opened his eyes again, he found himself lying in bed, having regressed to 3 years. This was truly a golden opportunity granted to Corinne by... He clenched his fists. Tears suddenly streamed down his... Park Sihu, I must kill that... In the game, there was an event called the Ration River Dam Collapse. During the quest to subjugate the river monsters, the dam suddenly broke, sweeping away an entire... Thousands of water monsters poured out, and thousands of innocent civilians... It was truly horrific. Yet at that moment, that man Baek Sihu became terrifyingly excited and... Then, Corinne was naive and didn't understand why that bastard looked so... Now that he thought about it, even if dozens of people died, the only thing Sihu cared about was the amount of experience points. Remembering what Sihu said back then, that just 3 more lives were enough to reach 100,000 was enough to make Corinne go mad with rage at such... With the current situation, Corinne could completely stop that demon. Right now, Sihu was only at level 5 just like him. The factors that made him and other players stronger were all at Makaba. After entering the academy, Sihu's power had increased significantly. He hadn't turned into a monster yet, but there was no telling how fast his growth would be after entering the academy. There were only 5 days left until the entrance. Therefore, the only way to eliminate Park Sihu was right, and the mushroom that Corinne was holding in his will be something useful to support him in this. Turning to the current plot, tonight Sihu would have to perform a... The carriage on the way to Mekadan City was intercepted by monsters in the forest. It was necessary to protect everyone and the guards until it was This mission, Sihu would go with 2 other supporting characters, Leon and... Just as they were about to get on the carriage, a terrifying roar suddenly rang from the bushes. Something suddenly lunged out at lightning speed toward... Without hesitating, both held their swords in a ready-to-fight state. With this terrifying scream, the thing that just lunged out was a grade 2 werewolf monster. Corinne, hiding in a nearby bush, didn't expect everything to start happening so... Now, even if he wanted to go out and help or support them, if only he had time to prepare, he could have saved. After creating a distraction for the carriage and the others to run, Sihu immediately ran towards the werewolf. Corinne also needed to confirm before intervening. This was truly Park Sihu, the hero who would save the world, or a player who had transmigrated, just like him. Facing the werewolf before, his face suddenly became terrifyingly... Just then, an important female character wielding a sword suddenly... She aimed a beautiful sword stroke directly at the monster's neck, but unfortunately, it blocked. This girl was the second daughter of the Aiden, owner of the Odachi, one of the 6 king swords, an influential member of the party, and her full name was Elisa. Sihu had only been waiting for this moment. He pulled out a hidden dagger and began to approach, preparing to... In the end, this was still the despicable Sihu from his previous life. Fortunately, Elisa quickly detected his recent action and dodged in. Elisa, still startled and unsettled, asked him why he did, and Sihu gave the excuse that his hands... That moment, the werewolf's roar made her gradually regain her composure and continue fighting. The dagger Sihu had used earlier was poisoned. Though it didn't stab her, it grazed. Some of the poison had entered her body, but she could still fight normally, perhaps because she was an important NPC in the story. The poison seemed to sap Alisa's strength as she fought them. She tried to calm herself, took a deep breath, closed her eyes to focus her power, and then unleashed a special Alisa's ultimate technique, Supreme Steps. Alisa instantly regained her vitality and swiftly charged towards the monster. Sihu watched coldly. At this rate, Alisa alone could completely defeat this big, fierce werewolf. And of course, he wouldn't let it end peacefully like Sihu picked up the dagger from before and hurled it towards Alisa. This time, it certainly wasn't accidental. Fortunately, Alisa quickly dodged. Dagger was actually just a divert. Without realizing it, Alisa found herself too close to the monsters. Though she quickly drew her knife and plunged it into its head to finish, she herself was impaled by a fanged tooth from the werewolves. Alisa collapsed to the ground. Sihu had only been waiting for this, quickly seizing the opportunity to snatch the odachi from Alisa's. Happily fondled the. His face became sharp and devoid of humanity. Killing NPCs also grants experience. Alisa, lying on the ground, had no strength. It could be said she was on the verge of. In her eyes, the person before her was nothing short of a cruel demon. To witness this before dying truly felt like a wretched. Suddenly, a pouch full of yellow powder flew into Sihu's, clung to his face, and everyone knew who had thrown the pouch. While he was fumbling around angrily, searching for the culprit who dared to throw something at him, a pack of monsters gradually charged toward. That yellow powder was topanic mushroom. They were a favorite food of forest monsters and were covered in a dense layer of. Therefore, now in the eyes of the monsters, Park Sihu was nothing but a delicious piece of fresh meat covered in special. While Sihu was busy fumbling with the forest monster, Rin quickly stepped out and pulled Alisa to a corner. Fortunately, she was still looking at the werewolf before him. Corinne suddenly had an. He walked over and broke off one of its. Just then, Sihu suddenly appeared behind Corinne. It seemed he had dealt with the other monster. Corinne calmly stood up, killed 3 hornrats in a flash. Second best odachi. The voice made Sihu surprised. Corinne, thank you watching for vid. Sihu cautiously asked, how did you get here? This bastard. Did he lose his memory from before? Corinne wondered, holding the. Then he chuckled to himself. So, even better. Then he spoke aloud, you'll hurt yourself if you hold the sword like. Sihu froze, exclaiming in surprise. Taking advantage of Sihu's momentary pause, Corinne lunged forward and threw a hand of powder directly into Sihu. Sihu didn't have time to react and angrily. Corinne easily dodged the attack and even had time to assess the situation. This guy's sword swings are clumsy, but fast. Still, Park Sihu is physically stronger. Corinne crouched low, dodging the attack, and gritted his teeth. I have to risk it. There's no other. Corinne swung the sharp fong fiercely towards Sihu, making him panic, and at this moment, Corinne was almost losing his mind. His hands continuously striking. That's right. This fong dagger can stab his neck and kill him. Sihu used his sword to block the. Surprisingly, Corinne swung the dagger from his other hand without. Sihu's eyes widened. But since his hand was busy blocking, he had no choice but to stand there, and the dagger plunged deep into Sihu. Sihu screamed in pain, his eyes were now filled with fear. Tears could fall at any. Corinne raised the fong in his other hand, then swiftly brought it down towards. A stream of blood gushed. However, the fong did not pierce Sihu's body but clamped tightly onto his. Corinne stared at Sihu, who was fending him off with his hands, 2 lines of tears streaming down his. But in the end, the outcome was predetermined. Corinne used all his strength to thrust the fong through Sihu's neck, sending blood spraying everywhere. Thank you for everything in my previous. Corinne thought to himself. All that remained was his incessant gasping. I have to admit, thanks to you I've grown strong. But even so, I don't regret doing. Having killed the root of a monster, Corinne stood up and looked at the cleanly dispatched. Suddenly, the system announcement rang out. System displays Park Sihu and Corinne's player status with a series of notifications. Player has died. Calculating abnormalities in the main storyline. Checking backup world. Transforming. Running potential test. Running ideology test. Running compatibility test. Running player log. Transferring old player's experience to hero Corinne. Transferring minimum backup amount for storyline collapse and minimums. Running backup player program. Corinne. Knight class quad A. Martial arts successor. Backup. Corinne observed the notifications, panting, and thought. Backup player, huh? So now he'll have a status. Suddenly, a faint cough echoed. Corinne was startled and turned his. Alisa, covered in syrup and struggling to breathe, was lying on the. Alisa. Corinne noticed her at this. Corinne ran over anxiously, supported Alisa in his arms, and gently asked, are you all right? It hurts so much, Alisa replied with difficulty. I can't see anything. Corinne breathed a sigh of relief. At least she still has the strength to. Corinne continued to ask, do you feel dizzy? Can't smell anything, right? Are your ears ringing? Elisa closed her eyes, speaking sluggishly. How do you know? Corinne looked at her. He recognized these symptoms seemed to be from the poison of a tree. Corinne thought for a moment and said, it's difficult to create this kind of poison in the tutorial chapter without a status window. If this poison had been created at a slightly higher level, you would have. Corinne looked at the thong lodged in Elisa's hip and quickly unbuckled his belt, trying to save her. Even though the werewolf's thong was still embedded in her, and she was in critical condition, he had to quickly stop the bleeding and detoxify. Corinne used his belt to turn Elisa over, wrapped it around her arm, and tightened it. The sudden pain made Elisa cry out. Corinne tried to reassure her. It's all right. I'm an expert in stopping bleeding and detoxifying. He glanced around, worried that she might bite her tongue and be in danger. Corinne's gaze landed on Sihis' arm, lying dead near. He hesitated for a moment, then dragged Sihis' arm and placed it before Elisa's mouth, saying, he's confident in his decision, so he began to unbutton his shirt and said, it's going to hurt a lot. Bite as hard as you. It felt like he had returned 3 years ago, but this time he didn't hesitate. Corinne thought as he pulled the thong from Elisa's hip. He yanked the thong. In the silent forest, painful screams echoed. Those who died in my previous life are still alive. I've saved one person. That's it. Elisa was successfully given first aid but remained unconscious on the ground. A while later, Corinne fashioned a simple pot and heated it over a flickering. He watched Elisa lying behind him while tending to the pot, comforting her. Hang in there. In preparing the Don't worry. Humans don't die that easily. Elisa closed her eyes, muttering, benefit. She struggled to whisper, please, tell me your. Corinne placed a wet cloth on Elisa's forehead and gently replied, no need to know. Elisa paused. Corinne reminded Elisa, don't think too much. Get some rest. When the medicine is ready, it'll wake you up. From now on, he had to act in the shadows so the fewer people who knew about him. Corinne used a small stick to draw a circle on the ground, pondering the situation. The heroic legend of Ahan, true to its name, is the story of while solving incidents that occur at the academy, the player will become a hero, save the thank you watching for defeat countless monsters, and destroy the final. Someone like Park Sihu, that scumbag, also had to follow the storyline. If the final boss isn't defeated, the world will be destroyed. But now Sihu is dead, so who will take on that fate? Corinne won. The system displayed, Knight Class A martial arts successor, backup player. Corinne looked at it with a clear expression of disgust. Besides me, who thought? But if they want me to do this, at least they should make it worth. Suddenly, a series of notifications appeared. System, access denied. You are not allowed to access the status. Corinne sat still, contemplating. I became a backup player, but am not allowed to use player support functions. I was so looking forward to it. And this is what happened. By the flickering fire, only Corinne remained. The tall young man muttered to himself, it's truly difficult to accomplish anything in the future. Just memories from my previous life aren't enough. I have to use external elements beyond the system to help complete. Over 3 years of training, Corinne was no longer just a successor or a He drew a character and a magic circle on the ground with his finger. That power created a strong gust of wind, making the flames burn brighter. Everything was drawn into it. Corinne observed with satisfaction, smiled, just as expected. The magic I learned in my previous life was ancient runes. Ancient characters hidden with power within. Obligation. Restriction. This is the trio of command, one of the powerful laws governing this, and the source of human strength and the cause of destruction. I will engrave them all onto my body. As soon as he thought this, Corinne immediately raised his finger and bit down. Blood flowed from his finger, so he used that finger to draw a line on his arm. Among the characters that appeared along the path of his finger, the first word emerged. These characters began to appear following the trace of his finger. But they also caused pain, making Corinne wince and cry. Obligation. He silently repeated. This command will increase the power of the caster when they swear something to them. It's easy to swear things like not eating chicken. But because they are too easy, one hardly gains any additional stats from it. However, Corinne needs to swear something that he can easily commit. Corinne leaned his arm on his leg, his body tense with pain. He told himself, I will not pretend to be blind to covet the treasures of good. The system displayed, obligation. You will not pretend to be blind to covet the treasures of good. Stats will increase upon completion of the quest. If you fail, you will be penalized by 10. Corinne continued to bite his finger and draw on his other. Veins on his neck stood out from the pain. The system again displayed restriction. I am not conscious of speech. In this world, All beings have their psychic ability. Spiritual entities can only interact through mutual connection. Therefore, they cannot use power to affect things that do not have the ability to sense. If you do not comply, you will take 600% of the opponent's damage. Restriction activated. The system announced. Damage to spirits 0%. Physical damage plus 50%. And the benefit of having this restriction is that the incantation becomes a shield protecting me from all other spirits. Corinne continued with a determined tone. Now the last one, the vow. This vow carries the weight of ancient runes, creating a powerful ancient characters appeared all over his body and however, it was also a huge risk, but it also brought significant benefits. For this reason, both Park Sihu and he had used it in their previous. Corinne remembered Sihu, but even Park Sihu, who could use everything in the system, failed against the final boss. So, Corinne couldn't help but heaviest vow he had to make was, I will save this world. Corinne opened his eyes wide, filled with determination. This was the noble goal that all warriors the vow with the greatest ambition. The trio of commands had been completed. Obligation, restriction. Commands will be applied to the backup player. The system and failure to uphold the vow will inevitably result in. At this moment, Corinne's body underwent a strange change. His eyes glowed red, and he screamed in. Elisa suddenly opened her eyes wide, immediately feeling pain from the wound in her hip, making her. At this point, she had been placed on a bed, properly covered with a blanket. She sat up abruptly but immediately felt pain from the wound. A nurse entered and asked, "Oh, you're awake? How do you?" Elisa pressed, "Where am I?" The nurse replied, "You're at Makaba City Hospital." Elisa wondered, "Who brought me here?" The nurse smiled and answered, "Your relative just." Elisa was surprised. "Just left?" The nurse worriedly reminded her. "Oh, you can't." Elisa turned her head to look around and then asked, "It's all right. Where are my?" She then saw a blood-stained belt tucked into a backpack, visible on the table. She noticed it and asked, This belongs to the person who said." "It's still stained with blood," Elisa said, picking up the belt to examine. Her sharp gaze called out. The nurse jumped, startled. Elisa spoke loudly like a child. "Is there anywhere that sells honey candy?" The nurse was helpless. "You can only eat soup right." 3 days passed with beginner quests. The Makaba Academy matriculation ceremony began. At the same time, Corinne stood in front of the school, rummaging through his wallet. "Let's see. Only new students can enter." What? Corinne pulled out a letter, puzzled. "A letter? I don't remember putting it in." He held the letter and read as he walked. "To my son. You don't know how proud I am of you. Become a protector of those around." Corinne sighed. When did Dad put the... Remembered his family. Corinne was an ordinary, unremarkable child. But he also had a family. When he first entered this body, Corinne behaved awkwardly and distantly. But they still treated him the same. And that's when he began to love his family's world. That was the difference between Park Sihu and... Corinne clutched the letter tightly and smiled happily. The train station. A crowd stood packed together on the platform. Everyone was a little confused. "Wow, so many trains. This is Makaba." A beautiful blue-haired girl with a flower hat on her head approached and said with a smile, "Hello, new students. Gather." The girl came closer to Corinne and greeted him. "Are you a new student too?" Corinne awkwardly introduced himself. "I'm Corinne." The girl exclaimed, "Wow, you're really tall. You must eat a..." She held out a potato, enthusiastically offered. "Do you want some potatoes?" Corinne was a little surprised. Finally, the train started to... Girl stood on the train, walking and introducing. "That's the creation building, where magic students gather," and she continued to point at several areas around. "That person is Marietta, a second-year student, the head of Makaba Academy, loved by everyone, and has a bright future. Marietta exudes the energy of a leader but is also very approachable. That's the physical training room where they lend out many cool weapons," she added. Marietta paused for a moment and then continued. "In life, people will encounter many unexpected misfortunes. In the future, Marietta faced a very great misfortune. She is the boss of the first." When the train stopped, Marietta reminded them, "All right, when you get off, each of you take a potato and a sweet potato." She didn't get off with everyone else but stood clinging to the train pole, waving and saying, "Good luck. See you all." Makaba Academy was a free place, a vast academy, a gathering place for promising young. Corinne entered and noted the expansion of magic has been. Suddenly, as Corinne stood amidst the crowd, the lights in the building went out, causing everyone to panic. "What is it? Can anyone see anything?" A voice echoed, "Don't panic, students. How can Makaba Academy students be scared by such a minor?" Suddenly, the students floated into the... Corinne used his finger to pick his ear, thinking to himself, "That's Old Man Hamel's voice. He always says that, like a training exercise." This world has a long history of fighting against the most effective weapons against them are superhumans who can use aura or mana. And the place to train these people is Makaba warrior. A figure appeared from afar. A man with a stylish way of dressing walked over and greeted them. I am Professor Fomak Damon, in charge of this year's matriculation ceremony. Professor of the Night Fact. Corinne smirked. He remembered it had been a long time since he'd seen this guy. Professor Fomak continued, most of you are probably here to become knights or mages. When you came here, you already had a certificate. Professor Fomak added sarcastically, but don't be all talk and no action. Let me see your ability. Students stood still. A small screen lit up in front of them. Corinne's profile. Thank you watching for Corinne. Aura rank 680 low. Mana rank 120, very low. Ability 0, very low. Intermediate rank 6th, very low. Corinne looked at the screen, feeling dejected. How disappointing. But my physical stats are surprisingly. A series of numbers appeared, and Professor Fomak said, you are looking at your ranks. Stand in front of the number that matches your. Corinne stood in line, forcing a bitter smile. There are about 400 people. So I'm in the last 1%. Professor Fomak suddenly smiled sinisterly. Good luck to all. The students lined up, beginning to search for their. A strange voice echoed while observing the students through a crystal ball. This person remarked, this year's batch has many hidden talents. A blonde girl with glasses said, no need to measure the first and second ranks. Let's wait until we've evaluated the. The list of high-ranking students was called out. Granddaughter of the Sword Genius, a priest of Yahello, mercenary spirit of the swordcraft, drone, golem engineer. Thank you watching for the only rank 1. A girl dressed simply with a gloomy Tianai Schwagwaron. The black-haired girl with captivating red. The blonde girl continued to observe through the crystal ball, adding that child actually enrolled. What is the principal? Man named Schwa asked, do we need to test the rank 6 student? Rank 5 already looks bad enough. Just eliminate rank 6 direct. The girl with glasses cracked her whip, threatening the man, making him sweat profusely. The principal said all students have the right to study. Do you dare to defy his will? Man snapped his fingers. Then let's be. Suddenly a metal weapon cabinet rapidly in front of Corinne. Corinne observed and wondered. It's a weapon cabinet. A voice announced, monsters will flood in within 30 minutes. Please deal with as many monsters as possible. This is a test. Placing me in an empty space and forcing me to fight monsters according to their level. Corinne clicked his tongue. Definitely tough. 4. The countdown began. Corinne approached the cabinet and opened it. Most rank 5 or 6 students wouldn't think much and would just grab whatever they wanted. And most would choose a sword. Corinne touched a sword in the cabinet. As time dwindled, the monsters began to were a pack of short hunting dogs. Rank 5 Corinne grabbed a sword and tried a few slashes, remarking, swords are cool. But they say it takes 100 days to use a spear, 1,000 days to use a saber, and 10,000 days to use a 1. Time ran out. So the answer is a. Corinne used his strength to throw the weapon towards the pack of monsters. Indeed, the spear pierced straight through the monster's head. The hazy illusion faded. Corinne thank you watching for The last 2 wolves were finally defeated. Corinne said, but Corinne smiled confidently. Too much experience in killing you. Corinne pulled the spearhead out of the monster lying on the ground and said, let's see. 20 seconds. That's a bit, he thought to himself. In my previous life, I couldn't even kill these hunting dogs and was wiped out. But this time is. Corinne was utterly confident and certain of one thing. I will kill all of them until I reach the next rank. Then he spoke again, all right? Send in the next. 5 minutes had already passed, but nothing came around him, and he himself was. A puzzled look gradually appeared, with sweat beading on his forehead, wondering in his mind, why is there nothing? Is the system Baroness Cassius, watching the students' battles from her side, clicked her tongue with an utterly disappointed TSK. 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 If they can't even kill those, what good are they? Back in my day, I could kill rank 5 monsters in just 1 minute and 22 seconds. She subtly glanced at another screen and continued to complain. If rank 5 is like this, I don't expect anything from rank 6. Baroness Cassius saw Corinne, a rank 6 student, yawning leisurely and wondered. What? The monsters aren't being summoned? There must be a. Now 3 more monsters appeared in Corinne's room. Why aren't the next level monsters coming out? Why are these the. Baroness Cassius was still watching the students being attacked and screaming loudly, scolding them, haha, these pathetic. She didn't pay attention to Corinne, who was excitedly fighting monsters in the background. Bang! A slight smile of satisfaction formed at the corner of Baroness Cassius' mouth. Is this the first one to succeed? Wow. Only took 7 minutes and 22 seconds. Then she turned back to the crystal ball and said, I thought rank 3 would only take 23 minutes. So what are rank 5 and rank 6 doing? Once again seeing Corinne relaxing as if on vacation, Baroness Cassius, now utterly exasperated, shouted, What's wrong with that guy? Why is he yawning again? Is the system broken? Monsters are always seeing Corinne relaxing as if he were on vacation once again made Duke Cassius cry out in helplessness. What is wrong with that bastard? Why is he lying there yawning again? Is the system broken? Monsters are constantly being... Hamel saw something strange and came forward to inquire. Broken? No way. For the past 20 years, Miss Josephina's experimental magic has never failed. Countess Cassius pointed at the orb, frowning as she spoke. But he should have been eliminated long ago, shouldn't he? Clearly, the monsters weren't. Hamel looked at the person next to him and questioned. Did you see the monsters not being summoned? Countess Cassius cleared her throat, a little flustered, then replied, No, I don't necessarily have to see it. Hamel immediately understood. So you didn't see it happen. Countess Cassius, having been questioned for so long, disregarded right or wrong. Heavens! I said it was a glitch. They'll summon them. Corinne inside the room saw the familiar monsters and became extremely annoyed. Ujich, what the hell? Why are these the only monsters that keep it? Then, blazing with fervor, Corinne grabbed 3 spears and charged. You guys aren't just trained. As he threw them, in a mere instant, 3 phantom wolves immediately vanished. Thank you watching for Everything happened in just 7.3 seconds. 2 people outside witnessed the astonishing spectacle and were flustered. Countess Cassius' face contorted as she screamed. 7.3 seconds? Then Countess Cassius turned around, stammering as she looked at Professor Fomac. Fomac, with a puzzled expression, asked, What's wrong? Countess Cassius continued to ask, What's the fastest time you've recorded for a level 3 and level 4? Fomac, still not understanding what was happening, calmly replied, There's a kid named Jaeger who did it in 3 minutes and 30 seconds. Why do you? Countess Cassius hesitated, then replied, Oh, it's nothing. She looked at Corinne and remarked, Seeing how skilled he is with a spear, he must be a hunter. Having said that, she immediately summoned a level 4 monster boar to see how Corinne would deal. The result was that the boar was still defeated, and this time it was even faster than before in just 3.7 seconds. Countess Cassius yelled in frustration, This won't be so. Then she unhesitatingly summoned a level 3 owlbear monster. Corinne saw the owlbear and remained as calm as if he were looking at a small... He gripped his spear tightly, bent down, charged forward, quickly leaned in, and plunged the spearhead into the... However, his attack did not harm the owlbear, as it still had enough strength to toss Corinne. System announced Cana deducted, and immediately Corinne's hand glowed. The owlbear immediately burst into flames, screaming in horrific... In the spectator area, Countess Cassius cried out, drawing everyone's attention. Ancient runes... Even Fomac was captivated. Despite being set ablaze, the giant owlbear was still resilient, shaking the flames off its... But Corinne calmly stated, Doesn't seem to be very effective. Immediately after, Corinne leaped high, swinging his spear, then leaned back for momentum and powerfully thrust down. Hamel observed the entire situation, marveling to himself. That kid is definitely not a normal level 6. It's a shame the monster test only goes up to level 3 monster. Hamel found it interesting and thought to himself, Wow, it's been a long time since someone this interesting came along. I'm looking forward to seeing him fight a level 5 malignant spirit. Meanwhile, Countess Cassius, standing beside him, looked a bit hesitant and then said, All right then, after this, let's start the test with a level 5 malignant. Corinne stood solemnly, sensing his surroundings. He was certain something had been summoned, but he couldn't hear or... It's due to the restriction penalty, the system announced. The restriction prevents me from perceiving or interacting with... If that's the case, it means I can't touch the malignant spirit. Corinne gently closed his eyes to re-examine his hypothesis. He quickly calculated in his head. 1, 2, 16, 17, 45, 46, 58, 59. After confirming, Corinne opened his eyes, a mysterious smile playing on his lips. It's done. It's definitely been activated, he thought to himself. Suddenly, he raised his hand high and declared, I will. The level 5 malignant spirit test. Ghost with Hexpress level 4, failed. And Bensi level 3 also. The level 5 hunting dog monster test took only 7.3 seconds. The level 4 boar was 3.7 seconds. The level 3 owlbear was 11 seconds. Corinne came out, cheerfully proclaiming, Excellent. Meanwhile, Countess Cassius stood frozen, unable to comprehend. Countess Cassius stood motionless. She couldn't believe it. This kid. Who exactly? Just a few minutes later, everyone had gathered and people around excitedly asked each other about the recent battles. Hey, what's your rank? Level 4? Ugh, I give up. How about you? He. Level 3. Wow. So you defeated both the owlbear and the gastric. Jaeger stood proudly, holding his head. Corinne realized, he's the one who started the fight with the players in the... In Corinne's memories from his previous life, Park Si-hoo had killed Jaeger because Jaeger had provoked. He rubbed his neck, a little awkward, and thought, although Jaeger is a bit arrogant and careless, it's normal at that age. Well, just ignore that crazy. Suddenly, a voice rang out. Look, they're level 5. Wow. So even they couldn't beat those monsters? Some even lost to hunting dogs, and in a corner, Lark was trembling with fear. Corinne realized that Lark had been too overconfident after ridiculing him and Si-hoo. He had received the same results as the person stepped forward to speak. Ahem. Good morning. The person continued, I am Director Errol Kaza. To become strong, you have joined this academy, a place where the powerful... Errol looked down at the students and added, some of you are already strong enough, but others still have a lot of effort to... Although I cannot guarantee you will achieve everything, I hope you will find your own path. We are here to help you take the first steps. From the second step onwards, that is your responsibility. Finally, he smiled gently and concluded, have a pleasant... Everyone began to Jaeger proudly shouted, from today onwards, I am level 3 knight. As he spoke, Jaeger's attention drifted to Lark sitting in a corner. He quickly went over to strike up a conversation. Hey, Lark. Lark flinched. Jaeger asked, what level are you? Lark timidly replied, level... Jaeger immediately scoffed, level 5? Pathetic. You couldn't even kill a ghost or a hunting... Corinne couldn't help but step forward, putting an arm around Jaeger's shoulder with a bright smile. Hey you. Jaeger frowned. Corinne didn't answer but merely complimented, wow. Your tattoo is really cool. Your tattoo artist must be amazing. Jaeger was surprised. Huh? But then he brightened. That's right. My mom tattooed it for me. She's a professional tattoo artist. Her specialty is spirit realm tattoos, but I asked her for an old school... Corinne enthusiastically added. She's so good. Do you have any other tattoos? But it was just a perfunctory question because Corinne already knew everything. How did Corinne... Because in his previous life, when Jaeger went missing, his mother came to the academy and said that Jaeger's tattoos were not only beautiful, but had special meaning, helping her protect her son at the academy. Back to reality. Jaeger happily rolled up his sleeve to show off his mother's work. I also have this tattoo, a flying carriage, the symbol of Makaba Academy. Corinne exclaimed, wow, that's really... After some conversation, Corinne finally introduced himself. I'm Corinne. And you? Jaeger replied with full energy. I'm Jaeger. Corinne continued to... And you? Lark, a little startled, answered. The three continued their spirited conversation, not noticing that from a pair of eyes was watching. Lisa watched them from a distance, a warm smile spreading on her face. She noticed that Corinne had saved his bullied friend. That's one... Corinne's cheerful and friendly demeanor made Elisa think he might be a good... Turning back to Corinne, he told himself that's how I leave a good impression on Lark, who has a good... A sly smile crept onto Corinne's lips. Found it. My free skill... While Corinne was smiling cunningly, Elisa, blinded by the demon of love, found his smile cute and grew curious about what kind of person he... Most facilities at Mokaba were provided free of charge. Coffee here was cheaper than outside, and dormitories were also... Among them, the most highly rated facility was the training room, which boasted spacious, modern, and state-of-the-art... Corinne was practicing spear techniques. He rotated his body backwards to prepare a practice. The simple reason was that by using this room, seemingly impossible training exercises became feasible. For example, fighting an ethereal spirit that he couldn't see. Corinne threw countless powerful strikes into the empty space in front. Outside, two people were watching and discussing. One of them spoke up, look, that freshman kid is training with an ethereal... They continued their conversation. Usually, you only train with ethereal spirits in the second semester, though. That kid must have heard rumors and started practicing this. I heard many second-year students can't even catch wind-type ethereal... Suddenly, the ethereal spirit struck Corinne back, sending him crashing into the wall. The group outside laughed mockingly. Look, trying to show off, are we? Corinne panted after the training session, asking himself, is it still too much for me? Hamel, standing behind him, approached and asked, so you're a freshman? Corinne was a little startled. Corinne politely replied, hello, coach. Hamel wondered, why are you fighting an ethereal spirit? He answered, to practice my spear man. Hamel probed, are you confident you can do it? Corinne affirmed steadfastly, I will. Though he responded calmly on the outside, Corinne was very wary on the inside. Why is he suddenly approaching me? Is there something wrong with the... Hamel's gaze was sharp, as if wanting to pierce through his opponent. Finally, Hamel broke into a bright smile and praised, "Excellent spirit. Give you 10 meal tips." Then he turned and left, cheerfully adding, "If you succeed, come find me. They'll reward you." Corinne stood there, not understanding anything, but only managed to reply. When Hamel left, Corinne breathed a sigh of relief, wondering why he had been so worried. Rewarded with food? That's good, isn't it? Corinne returned to the task at hand. Now, it'll start again from the beginning. Unbeknownst to him, Mariette had been standing outside for some. Corinne continued to train with more fervor than once again. His ethereal spirit struck back, severely injuring him. He was thrown backward, hitting the wall with a painful cry, and then he lay there, panting. Suddenly, a soft cloth fell from above, covering Corinne's. Mariette gently lowered an empty cup and, "Is it very difficult?" Corinne remained still on the ground and replied, "Yes, I'm very." Mariette used her ability to create a stream of cool water. "Get some rest. You've worked very." Then Mariette brought the cup of water to Corinne's face and gently said, "You just need to get more used to it. One day you'll be able to do it. Try again next time." Corinne reached out to take the cup of water, but in his heart, he denied it. "No, I don't have a next time, although I'll probably have a year or four." There was Park Si-hoo. We had a player window and both potions and skill. Now Park Si-hoo isn't here anymore. I killed him, so now I have to do everything myself. Thinking of that, Corinne spoke up, "Thank you, sis. They'll give up." That statement left Mariette a little taken aback. Having said that, Corinne immediately stood up, filled with determination, affirming to himself, "I must become the strong." And he continued to fight his own ethereal. "First, I need to determine my limits. It might be a bit much, but I have to check my current abilities against my past. Every strike, every single Thank you watching for Corinne delivered strikes with extreme precision and finally, he defeated his ethereal spirit with the spearhead into which he had poured so much. Corinne let out a long breath, knowing one thing clearly. I don't have a strong body, nor do I have strong magic power or aura. Information about Park Si-hoo and the future is useless when facing these monsters and geniuses. But to fight monsters and geniuses, I only have one path. To work harder than anyone else. That's the only. Snapping out of his thoughts, Corinne gripped his weapon tightly again and continued training. His eyes were filled with unwavering determination. The past 3 years won't betray. Corinne charged forward, continuing his attack. Suddenly, he threw his spear high into the. Mariette saw it and thought in astonishment. He threw his spear. Is he giving? But in a mere instant, Corinne caught and gripped the spear tightly in his. Only then did Mariette realize the young man's intention. No, he shot it. And he's catch. Opposite him, Corinne was leaning, his firm hand thrust straight forward, then reverse direction, pushing his other shoulder up. The arm gripping the spear also moved. He threw the spearhead directly, piercing through the ethereal. It created a massive explosion high up. Dazzling space like outer space made Mariette look up. Powerful. Excellent. Those words don't even suit. Mariette was so astonished she couldn't utter a "Oh my!" She marveled inwardly, her eyes shining bright. Seeing Corinne's heroic posture high above, she couldn't help but praise. After just 3 impressive seconds, Corinne free fell to the. Mariette panicked. Are you? Mariette's cry didn't wake Corinne, as he remained still on the ground. I overdid it, he thought to himself. The spear next to him was also broken after that strike. Corinne told himself, at least with this. The next day, in the spacious and magnificent academy, Mariette, still looking pure and cheerful, greeted the students. Hello, juniors. Today I'll introduce you to the school's facility. This is our school's pride, Mariette was saying. But Corinne didn't pay much attention. He was focused on his own thoughts. To fight properly, physical condition is the most important. To increase my physical strength without relying on Park Si-hoo's potions. There's only one way. At this moment, Mariette had led the students on it. Corinne remained unfazed, his eyes only subtly glancing backward, listening to the teaching. Don't ignore the misfortune of. Lark was still focused on the book in his. So Corinne friendly approached him, putting an arm around his shoulder to strike up a conversation. Hey there. Lark was a little surprised. Huh? Corinne immediately continued, wanna go eat? Then he took the opportunity to whisper into the other's ear about the spellbooks. Corinne explained, simply put, are skill books. Powerful artifacts that grant you magic or certain attributes just by reading. Mokaba Academy's library was the size of the entire academy, storing and transmitting knowledge to future generations. In fact, this place wasn't just a library. It was also where spellbooks were hidden. Both of them had gone inside to search for those. Corinne chuckled, to hide a tree you hide it in a forest, right? Lark raised an eyebrow seriously. Yeah, you have to keep your promise. Corinne confidently replied, of course. As long as you meet the conditions, you'll get a spellbook. He thought to himself, Lark is very diligent. He's an exemplary student from his he memorizes all types of magic and records them in his notebook. Even so, no matter how many spells there are, using them all is still very difficult. If your level and mana are too low, even being good in theory won't. Just then, a few books fell at Corinne's feet, attracting Lark's attention. But having a spellbook is a different matter.
A, B, C.
Lark broke out in a cold sweat, warning, stop messing. Just as he thought that, Corinne managed to open a mysterious passageway behind the tall book. Lark exclaimed in utter astonishment. A secret door. How did you find? Corinne didn't directly answer the question, merely urging, let's go in. Lark called out from behind. Wait for me. Let's go to. Lark followed behind, his eyes darting around, his mind in a panic. This is terrifying. Corinne softly called, Lark. Lark, startled, asked. Corinne seriously told him, it's time for you to fulfill your promise. You have to do. Lark immediately gripped Corinne's hand firmly and resolutely. Oh, all right. You want me to help fight the malignant spirit. What do I have to do? Before he could finish speaking, Lark was hit by such a powerful punch from Corinne that he couldn't even make a. Seeing the other person collapse, Corinne even chuckled triumphantly. Shall we be? Lark lay sprawled on the ground. Corinne thought to himself, although I came here to save Lark and complete a special mission, if I catch the malignant spirit here, I can get the hidden fragment. However, his gaze subtly darted to the. A small problem appeared behind him as a tall, fierce figure emerged. It was Duke Sebastian, an aberrant malignant. Could be confirmed that this was an impossible. Corinne rested his chin in his hand, looking dejected, and wondered, why can't I catch a normal one and have to face an aberrant malignant? Sebastian, with glowing red eyes and radiating terrifying killing intent, seemed to want to suppress an attack from the commander-in-chief who once commanded the South 800 years ago. It caused most players to die right after the mission, but facing those magic orbs, Corinne remained very calm. Of course, I'm not among them. His unusual composure made him stand defiant before a ferocious beast. The system announced, restriction. Cannot perceive speed. Sebastian continued to unleash attacks towards Corinne, and he thought to him, the Duke's attacks have no effect. Even calmly picked at his ear and wondered, is something happening? The problem is I can't see him. Corinne spoke up, Duke Sebastian. My apologies, but I can't. Then he abruptly picked up Lark and suggested, how about you possess this guy's? In this world, there were many different facts. Among them were elements that turned ordinary people into demi-humans like vampires or weird. One day, Duke Sebastian awakened, becoming a vampire and killing his. Although he tried to suppress his vampiric instincts, he couldn't succeed and feared he would kill his wife, and therefore, the Duke had to move his entire family elsewhere and close the city gates to prevent a massacre. He used magic to seal himself into a book, which was the very spellbook in this life. After being possessed, Lark's entire body erupted with a blood-red magic. His eyes became terrifying with long fangs, and he howled like a fierce. Sebastian, in Lark's possessed body, lunged forward, wanting to tear Corinne. Corinne couldn't help but exclaim, straight for me? Is he just going crazy because he's a vampire and got. Nevertheless, he remained calm and analyzed. The second reason I chose Lark is that when he's possessed by an aberrant malignant spirit like Duke Sebastian, he can unleash the maximum hidden power within him. Sebastian, in Lark's possessed body, leaped high, preparing to deliver a decisive blow down. Recalling that in Ahan's hero legend, his physical strength stat was the lowest, Corinne immediately landed a punch that sent Sebastian face-first into the. After hitting him, Corinne thought, I really pity Lark, but this is the best strategy to complete the mission. He told himself, alright, if I kill Lark while he's possessed, to get top-tier items like the Duke's robe or the Makazon armor. These items were once used by Park Si-hoo and played crucial roles in future. Smug smile played on Corinne's lips. Then he suddenly spoke up, asking, aren't you curious about your wife, Duchess Luina, and your daughter, Duchess? He sat down, chatting intimately. How did they live after you sealed yourself? Then I told the Duke what had happened, how his wife passed away after leaving the city, and how his daughter became such a talented person, how she traveled around the world. Corinne looked at the Duke with sincere eyes. I don't like young Park's methods. Yes, but as Corinne, who also has a family he loves in this. After finishing, Corinne asked, how do you feel? Are you satisfied with my answer? I just want this poor soul to die a proper. Sebastian's tears slowly fell. The unspoken sorrow of a man was finally laid. Sebastian gently wiped away his tears, his voice softening. I apologize for rushing at you. Thank you for helping me. Corinne chuckled and replied, it's alright, I wasn't hit. And even if I was, Lark's punch is. And Corinne continued, I still have something to ask. Before that day he ascended, we talked for a very long. Finally, Corinne completed the mission and received the spoils of war, including an epic item, the soul remnants of Duke Sebastian, the aberrant malignance, the grimoire, the spellbook that once contained the Duke's sealed soul. Inside are aberrant abilities and bonus spells. If you read it, you can learn them. Warrior of Persistent Rebirth. You have gained a new aberrant ability. Finally, the most valuable and mysterious item. You have used the spellbook. Gained a new aberrant ability, Warrior of Persistent Rebirth. Like a warrior who doesn't lose the will to fight. As long as your resolve is firm, your body will continue to Corinne held the items in his hand, but his expression was not happy as he thought. Warrior of Persistent Rebirth is the aberrant ability that Bastard Park had. But I don't know how much it can heal, because he was never in luck. Now awake, immediately felt a sharp pain in his jaw, which made him more alert. Seeing this, Corinne spoke up, "You're awake?
Don't rush.
A malignant spirit just possessed your..." Lark wondered, "Shouldn't it hurt when you're possessed?" Corinne immediately asked back, then looked away evasively. "I don't know either." And he gently picked up a blue book and handed it to Lark.
Don't talk anymore.
"Take this." Lark hugged his face, bewildered. "Is it a spell?" "For the last reason I chose Lark," Corinne replied. He approached with surprise, then asked again for confirmation. "I really get to..." Seeing Lark's excited and delighted expression as he read the first pages, Corinne thought to himself, "Sometimes I want to see how someone works hard to earn a..." The system announced, "Mission. Don't be indifferent to the misfortune of good." Mission completed. Duke Sebastian, difficulty B. Reward, 80 points, evenly distributed. Cannot view detailed information. Corinne supported Lark's tired body and, seeing the notification, was very astonished. "I got 80 points. In this game, each level up grants 5 stat points. So this number should correspond to 16 level." I didn't even see a level up notification. So a level 1 reward is just 80 points. Is it compensation for not being able to directly increase my stats? But with this much experience, as he thought, Corinne carried Lark and moved outside the platform. Mission condition. Don't be indifferent to the misfortune of good. Stat points 40 reward evenly distributed x2. Corinne was not indifferent to the misfortune of Lark Berman. Stat points 40 reward evenly distributed x2. Corinne was not indifferent to the misfortune of Duke Sebastian. Shifts to the physical train. Marriott's cheerful voice rang out. "Guys, does anyone want some potatoes?" Everyone enthusiastically welcomed this simple dish. Me too." Marriott approached Corinne and asked, "Are you going to catch an ethereal spirit again today?" He replied. Marriott hesitated. Then she smiled and said, "I believe you can do it, Junior. They'll cheer you on. They'll always cheer you." The people behind, ravenously chewing on their potatoes, all scorned Marriott. How could a freshman, rank 5, catch an ethereal spirit? "I tried hard enough, but I failed yesterday too. Don't give him false hope. What's with this new kid always trying to get Marriott's attention?" She chuckled. She then bet 2 gold coins that Corinne would succeed. The crowd murmured, wondering why she kept doting on the kid Corinne. Others, however, bet 70 silver coins that Corinne would. On his side, Corinne had a helpless expression. "Why are they using me for bets? I just want to..." His hand slowly gripped his spear as he thought. "Whatever, just focus. I've gained stats from helping Sebastian ascend, so I'm sure I can catch it. But now, even I don't know how strong I..." Decisively swung his spear in a long, powerful arc. "Let's try with the weakest basic ones first. Colossal Serpent Breaking Strike." Then he charged like a storm. The technique I used to defeat the ethereal spirit before was the serpent's long strike among various spear arts. This technique is quite difficult, so, using the most basic of basic moves, the Colossal Serpent Breaking Strike, it would probably be hard to take it down in one. Instantly, the ethereal spirit was struck and shattered everywhere. Those who had just scorned him now had wide eyes and open mouths. Just one strike. The Colossal Serpent Breaking Strike has reached that. The strange thing was that even Corinne was surprised by his own current ability. "Wait, isn't that too..." Marriott approached and praised. "Yesterday he shocked everyone with just 3 moves, right? This time he only needed 1 strike." He replied a little hesitantly. He thought to himself, "What is this? She must have witnessed everything yesterday." No. More importantly, a mage can see through spear arts with her bare eyes? What kind of ridiculous keen eyesight is that? Marriott, beside him, softly asked, "What's wrong? Is there a..." Then she suddenly handed him a small pouch and said, "Oh, here, your share." Corinne was bewildered. "My?" Looking at the desperate crowd behind him, Marriott explained, "Thanks to you, I also earned a bit. Of course, you should have a share." Corinne asked again, "My share?" Marriott wondered, "What? You don't like..." He smiled slyly, thinking to himself, "Of course I like it. Whoever dislikes..." Receiving the money, Corinne felt a thrill inside. "Marriott, you really are smart. Keep up the good work in the future." Night fell, and the full moon illuminated the entire... Corinne ate dinner while contemplating. "In my previous life it was the same. I fought hard to develop my martial arts, and it's the same now. I'm almost at the 5th of 6 steps to enlighten. Ate one pastry after another. There's still a long way to go. But my spear mastery is progressing faster than I imagined. So I'm not that. The problem is ancient runes magic. Corinne was drawing something when the system appeared. Hagalos, you lack. He told himself in his head. In my previous life, I couldn't master it completely either. Because ancient runes magic requires an enormous amount of. If I can master it, it'll definitely be much stronger than in my previous life. I should think this through care. Suddenly, a voice rang out. You. Corinne froze. No matter how much I refine my spear mastery and master ancient runes magic. The bastard I couldn't defeat is already at this. The only woman even Park Si-Hu couldn't kill. One of the strongest forces in Ahan's hero, the notorious breaker of balance. The person sitting there was a girl known as Knight Demoness Fei Fan Warren. He wondered intensely, why did she suddenly appear and talking to me too? I don't know why, but I'll just ignore her and leave. I can't handle this bomb. Warren spoke, but her words were fragmented and hard to understand. You have been assimilated. Warren's eyes were icy cold, her voice slowly and steadily ringing out. I don't think you are the master of that. Corinne froze, sweat pouring down him like rain. He asked himself in his head, how does she know? I possessed this body. His eyes widened, pupils constricted, confirming what Warren had just. Warren sat silently, thinking to herself. It seems her existentia body containing 2 souls, one human and one demonesis, a paradox. They say those who stand between life and death with yin-yang eyes can see the colors of souls. She doesn't realize this. Perhaps that's even strange. Corinne's gaze was sharp, fixed on his. Suddenly Warren spoke up, asking, how does it feel to crush and devour that original? Corinne calmly crossed his arms and replied, I don't know. Warren was surprised, questioning back, what did you? Corinne wondered, am I really Corinne? Or just a different version? An assimilated memory? If so, who was the one who attended the all-boys middle school? The all-boys high school? Majoring in military fluid dynamics. Image of Corinne lying sprawled on the water, his eyes dreamily gazing into the distance, appeared in Warren's mind once. He thought it was all useless, but Warren didn't. She said seriously, because that body is truly the true owner of that body is not human. You are merely an usurper. You have no right to control this body. Every word of Warren's pierced straight into a truth. Suddenly, Corinne told another completely unrelated story. In a neighborhood near my hometown, there's a guy who turns into a green giant whenever he gets angry. His name is Brooks. Do you know him? Warren asked, a little bewildered. Brooks. Corinne chuckled. He puts on a show like a child. The funny thing is, these 2 opposite personalities hate each other. So, isn't that interesting? They're both good at different things. Warren remained silent, still not understanding it. After a long while, Corinne became serious again. What I mean is, whether it's an original soul or a newly formed one, both have their own personalities, and that's how they coexist. Gentle smile subtly formed on Corinne's lips, his words soft and natural. Whether we want to or not, we were born into a body. And when one is born, no one is. Warren remained silent, as if restrained by an unseen. After a moment, as a breeze swept by, Warren finally spoke. In this world, there are those who are born as. Corinne thought to himself. He understood the pain she had to endure in saying these. But now, he no longer hesitated and decisively turned to leave, not forgetting to call back. See you. Warren merely remained silent, not even bothering to turn her head to look. The next day, Corinne was walking along a road, searching for something in the direction of the academy's south. The only reason he left the dormitory before the birdsong announced the weekend had arrived was the mission through the various large and small commissions here to help himself level up for the next main quest. He understood this was essential for his progress. However, his goal wasn't merely to level up, so the choice of mission wasn't too important. He just wanted to test. His eyes were fixed on the request papers on the. Suddenly, he was attracted by the girl standing next to him. Anyway, why is she looking so close? Looking at Elisa's serious expression, Corinne thought to himself, now that I think about it, I don't know much about Elisa. In my previous life, that bastard Park killed her. And now my memories are different from what I saw in the. He thought this, then called out, Elisa. Hearing him, Elisa immediately bowed politely. Oh, hello, she replied. He wondered, what's this? You're already taking missions in the first week? Don't level 2s need to rush their achievement? Elisa hesitated, then answered, because I need money. Corinne felt a little strange and asked again, don't level 2s usually receive a lot of activity funds? Elisa explained, on the verge of tears, they said they wouldn't give me any. Because my family's income is in the top 10% of the kingdom. After understanding, Corinne felt a bit awkward. His brows furrowed in thought. That's right, it's just like the scholarship system in Korea. People from wealthy families don't receive activity funds. Elisa continued in a sad voice. Furthermore, my family follows a free-range parenting philosophy, so I have to earn my own minimum living expenses. No matter what I say, they won't listen. Hearing this, Corinne felt pity for her. Her situation seems quite complicated. Then he pointed at a paper posted on the board and said, "If you need money urgently, how about a patrol mission? It has pretty good rewards." Elisa excitedly exclaimed. "Oh." Seizing the opportunity, Corinne suggested, "They'll accept a maximum of 3 people. Do you want us to do it together?" Corinne frankly replied, "I can't. I have other things to." Without hesitation, he immediately took a mission paper with a crudely drawn picture of a small cat. This weekend, he would undertake the most valuable missions to quickly increase his stats. And the first mission was to find the cat named. No sooner said than done. Corinne went to the cat's owner's house to accept although the reward and experience points weren't high, that wasn't important. His goal was to fulfill the righteous deed. Save and return the cat Nobby, preventing it from being killed by an aquatic. In his imagination, he would have to face a terrifying monster to save the little cat. And by doing so, he prevent the owner's misfortune of losing her pet and falling into depression. Finally, when the kitten was found, little Anna was so happy she burst into tears, while the cat looked bewildered, not understanding it. The system announced, "You have completed the duty. Do not be indifferent to the misfortune of Anna Mark Milan. Difficulty E, reward 5 points, evenly distributed." Corinne laughed maniacally with glee. "Excellent. So righteous deeds really do work like this. Even small missions help me increase my stats by." Anna, however, ran away in fright. Perhaps he was the one who actually made Anna cry. "Boo-hoo, Mommy. This person is so Corinne continuously accepted missions to aid the people and vanquish. Couldn't stop thinking about points. Then he accepted a mission to retrieve a lost ring. In his heart, he kept repeating those 2 words, as if obsessed with. Suddenly, he remembered something important and paused for a few seconds. "Ah, wait. There's a mission even more important than points. I made a note of it before coming out today. I almost forgot." Scene shifts to a very strange-looking house. A shout echoed from within. "Not this." Turned out Ian Kijo was angrily banging on the table. Not this one. Ian Kijo didn't understand why he was so angry that he broke the table. Even though he had made a sauce from more than 100 ingredients like garlic, carrots, but he still couldn't find the right recipe to make the cold chicken delicious. Suddenly, a voice rang out from behind him. "Not that." Ian Kijo turned around curiously and asked, "Who?" Corinne stood before the door, the light shining on him making him appear radiant, like a male lead in a. "Add malt syrup. Your problem will be solved." Then he casually walked away like a fool. "Haha, all right." Ian Kijo felt unlucky to have encountered him and scoffed. "Who adds malt syrup to that? It won't change any." But after trying to add a little malt syrup, Ian Kijo immediately exclaimed in surprise. "Huh? This flavor." Corin stood outside the door, tossing his hair like a magnificent young man. This was the mission he had to complete. This world would be chaotic without seasoned fried. The system announced the fulfillment of his duty. Do not be indifferent to Ian Kijo's misfortune. Difficulty E, reward 5 points. Distributed E. Corin frowned, unable to believe his eyes. What was this? Did this popular saying still hold true? He only wanted to fulfill his personal desire. Then he cheered happily. "Excellent. That's right. What evil reason could a person who makes seasoned fried chicken?" He stood in the middle of town, laughing like a lunatic who had just escaped, unaware that Fried Chicken was watching from the roof. Fried Chicken, maintaining an indifferent and expressionless face, spoke. A strange Professor Josephine suddenly appeared behind him and said, "You're here? I left you alone because you didn't leave but at least you should have gotten an outdoor permit before leaving." Fried Chicken didn't respond, only turned. Professor Josephine was bewildered by the other's act. Deep in Fried Chicken's mind, Corin's previous words still echoed. Being born without any sin is a hap. And the thoughtless words of another man made Fried Chicken recall, perhaps I shouldn't have been. Thinking that, Fried Chicken stood silently high up, watching the fiery red sunset slowly disappear. The next morning, at the hunting grounds in the dense forest, Professor Josephine was announcing the rules to the first-year day. They would be evaluated based on their survival skills at these hunting grounds. Those who reach the hut in the northern part of the forest will temporarily pass, she said in a serious. Professor Josephine continued to instruct them carefully. Wear armbands corresponding to your rank. You will need to return them at the hut at the destination. You will receive points based on the time it takes you to reach the destination with that armband. And the rewards will correspond to your total. Warren thought to himself. Sure enough, Warren didn't appear. Warren never participated in practical sessions anyway, perhaps for fairness. Suddenly, a voice called out. He turned and gently replied, "Elisa." Was the mission successful? Elisa answered, yes. Thanks to you, I earned some living expenses. Corin smiled. It's fortunate that it was you. He suddenly offered a rather large round candy and asked, do you want some candy? I meant to buy it for my sister, but it's too sweet for her to eat. Elisa excitedly exclaimed. What? Honey bomb candy? I can eat this precious. Professor Josephine announced, all right, students. The hunting grounds trial began. Her whip swung, and immediately a magic circle appeared, engulfing the entire sky. Everyone to be astonished. Only Corin remained relaxed, enjoying the moment. I've seen countless mages, but to use spatial magic for such a large number of people. Indeed, only Madame Josephine can do it. The great archmage is still as formidable as. In an instant, he was teleported to an unfamiliar form. A piercing scream made Corin turn and exclaim, it's just started. And they're already. The hunting grounds were an important event that even veterans had to reattempt countless times. This was a battle royale system, where you started in random positions and had to snatch your opponent's armbands to accumulate. That's right. Fight fiercely, you all. I have no interest in you people. Corin sprinted past two individuals tearing at each. A triumphant smile played on Corin's lips. The most dangerous person right now is Elisa, a rank 2 with the blue arm. Corin used his finger to guide himself. Warren isn't here right now. As long as I can handle Elisa, the rest are just free. Elisa, you probably don't know, he whispered. I put a tracking rune in the candy. His eyes became cunning like a bogeyman, with a tongue as long as a snake's. This rune will ensure we meet. Then he dashed off, laughing and calling Elisa's name. Ahaha! Elisa! On this side, Professor Josephine spoke up. Principal, I will also go into the fort. Even though mages have been stationed everywhere, it's better to be careful. Suddenly, Professor Josephine paused for a few seconds before continuing. Wait a moment. Now that I think about it, where is that child? Principal Ariel calmly replied. I didn't. Professor Josephine asked, bewildered. They came by themselves? Ariel replied definitively. Corin was rushing forward. Warren was chasing closely behind. Ariel said, I think their heart has undergone some change. Warren's eyes at this moment became terrifyingly fiery. In the forest at this moment, sounds of collisions and battles echoed everywhere. Hey, Elisa shouted. Why are you people acting like this? Aren't you In the end, only Elisa stood defiantly. Question: how many people are attacking me alone? She asked while the others, knocked down, still tried to respond. Tortoise was truly their special. Suddenly, an individual appeared from thin air behind her, intending to attack Elisa. Ugh, this monster. Quick, bind her. In an instant, a large rock flew and knocked the attacker away, accompanied by a cry. Only Corin could be seen standing in the distance, his eyes blazing red with killing intent. Elisa was incredibly grateful. Corin, did you come to save me? She thought. He truly is a good. Corin suddenly spoke. Elisa, how beautiful. Elisa paused slightly. Corin immediately attacked Elisa with his spear and shouted. I said, how beautiful. That blue arm. Thank you watching for Elisa, under continuous attack, felt so wrong she almost cried. Corin, I trusted you because you gave me candy. I thought you were a good person. Corin thought to himself, Elisa is a rank 2 knight and belongs to the pure martial arts school. Her special defensive abilities are probably not yet in a state where she can use them proficiently. In terms of combat power, she is mid-level rank. Corin grinned sinisterly and said, you'll also become a good person when you hand over that armband. He was nothing compared to Elisa, a true prodigy, ranked among the top 1% of talents. Elisa, who had easily defeated 7 members of the rank 3 and 4 student council, immediately became wary when she saw Corin, a rank 5. Of course, until 30 seconds ago, she was fiercely parrying every powerful attack from him. He's too strong. Corin seemed to have gone mad. His eyes filled with killing intent and a maniacal. He kept attacking while Elisa continuously dodged. He pressed in at very close range, combined with evading, and attacked from a distance. He toyed with counterattacks and applied continuous. But that didn't mean there were no openings. His breathing had a strange difference when switching between thrusting and slashing stances. If I can seize that Then Elisa shouted and swung her sword straight. Corin was unharmed and relying only on talent without actual combat experience won't get you. His spear then struck her sword heavily. This move served to suppress Elisa's momentum. Then Corin used force to push Elisa's sword to the ground and thrust straight toward. He looked at his opponent as if she were a plump. Elisa stood dumbfounded, drenched in sweat. Observing Corin's movements and attacks left Elisa combining 3 basic moves into an effective attack. Simultaneously, a sharp counterattack was the zenith. No sooner had she thought that than he knocked her back. Corin, knowing no mercy, unleashed a powerful move. 6 Harmonies Chaotic Annihilation. Elisa was pushed back but still struggled to resist. In the end, her body sustained severe injury. Luckily, I still managed to launch a timely counterattack to block the blow. Otherwise, it might have been life. Her expression became very grim, and she gritted her teeth in pain. Though he's not incredibly strong or astonishingly fast, the level of refinement in each technique is extraordinary. What the hell? Looking at Corin, who was brimming with energy, Elisa had to ask herself, is this truly a rank 5 knight? I've utterly He took the armbands without hesitation. They'll put them to good use. Suddenly, a loud sound echoed from behind, with smoke and dust flying everywhere. Humph, this is truly a... Corin turned around, wondering, what was that? Unexpectedly, a large sword came flying, intending to stab Corin directly. He furrowed his brows, straining to defend. Too heavy. This is a sword made of dark iron. Its density is 4 times that of steel. Combined with auxiliary magic, it's an effective magical sword against large-sized monsters. To be attacked by this, it's truly hard to defend. An exclamatory voice rang out. What? You blocked my heavy dark irons? Yore truly no. Joan grabbed his sword and spoke, making a demand. That armband. Put it down and get lost. Rank. Corin found the opponent extremely annoying. Damn it. It seems to be Drone. I really didn't want to run into him. Looking at the number of enemies lying defeated at Drone's feet, Corin couldn't help but be caught. Despite his overwhelming achievement of fighting dozens of enemies, not to mention being injured, that relaxed look proves he's definitely different from He had no choice but to pick the most effective option. Well, there's no other way. It's already come to... Of the 36 stratagems, running is the best. He casually ran off, leaving the 2 behind. Alright, fighting now won't do any... Drone watched, utterly stiff with surprise. I can't believe the protagonist would do something like... Drone's legs slowly bent to gather momentum. That thing you're holding in your... His eyes suddenly glowed fiery red, filled with terrifying killing intent. It's blue. Drone, like a wild beast, lunged forward, unleashing all his weapons at both of them who were running. Corin shouted, "Hey, he's gone mad. Why is he like this? Ordinary people don't do things that don't make..." Elisa, why are you running after me? Elisa said through tears, because I don't want to die either, and I don't know the way. He thought gravely to himself. Alright, but no sooner had he thought that than the scene before his eyes made him turned out to be Granel, standing in front with a triumphant behind him was a giant earth Well, excuse me, if you want to pass you'll have to leave your rank insignia behind. The speaker was Granel, a first-year golem man. Lisa angrily cursed, "You coward. I can't believe you're blocking the exit." Corin sighed wearily. We're in big trouble. In front was Granel, blocking his... Behind was Drone, charging forward, intending to kill. Corin tilted his head, thinking to himself. While trying to avoid direct confrontation with others, in the end, I have to face 2 formidable opponents at once. This time, there's truly no other. So he immediately adopted a battle stance. Elisa thought, incredibly astonished. What? Is he really going to fight Granel and Drone at the same... Corin calmly replied, if the fight is unavoidable, then I have no choice but to face it. The 3 immediately charged at each other, starting a fierce... Short while later, as the sky gradually darkened, Corin gently knocked on the door of the house. A voice called out, "Oh my, it seems the champion has arrived. May I ask who..." He spoke, holding 3 pairs of armbands in his mouth. Corin. I'm here to choose a prize. Is that all?" The person inside the house came out with a bright smile, praising him. "Oh my, to bring back blue rank insignias. This is truly an excellent student." He replied with polite embarrassment. "Haha, it's nothing. I just got..." Battle earlier ended with Granel's complete defeat and Drone's helpless. Thank you watching for vid. Elisa witnessed everything and couldn't help but be astonished and exclaim. Recalling Corin's every move and masterful technique only deepened Elisa's admiration. He pierced through the sword strikes of that great sword with his agility before the sword could unleash its full attacking. After disarming his opponent, he plunged their sword firmly into the ground, preventing the opponent from retrieving them. The swords couldn't stop him. He dodged and then chose positions to redirect them towards the goal. With quick improvisation, he swiftly hid behind Drone, using him as a shield from the golem's attack. As a result, while Drone was blocking the golem, he attacked the golem's core and disabled. Immediately after, Granel also met his end. No longer having a golem to with quick judgment and even determination, he showed himself to be someone who had fought hundreds, thousands of battles. Everything was decided in a brief moment. Elisa still couldn't believe her. It might have been experience accumulated over a long time, but he was still young. How could he be so skilled? Watching him, she felt as if she saw her older sister's shadow. She then recalled his words, "Don't just rely on talent and be lazy in actual..." A faint smile touched Elisa's. Afterwards, she drew a valuable lesson for herself. She also had to strive. On this side, Drone's face showed a hint of irritation as he thought to himself. Before my power could be fully unleashed, he quickly found a way to counter me. How did that kid know my weakness? In the blink of an eye, he understood all my techniques and ultimate moves like the back of his. Ranel was still lying injured on the ground. Korin, standing above, reminded him, for small weapons with high attack power and speed, a golem is nothing more than a meat shield. If it were me, I'd first ask a friend to escort and protect me instead of a golem like that. Granel suddenly asked, "Friends?" Hearing this, Korin became flustered.
Granel stammered, "Idon."
Korin immediately understood. "Friends?" Korin coldly replied, "Then try hard to find yourself." Korin's words made Granel shed tears and curse inwardly. This bastard is mocked. That day, 3 powerful first-year students each remembered Korin in their own. As for him, he was now joyfully awaiting the winner's reward. It's all good. I didn't think it would go so smooth. Currently, among the remaining participants at the hunting ground, the most powerful person was believed to be Yuan, a small and beautiful maiden who received the protection of Yuan's forest. But not only ordinary players participated. High above, Mariette, the top mage of Makaba Academy, was casting water magic. Gigantic water. Mariette, with a seemingly friendly but sharp smile, was preparing to unleash the water. The water orb descended as if to create a tsunami, sweeping everything. Yuan was soaked and on the verge of tears because she was helping with the training of other members by taking on the role of a monster. For Yuan, this was the first time she had encountered an opponent beyond her capability. The training at the hunting grounds is over, Mariette asked, sitting down. Are you a new student? Hello, I'm Mariette. Yuan stammered in response, my name is. Mariette continued. Then how about, over there, when did Warren stand behind? Warren's cold gaze only piqued Mariette's curiosity further. Warren stepped forward with a sarcastic tone. Oh dear. I suppose you're looking for. Mariette wouldn't be outdone and retorted. I'm just gathering my friends and confronting anyone. Suddenly, Warren flashed past Mariette like lightning, surprising her so much that she couldn't react. Boom. Mariette immediately reacted by creating a large ice mountain to block Warren. Thank you watching for vid. You can ignore me, but by the rules, I'm still the monster, you know. Mariette's voice, though cute, was full of hidden. Hearing that, Warren turned to look at her with a cold expression and then spoke. At this moment, Korin's excited voice echoed from inside the shop. A total of 117 points. It's been a long time since I've seen such a high score. Can I choose my The rewards are ready, just waiting for you to choose, the shop owner chuckled. There's a wild boar hunting knife, protective leather. Thank you watching for shark bear bile and many other attractive items. Korin examined them and fell into thought. The most valuable item was the shark bear bile, but he already had After a minute of deliberation, Korin decided, he'll take. The shop owner praised him. Oh, you have a keen eye for choosing ginseng. The shop owner continued to ask, so what about the remaining 17 points? Korin thought again with 17 points. A moment later, Korin held up 2 reward cards. One is a plant nutrient supplement for 6 points, and one is earplugs for 10 points. Then he happily said, please, I'll take. He joyfully walked out of the shop. Gaming and shopping are truly. Before him was a chaotic mess with unconscious soul. Jitter's excited voice rang out. Even playing it 1,000 times, it's never been this smooth. Not to mention, this is the first time I've seen them complete this section with so many points. Rank 2 and 19 more points. Leden, running wearily behind, said, I have 15. Korin stood there, praising them profusely. You two cooperated really well. Hearing this, Jaeger was delighted. This game is easy. Tonight, I'll train more at the gym. Korin spoke up, if you still have enough energy to go to the gym, then help me find the golem. Leden turned back startled, seemingly unenthusiastic. Korin wasn't about to let Leden off easy. You're very honorable, aren't you? Well, help you. Leden felt a pang of conscience. It's fine. Korin immediately said, at times like these, you should say. Looking at Leden, Korin recalled his past life. I worked a lot with Granel. There weren't many good heavy tanks like golems in big monster fights. Everything was coming to an end. Rank 2 Mage Granel was restoring the golems. Rank 2 Knight Elisa was in. Rank 2 Knight Drone was exhausted. Rank 2 Mage Drit Ewan had Korin sighed, helping Ewan up, thinking to himself. How could she die here? What are the professors doing? If lives are so important, she must only be unconscious. Ewan whispered weakly, Mariette. That girl. Suddenly, a horrifying roar echoed from deep within the forest. Korin panicked. What's happening? A horde of various beasts charged forward with unimaginable. Seeing this, Ewan hastily urged. Run. Mariette. Korin frowned, wondering, what about Mariette? With her innate talent for magic analysis and an unlimited mana source, was a mage who had never experienced despair or failure. She was Mariette, a true genius, as the senior professor said. For her, these hunting grounds were just a play. She only needed to adjust the difficulty and help her juniors grow, acting as a senior. That was her. While overwhelmed in battle, Mariette would try to stay calm and mutter in her head, "I need to analyze." However, she no longer had time to do that when he leapt up, preparing to. Mariette also tried to use a move to stop him, but it was nothing against his. Seeing the situation worsen, Mariette frowned. Damn, I can't just rely on elementary magic to stop. Although she had promised the senior professor that she wouldn't use attack magic stronger than intermediate level, she was now forced to use advanced magic. In other words, even if she didn't want to admit it, Mariette had begun to use her full power. And at that very moment, Warren rushed forward and kicked her directly in the stomach, causing her. Then he slammed her into a tree trunk, creating a large indent. Mariette struggled, resisting the pain that tore through her. At this moment, Mariette was trembling in fear, pleading, "Don't come." Before her was not a knight, a mage, or any game, but a natural disaster, Warren in human. Mariette tried to focus the last of her meager strength to prepare but then she screamed in despair, "Don't come near me." A familiar voice rang out from somewhere. "Warren, stop." Hearing that voice surprised Mariette. A woman appeared, shielding Mariette, and asked kindly, "Are you all right?" Mariette looked up blankly. Professor Josephine. She had escaped danger. Mariette breathed a sigh of relief. Yes, I'm." As soon as she finished speaking, her strength completely vanished, and Professor Josephine glanced at Mariette's pathetic state without. The hunting grounds, unexpected results had emerged. Corn shared. First of all, the one who finished first and scored the most points was me, a rank 5 student, while the top first year was. And the top second year Mariette had a conflict. She's currently being treated in the infirmary, severely injured and still unconscious. Corin thought, that was terrifying. I thought she had already awakened into a boss. She seems fine though. Everything must still be following the original plot. Well, I'll leave it at that. There are still 3 weeks until her awakening. Now I need to go prepare some. Unthinking, he walked out on the outskirts of the hunting grounds forest. Corin looked around, searching for someone who lived. He took some eye drops, then feigned carelessness, dropping the seed into the pond. Oh dear, I thank you watching for should I? As seed slowly sank, Corin acted pitifully again. No, the precious seed my mother left me. Suddenly, a voice rang out. Why are you crying, child? Corin chuckled inwardly with triumph. In the hero legend Ahan, there was a one-time use Easter egg with a hidden detail to increase player enjoyment. Story of the hermit's golden axe for the woodcutter when he accidentally dropped his iron axe into the lake. The hermit asked him if it was the golden axe or the silver axe. This hermit could appear with golden and silver axes, but only limited to unique or lower-grade weapons. If other weapons were thrown in, there would be no reaction, and the story would end. Corin had tried dropping 500 different items into the hermit's lake, but some veteran players had tried dropping many random items, including rare ones, making this Easter egg even more interesting. At this moment, the hermit calmly asked, "Is this golden seed yours, child?" Corin shook his head, denying it. "No, sir." Or this silver seed. He still shook his head, "No, sir." But inwardly, he cursed. What lunatic would dare drop a ginseng seed, which we worked so hard to get for 100 points, into the benevolent hermit smiled and said, "Haha. Well then, this must be your." Corin replied with tears streaming down his face. "Yes, that's right, sir. This is definitely my seed." He admitted, "Yes, that crazy hero." The hermit praised him. "Even after seeing gold and silver, you were not greedy and remained very honest. I value your honesty and will bestow upon you these seeds. The silver ginseng seed and the golden ginseng." The task was complete like a play. The hermit slowly sank. "Well then, farewell, ho-ho." Corin bowed his head in gratitude. "Thank heavens, thank you, sir. Please take care of your." Once the hermit had disappeared, Corin immediately put on a strange face and laughed maniacally. Items that can be multiplied. Regular ginseng seeds help increase mana, but the gold and silver seeds have special effects. The golden ginseng seed will make the ginseng plant glow yellow when cultivated. Silver ginseng seed will make the plant glow silver. This is a hidden fragment that can only be obtained this way in the hero legend Ahan. Although some people screamed upon collecting it right after harvesting, that was not a major issue. Corin thought gleefully, "Thank you watching for my past life, Baxihu ate the golden seed while I ate the silver seed. But now, both will be." The event that would turn Mariette into the first boss and awaken her as a special vampire was the actual mission set to occur in 3 weeks. A confrontation with John Zhu, the vampire assassin of Miss City. Corin didn't know how the Demunkin's minion in Mariette would awaken, but there were still 3 weeks left. And that was why he decided to show his strength to the powerful rank 2 individual. Because no one would want to fight a weak rank 5 knight, no matter how many tricks he had up his. first thing that interested them in a player was innate talent, and Corin calculated within a week, they will be fully recovered. At that point, he'll propose forming the first boss in the hero legend Ahan. Special vampire Mary. On the night of the full, Mariette suddenly sat up, but she still had 3 weeks before her. Isabel, who was standing guard beside her, noticed she had sat up and immediately asked, Mariette? Then she worriedly asked, Mariette, are you okay? How's your throat? That first-year girl, she should have known the forest points. You were also restricted to elementary math. However, Mariette remained silent. If Corin had enough preparation, conviction, and suitable members, he would easily save the girl from her unfortunate. Until then, he would train a recruit drone, the mercenary who controlled the recruit Drit from Avelloan Forest, and become with the golem which a series of objectives was set, making Corin extremely excited. He thought to himself, good. Perfect. If I prepare thoroughly, this will be as easy as pie. As long as no variables. At that moment, Mariette's eyes suddenly opened wide, revealing blood-red iris. Before Mariette's eyes, Isabel appeared as true. She immediately lunged, pinned Isabel down, and opened her mouth, revealing 4 sharp fangs. She croaked, "I'm so Suddenly, Professor Josephine slapped her hand on a textbook and sighed. You're so exasperated. Then she propped her chin on her hand, frowned and said, if I'd known, I wouldn't have sent you. If you want to study, I'll tutor you privately. Go reflect on your... Hearing this, Warren spoke up, distraught and sad. Should I just jump off the building? Suddenly, Corin appeared from somewhere, hanging upside down outside the window, cheerfully saying, well, I knew you'd be here. This unexpected appearance startled Warren, leaving him confused. Corin, clinging to a tree branch with a box of pastries in his hand, continued, Warren, right? I think I've seen you before.
Corin.
Can you open the... Warren hesitantly opened the window. Corin held out the box of pastries and said, these are for you. I didn't know what you liked, so I just bought these pastries. Besides, it would be strange to come empty-handed. Hearing this, Warren remained silent. A moment later, she spoke, you hanging from a tree like that is against school rules. Corin only laughed playfully. I'm not inside. I'm hanging from a tree. And what if I did go inside? It seems Professor Josephine isn't here either, is she? Although joking, Corin was thinking to himself, I came here to see if he was injured, but I don't see any wounds. It seems he's forbidden from going out because of what happened at the hunting ground. He thought of Professor Josephine again, his expression briefly serious. Warren is an overlord, so it's natural for her to worry. But to confine him for over 4 days like this, Corin was deep in thought. Warren suddenly spoke, startling him. She went out. She hasn't returned here for over 4 days. Hearing this, Corin was astonished. She hasn't returned even once since then? Warren calmly replied, yeah. Warren's indifference astonished Corin even. In his panic, he accidentally slipped and fell from the tree to the ground, creating a loud... At that very moment, the system suddenly displayed a notification. Persevering Warrior Rebirth Act. Corin lay on the ground, clutching himself and groaning, ouch, that hurts. See you later. They'll bring you some food tomorrow. Warren remained silent, just watching. At this time, Professor Josephine had left the academy, leaving Warren, the most dangerous person in... Suddenly, hurried footsteps echoed from afar. A thought flashed through his mind. Something is definitely... The 2 people who appeared were Professor Demar and Professor Fermat the Barbarian, a representative warrior of the night faculty. He had previously been a guardian. They were running and talking. Professor Demar urgently asked, have you found her yet? Fermat replied while running, not yet. They'll try looking in the city's outskirts. Representative warrior's footsteps became even more hurried at this moment. Warren noticed this and thought to himself, these 2 are also rushing like that. Elsewhere, at a gate, a soldier stopped Corin and spoke. Corin, what's wrong? Your request to meet her has already been denied. Hearing this, Corin smiled, presenting a delicious sandwich and another tall glass of water, and replied cheerfully, oh my, it's not about that. You're rank 3 security guard Kron, aren't you? Professor Josephine told me to bring you some food and... Kron, without a hint of suspicion, took the food from Corin and replied, really? She truly cares about her subordinates. Meanwhile, Corin secretly thought, my request to meet Mariette was denied. Isabel, Mariette's guardian, is missing, and the infirmary has guards stationed outside. From the very beginning, I felt something was... Kron ate the sandwich heartily, without the slightest suspicion. Corin continued to observe and thought to himself, the more I think about it, the more my suspicions seem... Suddenly, as Kron took a bite of the pastry, he was immediately struck by severe stomach pain, only managing to groan a few words. Seeing this, Corin secretly rejoiced but still feigned concern. Oh dear, what's wrong? Sir? Do you have a stomachache? It looks like there's a restroom over. Con quickly ran off, not forgetting to instruct him. Can you stand guard for me for a bit? But remember, don't go inside. Corin waved and smiled, replying, yes, sir. Take your time. I definitely won't go. When Kron was out of sight, Corin breathed a sigh of relief. However, thoughts continued to swirl in his mind. No way. There's still a whole month left. How could it be this? I hope my suspicions are wrong. Corin thought, clutching the piece of cloth in front. Then he tore open the cloth and called out loudly, Sister Mariette. But the person in front of him was not Mariette. Corin exclaimed in astonishment. Isabel. He paused, thinking in disappointment. Sister Mariette should be here. Shouldn't she? Why is it Isabel now? Isn't she? There was no longer any doubt when he saw 2 round marks on Isabel's neck, as if someone had bitten her. Corin silently confirmed. This is definitely the secret the professors are trying to. As he observed the person standing before him, Corin couldn't help but think angrily. Isabel has awakened as a vampire and become the greatest threat in. Corin silently sighed, but his hand still clenched the cloth. Thoughts endlessly swirled in his mind. Everything is happening 3 weeks faster than the original script. He recalled the 4-stage attack strategy to defeat the final boss of Stage 1. Swiftly deal with the monster's waves of Stage 2. Use magic circles to imprison her. In Corin's mind, the image of Isabel trapped in a dark and hazy space became. By dealing damage, they gained the upper. Stage 3. Directly confront the powerful enemy rampaging in the blood. At this moment, the image of the terrifying enemy appeared in Corin's mind again. Finally, once the enemy is defeated, it will transform into its ultimate form. This is the core of the strategy. Corin thought to himself, if the excellent first-year students united, they wouldn't even need player support. This wouldn't be overly difficult. The image of 4 close friends suddenly appeared in his mind, but immediately after, he felt reached Stage 3, but Elisa, with bloodshot eyes and a wronged expression, was injured. Drone, his companion whose important weapon was destroyed, was also his. Grenell, whose golem had not fully recovered, was yet another mistake. Corin clutched his head, both astonished and angry, blaming himself. This isn't good. That very moment, the shadow of a demonic vampire appeared in his mind, a familiar image from the original script. In the story, after encountering the vampire assassin in Mist City, Mariette lost control and attacked her roommate, then fell into a state of his past life. When this happened, Corin remembered the setting shifting to a dark house. At that time, he and the group waited for Mariette and Isabel downstairs in the dormitory to resolve everything. The scene in Corin's memory was all 5 team members gathered, but Park Soo deliberately let Mariette escape. Everything is now in disarray because of my actions. He then recalled the image of Elisa being sent flying by an attack and sustaining severe injuries with 8 broken. Meanwhile, Granell's golem was completely destroyed, leaving him unable to fight. A scene filled with disappointment. Suddenly, Warren's image appeared with a terrifying surge of power. I also thought about Warren participating, but I couldn't foresee how the battle situation would change if that. The scene shifted to a corner of the gym. Corin spoke up. Hey Race, the employment registration certificate. This mission is particularly difficult. I need to find and capture someone. Drone frowned and replied, are you crazy? A mercenary's principle is to only accept sure win battles. Besides, you broke my sword. Now I only have 2. Before Drone could finish, Corin cut in, the reward is 20 gold. If you still don't believe me, I'll leave this as collateral. He pulled out a pure soul dust card, which made Drone. After a few seconds of thought, Drone smirked and said, you certainly know how to handle people. At that very moment, the system displayed a notification. Drone has joined your party. Corin chuckled, looking very satisfied. Scene shifted to the light. Corin opened a book on the shelf, observing it intently. Suddenly, Ewan appeared and hesitantly asked, how did you know? I thought all the records had burned down with the forest. Corin calmly replied, I once read a book about it. The alphabet you use is the Occam script, isn't it? You're here to find it. With that, Corin decisively closed the book and looked at Ewan. If you help me, I will teach you all of this. Ewan hesitated, asking with a frown, specifically, what do I need? The system then displayed a notification. Ewan has joined your party. Corin couldn't hide his satisfaction. The final scene shifted to the canteen. Corin was trying to convince Lack and Jaeger, who were sitting in front of him. Lack slowly said, I'm forming a party, but this mission is difficult, dangerous, and the pay is low. Plus, we might have to face an extremely powerful demon race. Corin patiently persuaded, but if we succeed, we will gain honor and Words made both Lack and Jaeger stop everything, stunned. Corin thought, slightly puzzled. Is it that hard to convince? Suddenly, Jaeger and Lack abruptly changed their attitudes and exclaimed in unison. That sounds exciting. Let us join your... Seeing this, Corin smiled happily and replied, all right, you two truly are obsessed with romance. The scene shifted to a dense forest. Corin led Lack, Jaeger, and Drone. Thank you watching for vid. Corin walked, calculating inwardly. 1 damage dealer, 1 healer. With 3 more support members, they'd have enough power to clear the initial phase. That would meet the minimum requirements. He softly mumbled to himself, this lineup is the most stable. Suddenly, Corin recalled his encounter with Sihu. She, who had given him some instructions before bursting into tears and fleeing into the forest. Looking back, he thought it must have taken so much effort to find her. Who would have thought someone so strong would dig a tunnel in the forest and hide there for a whole... Corin's thoughts became sharp and decisive. He said she was hiding in the forest, and there was only one forest near Makaba. A moment later, at the hunting grounds, a team member asked, is Mariette really... Drone hesitated, Master. I understand the objective of the mission, but how do we find her? Corin replied calmly, searching blindly could take a year. If you want to know, just ask around. There's bound to be a clue.
Donc,
Hearing that, Ewan frowned suspiciously and asked, you actually already know something? Without waiting for Corin's answer, Ewan plunged his staff into the ground, conjuring a magical green summon. Oh spirits, guide us to her. From the earth, a green aura flared, surrounding. Lack exclaimed in surprise. Wow, spirits everywhere. Jaeger grabbed Lack's shoulder and said excitedly, look, a whole flock of spirits. Rin watched, thinking to himself, judging by their reactions, the spirits must have responded to Ewan's summoning. But I don't see anything. He scratched his head and asked, so, have the spirits found Mary? Hearing that, Lack, Jaeger, and Ewan stammered in reply, yes. Corin asked curiously, what's wrong? Where is she? The 3 of them answered in unison. Their voices panicked. Right behind. Corin reacted instantly, spinning around and plunging his staff. The monster that had just appeared behind. After landing several consecutive blows, he cursed. What the hell is that? Where did it come? Before they could stabilize, Ron yelled a warning. Look ahead. More monsters. In front of Corin, a swarm of monsters unexpectedly appeared, ready to charge at his. Lack and Jaeger cried out in panic. Has Mariette turned into a monster? Hearing that, Corin immediately dispelled their thoughts. Don't be ridiculous. Without much thought, Lack quickly channeled all his spiritual energy through his book to aid in attacking the monsters. But the situation was extremely difficult. Jaeger, on the other hand, didn't sit still but chuckled gleefully at the monsters before him. You dare face Jaeger head-on? And just when I needed to warm up, seeing Jaeger charge forward, Corin warned anxiously, Jaeger, don't rush in. They'll surround you. But Jaeger ignored him and continued to advance. Corin had to shout, hey, the situation became more intense, causing Corin to immediately order, fall back 3 steps. Don't be hasty, just attack steadily. Their numbers will gradually decrease. Lack, provide support from the rear. Lack immediately replied. Corin continued to instruct Ewan, stay with Lack. Drawn, you know what to do, right? Don't push too far forward. Ewan, though busy, still obeyed the command, while Drawn nodded in agreement. Seeing Corin's composure, Ewan inwardly praised him. Even under a surprise attack, he didn't falter, but instead devised a sound strategy. Not only is he strong, but he's also a true strategist. At the same time, Corin and Drawn coordinated to eliminate the monster. Ewan thought in surprise. Who would have thought he's only a 5th-rank knight? The Academy's ranking exam must have been flawed. Corin, with his saber in hand, continued to join forces in destroying the horde of monsters. Then Jaeger called out loudly, Ewan, I thought Mariette was supposed to be here. Why is it just monsters? Ewan stammered in reply, I just listened to what the spirit. Lack began to guess something and said angrily, is Mariette controlling them? Hunting monsters in packs like this and even more aggressive than usual. While assisting Lack and observing the situation, Corin suddenly interrupted. Mariette couldn't possibly be pulling their strings. If she were controlling them, they wouldn't attack so haphazardly. That's not her style. Corin's eyes were filled with belief and pride when he mentioned Mariette. Hearing that, Drawn asked, then why are these monsters attacked? Corin replied, neither possibility is correct. The whole group asked in surprise. Then what? Corin slowly explained, every species of monster has its own hunting instincts, but sometimes they fall into desperate situations, to the point where they forget their instincts, like when facing something they can't fight against. Hearing that, Jaeger, Ewan, Lack, and Drawn were all stunned. Something that makes them run. No sooner had he finished speaking than the atmosphere suddenly turned strange, signaling the appearance of a new danger. Seeing the critical situation, Corin immediately warned, prepare for. Ewan and Lack fell back. Lack fumbled with his book, sighing, Ugh. No time to even breathe. Yuan replied, what's wrong? Are you? Corinne continued to command Drawn, Jaeger, fall back one step and then support me. Drawn heard that, guessed his intention and replied, it seems you have a plan in mind. I trust you, my master. Jaeger interjected, one of your steps or one of my... Suddenly, Corinne's eyes glinted with killing intent and determination. It'll go to the... This moment, the system suddenly appeared, and a notification rang out. Under the third law, I will save the world. The system announced a 50% increase in Group C stats. Immediately after, Corinne's stats were clearly displayed. His spirit power, magic power, stamina, strength, and agility were all significantly enhanced. Looking at the numbers that appeared, Corinne gradually understood that Mariette's destiny was not just a small event. Her influence on this world was far greater. These projected stats were clearly based on the scale of her future impact, not just a minor incident in... Thinking this, he tightened his grip on his saber, his gaze growing. A new notification board appeared on the system. I will save the world. Take the first step to save the world and stop me. Perceiving that the situation seemed stable, everyone's spirits gradually... Corinne couldn't hide his clear excitement as he ordered. All right. At the same moment, Mariette's figure appeared, her appearance having turned demonic. At this point, the system also displayed the final notification. Rescue Mariette, hero Corinne. Good. Suddenly, Mariette's demonic form began to sob pity. Seeing this, Yuan, a little worried, said she's crying. Hearing and seeing this, Ron, however, was more composed and warned. It won't change. Just exterminate the demons. Suddenly, a sword came hurtling to Mariette at an incredibly fast. Suddenly, Ron saw something that made him open his eyes wide in astonishment. At this moment, the sword was blocked by a protective shield of power, preventing it from attacking Mariette. Seeing this, everyone was astonished and said in unison, what is that? I can't believe my great sword was... Lack seemed to realize and explained, that's a blood orb. It's a creation born from a vampire's blood. I didn't think a newly awakened vampire could have a blood orb by their... Seeing this, Corinne turned around, his gaze incredibly resolute, and said, there's no need to fear. It's just been born. It hasn't received her blood or magic yet. Without replenishment of blood and magic from its master, it can do nothing but block it. Suddenly, Ron said, for a mage like me, facing an opponent with such defensive power is a big problem. Hearing that, Corinne replied calmly, It'll be fine, don't... Suddenly, Mariette's demonic form let out a loud scream, then yelled, begone. Seeing this, Corinne immediately warned everyone. That's a wide area magic. Seeing this, Corinne called out Yuan. Yuan, hearing that, also became very determined and began to use his... Didn't forget to reply. While Yuan was summoning his domain's power, Corinne, looking very pleased, said, I don't know about other places, but this is my domain. No sooner had he finished speaking than the power of the domain Yuan had created formed a shield, protecting everyone Thank you watching for vid. At this moment, the system also displayed a notification. Attack speed increased, soul protected from negative effects. At this point, Mariette was blocked by the defensive spirit shield that Yuan had created, putting Mariette in a difficult position. Meanwhile, Yuan was resisting and straining, letting out a... Seeing the situation, Jaeger immediately warned with great concern. What if that defensive wall breaks? Hearing that, Lack interjected, Jaeger, bite your tongue. What are you talking? Meanwhile, Yuan was resisting with immense difficulty, grinding his teeth and frowning as he thought. Just that one attack cost me half my mana to maintain the defense. The venomous hunting ground effect of the Mecha Dragon is effective, but I have to endure so everyone else has a chance to attack. It seemed the shield wall could no longer withstand Mariette's power. Corinne also noticed this and asked, Yuan, you've reached your limit. At this moment, Corinne stepped forward, reassuring everyone. Yuan, seeing Corinne, inwardly recalled, he promised he would defeat this Mecha Dragon. In Corinne's hand was a sharp dagger. Corinne looked calm and secretly chuckled, saying, just bear with it a little longer. He'll take care of it in 5. Hearing that, Yuan, almost exhausted, panted, can you really do it? Corinne immediately replied, reassuring everyone, yes, of course. At this moment, Mariette was also being restrained by some mysterious, clutching her body in. At this point, Corinne secretly observed everything to find a way. The battle with Mecha Dragon Mariette is divided into 4 phases. Phase 1 is when the surrounding monsters attack the player. Phase 2, after defeating the monster horde, Mariette will enter the battle herself. You need to face her from Phase 2 to Phase 4 for her most powerful spells to be. At that point, Mariette suddenly became more frantic and bestial. In other words, before the final phase, she still hadn't used her full power. At that time, Mariette seemed to have become a genuine Mecha. It's similar to the game and my previous. Thinking this, Corinne now held his saber, turned, and instructed Lack, leave quickly, a little before Yuan. You can only use beginner magic about 2 more times, so take care of yourself. Hearing that, Lak was extremely surprised by Corinne's calculations and said, you planned that far ahead? I understand. This moment, Corinne also praised Yuan, well done. Once you've used up all your mana, run as far as you can. Hearing that, Yuan replied, alright, I'll figure it out. Up until now, though the attack was wide-ranging, they hadn't been lucky. The real danger. Suddenly, as Corinne was thinking, the shield wall could no longer withstand Mariette's power from outside and was almost at this moment, Mariette's power had also seeped into the cracks of the protective wall, making Corinne think, alchemy magic will happen. He's coming. Corinne waited for Mariette's appearance with a determined Suddenly, at that moment, someone also used the freezing alchemy spell to break through the defensive. At this moment, the defensive wall seemed to have shattered completely by the freezing alchemy, leaving everyone extremely astonished. Looking up with immense. At this moment, Jaeger cried out in great fear. The wall collapsed. At the same time, Yuan was relentlessly struggling, resisting with prayers. Mother Earth and nourishment from trees and barley, O gods and insects that cover the. So at the same time, sounds appeared. Sail, Ifin, you are. And then, the light of the spirits Yuan had summoned also appeared more. At this moment, a gust of wind suddenly came from somewhere, making Yuan realize and think, the gods are responding. Although I wrote those ancient characters, only a pure blood can activate. This moment, Corinne also secretly thought, although it's similar to ancient script, it's a system language from a different civilization. Suddenly, roots and tree branches burst forth from underground, shooting up at incredibly high speed. This made Corinne realize and think, these are the secret languages you can only obtain after completing Yuan's storyline. The one who always strived to become a forest mage. The forest mage, nature's favorite child. The 1,000-year-old secret language belongs only to those of the spirit-friendly. At this moment, both Jaeger and Drawn were utterly astonished by everything before their eyes, staring wide-eyed and open. At this moment, a giant willow golem appeared, with an enormous form created from divine roots, possessing 5 eyes and a dark silhouette. Everyone exclaimed in alarm, what is... Seeing this, even Yuan was no less astonished, exclaiming, that ancient language summoned this? Hearing Yuan's surprise, Corinne secretly chuckled and thought, that's right, there was a cheat when I helped him summon this, but in this situation, there's no... Thinking this, Corinne called out, Jaeger, there's still a living giant owl. Throw it to the willow golem quickly. Jaeger asked in extreme surprise, a living giant owl? Wow, you're amazing, Corinne. There really is. Hearing his teammate's surprise, Corinne showed a very satisfied expression. Then he secretly mumbled to himself, I was prepared, even though they weren't paying attention while busy. Thinking this, Corinne then ordered, quickly, throw it at the willow golem's chest. Jaeger quickly acted and didn't forget to reply. Suddenly, at this moment, the giant owl was instantly creating a huge explosion that obliterated the giant owl by burning the sacrificial offering inside the willow golem's chest. This was the energy needed for this golem's summoning magic to act. At this moment, the willow golem also stood up, and the explosion had no effect on its. At the same time, everyone simultaneously commanded the willow golem advance. Immediately, the willow golem obeyed and charged forward, attacking relentlessly. It seemed this also affected Yuan no less, as he clutched his chest and groaned in pain. Corinne also noticed and thought, it seems to be too much for him. It really is difficult for him to withstand this kind of summoning magic for a few. Thinking this, Corinne then very resolutely spoke up to remind and encourage him, don't stop, Yuan. If you stop, everyone will die. Hearing that, Yuan seemed to be in so much pain that he shed tears, but still struggled to say, I know. This moment, the willow golem stood before Mariette to let out a few disdainful cries, but it couldn't make Mariette's will to attack disappear. At this moment, Mariette let out a loud roar and, at the same time, unleashed rays of venomous. Seeing the willow golem under relentless attack, his teammates worriedly asked, Corinne, will it be alright like this? Corinne heard that and replied, reassuring everyone, don't. At this moment, Corinne thought the willow golem isn't a living being, just a golem. A few holes won't kill it, and theoretically, in a battle between fire and ice, there's no way fire can lose. Meanwhile, Jaeger and Drawn were both watching the battle unfold with great anticipation. Suddenly, a venomous saber launched by Mariette was hurtling towards the willow golem at an incredibly fast. This made Corinne widen his eyes in astonishment, thinking, that magic. It extinguished the willow golem's. Also suddenly, the willow golem suddenly collapsed, causing everyone to dodge in. Meanwhile, Corinne frowned and ground his teeth, thinking anxiously, conventional knowledge is being completely over. This is special difficulty Mariette. Mariette at this moment seemed to have truly transformed into a demon with her intimidating appearance. At this point, Yuan was also heavily affected, collapsing to the ground, clutching his chest in pain and crying out. Seeing this, Corinne immediately told Yuan, "It's all right, retreat now." Hearing that, Yuan stammered in response, but Corinne interjected, "Your mana is depleted. Your presence here won't change anything." Hearing that, Yuan understood the situation and quickly left the scene, saying, "Understood. I'll withdraw." Seeing this, Jaeger asked with a hint of worry, "Hey, can we really do this, Corinne?" At this moment, Corinne explained the situation to his team. Mariette has used up all her wide area attacks. Now her magic is weakened. Do you know what that means? Hearing that, Jaeger asked curiously, "It's our turn to strike." Suddenly, Corinne seemed to turn beastly. His face filled with gleeful excitement as he charged forward, causing Jaeger and Drawn to call out with a hint of fear, "Hey, wait a second." Immediately after, both Jaeger and Drawn quickly. At this moment, the true demon who was relentlessly unleashing venomous saber. At this moment, Drawn quickly cast a spell. Link. Out. And immediately, Drawn counterattacked, but making Drawn a little annoyed, he cursed a few words. "Seriously, this blood orb is incredibly." Suddenly, Jaeger appeared from above, along with a determined shout. "Eat this. Take this." Immediately, Jaeger unleashed an attack on Mariette, creating a blinding flash. Meanwhile, Corinne also recognized it and chuckled inwardly with great amusement. That's Jaeger's special attack, Accumulated Destruction. The damage an opponent takes will be multiplied many times over. He's really useful. Good thing I recruited him for the... At this point, after finishing his attack, Jaeger, very smug, secretly chuckled and said, "I broke through. You idiot, watch out." Just as he finished praising, suddenly Mariette activated Phase 3. Her eyes glowed blood. Immediately, the Phase 3 level appeared, blood. At this moment, the scene suddenly created a deafening explosion. At this point, Corinne's teammates' saber, sword, and pickaxe suddenly fell freely, with no one holding them. At this moment, Corinne was also trying to resist the situation. Corinne seemed to realize the current situation and thought coldly, "We're trapped in this barrier." As soon as the blood orb was destroyed, it activated a trap, and now we're stuck in it. What pressure! Before, it was only passive defense. Now, the blood orb has absorbed her blood and magic and created. Before Corinne, Mariette and a genuine demon had now. Corinne let out a silent sigh, then chuckled bitterly to himself. "I didn't think I'd be fighting this alone at this phase. In my previous life, it would have taken at least 3 people to even hope to fight Phase 3. But, suddenly, Corinne, looking extremely arrogant and filled with his power, triumphantly said, "Humph, it's not much of a problem. The outcome will be the same regardless. It'll still be the..." At this moment, the moon was fuller and redder than ever, making the scene even gloomier. If you were born a normal human, you could distinguish between beast and human. If you were truly human, it would be natural to be so terrified you'd shut your eyes. At that point, the scene shifted to a gloomy castle. As one watched the animals struggling desperately for life, a strange aura, and also in some room of the castle, an obscure image. A chill ran down my spine, so different from the burning sensation in my throat. At this moment, Mariette suddenly returned to normal and was groggily opening her eyes after that. At this moment, Mariette began to glance around, secretly observing her surroundings. Suddenly, someone was loudly calling a name. S. Mariette still couldn't see clearly and could only think, "My throat is drawn to someone's neck, whose name I..." Suddenly, Mariette transformed into a vampire once more, complete with fangs and sharp claws. Mariette thought to herself, "My fangs, which had always been there, tore through the flesh and reached its blood vessels." That creature was trembling violently. Suddenly, the person who had just called Mariette's name opened their eyes wide, and tears streamed down incessantly. I don't know if this is terror before being hunted, or a fierce resistance, but it doesn't matter anymore. I no longer feel fear to the point of closing my eyes. At that moment, Mariette, like a bloodthirsty beast, lunged and bit her prey relentlessly. The painful groans, like a piano melody. That warm blood flowed onto my tongue, wetting my throat. Then, the entire body of the person Mariette had lunged at suddenly trembled violently and gradually leaned back. It ran through my entire body and warmed my cold skin. Suddenly, after biting the person, and with a pool of blood splattered on her, Mariette still innocently thought, my veins, which I thought had stopped flowing, felt like they were Isabel's groans and the creaking sound of the bed also stopped. At that point, the person Mariette had bitten was Isabel, who had completely collapsed after being. Only the sound of my heart, about to explode, spread throughout my body. That sweet scent of blood seemed to suffocate and disgust myself. Suddenly, Mariette seemed to realize that the person she had just attacked was someone familiar to her, and began to cover her mouth, clutching her trembling body. My entire body, brimming with life, felt like it was about to collapse because only now did I realize it wasn't an animal or anything. Isabel, at that moment, seemed to have no strength left and fell before Mariette, a true demon when transformed into a vampire. I have sinned. I almost killed my At the same time, the moon had returned to normal, like every night, no longer a blood-red moon like before. It was like merely killing an animal. No, sometimes even more. At that moment, Mariette seemed utterly terrified of what she had just done, and was filled with such regret that she cried ceaselessly. As soon as she realized she had treated a human like an she clutched her growling, hungry stomach, and fled, vanished. Immediately after causing the disaster, Mariette seemed unable to think of anything but until the boy found her. It was Corinne whom Mariette had met. At this moment, the battle between Corinne and the demonic Mariette also continued. At this point, a grotesque demon dog, allied with the demonic Mariette, suddenly lunged at Corinne like a fierce. But suddenly, the grotesque demon dog used all its strength, spit out a spike attack. At this moment, the clusters of sharp spikes that the grotesque demon dog spat out towards Corinne grew more numerous and seeing this, Corinne showed no fear. Instead, he laughed loudly with amusement. This damn dog. Then, immediately after, he used the skill. 6-step thrust, 4th. How dare you bite a human? No sooner had he finished speaking than Corinne spun his saber and charged at the grotesque demon dog with incredible speed. Then he used the skill, Heavenly Demon Vortex. Immediately, the grotesque demon dog was taken by surprise by the attack, causing it to get goosebumps, and at this moment, the grotesque demon dog suddenly released 2 more small grotesque demon to attack and block Corinne's. Corinne saw this and felt a bit amused. Provoking. This dog is truly annoying. But even though the 2 small grotesque demon dogs lunged at Corinne to attack, Corinne, with his agile body, quickly dodged. At this very moment, Corinne again gripped his saber tightly and used the skill. 6-step thrust, 5th. Immediately after, he used the skill, throwing wooden spear. At that moment, Corinne decisively launched his towards the other small grotesque demon. Immediately after, he retrieved his saber, then smirked and offering me a snack. Are we? Quite simple compared to your roar. Isn't it? Is that all? Corinne said, looking at the giant grotesque demon dog with a provocative expression. As the small grotesque demon dog that the larger one had summoned lay at Corinne, suddenly, the giant grotesque demon dog began to use magic, intending to shoot something from its eye. This only made Corinne feel even more amused. But suddenly, the giant grotesque demon dog vanished in the blink of an. This made Corinne think seriously to himself. It vanished? No, it moved so fast that my eyes couldn't. Seemed Corinne had realized, and he let out a slight smirk, then began to manifest his power through the green spiritual energy surrounding his body, saying provocatively, "Let me teach you a few things. What's necessary to win isn't a 100-step plan. Most important is..." The shadow of the giant grotesque demon dog suddenly appeared before. Find the weakness with just 1 step. Instantly, Corinne appeared behind the giant grotesque demon dog and slashed it. Corinne chuckled with great amusement and said, "This move is old news, sweetheart. You can't use the same trick." Not stopping there, Corinne continued to unleash Blazing Serpent's intent, Blazing Serpent ascends, Poison Dragons. Thank you watching for In the blink of an eye, the giant grotesque demon dog's eyes seemed to Immediately after, the entire body of the giant grotesque demon dog vanished. The blink of an eye before. But suddenly, the vanished pieces in the air unexpectedly Giant grotesque demon dog reappeared, collapsed once more before Corinne, groaning in extreme. At this moment, the giant grotesque demon dog was so beaten, and in such agony with countless wounds that Corinne had to say, "You still choose to protect your creator until your last breath. You need to do that. Just wait." Saying this, Corinne plunged his saber into the. "I will definitely save her, your mother," Corinne said, showing an extremely resolute attitude, carrying his saber on his. At this moment, Mariette's figure, in her demonic form, also appeared. This made Corinne think the final. As soon as this phase began, Mariette pushed one of the team members into a critical situation. At that moment, the ground suddenly cracked as if something new had flown. Dark silhouette, resembling Mariette, suddenly appeared high above with the full. That's why it's impossible to dispel her bloodthirsty battle lust effect alone, Corinne thought, and at the same time inwardly blamed him. Normally, to rescue a party member who is the target of a bloodsucker, all party members must stand close together and attack her, making her struggle to target the weakest member of. As he thought, Corinne stood rooted to the spot, letting Mariette charge toward. Right now, no one can help me. At this moment, Corinne's sad eyes seemed to want to end everything in the blink of. Suddenly, the system also displayed a notification. Bloodsucker status. Mariette's stamina and mana are. Immediately after, Corinne allowed Mariette to lunge and bite him without any resistance. As he was being bitten, Corinne thought, so this is what it feels like to have your life force taken. Along with that, Corinne clenched his hands, trembling uncontrollably, and thought, I can endure this. I have the skill to deal with. Suddenly, the system displayed a notification. Resilient Warrior's Rebirth. Like a warrior who never loses his fighting spirit and always maintains his own will, his body will continuously regenerate. I can endure things like. At the same time, Corinne was enduring with extreme difficulty and agony, grinding his teeth, yet continuing to be lost in thought. In remembering the kind child talked to everyone, and shared potatoes with her small hands. At that moment, the image of Mariette when she was still human suddenly appeared in Corinne's. Ever since I grew up, he thought. Then suddenly Corinne reached out and placed his hand on Mariette. Then very tenderly and gently, he stroked her head and said, slowly now you might. Hearing that, Mariette stopped biting and let out a few soft cries. Then she stared wide-eyed at Corinne, with a look of self. At this moment, Corinne was secretly looking at Mariette and thinking. The moment Duke Sabancia awakened as a vampire, he drained his servants to death. Even the greatest commander remaining in history couldn't restrain his bloodlust. At this point, Corinne also suddenly remembered a story about vampires. It took Park Si-hoo a month to capture Mariette, and forcing her to drink monster blood, which tasted like seawater, only made her crave it more. At that time, Mariette ceaselessly drank animal blood instead of human, but Mariette had never killed anyone. She endured the urges and cravings through her extraordinary willpower. Then Corinne remembered the moment Mariette was captured and tied in one place, feeling a pang of sadness. This is an unnecessary arrangement for the final boss when there's only one weakness. That's why I want to believe that a better, different outcome surely. Suddenly, at this moment, tears began to fall from Corinne's neck. Along with that, a choked voice rose, I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm so sorry. At this moment, Mariette burst into tears like a child in front of Corinne, right after biting him. Corinne saw this and was secretly happy, thinking it doesn't matter how many times I die, whether she's the top witch or a vampire in reality, it's not. Perhaps I've always viewed her character like Park Si-hoo did. As he thought this, Corinne looked at Mariette with a proud gaze, then got lost in thought. But the teachings of the master I met in this world have transformed me into a different. Suddenly, Corinne thought of a scene. A woman with a saber in her hand. Before her, a fiery blaze. The person turned her back and said, I am an adult, my son. As long as I am an adult, I will always bear the responsibility of protect. Recalling these events made Corinne feel a little emotional, thinking, the person I always looked down on as just an NPC in the game protected me and said I was just a child. I was her successor, witnessing her last moments, and her disciple hearing her teachings. At the same time, Mariette was still crying and sitting on Corinne, but Corinne was more visibly joyful than ever, sighing inwardly, I'll be all right, now that I'm a little more certain that I'm. Then Corinne gently looked up at the sky with a very proud gaze, murmuring to himself, just watch Park Si-hoo. He'll choose a different path than. Finally, the system displayed another notification. Mariette, difficulty S, reward, aura rank increase, low to above low, mana rank increase, lowest to low, pain tolerance gained, 100 points, distributed During this happy time between Mariette and Corinne, Mariette was happier than ever and excitedly said, I thought my taste buds would change, but it turns out I like potatoes. Are they good? Potatoes are always delicious. No matter how you No sooner had she finished speaking than Mariette blushed shyly, while Corinne teased, oh really? Hearing that, Mariette could only stammer a few words, saying, suddenly, Mariette frantically hit Corinne, awkwardly saying loudly, go over there. I smell really bad right now. Hearing that, Corinne used his hand to block Mariette's attacks and replied, what's wrong with that? When you bit my neck, I hadn't bathed either. Hearing this made Mariette even more embarrassed, and she yelled. After hitting him, Mariette went to a corner and sat silently, making Corinne sigh in defeat and say, good heavens, you don't smell. Suddenly, Mariette spoke after a moment of silence. I'm scared. Hearing that, Corinne let out a sob. At this moment, Mariette sat in a corner and sadly recounted to Corinne, that girl, Warren, she's terrifying. I thought I was going to die. I'm so scared, but I can't do it. Corinne, hearing that name, slightly frowned and thought, I met Warren and stirred some emotion within her, making her change her mind and participate in hunting practice. Warren accidentally met Mariette during training, and to be able to fight against the first-rank mage, she used her true power. That angered Mariette, and the vampire within her. At that point, Warren seemed unable to fully understand everything, acting impulsively. Suddenly, Mariette started complaining to Corinne, how can you always bounce back? Why didn't you give up your spirit body that time too? Everyone mocked me, saying I couldn't succeed, but in the end, you still succeeded. You're truly amazing. Hearing Mariette's praise, Corinne lightly chuckled and replied, well, it's nothing too impressive. I like happy endings. Hearing that, Mariette showed a confused expression about what Corinne had just. Corinne leaned back and explained, good people get rewarded. Bad people get punished, that sort of thing. Atauking, cautionari. You are a good person. At this moment, a pure and exceptionally kind image of Mariette. Seizing the opportunity, Corinne continued to tease, you're very good, and beautiful too. Anyway, I like happy endings. So I really want you to be. After hearing Corinne's confessions, Mariette's face turned completely. Suddenly, Mariette stammered in great embarrassment. Corinne, I need to shower and eat all these potatoes. Can you go outside? Hearing that, Corinne replied, huh? I just got here, but... See you later, sister, Corinne said, waving goodbye as Professor Josephine appeared near. See you later, Mariette said, then secretly smiled in satisfaction, murmuring to herself, thank you for comfort, but I'm not sure if I have the right to be happy either. Mariette thought, then slowly fell into a melancholic train of. Immediately after, Mariette would be temporarily detained. And that happened, making it very difficult for her to return to normal. Well, I think she'll be released soon, because the demi-human Warren will go to school normally. As he thought, Corinne unconsciously thought of, even if Mariette awakened and became an individual, most people wouldn't feel threatened by it. At this moment, Corinne walked, looking down at the ground, silently pondering Mariette's situation. Suddenly, someone called Corinne's name. Corinne heard it and looked in the direction of the. Suddenly, Ariu came from somewhere, excitedly saying, can I see you for a moment? Corinne, seeing Ariu, also called out. Hearing that, Ariu approached Corinne, very happily asking, Han? This is the first time I've met you alone. Isn't it? How do you feel about it? Hearing that, Corinne lightly scratched his head and cheerfully replied, it's fine. What was about Mariette's punishment? Hearing this, Corinne froze for a moment and stammered, then her eyes wide, Corinne thought of Mariette, extremely worried. I didn't think Mariette would be punished. Does that mean the outcome won't be? Thinking this, Corinne hastily spoke. Wait, I can explain. Ariu, however, replied with extreme calm, it's fine. Her punishment has already been decided. But Corinne wouldn't listen and insisted on speaking again. But please, hear me out. As someone who truly fought her, what kind of punishment was decided so quickly? While Corinne was extremely worried, Ariu chuckled and said, just as I expected. Huh? Corinne found this even more confusing. Suddenly, Ariu smiled gently and replied, don't worry. There won't be any punishment. Hearing this, Corinne was even more shocked and loudly replied. Ariu calmly explained, I also thought that she wasn't dangerous. That's why I wanted to see the reaction of someone who actually fought her. Now, I no longer doubt my Don't worry. She will be released soon. We just need to reconfirm her stability. As Ariu spoke, he smiled with great satisfaction. I've heard what the other students said, but am very curious to hear the details. Corinne, at this moment, also breathed a sigh of relief, even though she had been startled by the news earlier. Ariu then asked further, even a simple explanation will do. But can you tell me what happened? Immediately after, I explained what needed to be revealed. That Mariette was safe, and that child was not a monster. I don't know how much he believed, but I stated my stance very clearly. At that time, while explaining to Ariu, Professor Josephine was also. Immediately after hearing Corinne explain everything, Ariu fell into contemplation, then said, I understand. Thank you for informing me. Regarding this matter, we will have to make an official announcement. Of course, we won't disclose all the details. Anyway, I've heard the details now. I must get back to my. Hearing this, Corinne's eyes widened slightly in surprise. Suddenly, Ariu bowed respectfully and said, thank you, Corinne, for helping us prevent dangers created by the inexperience and complacency of adults. I truly thank you and apologize. If you ever need anything, I will do my best to repay you. Seeing this, Corinne stammered awkwardly. At this moment, Professor Josephine, secretly listening to Ariu, subtly adjusted his glass. Suddenly, Corinne smirked, then sighed, thinking to himself, Ariu Casa, the Academy's president, is truly valuable. He is someone who always knows his weaknesses and tries to shoulder more responsibility. Then Corinne faintly recalled the scene where he met the mysterious person standing before him, who said, although I have failed countless times, you were never one. Corinne then looked extremely pleased, thinking to himself, if those were the words he said in my past life, then I believe he meant well. Then Corinne spoke to Ariu, saying, please, that is my request. Hearing this, Ariu secretly chuckled softly. The scene shifts to Mariette's detention room, where she was distraught and sad, silently recalling past events. Mariette then remembered the moment Corinne held her gently in his arms, stroking her head and saying, "Slow down, you'll choke." At that time, his hand patting her back was very soft, and the skin he touched was very... At that moment, Corinne gently spoke to comfort her. It's okay, because at that time her rationality, which had vanished, was being swept away by waves of emotion. As she pushed the cold monster within her out and found her human self. In that moment, Mariette's emotions overflowed, tears streaming down as she repeatedly apologized. I'm sorry. The only thing she could do was apologize. Mariette then secretly blamed herself. What right do I have to ask for forgiveness? Is Isabelle safe? No, because Isabelle was the one who cared for everyone the most. So the guilt gnawed at Mariette. That's why she didn't resist Professor Josefina's magic and merely accepted it, and locked herself within the iron bars. At the same time, dark wisps of smoke suddenly appeared from... Mariette then recalled the moment she encountered Corinne, her face blushing as she thought. When he visited her, she pretended to be different. But in reality, she was exhausted. Then she recalled the image of herself as a demon when she turned into a vampire, thinking, she is a monster and a demon, an enemy of humanity, one who could drain human blood at any moment. At the same time, Corinne's image suddenly appeared in Mariette's mind. At that moment, Corinne said with great pride and determination, so what I mean is, I want you to be happy. His words made all her worries vanish. Those were the most sincere words she had ever heard, because she remembered how he had sacrificed himself to save her, who had turned into a monster. As Mariette thought, tears streamed down her face, and she endlessly blamed her. That powerful moment, his sacrifice and sincerity. Suddenly, Mariette covered her face, feeling bashful, and tearfully called out Corinne's name. It was then that Mariette realized a part of her life would forever exist in her memory. Scene shifts to a classroom, where someone called out, "Hey, have you heard?" At the same time, Corinne perked up his ears to... A light brown-haired student suddenly spoke about Senior Mariette's magical abilities. Hearing this, the student next to him replied, "Oh, you mean Senior Potato?" And at the same time, it was 1 week after Mariette's there was a bit of chaos because some scoundrels revealed Mariette's presence at the school. Since the Guaran demi-human obediently enrolled, the matter quickly died down. At this moment, in a cooking class, the two students continued to chatter. But she's still imprisoned? I heard she hasn't come to class. Is she really that dangerous? Hearing this, Corinne, who was nearby, listened intently, his eyes wide with surprise as he thought, she's still locked up? It's been a week. Well, on paper, yes. Mariette has been released. At this moment, a scene involving Mariette appeared before Corinne's mind. It seemed Mariette's freedom made those around her a little puzzled as they asked, "Mariette, are you all right? I heard you've become special. Congratulations." And at the same time, Mariette was trying to find her friend Isabelle in the crowd before her. Then thought with great disappointment, she's not here. Isabelle isn't. Thank you watching for vid. Mariette then returned to her gloomy room, where a bag of blood was readily available. Corinne's train of thought then realized, so that doesn't mean she's truly free. And at the same time, Mariette was deep in thought, blaming herself, she must be afraid of me and hate me. Then she faintly recalled the moment she bit Isabelle, thinking with a sigh, if I were her, I wouldn't want a friend who sucks my blood. I don't want to get in anyone's way, or Isabelle. If that's the case, then Mariette thought, then subtly cast her gaze in one direction. Need to disappear from this academy. Mariette then stared at the bag of blood before her with a look of disappointment and Suddenly, there was a knock on the door from outside, prompting Mariette to ask, who could be here at this hour? She thought. Then Mariette stepped out to open the door, even though she didn't know who was on the other. Suddenly, someone rushed forward and embraced Mariette, sobbing as they spoke. Mariette? Mariette was still too surprised to react, and suddenly, Isabelle sobbed and asked, "Are you all right? How are you feeling?" Seeing the person she had been looking for in front of her, Mariette called out her name. Mariette then said, utterly flustered, "Wait, why are you here?" Isabelle, still holding Mariette tightly, replied, "Why shouldn't I be here?" Hearing this, Mariette stammered, "It's not that, but..." Isabelle, hearing this, then asked, "Then you don't want to see me?" Mariette immediately denied it vehemently. No, it's not like..." Mariette then asked very seriously, "Aren't you afraid of me?" Isabelle, surprised, asked back. Suddenly, Isabelle chuckled softly and said, "Sorry, but I saw everything before your face after you bit me." A face that didn't know what to do and felt guilty. At that moment, Mariette wore an extremely remorseful expression but could do. Suddenly, Isabelle gently touched Mariette's cheek and said, "You know what, Mariette? No matter what happens, I will always consider you my friend. So no matter, I want you to see me as your friend. Okay?" Isabelle spoke with an extremely firm attitude. Hearing this, Mariette, tears welling up, called out Isabel. Mariette then burst into tears like a child and said, "Thank you. I thought you would hate me." Hearing this, Isabel asked again, "Hey, are you still feeling?" Isabel then chuckled happily and explained, "To be honest, I feel completely fine now, but I still haven't been discharged from the infirmary. So I couldn't come out right after you were released, if that junior hadn't secretly snuck in." Isabel faintly realized something and said with a gasp, "Huh? Where did he go?" "Just now. There was a tall junior behind me." Hearing this, Mariette asked with extreme surprise and an awkward expression. The junior Isabel mentioned was none other than Corinne. As Corinne walked away, he thought to himself, "Yes, I believe a girl like Mariette won't fall apart after this." Suddenly, Mariette covered her face in embarrassment, making Isabel a little surprised as she called Mariette's name. Mariette then realized and thought to herself, "I understand now. So he helped me." Corinne. Then Mariette, with an extremely shy face, could only call Corinne's name in her. The first part of the story ends here. Everyone achieved a good ending, something that never happened in the previous life. Although some unexpected things happened, and nothing went according to plan, but I like this ending even. At the same time, Professor Josephine at Ariel Academy was extremely satisfied with the. Even without a player, the world continued to function. Even though it wasn't according to plan, everything still achieved a good. As Corinne thought, he showed a satisfied expression with everything as he stood under the sunset. This moment confirmed the starting point of a new world. Corinne then secretly smiled with great satisfaction. Scene shifts to the next day at the Academy's training grounds. Corinne was tirelessly training, then thought with a sigh, "My schedule is quite monotonous, revolving around attending class, lunch, class, training, dinner, but I have to become stronger. Given the scenario quickly approaching with that girl, I need to be even faster." Even when he was injured, Corinne continued to train ceaselessly. Suddenly, while training, Corinne practiced various techniques. Supreme Fire Serpent, Serpent Ascension, Poisonous Dragon. Right after finishing a few techniques, someone suddenly exclaimed, causing Corinne to react. It was none other than Mariette, who was proudly applauding with satisfaction and exclaiming, "That was truly impressive, Corinne. You're working hard today too." Seeing Mariette, Corinne then said, "You're back to normal," as if nothing ever. But Mariette paid no mind and immediately changed the subject. "All right, since you've worked so hard, you must eat a lot. Okay? I didn't cook too much, but please eat." Mariette then laid out a tray of sweet pastries, making Corinne feel a little hesitant as, "You prepared so much, and it's all made from potato." Corinne then sat down and excitedly said, "Well, I'm hungry now, so I'll eat it all." Hearing this, Mariette replied very happily, "Go ahead, eat." But suddenly, Mariette saw the blood on Corinne's hand, looking ravenous as she gasped softly and thought, "It's." Noticing Mariette's slightly strange behavior, Corinne asked while eating, "What's wrong? Is there something on my face?" Hearing this, Mariette turned her face away, hiding the 4 fangs that were clearly visible, and replied awkwardly and flustered, "No." Then she secretly complained to herself, "No, I shouldn't have seen blood. I'm already." Suddenly, Corinne asked, "Anyway, you've been drinking blood often lately, right?" Hearing this, Mariette replied, pointing to the bag of blood next to her, "Yes, this." Seeing this, Corinne asked further, "Fresh blood and packaged blood are a bit different." Hearing this, Mariette replied without any suspicion, "It's a little different, the freshness and flavor. Your blood is incredibly delicious. I mean, this situation feels very strange to me." Suddenly, Mariette flusteredly explained, while Corinne, hearing this, chuckled softly and teased, "It's probably like organic food versus pesticide spray." Mariette agreed, finding it reasonable, and replied, "Yeah, something similar like frozen meat and fresh meat." Hearing this, Corinne replied while eating, "So that means you've decided to eat frozen meat for the rest of your life. Huh? It wouldn't hurt to drink it sometime." Hearing this, Mariette blushed profusely and replied very innocently, "Huh? What was?" Suddenly, Corinne replied very clearly, "My blood." Hearing this, Mariette became extremely shy and flustered, but also slightly pleased, revealing her fangs as she replied, "What in the world are you talking?" Corinne then suddenly offered his neck, saying with an arrogant attitude, "I can regenerate, so if you're tired of packaged blood, you can always come to me. Or are you craving it?" Seeing this, Mariette turned her head away, flustered and angry, saying, "Don't say such things. I refuse. I don't want to trouble." Mariette then suddenly pulled out a blood-red vial and awkwardly offered it, saying, "Anyway, this." Seeing this, Corinne asked in wonder, "What is it? Blood?" Mariette then flusteredly explained, "This might be a bit nauseating, but it's very good for your body. Vampire blood is one of the best magical ingredients." Immediately, without much thought, Corinne snatched it and gulped it down, causing Mariette to say with a hint of surprise, Watching you drink it right in front of me like that is so embarrassing. Suddenly, the system displayed a notification. You have absorbed a grade 2 elixir. This is an elixir containing special ingredients. Your aura rank has increased by maximum aura has increased by 500. 10 points have been evenly distributed. At the same time, Mariette asked, was it? Suddenly, Corinne's entire body was enveloped in a blazing power, seemingly enhancing Corinne's strength as he thought with a sigh. It wasn't tasty at all, but I'm definitely stronger than in my previous. Corinne then smirked with great satisfaction and arrogance, saying, excellent. Then he secretly sighed, with this I can probably start the scenario with that girl. The scene shifts to outside the city, where someone's figure was walking with great confidence. It was none other than Elisa, a direct descendant of the renowned Aiden swordsmanship family and a rank 2 knight. Her life had changed significantly compared to before. After sensing the invisible wall between herself and a rank 5 knight she encountered at the hunting grounds, she realized she needed to develop herself further and began striving. Of course, Elisa's cool demeanor suddenly vanished, replaced by an appearance of Elisa intensely craving. Just a few minutes ago, Elisa, like a little fox, was gleefully devouring a large amount of candy, exclaiming, so many honeybomb candy. Indeed, Elisa was fundamentally lazy, lacked ambition, and had no interest in swordsmanship. This and that, I want to try them all. Although her swordsmanship talent was close to genius level, her attitude toward studying was extremely poor, always receiving below-average grades. At this moment, Elisa suddenly went through the market, continuously buying things with an expression of delight for everything. This and that, I want to try them. Elisa then looked extremely pleased, thinking to herself, when I'm here, I don't need to swing my sword 10,000 times a day, and tests are just basic movements. Nor do I have to sweat profusely in fierce sparring matches with my siblings. Moreover, my sister isn't. She happily walked home with items in hand. Skipping along, she loudly exclaimed, I should enjoy this time. Suddenly, someone hearing this asked, enjoying? It was none other than Corinne, who had appeared here, making Elisa tremble slightly in fear as she called out, you, Corinne. Corinne then smirked dangerously and said, you haven't been to the training hall lately. Hearing this, Elisa stammered, searching for an excuse. Lately, I've been really busy. I have homework and missions too. Corinne hummed softly. Then suddenly, Corinne showed a completely different attitude, an extremely cheerful expression as he said, I know a job that pays a lot. Want to join my party? Hearing this, Elisa had to say, in some ways, Corinne became difficult for Elisa to approach. When she stood before him, she felt her lazy habit of neglecting her talent was exposed. The persona of a genius swordsman who received a rank 2 Guardian Knight certification at a very young age, and the granddaughter of a genius swordsman was laid. Suddenly, the clothes in Elisa's hands also fell to the ground. Elisa then thought of Corinne's figure, radiating a powerful murderous aura, and thought, above all, this person's methods are very difficult. He keeps talking about the basics. Corinne's image saying, basics are very important, became increasingly clear in Elisa's. Isn't it normal at this age to perform cool, deadly moves? As Elisa thought, she showed a fearful Suddenly, Corinne said with an extremely cheerful expression, 2 teams will receive 2 gold coins. The difficulty is only level 2. Hearing this, Elisa's eyes shone like car headlights, and she excitedly, droolingly, said, 2 gold coins. As soon as Elisa finished speaking, an ambitious thought echoed in her mind, with that money, I could buy so many clothes and honeybomb candy. So, are you coming? As Corinne finished his sentence, Elisa replied with extreme excitement, yes. Hearing this, Corinne replied, all right, we'll go mid-next week, so get ready. As soon as Corinne finished speaking, Elisa quickly replied, yes. Corinne then added, oh, and today I plan to take on a short-term mission worth 20 silver coins. Let's do it. Hearing this, Elisa's eyes gleamed with greed as she replied with extreme excitement, 20 silver coins? This made Corinne smugly think to himself, she's so obsessed with money? That's easy. Well, that's enough for the scenario. I'm not sure, but according to my prediction, it's today. Then Corinne suddenly fell into deep thought about a few things. Corinne then began to think of Elisa as someone who enjoyed patrol missions on the quest board. She just had to follow the preset route in the city center and check for any problems. Scene then shifted to an overview of the city where they were. Monsters approaching the city were only rank 4 or 5 at mid-level. Monsters rarely so the probability of a problem occurring was very small. At the same time, Corinne's thoughts drifted to the monsters lying scattered in the forest. Suddenly someone called out, Lady Knight, we're done here. Hearing this, Elisa, having just dealt with the monsters, turned around with delight and said, Captain, you should take their claws and fur to sell later. This also made Corinne secretly think easy work, high pay. Elisa doesn't find it hard. Moreover, suddenly, countless male students expressed great respect and admiration for Elisa, saying, "Of course, Lady Knight here is truly amazing. She defeated 10 monsters instantly." Hearing this, Elisa replied with a hint of arrogance. "Huh? What's the big deal?" The male students, hearing this, immediately added a few more comments. "Oh, a great owl, and you say it's just as expected from a swordsman of the renowned Aiden swordsmanship family." Hearing this made Elisa even more delighted, and Elisa then thought back to when her entire family looked down on her. At that time, the entire clan ceaselessly criticized and disparaged Elisa, saying, "TSK, TSK. Your sister had already reached the peak at your age. We've finally found the true heir of the genius Aiden swordsmanship. Aiden is the greatest genius of this generation. As for the second daughter, she's just a bastard child. Her bloodline isn't even pure." Elisa then shook off those thoughts, feeling very proud of herself as she mused. "My family looks down on me, but I'm not that bad." Suddenly, Corinne called out, "Elisa, there's a great owl over there." Hearing this, Elisa replied very nonchalantly, "That one's easy to deal with." Corinne then replied, "Oh, good, the patrol is complete now. Today's patrol mission was easily completed safely and as long as nothing else happened." Suddenly, the sky turned to night, and a mysterious blue light appeared in the sky, making the knights secretly discuss among themselves. "It's a signal from the previous patrol team. It's a monster lair at least rank 2. Huh? I don't see any." Seeing this, a male knight student stepped forward and explained, "That magic flare can only be seen with the special glasses we're wearing. This is a secret method of the Guardian Squad. Anyway, let's move." Hearing this, Elisa also understood. Then she showed a sad expression, thinking to herself, if nothing else happened during the patrol, it would have ended without having to kill any monsters. My plan to slack off was thwarted at the last minute. But when an unexpected situation arises, everyone has a duty to join. Suddenly, the students excitedly spoke. "It's all right, we have the granddaughter of the genius swordsman here." Hearing this, Elisa immediately interjected, "Wait, Corinne." Seeing this, subtly smirked and said, "Oh." Corinne then thought to himself, "That's a rank 2 monster lair found by the advanced patrol team, and it's a den for wolves gathering around a werewolves are NSIHA monsters that can be defeated even if poisoned. This time we can easily defeat it too." At that moment, the image of the wolf monster suddenly appeared, looking utterly terrible. Despite this, at the same time, Elisa was ready to charge into. But suddenly, Elisa saw something and thought with a gasp. That Dullahan. A Dullahan, a rank 1 monster. Suddenly, the Dullahan monster appeared with a grotesque appearance that filled people with immense. Seeing the critical situation, Elisa thought with some difficulty, "Damn it, why is there a Dullahan here? It's not over yet." But without another word, Elisa swiftly drew the sword by her side, accompanied by a dazzling light from. Immediately, Elisa used the Aiden family's 1/ technique, Domain Burst, then charged into. But suddenly, Elisa saw something that made her stop her act. It was none other than Elisa's opponent, which, despite being slashed by Elisa, was completely unfazed, causing Elisa to think with a gasp, "What is this resilience? It's like an invert." Suddenly, the monster used its long scales to tightly bind Elisa, making Elisa cry out loudly. And facing such a formidable opponent, Elisa calmly thought, "It's too fast and too experienced. It must be at least a rank 1 monster. If that's the case." Suddenly, Elisa cried out like a child, then loudly called, "Damn it, help me, Corinne." But inwardly, she thought, a warrior's honor is something Elisa utterly. Hearing Elisa's incessant crying, the other knights explained, "Corinne is currently dealing with another monster." Hearing this, Elisa cried even louder, shouting, "Why aren't you here when I—" Suddenly, the opposing monster used another technique to attack Elisa, making Elisa stop crying and rendering her help. Elisa then tightly closed her. Immediately, the monster's head was suddenly. This also surprised Elisa, having fallen to the ground with the monster. Let out a moment later, Elisa also thanked the person who saved her. "Oh, thank you for the help." But suddenly, seeing the extremely sharp sword, Elisa seemed to realize something and thought, "Huh? This sword?" Suddenly, the person in front of Elisa began to rebuke her. "You're still as weak, lazy, and complacent as." Elisa seemed to recognize this person, her mouth agape as she thought, the eldest daughter of the renowned Aiden swordsmanship family, destined to be the next successor, the strongest swordsman of her generation, who will follow in the footsteps of the genius sword. It was none other than Lunia, the one who saved Elisa from the. Elisa was utterly stunned and stammered. The person in front of Elisa was indeed Elisa's older sister. Seeing this, Lunia then began to rebuke her. "What have you gotten yourself into? Huh?" Hearing this, Elisa looked down at the ground, avoiding Lunia's gaze, then became too scared to. Lunia then very coldly, with reproach in her voice, said, "You saw the Dullahan, so why didn't you retreat? Why didn't you thoroughly analyze the enemy in front of you? And above that foolish way of drawing your sword, who did you imitate? Huh?" As Lunia spoke, she openly displayed her disgust for Lisa then, trembling with fear, stammered out repeated apologies. I'm sorry. But Lunia didn't listen, instead scolding her angrily. "Enough with the excuses. The results of your actions are entirely your responsibility. A few words won't change the situation. Remember that your actions put the soldiers who trusted you in a dangerous situation." As Lunia spoke, she glanced at the knights who were helping each other up. "Are you all right?" "Ah, yes, thank you." Hearing this, Elisa could only reply sullenly, "Yes." Suddenly, Lunia sternly tapped her sword on Elisa's shoulder and strictly said, "Straighten your back." Elisa, startled, replied with a jump. As Lunia carried her sword on her shoulder, she sternly lectured, "As an Aiden swordsman, you must always be confident." Elisa, being lectured, could only stammer in reply, "Yes, and you." Suddenly, Lunia cast her gaze and pointed directly at Corinne. Corinne, who was training, heard this and realized, thinking to himself, "Am I caught? That I was just watching Elisa while pretending to be." Suddenly, Lunia's gaze fell on Corinne with extreme coldness, but she said, after a moment of silence, Lunia walked over to Corinne and introduced herself. "I am Lunia, the eldest disciple of the First Heaven's Sword Master." Hearing this, Corinne seemed to already know who she was, so he didn't. Suddenly, Corinne stood at attention, bowed, and greeted her. "I am Corinne, the 8th disciple of Lanza Kulganti, Elisa's friend. It's a pleasure to meet you." Lunia, with cold eyes, merely stood and watched without saying a word. Suddenly, Lunia's eyes widened as she emphasized, "Friend, you say?" Hearing this, Corinne also understood the implication of her words and thought with a sigh, yes, I understand but I cannot reveal my abilities. Only 2 people use a spear in this manner." As Corinne thought, he subtly glanced up and secretly. Suddenly, Corinne thought of the figures of extremely important people and secretly reminded himself, "Aside from me, there are only those." But suddenly, Lunia turned and walked away, not forgetting to leave a few words behind. "If you don't want to say, that's fine." Suddenly, the knights came forward and announced, "Village head, we have dealt with all the monsters in this area. Aden's elite squad. All of them are rank 2, also known as the 5 swords. Swift Blade Jenny, Agile Blade Lena, Dual Blade Cyril, Demonic Blade Milia, and Bow Blade May." Suddenly, the top 5 swordsmen of Aden's elite army appeared. At the same time, Jenny stepped forward and asked, "Should we pursue the monsters that escaped?" All of them were at the same level or higher than Elisa. Corinne then secretly observed. Hearing her elite squad say this, Lena scratched her head and coldly replied, "No need. Let's head." Hearing this, Jenny, who had spoken before, replied, "Yes, you too, Elisa." Suddenly hearing Lena say this, Elisa flinched, sweat dripping down her face as she replied. A moment later, the story is told of swordsmen who enjoy traveling in groups, often called sword. They follow their leader, gather together, and eventually consider themselves a sect. At that time, they did not travel alone but always with their sect. 60 years ago, the swordsmanship genius Garand enlightened a new generation of swordsmen. As the head of the family at that time, he began to spread various martial art styles, making Aden a renowned swordsman family representing the entire continent. The swordsman village of Makaba. At the same time, the swordsman village of Makaba Aden was brightly lit under the nights. Suddenly, Lunia took out a pipe and ordered, "Fire." Hearing this, the subordinate quickly replied, "Yes, village." With its dictatorial discipline and tendency towards a gang-like organization, Makaba. All the knights then bowed before Lunia. All of it, present since its formation, remains influential to this. Suddenly, Elisa knelt on the ground, head bowed, and said, "I, Elisa, a direct disciple of the rank 2 swordsman family, respectfully greet the Lady Village." Hearing this, the other knights behind Elisa were so terrified that they continuously broke out in a sweat, thinking to themselves, "What the hell? Even if she is the great disciple of the direct lineage, why does she make a junior disciple kneel like?" Suddenly, Lunia, secretly observing some ledgers, then reminded her, patrol missions, merchant protection missions, dealing with rank 4 monsters, all trivial nonsense, and even a coffee shop assistance. Hearing this, Elisa also raised her head to explain, "For that mission, I had to wear a uniform and hand out promotional flyers." Hearing this, Lunia, realizing something, immediately asked, "Your friend introduced you to it, right?" Hearing this, Elisa began to stammer, "I just thought the uniform at that shop was cute." As Elisa spoke, she looked extremely shy in admitting it. It's really. Elisa's affirmation made Lunia freeze for a few seconds. Suddenly, Lunia, smoking her pipe, began to criticize. How pathetic. I didn't think you would use your family's knight certification for such things. Do you want to bring disgrace to Aiden? Hearing this, Elisa stiffened for Lunia then added, making Elisa recall the scene of the knights praising her. Aren't all these missions just about defeating low-level monsters? Did you think that by just defeating such monsters you've become a... Hearing this, Elisa suddenly opened her eyes wide. Not yielding in the slightest, she secretly remembered a past event when a mysterious person called Elisa. Don't forget human nature. As the mysterious person spoke, he gave Elisa a cold look. The mysterious person, who had once conversed with Elisa, then affirmed, cannot be. Elisa, after recalling this, also fell silent and didn't utter. A moment later, a wooden carriage took someone away, and the elite guard followed as Suddenly Jenny spoke. Lady, no, she still seems healthy. Hearing this, Lena also looked on and said, she seems to have gained. Hearing this, Lunia then asked in wonder, by the way, does anyone know that person? Elite guard then replied, that person? You mean Corinne? He's just a rank 5 knight. Hearing this, Lunia immediately asked back, rank. Lunia then said with disbelief, impossible. Are Makaba Academy's student rankings that unreliable? Hearing this, the elite squad then asked back, what did... Lunia then secretly recalled Corinne's image and thought to herself. Corinne's gaze was fixed on Elisa from beginning to end. Yet, the monsters couldn't even faze him. Fighting while distracted, yet still not flustered, as if he had decades of experience. That's the sensitivity and perseverance one can only achieve by honing their skills in real... And his spear-wielding ability. At first glance, it seemed very simple, but to the leading swordswoman of Aiden, she recognized. Lunia then secretly recalled the moment Corinne was training with his spear, and inwardly affirmed his spear-wielding. Suddenly, Lunia slightly curled her lips, then thought to herself, the encounter was a bit short, but I'm quite satisfied with that friend. If that young man stands by my sister, then, the academy has asked me to visit for an experience. I'm sure I'll be able to meet him again. As she finished speaking, Lunia looked up, moon illuminating the dark nights. On another side, Corinne was feeling very awkward, thinking to himself while eating Mariette's countless pastries. Every time Mariette, also known as Senior Potato, visits, she brings so many things. At the same time, Mariette suddenly spoke, giving instructions. These are potato pastries I made with minced lamb filling, then baked. Eat them when you're hungry. Corinne then ate with his head bowed, secretly thinking with a sigh, Senior, because of that lamb. Seeing this, Mariette spoke cheerfully and excitedly. You noticed, huh? The fresh meat just arrived today. Professor Josephine reminded me to help her carve the lamb, so I practiced right. Hearing this, Corinne felt a pang of heartache, tears welling up, but also not lacking enjoyment for the food as he secretly thought, damn it, while she lives a dull vampire life, surviving on a few packets of frozen blood daily, this is quite delicious. I'm deeply touched. Mariette then noticed a slight change in Corinne's expression and immediately asked, how is it? Is it tasty? Next time I'll bring beef, okay? Do you like oxtail stew? As Mariette excitedly blurted this out, Corinne dropped his mouthful of food, firmly grabbed Mariette's hand, and let out an extremely loud. Corinne then looked at Mariette with affectionate eyes and said, I love it. Hearing this, Mariette immediately asked again, you're talking about the oxtail stew. Mariette then, blushing profusely and sweating, said with extreme shyness, then next time, I'll definitely bring oxtail stew. By the way, your hand is really big, Corinne. Rough, veiny, strong. The hand of an energetic young man, very wonderful and But suddenly, someone came and called Mariette's name. Mariette immediately flinched and stammered. Seeing her friend, Mariette immediately ran over like a child and stammered. Isabel, Isabel, hi, have you eaten yet? Seeing Mariette's extremely red face, Isabel then asked, why is your face so red? Hearing this, Mariette loudly spoke over Isabel. I didn't do anything. Then she didn't forget to turn back and wave to Corinne. Bye-bye, Corinne. See, Corinne, meanwhile, continued to eat diligently, thinking to himself with a sigh, women are really hard to understand. In my previous life, for 3 whole years, I couldn't even go out once because of that Paxihu guy. Indeed, you never know what might happen. The reason I couldn't date was all thanks to that Pax bastard. He managed me too tightly. Corinne said, glancing down at the tray of food and sighing to herself, but seriously, when will I ever finish all? The sky was slowly turning noon, and Corinne mused to herself that her current friendships were quite different from her previous. Occasionally, Ian would bring rare forest mushrooms, and then would go straight to the library and start learning the Occam alphabet. Corinne recalled Ian, like a child, always bringing food for her, eating and studying books at the same time. Ron also came to find her often. More than just friends, he seemed to consider her a capable teammate. so if there was a difficult mission with a high reward, he would ask her to. At those times, Ron would often seek out Corinne after defeating monsters, and they would both devour some delicious monster meats. And normally, Corinne was with these guys because they were in the same class, when suddenly Lark and Jaeger saw something that made them turn pale, broke into a cold sweat, and gape in wide-eyed. Seeing her two teammates' intense reaction, Corinne urgently asked, "What's wrong? Damn it, is there a mon—" Just then, Warren appeared out of nowhere and said with a thoroughly dejected expression, "Food, you pr—" Seeing this, Corinne thought to herself, "What? It's Warren. Well, I guess he could be considered a type of monster. And what did I promise about—" Suddenly, Corinne remembered the scene where she had brought food to Warren, saying, "I'll buy you food later. Okay?" She then mentally praised him. He remembers something from a month ago. What a— Thinking this, Corinne turned to tell her two friends, "I can't eat with you guys today." Both Lark and Jaeger, who had already fled long ago, still managed to call back to Corinne, "It's fine. I suddenly remembered I haven't done my homework." "Alright then, you look very much like a cat, which is why I brought you here. Do you like fish?" After saying this, Corinne led Warren to a fish pastry. At that moment, Warren, like a hungry tiger, casually put a whole fish into his mouth, making Corinne exclaim, "Hey, are you crazy? Is your throat invincible or— Hold on, that's disrespectful to food." Corinne had just finished speaking when Warren merely stared intently at the food and replied, "You just chew and swallow, right?" Corinne then instructed, "Just wait," and immediately after, Corinne took out a bowl of rice with a piece of fish on top, then triumphantly presented it to Warren, saying, "How about now? It looks much more appetizing now, doesn't it? Instead of just gobbling it down, you have to look at it with your eyes and savor its aroma. That's how you truly respect." Seeing the food, Warren blushed and said with great delight. Immediately after, Warren ate ravenously, stuffing his cheeks full, which made Corinne chuckle and say, "Eats." After that, Corinne's thoughts drifted to something else. Weapon production is almost complete. It's a little early, but Phase 2 will begin a short while later in a grand castle. This was also the beginning of Phase. Suddenly, Jaeger lifted his face after soaking in a basin of water and cried out loudly, "What now? I haven't studied anything." Phase 2, which Corinne had secretly mentioned, was the practical test. At the same time, Lark said comfortingly, "The exam is in 10 minutes, and you're regretting it now? I told you to study." Hearing this, Jaeger reproached, "You should have nagged me more." Lark retorted, "You should have listened to me more." After arguing back and forth, Jaeger turned to Corinne and called out, "Hey, Corinne, have you studied anything?" Suddenly, Corinne replied with a cold smile, "I don't need to." Hearing this, Jaeger asked curiously, "What are you going—" But her spoken attitude was different from her inner thoughts, as Corinne smiled slightly and mused to herself, "Sorry, but I'm different from you guys. This isn't my first time taking an exam, so bring forth the top spot on the score." A while later, in the exam hall, the exam proctor gave the order, "Begin the exam. You may turn over your papers." Corinne, holding the exam paper in her hand, said very gleefully, "Well then, let's begin." Corinne merely held the exam paper in her hand, doing nothing but thinking to herself, if the inertial value of motion x is y, then what value of YOR is needed for the motion to be 85? But then she suddenly realized something utterly devastating, gasped softly, and froze. "Oh my God. What does this even mean?" Corinne couldn't understand what the questions on the paper meant and could only curse silently. A while later, Jaeger stretched and exclaimed with great enthusiasm, "Done already, huh?" Seeing this, Lark immediately said, "I knew you'd be like this, Jaeger. What about you, Corinne?" Corinne replied with a gloomy expression, "My brother, all I know is how to write my name." As Corinne spoke, he seemed to collapse on the spot. Seeing this, Lark immediately remarked, "Hey, he left his paper completely blank." Jaeger looked over and said, "Even I managed a couple of questions before giving." Corinne was still deep in thought. "I forgot. In my previous life, I never studied anything. I just constantly researched specialized skills and didn't know anything about this world at all." As he thought this, Corinne was almost on the verge of thinking this. Corinne suddenly crumpled the exam paper in his hand furiously, muttering to himself, "All right, so this is what the written exam is like, huh?" The scene shifted to the festival hall. People were cheering each other on. "Come on, everyone, you damn idiots. I've already spent my entire monthly living expenses on." Meanwhile, Corinne stood in a corner with his blade, thinking to himself. The capstone of the modules, one of the easiest challenges in the game, the faculty exam, is a golden opportunity to salvage my abysmal written exam. These practical tests are drafted by the professors in the night faculty or compiled by seasonal instructors invited from outside. 15 students per team must face them and demonstrate their abilities. Corinne thought, curling his lips slightly. Afterward, The professors in charge will evaluate and assign corresponding. Since I'm a 5th rank knight, the instructor's level surely won't be high. He'll receive extra points if I defeat the instructor, right? Hehe, I don't know who it is, but I apologize in advance. Corinne thought cunningly, grinning with great delight at his plan. No matter who it is, I will win and improve my written exams. Suddenly, the student saw something and stammered. Wait a minute. Jaeger also looked on in astonishment and said, why is that person replacing Corinne? Wondered, what's with this reaction? Who's the instructor? Then, someone asked Corinne, we meet again, Corinne. It was none other than Lunia, the instructor for today's arena chat. Seeing Lunia, Corinne trembled and gnashed his teeth, thinking, what the hell? Why is she? The first-year students' group practical exam had begun. The academy students were also fully present in the main hall. Suddenly, someone announced, well, today's special guests for the exam are the sword specialists from the renowned Aiden Sword. Please welcome the 5 apex blades. Hearing this, the female students whispered among themselves. Pearl-haired female student then said, let's go easy on them, right? The red-haired female student curled her lips and replied, after all, they're just students. Hearing this, the short-haired female student warned, be careful of that swordsman. Suddenly, someone let out a loud shout. Everyone, Drawn observed the situation from behind, muttering to herself, even if all of them are high-level sword users, we have Elisa. That makes 2 second-rank individuals. The probability of victory is a characteristic of the Aiden. Suddenly, the footsteps of the female students from earlier began to 5 apex blades unite. As Drawn silently affirmed this, the 5 first-year female students began their. In just a moment, the opponents of the 5 first-year female students were utterly annihilated, making them shriek in dismay. Attacked by surprise, the male student opponents cried out in pain. I couldn't see anything. What was on, however, remained incredibly calm, observing with steadfast eyes and thinking to herself, the probability of victory is not high. They approach opponents, obstructing vision and causing chaos among our ranks. Their battle experience is too extensive. Dealing with this situation is too difficult. Thinking this, Drawn stopped standing still and unleashed her super-powerful spirit sword art with a resolute declaration. Very well. As soon as she finished speaking, Drawn inwardly searched for a way. Then, first I must ensure clear. But while Drawn was in the midst of her attack, the purple-haired female student's demonic sword, Milia, suddenly appeared behind her with a menacing. But that didn't distract Drawn, who quickly spun around and countered, thinking to herself an ambush. Seeing the situation was dire, Elisa shouted urgently, Drawn. Noticing Elisa was distracted, the short-haired female student sternly warned, don't get distracted, and then quickly rushed towards Elisa. Immediately after, the short-haired female student used Speedblade, Jenny. She thought the young lattice opponent. But due to the short-haired female student's immense power, Elisa cried out in distress. Then, the short-haired female student suddenly swept Elisa's leg and said disdainfully, humph, there are about 10 students. I think 3 of us should be in. Elisa, after her leg was swept, fell back and cried out in surprise. The female student who was part of the 5 apex blades formation also said, with a hint of disdain, your fighting stance has too many weaknesses, young. Elisa was pressed down to the ground but managed to escape the short-haired female students. The remaining male students, witnessing this fierce battle, exclaimed with extreme excitement, just as expected, the true Aiden 5 apex blades. Their power is truly terrifying. Seeing this, the remaining students shouted loudly, making the situation even more tense. Hurry up, do something. Meanwhile, the united 5 apex blades were utterly relishing and calmly approaching this. Seeing the dire situation, the other students said to each other, look, all of them are hopeless. Only those 2 seem to be putting up some resistance. At least, that's how it looks for. At the same time, Ron and Elisa's side had lost quite a few members and looked at their opponents somewhat helpless. But unlike Elisa's anxious demeanor, Ron was calmer than anyone else as he announced, watch this. Fire blade. Iron blade. Ron's experience was no less than that of the 5 apex blades. When the dust cleared, Milia was overwhelmed by 5 dark blades. Suddenly, the purple-haired female student stepped forward and shouted loudly, brandishing her sword to block the blades of Ron's group. 2 against 5. That's not fair at all. Ron will soon achieve victory. Meanwhile, Elisa suddenly clashed swords, creating a fleeting. It was none other than Elisa and the short-haired female student who began to duel. The short-haired female student then said, the young lady needs a lot more practice. Do you really consider yourself the heir to the celestial apex blade with such limited ability? Then, the short-haired female student leaned close to Elisa's ear and whispered, if this is your true strength, you won't even be able to graduate from the academy. You'd be better off dropping out, going back to your hometown, and learning how to swing a sword to chase. Hearing this, Elisa angrily yelled, "No, I don't want to." She then swung her sword to dodge the short-haired female. Although she had opened her eyes to see through the limits and space around her, Elisa was somewhat exhausted, breathing heavily without a word. Nevertheless, she remained helpless against such a powerful. Elisa seemed to be struck down to the ground, painfully clutching her body. The short-haired female student then said, "You should have maintained your focus until the end of the." Then, the short-haired female student looked at Elisa, sighed, and spoke. "It seems there's still a long way to go." "That's right. According to the initial instructions, Lunia's role should have been different. Why is she participating in Phase B of team?" At the same time, Corinne's group had also arrived. Corinne had Lark and Jaeger, along with the other students, go to the front while he stayed at the back to provide. Just then, Lunia appeared, swinging her sword, surrounded by an aura of energy. Lunia now exuded an even more intense killing intent as she announced, "Let's begin. Consider this an elite actual combat experience." Hearing this, the surrounding students stammered in astonishment. Elite?
Elite combat?
Corinne, however, said nothing, merely observing inside. Elite combat was also a technique. It spoke of a monster that could face an entire army alone, troubling dozens of guards, and even military commanders. A monster you could almost never defeat, likened to an uncontrollable disaster. Then, images, Warren and Ren also suddenly appeared. A monster that most guards couldn't even encounter once in their entire life. Everyone who had ever encountered it was considered to be making things up or distorting the truth. Corinne thought, frowning in. However, if it's that person, the story changed. He then silently watched Lunia sweeping everything aside and thought, Lunia has the ability to fight against those monsters. Immediately after, Corinne affirmed, because she's a monster among monsters. Suddenly, Lunia swept through everything, causing everything in the hall to shatter, and the students standing nearby were all affected by Lunia's power, crying out in pain, "Please," accompanied by piteous screams. Corinne, having escaped behind a rock, muttered, "Cruel." Jaeger, too, trembled in fear at the scene before him, crying out and stammering, "I was almost done for. Isn't this exam a bit too much?" Facing such terrifying opponents, Corinne peeped his head out and retorted, "She's actually being lenient. If she were truly fighting, it would be over in 10 seconds. Suddenly, Corinne saw something, pointed towards Jaeger, and asked, "What's that in your hand?" Jaeger gleefully replied, "Oh, that's Lark. I brought him along because if I left him, he'd probably die." Lark, however, appeared to be unconscious. Seeing this, Corinne thought for a moment, then warned he really might be dead. Then Jaeger also reminded Corinne, "Don't you dare collapse. You're heavy. I can't carry you." Corinne stammered in reply, all right. But before he could say another word, Lunia attacked Jaeger from behind, sending him flying backward with a loud. Suddenly, right after attacking Jaeger, Lunia Aiden reminded Corinne, "Even though I intended to help, all of you are simply too." Lunia commanded, "Come out. It's just you and me now." Corinne, however, remained in place with no intention of coming. But suddenly, Corinne cowardly stepped out, raising both hands and said, "Can I surrender?" Lunia replied, "If you want a lower score, then fine. But I know you want to. This is an opportunity to face a strong opponent. I don't want to miss the chance to fight you," Lunia said, looking at Corinne with a cold. But Corinne mumbled to himself, "I wonder if anyone can truly stand against." The story then shifted to his previous life. At that time, Lunia and Corinne had worked together seamlessly. Lunia and he had fought side by side in many battles. Because Lunia was the one who gave him a spear and taught him refined combat techniques, it was no exaggeration to say he learned how to use a spear. Even until the final training session, he still couldn't surpass Lunia. No matter how hard Corinne tried, he couldn't outperform Lunia. Then he thought, deeply disappointed, "She is a challenge I must." Suddenly, Corinne stood up with an incredibly arrogant attitude, weapon in hand, and thought to himself, "If I want to improve, I ultimately have to surpass her with my own." Thinking this, Lunia suddenly rushed towards Corinne and said with a cold expression, Instantly, both Lunia's and Corinne's blades clashed, creating a loud. Suddenly, after their clash, both dodged to the side from me. Corinne then let out a soft. The surrounding students, seeing the two attacking back and forth without end, stammered in astonishment. "How is that guy doing that? I thought he was just a knight at the academy. A first-year student, able to fight on par with. How can this be?" While the other students were busy discussing, Corinne was having extreme difficulty against his. Corinne seemed to be running out of strength and let out a helpless. Lunia seemed to realize Corinne was running out of strength and stopped attacking, allowing Corinne to stand there, breathing heavily. Lunia then said, "It seems you're exhausted." What if? Lunia then let out a soft hum and drew her sword from its sheath. This made Corinne think, She's sheathing her sword again. Is that all? It's away. It's the domain slash. Corinne thought as he observed. It was the strongest technique of the Aiden Sword Academy, the move Lunia was using. Suddenly, Lunia adopted an incredibly cold demeanor, then drew her sword and said, "Let's see how you react. Show me a reasonable response with your..." Immediately, Lunia used Killer Instinct. Suddenly, Lunia became just a dark shadow, accompanied by an incredibly terrifying power, as if to sweep this entire area. Corinne, seeing this, was taken. Seeing this, the students who were secretly observing were stunned by the scene before them and stammered out cries. What is that? Isn't that extremely dangerous? Then suddenly, from the high platform, the professors also realized what was happening and stood up anxiously, voicing their fears. Wait, is she trying to kill the student? Stop the test immediately. But Professor Hamill seemed to realize something, quickly stood up, and warned. Aiden Clan's single-slash technique. Suddenly, Corinne was seemingly split in two by a strange... Suddenly, the illusory domain-slash technique appeared. As soon as it manifested, the whole world stopped. But only Lunia could move. Her blade moved slowly as if in slow motion, piercing with Lunia's sharp blade. At that moment, only Lunia could move and unleash her fastest possible move. Corinne, however, couldn't move an inch. Holding his blade, Corinne trembled and cursed silently. My blade isn't moving. In this frozen world, I can't move. Corinne thought, gnashing his teeth and frowning with a look of aversion. I can only perceive the frozen world at a few specific points. Corinne seemed utterly helpless with the situation before. Then he thought back to the past, muttering to himself, when I faced Mariette, it was similar. Is it a coincidence? At that time, Corinne had faced a character named Mariette. But then he muttered to himself, I can no longer control movement in this. One more step. Suddenly, Corinne realized something, and his eyes lit up slightly. It has to be precise. Just one more. Suddenly, Lunia's blade and Corinne's blade were almost. It's all I need. Immediately after, both Lunia's blade and Corinne's blade touched each other, creating a space that allowed everything around them to return to. Seeing that the task at hand had succeeded, Corinne was equally astonished. Immediately after, the space between the two of them erupted in a blinding flash of light that obscured anything. Seeing this, the professors gaped in utter astonishment at the sight before them. Lunia then spoke, instinct instead of tech. Such an omnipotent feeling is the center of the world. Lunia said, pointing her blade at. Then she spoke with extreme coldness. You reacted instinctively. Before my Corinne said nothing, using his blade to block Lunia's attacking. But suddenly, Lunia stopped her actions and said, I suppose that's enough. She then turned and left. As she walked away, Lunia added, and one more thing, you'll probably need a better spear. Ironically, your weapon is inferior to the skill you displayed. Corinne was a little surprised and speechless. As Lunia was walking, she saw something, and Lunia then saw Elisa trembling and slumped on the ground, muttering. After seeing Elisa, Lunia turned her head slightly and spoke. The test or anything similar isn't important. The reason I didn't avoid this fight was so someone like you could witness my domain. You know Elisa's talent. Hearing this, Corinne curled his lips slightly and sighed, thinking to himself, hey, race the answer. Lost the battle, but achieved the... Lunia then softly explained, they'll be staying in the city a bit longer. I have some things to do. Don't even think about interfering with my business concerning that girl, no matter how much you resist. The outcome won't change. Suddenly, Lunia warned with extreme coldness and sternness. Elisa, I won't let you touch... Hearing this, Corinne curled his lips into a sneer and muttered, so that's why you showed her your domain? Huh, Lunia? Do you really think everything will go according to your... As soon as the battle ended, the announcer then spoke. The judges have unanimously decided. Student Corinne achieved a perfect score in the practical. Hearing this, the academy students began to chatter among themselves about the recent match between Lunia and Corinne. Fighting Lunia and getting a perfect score? And it was a solo one-on-one fight. What did he eat to be so... After witnessing the match, the professor said with reluctance, impossible. He could fight back against Lunia. Is that young man really a fifth-rank knight? Professor Hamill and Fomac also looked on with some astonishment. After observing for a moment, Professor Hamill pondered deeply. This student must be the one who once intended to capture Fomac took off his glasses, clenching them tightly in his hand, and silently disbelieved. How ridiculous. Corinne, why did you use those skills? Fomac said, showing extreme anger, then squeezed his glasses until they cracked into many pieces. A few days passed. In a storage room, Corinne thought to himself, I didn't need Lunia to remind me. I already knew I needed a better... Suddenly, a well-built man drenched in sweat approached and asked, who are you? The academy never hesitates to give away precious materials. Why did you have to come? Hearing that, Corinne replied, you don't need to know. But he thought to himself, I've done this many times. I don't even bother explaining, and these ultra-expensive materials are worth hundreds of gold coins. Naturally, no player could ever utilize them. Normally, you'd want to use the materials after successfully completing a quest, Corinne thought as he touched the weapon in front. However, I have Super Spirit Dust, a Grade 2 Analyzer, and a Grade 1 Silver Granite. I even have the full support of the school council. Corinne thought back to the moment he met Ariel, who had bowed to greet him, making him feel a bit off. Then, Corinne looked at the blade and smiled with great satisfaction, whispering the strongest weapon to pacify the. Corinne's blade, covered in a powerful aura of strength, was a legend. The war spear of the White Knight from the Shadowlands. It was also known as the White. Another scene. A scene from Alyssa's childhood. At that time, Alyssa saw something that made her eyes widen in panic, and she whispered to herself, the gods haven't stopped yet. It's not dead yet. But I remember the first time I went outside. I remember the first time I cut down a Grade 5 demon and frowned at the organs and blood spilling from its. Back then, when Alyssa stepped outside, it was also the first time she handled 5 monsters at once. Recalling that moment, Alyssa remembered the image and thought, but the smell of human blood is. Suddenly, the figure of a little girl collapsed in front of Alyssa. Alyssa's sword flew far away, making her feel a bit afraid as she realized it immediately, even though it was her first. Seeing that, Alyssa trembled uncontrollably and shouted in panic, no. Then she whispered to herself, this distinct. Suddenly, Alyssa shed tears unconsciously, and could only think it was from an endangered species. Right after remembering that childhood moment, Alyssa woke. At this moment, Alyssa sighed in boredom and said she had to work again. Suddenly, the system displayed a notification. Werewolf capture mission, 70 silver coins. Hearing that, Alyssa said indifferently, but that's still better than the other. And Alyssa suddenly thought of a mysterious. Along with that was an emergency notification from the system. Urgent quest. Capture the killer in the City of Mist. Reward, graduation diploma and a consultation with an academic advisor. Hearing that, Alyssa panicked, broke into a cold sweat, and shouted, I don't want to die. Even though she said that, in her heart she thought still there are a few other reasons why I need to take this. At that time, Alyssa was sitting obediently in one place without saying. Suddenly, Alyssa thought of Corinne's image for a moment and wondered, where is he? While she was lost in thought, someone came up and said, a Grade 5 knight. Are you kidding me? Damn it. I still have to babysit at this age. Hearing that, Alyssa also turned her head slightly to is none other than Corinne with the guards behind him. At this moment, Corinne waved at Alyssa and greeted her. Alyssa? What a coincidence. Hearing that, Alyssa also replied, ah, Corinne. Then Alyssa silently observed the faces of all the soldiers and made a conclusion. The other guards don't seem happy. The soldier in white cursed under his breath, that Grade 5 brat. Alyssa thought to herself that the Guard Association had complained so many times about the quota system and even intended to put the students on a meager diet. These people probably didn't expect a Grade 5 kid like Corinne, but she was glad Alyssa was coming along. Suddenly, Corinne stepped forward, took Alyssa's hand, and said, I look forward to your help. Alyssa, on the other hand, was extremely flushed. The soldiers behind Corinne saw this and gave him murderous glares, making Corinne feel a bit scared as he thought, they won't dare to do anything in front of the Holy Knight's grand. Thinking that, Corinne walked over to Alyssa, put his arm around her shoulder and said, stop looking at me. It's really annoying. Hey, Alyssa, how have your ears and eyes been lately? Alyssa heard that and asked back, what are you talking about? My ears and eyes are. Hearing that, Corinne whispered a reminder, you know that's not what I meant. Hearing that, Alyssa was curious and asked, do you know something about my sister? Corinne understood and thought to himself, you could say that. Then Corinne said coldly, of course. Lunia never tells me anything. You'd better hurry up. Your sister seems serious. She'll make it so you can't even hold a sword. And hearing that, Alyssa looked very sad and didn't say anything. Alyssa said, that's why I might give up the path of a swordsman. Hearing that, Corinne was drawn in but didn't say a word. At this moment, Corinne sighed and thought, I won't give up. The scene shifted to a dark forest. There were 2 werewolves and over 20 regular wolves at the werewolf. The capture team skillfully handled the werewolves. They even hunted down one. At that time, Corinne's group, including Alyssa and their teammates, had hunted a giant werewolf. The other wolves had been dealt with previously, but something unexpected happened. A pack of wolves suddenly appeared from nowhere, creating a chaotic scene. The soldiers panicked and shouted warnings. Why are there so many of them? Where did they come from? What is this? One soldier warned his comrade, Hansen. What about the Grade 5 brat? Hearing that, the man called Hansen shouted back, I don't know. Now is not the time to worry about. Fortunately, the young lady of the Aiden family was doing her job very. At this moment, Just as the soldiers said, Alyssa was actively and relentlessly fighting the. But as more and more monster wolves appeared, the soldiers shouted in panic. Where are they coming from? Demons? It's evil spirits. There shouldn't be this many evil spirits in this area. And a whole bunch of demons. Alyssa saw this and was a bit worried about the current situation, thinking in remote areas with few people there can't be demons. This is artificial. These are artificial evil spirits. Suddenly, a monster appeared out of nowhere from behind Alyssa. Alyssa realized it in time and shouted. Over. Immediately after, an attack occurred between Alyssa and the monster in front of her, accompanied by a ghastly roar. Seeing this, Alyssa cried out and thought, so strong. This isn't an evil spirit. It's. Suddenly, Alyssa shouted a threat. Why are you attacking us? How insolent. Fall back immediately. But Alyssa seemed to realize something was behind her and suddenly, Alyssa was attacked from behind with immense power, causing her to cry out in. The knight who had just attacked Alyssa didn't spare her at all, advancing towards her as if wanting to finish her off on the. Alyssa was extremely worried and could do nothing but stay in place, looking on in pain. At this moment, Alyssa's eyes widened. Suddenly, a muscular, sweating man walked over and asked, who are you? The academy has never hesitated to give out valuable materials. So why do you have to come? Hearing this, Corinne replied, you don't need to know. But he thought to himself, I've done this many times before. Now, I don't even bother to these extremely rare materials are worth hundreds of gold coins. Naturally, no player could utilize them. Normally, you'd want to use materials after successfully completing a quest. Corinne thought, touching the blade in front. However, I have super-grade soul dust, a second-rank analyst, and first-grade silver granite. I also received the wholehearted support of the school council. Corinne thought, recalling the moment he met Ariel, who had bowed deeply to greet Corinne, making Corinne feel a little awkward. Corinne then looked at the blade, smiled with great satisfaction, and muttered, the strongest weapon to pacify the. Corinne's blade, enveloped in a powerful aura of energy, was a legend. The battle spear of the White Knight from the Land of Shadows, also known as the White. In another scene, a scene from Elisa's childhood. Elisa looked on in utter panic, eyes wide, muttering to herself, gods, it hasn't stopped. It's not dead yet. But she remembered the first time she went outside. She remembered the first time she cut down a 5th-rank demon and frowned, looking at the organs and blood spilling from its. At that time, when Elisa had stepped outside, it was also the first time she had handled 5 monsters at once. Recalling that moment, Elisa thought to herself, but the smell of human blood was. Suddenly, the figure of a little girl collapsed in front of Elisa. Elisa, along her sword flung far away, making Elisa feel a little scared, thinking she recognized it immediately, even though it was the first. Seeing this, Elisa trembled incessantly, staring wide-eyed in utter panic, stammered, no. Then she muttered to herself, this distinctive. Suddenly, Elisa unconsciously shed tears, only able to think that it belonged to an endangered species. As soon as she remembered that childhood moment, Elisa woke. Elisa sighed in frustration and said that today she had to work. Suddenly, the system displayed a notification. Quest. Werewolf hunt, 70 silver coins. Hearing this, Elisa said nonchalantly, but that's still better than the other. Then Elisa suddenly thought of a mysterious. Along with that was an urgent system notification. Urgent quest. Apprehend the murderer in Mist City. Reward. Graduation certificate and a chance to consult with an academic advisor. Hearing this, Elisa cried out loudly in utter panic, sweating profusely, I don't want to die. Even though she said that, she inwardly thought, even so, there are still other reasons why I'm still on this. At that moment, Elisa sat quietly in place, not saying a. Suddenly, Elisa briefly thought of Corinne and mused. Where is he now? While she was lost in thought, someone walked over and said, a 5th-rank knight. Are you kidding me? Damn it, at this age I still have to babysit. Hearing this, Elisa subtly turned her head. It was none other than Corinne, with a group of guards behind him. Corinne subtly waved at Elisa and greeted her. Elisa? What a coincidence. Hearing this, Elisa replied, oh Corinne. Elisa then subtly observed the expressions of all the soldiers and affirmed, the other guards don't seem happy. The soldier in white cursed silently, that 5th-rank punk. Elisa then subtly thought, the Guards Association had complained countless times about the ranking system and even planned to make students eat meager meals. These guys probably didn't expect a 5th-rank kid like me, but I'm glad Elisa's coming along. Suddenly, Corinne stepped forward and took Elisa's hand, saying, I hope you'll help. Elisa was extremely flushed. The soldiers behind Corinne, seeing this, cast murderous glares at Corinne, making Corinne feel a little apprehensive and think, they wouldn't dare say anything in front of the Holy Knight's grand. Thinking this, Corinne stepped towards Elisa, slung an arm around Elisa's shoulder, and said, stop looking at them. It's really annoying. Hey, Elisa, how are your eyes and ears doing lately? Hearing this, Elisa asked in return, what are you talking about? My eyes and ears are still. Hearing this, Corinne softly reminded her. You know that's not what I mean. Elisa then asked curiously, you know something about my sister? Corinne understood and muttered to himself, you could say that. Corinne then said with extreme coldness, of course. Lunia never tells me anything anyway. You'd better hurry up. Your big sister seems serious. She'll make it so you can never wield a sword. Hearing this, Elisa looked incredibly sad and remained. Elisa said, that's why I might have to abandon the path of a swordsman. Corinne was also caught off guard but said no. Spear was now firmly in Corinne's hand, leaving Elisa utterly astonished. At this, Corinne said smugly, ITLL just automatically returned to me. Hearing that, Elisa replied, But suddenly, someone's cry rang out, causing both Elisa and Corinne to turn their heads. Before their eyes, Charlie was being dragged away by the shadow beast. Charlie cried out painfully and with difficulty, I am caught in the tree's branches. Hearing this, both Elisa and Corinne shouted in unison. Seeing the critical situation, Elisa and Corinne quickly ran to rescue. Elisa arrived first and said, take my hand. Charlie replied, thank you. But then Charlie suddenly saw something and warned, over there, there's a. At this moment, due to a moment of carelessness, Elisa was bewildered and didn't understand what was happening, only letting out a huh before a demon's hand suddenly appeared behind her, waiting. Elisa was then seized and dragged away, causing her to scream loudly, and Corinne, seeing the problematic situation, muttered a few curses. Damn it, how trouble. Thinking quickly, Corinne lunged towards Charlie like a fierce tiger and hurriedly said, Charlie, get up and run. Get out of this forest. Don't worry about us. Hearing this, Charlie stammered a few confused words. And lend me your cloak. That, Corinne took the cloak from Charlie and quickly went to rescue Elisa. It seemed that the connecting portal to save Elisa was slowly closing, making Corinne shout loudly. Corinne then gritted her teeth with extreme seriousness, sweating as she muttered, there won't be a second time. Don't mess this up. I was once trapped in this mist. My leg was sprained. In less than a minute, I was closer to death than ever before. Now that I've been reborn, I have to extend the time longer than. Suddenly, Corinne lunged like a fierce tiger to get inside and rescue the trapped. The problem was Elisa. Elisa was struggling immensely, trying to resist the invisible shadows that were seizing her. As she fought with all her might, Elisa declared, I have to cut them all down. That's what but they were on all sides. I can't hold on any longer, she thought. Elisa had also exhausted her resistance and could only cry out in pain as she endured the onslaught. Although Elisa was held tightly and couldn't do anything, she still kept searching for a way, thinking, if I can cut down all these, it should be. But Elisa kept slashing continuously. Yet, the dark entity holding Elisa showed no mercy, making Elisa flare up in anger, thinking, why? Why doesn't it budge? Is it because I lack strength and my stance is. Thinking that, Elisa released her grip on the sword, then thought with utter helplessness. No. Simply. Then Elisa thought of Lunia's figure, standing before her, incredibly angry, scolding. How did it come? Thinking that, Elisa dropped the sword in her. Elisa then blamed herself with a blank expression, reproaching herself. Is it because him? Elisa then seemed to give up everything and collapsed, whispering to herself, I'm sorry. I also wanted to save someone with a cool demeanor. At this moment, Elisa faintly thought of Corinne's figure, like a final plea. Like you, the one who saved my life. I want to become someone to be proud. Suddenly, someone's figure appeared in the deep dark night, making Elisa. Elisa seemed to recognize whose voice it was and thought, that figure became clearer than ever. It was Corinne's. Corinne had now appeared to rescue Elisa and pulled her out of her. Corinne called out loudly with an anxious and urgent expression. Elisa, Elisa. Now recognizing Corinne, whispered, it's my. He approached Elisa, still holding a long saber in his hand, and asked, Elisa, are you all right? Elisa was bound by the arms, collapsing from exhaustion. She groggily replied, is that you? Elisa suppressed her pain and looked at Corinne with her numerous wounds. She burst into tears and said in a pitiful voice, Corinne, I can't get it to let go. Please, save me. I'll die like. Corinne hurriedly stroked Elisa's head to comfort her. Calm down. He took her hand, made her hold the sword tightly, and said, slashing randomly won't work. Focus properly and strike hard. You just need to be calm. Elisa asked. Corinne looked at the undead and said seriously, from now on, I will protect you from the undead. You know what you need to do? Elisa sobbed in fear and replied, no, I can't. My strength isn't enough. The fog is also hurting me and making me dizzy. But Corinne didn't give up and continued to calmly encourage her. You can. Corinne moved his head close to touch Alyssa's forehead and whispered, "Among all the swordsmen I know, you possess extraordinary talent. If you set your mind to it, you can definitely do it. Just one step," Corinne said with a confident face. "One step isn't." Alyssa looked at Corinne with eyes full of admiration. Not long after, Corinne rushed quickly towards the pack of undead. He shouted, "Thanks in advance," Alyssa said fearfully. Alyssa stood still as if she were struggling with herself. She said to herself, "I can't stay here much longer either. So how can someone with a lower aura than me like him endure?" Alyssa gritted her teeth in determination. "If you say so." Alyssa had regained her spirit. Her eyes were determined as she prepared to fight. There's no other choice but to. Alyssa began to concentrate her power. But she was surrounded by many hands reaching out to attack her. That secret technique can cut through everything. To use it, I must awaken. Boundary. Around Alyssa, those hands were no longer there. She had entered a completely different space with a power she was about to awaken. A cursed ability that allows you to see other domains. Alyssa closed her eyes and concentrated. Her hand gripped the sword tightly, preparing to. She remembered Corinne's words. Just one step, Alyssa. One step is enough. She took a step forward as her friend had. As soon as her foot touched the ground, a bright light immediately flew. Aiden family technique. Aden's first sword. Alyssa began to use her sharp blade to cut the undead monsters, and the powerful strike that emitted that great light was called the domain slash. One slash from Alyssa significantly reduced the number of undead monsters, causing Corinne to jump in surprise. A monster that had been sliced across its body also said in shock, How can you?" After that, the battle raged on intensely, but a layer of mist covered the area, obscuring their. Large explosions occurred, and red fluid splattered everywhere. When Alyssa finished off a monster, she said, "The fog has disappeared." Corinne turned back and asked worriedly, "Hey, are you?" At this point, everyone also approached in curiosity. What just happened? They looked at the monster's form and shouted in fear, That's Jongyu, the vampire murderer from the city of. Everyone looked around in bewilderment. Two men behind them said, "Oh my God, the forest was cut in two. How could a human do that? I've heard of this. So this is the legendary domain slash of the sword." Corinne's face turned pale in shock as she thought, "I thought she would use the third form of the first slash or the iron tie technique. How could she have used that move?" Alyssa happily exclaimed, "Corinne, I did it. I really did it." But Corinne replied, "Wait, stop. This isn't the time for you to use this." Two men, hearing that, excitedly said to each other, "Oh, so that means she'll be the next head of the Aiden family?" "That's right, because no one but the Sword Emperor can use domain slash." Except for that, afterwards, everyone cheered happily, to Corinne's astonishment. Alyssa, the future of the Aiden family, successor to the Sword Emperor. Alyssa Aiden. Alyssa also joyfully jumped up and said, "Corinne, look at me." Corinne, however, wasn't happy. She was a little worried. Why does it always go off track like? Suddenly, a few days later, newspapers appeared with various articles related to Alyssa. Daily News. Breaking news. John Zhu defeated. The Nightmare Fog. The infamous killer who murdered countless knights, John Zhu, has been defeated by the candidate for the next head of the renowned Aiden Sword. Haba Times. The beautiful knight has defeated a level 1 dark mage. Who is the foundation of the Aiden family is shaking. Sword Emperor Garand remains. Reward for Alyssa's outstanding performance. What will happen to the Aiden family's succession? Will the heir change? The organization and business of the Aiden family are. Martial arts officials are very confused. Exclusive interview with an insider. Actually, Alyssa is the true genius of the Aiden family. Finally, I can confidently say, a girl, reading the news, angrily tore up the article and said, "How?" He then handed the newspaper to another girl and ordered, "Get rid of this." The other girl obediently replied, "Yes." Lunia sat contemplatively, holding a teacup, silently thinking about something. The renowned Aiden sword family operated within the sword school and acted based on. Under the powerful influence of Garand Aiden, they had been waiting for the swordsman who would succeed. Domain slash. It exists in the realm of mind, a realm unknown to most martial artists. Garand Aiden had been waiting for someone to continue his legacy for a very long time. She had trained until she sweated and bled. The calluses on her hands were proof of her. But even Lunia, hailed as the genius of her generation, couldn't satisfy the Sword Emperor. A young Lunia was trying her best to practice swordsmanship, exerting herself to the point of panting. She had only held a sword for a short time and sparred with her older sister, the illegitimate child whom the family head had brought back from out. Lunia had never considered that child a. Alyssa's eyes were filled with strong will and determination, which unconsciously surprised. After a long, tense exchange, blood was finally. Everyone around began to panic. The bleeding couldn't be stopped. That wasn't even a rare move. How did this happen? Alyssa stared wide-eyed at her sister lying on the ground in a pool of fresh red. Lunia was in pain from the hit, which made Alyssa blame herself. I didn't see that. Alyssa still held her stance after striking her opponent. No, it's true I couldn't see it. Alyssa continued to stand still, staring at what she had done. By the time she focused her mind, she had already been. Problem wasn't speed. It was something. Domain. Lunia lay clutching her wound on the cold ground. That profound martial path. Alyssa had already taken a step in. Lunia gritted her teeth, looking angrily towards Alyssa, thinking, how is this possible? Such a young child. And lazy. Lunia seemed not to feel the pain of her wound, only focusing on Alyssa, thinking, the child must be shocked. Suddenly, Alyssa spoke in a stammering voice. Wait. Seeing Alyssa's no longer innocent face, Lunia understood. I understand the title he told me. The twisted nature that mortals cannot comprehend. Sword demon. Demonic. One who taught and observed everything approached, placed a hand on Alyssa's head, and said, I also appointed Alyssa as a candidate for the next family head. And just like that, Alyssa became the candidate for the Aiden family head. Despite everyone's opposition, Alyssa, as if nothing had happened, approached and said with sparkling eyes, Sister, this is my first time holding a sword. Lunia, hydrating herself, thought distractedly, a half-sibling, someone who grew up in the indifference of her father's family. She must still be lingering. Suddenly someone's voice rang out. A group of people stood in formation like a flag ceremony, respectfully asking Lunia, Are you all right, madam? This made Lunia confused and perplexed, wondering, are they worried? After thinking for a moment, Lunia quietly replied, Don't worry. I also wanted her to step into the door. Lunia recalled that confrontation with a look of regret. Because if I could see that sword move one more time, then perhaps I could also set. Lunia, as if she had no wounds at all, regained her commanding aura. Everyone, prepare. For the sword Dao Chen. In an elegantly designed mansion, a conversation took place. When do you think you'll recover? They said if I apply medicine to the wound, it'll be fine after a day. Alyssa lay on her sickbed, smiling as she said, Corinne, do you want some honey-popping candy? Hearing that, Corinne could only reply helplessly, Candy? You really are at. Corinne was a little curious, so he immediately asked Alyssa, Hey, that domain / how did you do that? Even if you could see the domain thanks to your insightful gaze, it doesn't mean you could use it right. Although Corinne asked quite seriously, Alyssa, blushing, replied, You believed I could. Alyssa continued happily, annoying Corinne greatly. I didn't expect that if I tried. I really could do it. Goo-hoo. Corinne was so infuriated he couldn't speak. You truly are a genius who doesn't need to try. Suddenly, a third person appeared outside the door. Knock, knock. Your sister's here to. Mariette didn't wait for a reply from inside. She burst through the door and ran in. It's me, Junior, are you? Seeing her enter, Corinne said, Senior Mariette. Mariette amiably replied, Oh, hello.
I'm Mariette.
A second year in the magic department. Alyssa also briefly greeted, Hello.
I'm Alyssa.
A first year in the night department. Corinne pointed at Alyssa and asked, Are you here to visit her? Yes, after hearing Mariette confirm, I was worried about you. Alyssa's cheeks flushed red with happiness. Just a split second later, Mariette looked at Corinne with a loving gaze and softly said, without any hint of murderous intent, Hey, are you too close? This scared Corinne out of his wits. Huh? Why did your expression suddenly become so? Suddenly there was a knock on the window. Good thing it's daytime, otherwise at night you sisters would be scared stiff. What? Warren, hanging upside down like a bat, said incomprehensibly, Food. That raw fish from earlier. Corinne was startled out of his wits by Warren's sudden appearance. Oh my. Corinne, seeing Mariette's unusual expression, secretly guessed, is Mariette uncomfortable around Warren? But I think anyone would be uncomfortable with that appearance. Not just. Mariette turned back and asked Corinne in a trembling voice. Food. You also ate food with Warren, didn't you? Corinne, confused, asked again. Excuse me? Then he thought to himself, is that what makes her uncomfortable? Seeing Mariette's unusual reaction, Corinne immediately explained to save his life, Don't worry, sister. He'll prepare a delicious meal with you too. But Corinne's explanation seemed ineffective, making Mariette's face look even more constipated. Delicious. Corinne stroked his chin, speculating. Wait, today these talented individuals accidentally met each other with these men. Then Corinne spoke, startling Alyssa, who was on her sickbed. Alyssa, the rumor that you inherited domain / has gotten out. So Lunia will surely come. For a sword Dao challenge. Soon. Are you confident? Alyssa, her armpits sweating, asked again. A sword Dao challenge. A tradition for swordsmen, carried out by 5 master-level swordsmen to test the branch head who has taken control of a family branch. That's the excuse. But for a very long time, the Aiden family has used the sword Dao challenge to legally eliminate Alyssa burst into tears, wanting to refuse immediately. Confident? If I fight her, seriously, Corinne said, I have a good way. Alyssa, seeing she couldn't escape, became interested in Corinne's method. What is it? Corinne continued, I'll tell you, but under one condition. I promise I'll do anything. Corinne changed his gaze to a sharp, intense one as he looked at Alyssa. From now on, if I suggest fighting monsters or training in the practice room, you must follow without complaint. Basically, you're a permanent member of my team now. Alyssa immediately said, I guarantee to obey. So please, Corinne was happy to hear that. Excellent. I will consider your guarantee. Corinne looked provocatively at Alyssa and said, Corinne, through the difficulties of this time, short or person known as Sword Master Lena is walking around. Along with the truths throughout life that I have learned with this very. Suddenly, a knife flew from somewhere and embedded itself into the wall, passing right by Lena's face, startling her. Someone stepped out of the shadows. Lena immediately became vigilant and questioned. Who? The stranger only said a few words. The challenger. This made Lena, who was already bewildered, even more confused. When Lena clearly saw the person's face, she immediately recognized her. Guaran, my student. But Guaran introduced herself as Alyssa's dojo, Blade Master. Before Lena could even fully grasp the situation, Guaran lunged.
Blade technique.
Why are you suddenly doing? Garen's explanation was brief and to the point. He said if I caught you, head by me sushi. On this side, Corinne and another person were also fiercely. That person immediately spoke up, clearly annoyed. What's going on here? What are you? Corinne said, Alyssa's dojo, Guan Dao Master Corinne. Make your move before being a. Corinne, with a friendly smile and eyes twinkling like traffic lights, replied, I want to learn from the renowned sword master Lena. That is the truth of life. Is that even a Guan man with a terrifying face? Alyssa's dojo, Guan Dao Master. Next was a strangely dressed woman holding 3 small knives. Alyssa's dojo, Pugilist Master. Then came a handsome man controlling multicolored swords. Alyssa's dojo, Flying Swordsman Master Doran. A crybaby girl holding a staff. Alyssa's dojo, Talented Mage. Finally, the new head of Alyssa's dojo. Suddenly, someone unexpectedly attacked them directly, leaving them helpless and that person said, Aden's first swordsman. An annoyed girl asked, Why? Why did you do? Corinne smirked and replied, to develop a new dojo for us. We need to raise our reputation, don't we? We're trying to expand quite aggressive. Many newspapers wrote, Nkaba Daily. Aden's new technique. Defeats Aden's first swordsman, a branch head. From an anonymous report, this photo the first step of Aden's new technique. Defeats the 5 swords. Gained attention in the guild for its innovative dojo management. Can the Aiden clan accept this? According to family rules, there is something called a sword. It's a test to select the branch heads. But even I know it's a way to crush other rivals. That's why Corinne said he would change this operational structure, joining the dojo's and sequentially defeating the 5 swords in the new dojo's challenge. What I ultimately want is a duel with myself. Alyssa looked at Lunia's back and said, if I win and announce it, her people won't be able to touch me. That's why I started this. The dojo's registration fee, operational maintenance fee, mercenary, all of it is handled by Mary. Though Alyssa was satisfied, her wallet felt the pinch. Once I get the reward money from the GONHD quest, I can quickly pay it all. Lunia looked at Alyssa and said, truly interesting. Alyssa turned back and stammered. Lunia angrily scolded. You idiot. If you wanted to run, you should have run the moment you saw me. The idea for the dojo challenge wasn't yours. Alyssa cried loudly in fear. She's too sharp. How scary. You're right about that expression. It was Corinne called out to Alyssa. Do you have anything? Alyssa thought to herself, can I defeat her? The first swordsman of the branch heads. Alyssa, under immense pressure, looked at her sister and thought, sister, as the new head of the Aiden dojo, I wanted. Lunia also helplessly agreed, all right, a duel. But fair. Lunia continued, astonishing Alyssa. I want use practice swords or non-lethal weapons. Alyssa secretly looked at her badass sister and trembled in fear. Aden's first swordsman, senior disciple. Though her mouth said she was ready, Her face was still profusely Aden's first swordsman and second sword master Alyssa. It's time for the battle between sisters to be. Mariette sat in a corner under the intense sun, thinking, even if I use my full power after transforming into a vampire, Lunia is still an opponent I can't be sure of. After a moment of deep thought, Mariette turned to Corinne and said, Alyssa, is she ready for this? Corinne replied, I trust her. Alyssa can handle. Since everyone followed what the handsome guy said, Mariette also agreed, alright then. They'll trust. System notification. Corinne's trust level with Mariette remains unchanged. Lunia maintained her cold expression and threw Corinne a bag. Corinne groggily caught it and wondered, what's this? Dojo repair fees? This is too much. As soon as she finished speaking, Lunia immediately dashed off with incredible. Lunia said, as she closed in on Alyssa, that's the operational restructuring fee. Corinne and Mariette stood by, watching the extraordinary. With just a slight clash of swords, the two created a terrifying experience. Made the audience, Corinne and Mariette, restless, their eyes wide open from the sheer intent. The entire surrounding space was silenced, forming a backdrop for the battle of the two sisters. Neither side would give an inch. Alyssa looked at Lunia with eyes like resentful air, but it seemed Alyssa didn't want to hurt Lunia, so she closed her eyes tightly and thought, I truly admire Lunia. My passion for swordsmanship still burns brightly. She is my. Remembering the past when Alyssa was still a snot-nosed child, Lady Lunia has already defeated a level 1 Minotaur monster. To do that at just 15 years old is incredibly impressive. I heard Sir Garand is keeping an eye on Lady Lunia. She truly is like a hero from a fairy tale. A hero like Sir Garand, a person from the stories who accompanied me throughout my childhood. Compared to her, I am just the daughter of a concubine. My mother died giving birth to me, and my father sees me as a blemish. Because to him, the only thing of value is the bloodline of the great Sword King. With an adoring gaze, Alyssa said, Sister, you've arrived. Congratulations. Lunia, cold as ever, raised her hand and ruffled little Alyssa's grown so. Alyssa recalled the first times in her life, like the day she first attacked. When Alyssa struck, she was so afraid she couldn't control her emotions. Everything went. At that moment, Lunia appeared, radiating a fierce fighting spirit with a sword in her. The instructions were clearly presented. First attack. Step 1, foot back, and quickly slash the sword. Lunia cast a suspicious glance at Alyssa, thinking, an unusual defensive. Lunia was surprised to see Alyssa's movements. She's strictly following what she learned in the book. Although she's proficient in attack skills, I can't believe she's fighting defense. Alyssa, while wholeheartedly admiring Lunia, still scared the wits out of her during the fight, making Lunia question what was happening even as after knocking Alyssa away, Lunia mocked, your footwork is still as sloppy as ever. What a Alyssa wasn't distracted by Lunia's harsh criticism. A voice urged her, fluster her and attack at close. Upper sword third form, Thunderslash. Alyssa lunged, unleashing the move at lights. At that very moment, Lunia also perceived the attack from behind her and instinctively turned. Flash forward, breaking move. Lunia simultaneously unleashed a counterattack on Alyssa, forcing Alyssa to dodge immediately. Suddenly, Alyssa looked towards Lunia and yelled. Lunia also froze in surprise when Alyssa called out. Suddenly, Alyssa lunged and tightly embraced Lunia, taking Lunia by surprise before she could react. She's not attacking with a sword, but with her entire body. As Alyssa lunged and tightly embraced Lunia, she simultaneously assessed Lunia's. The two grappled on the. Lunia immediately dodged, moving her body to the side as Alyssa lunged to embrace. This caused Alyssa to lose her balance and fall heavily to the ground, while Lunia quickly regained her fighting. Lunia, her eyes filled with sharp, angry killing intent. Idiot! Lunia dashed to Alyssa and delivered a powerful kick to her body, making Alyssa grit her teeth and cry out in pain. Think you can defeat me with those petty tricks? Lunia said, swinging her sword up towards. At that very moment, Alyssa was trying to sit up and defend her. Lunia brought down a powerful slash. Alyssa reacted quickly, raising her sword to block the move. The two swords clashed, scattering blinding. Alyssa suddenly surged to retaliate, powerfully, as if receiving a surge of power, throwing Lunia. Alyssa thought about Corinne's earlier words and made a decision. Everything is exactly as Corinne said. So, consecutive sword slashes. Alyssa used all her strength to unleash an extremely powerful blow towards. Lunia, with sharp eyes, sneered and announced to Alyssa, you can still counterattack well, even though that move almost made you fall. I guess I can't hold back. And Lunia immediately delivered a powerful kick to Alyssa's body, sending her flying. Lunia uttered a mocking assessment of Alyssa. You fight well, but you're still too. Alyssa was kicked far back, clutching her stomach, Her face contorted in pain as she endured, one hand still gripping her sword. Lunia leaped into the air, unleashing a move with all her might, striking towards Alyssa with a finishing. Alyssa used all her last bit of strength, swinging her sword to parry the blow from Lunia, her face taut as she gripped the sword tightly with both. Alyssa, with breakthrough power, knocked away Lunia's attack, making Lunia reel. After that, Lunia continued to swing her sword, slashing toward. Alyssa let out a loud shout, as if gathering strength within her body. She's keeping up with my speed. Lunia thought in surprise. Not only that, but Alyssa can even see my domain? Alyssa's eyes shone brightly. Lunia hadn't thought Alyssa had reached this. Of course. Lunia, as if excited, gave a strange smile. This is the little sister I wanted to see. I want to see the true nature where you rejected all the talent you possess. Lunia felt extremely intrigued by Alyssa, and continued to unleash consecutive attacks. Alyssa tried to keep her breath steady, her eyes tightly shut as she controlled her. Immediately after, Alyssa stood up, regaining her fighting stance with an even more determined expression than before. Lunia realized that her younger sister had changed in physical strength and mindset. It seems she's understood that victory isn't that far off, but very close now. Alright, then I'll retaliate. Lunia smirked, deciding to fight a serious battle with him here. Now Lunia entered her true fighting stance. A powerful aura of steel emanated from. At the same time, Alyssa was also ready in her fighting stance. The determination and power emanating from Alyssa were no less than Lunia's. The two charged at each other like two most fiercely burning. The one I'm pursuing is you, sister. In Alyssa's mind, she had always yearned to be as strong as Lunia one day. Sister, today is the first time I've learned swords. Lunia remembered Alyssa's words from when she was little, the first time she held a. Oh, someday I want to become a skilled swordsman like you. Little Alyssa, with an innocent expression, always wished to be like Lunia. But now, Lunia silently. This moment, Alyssa lunged forward with light speed. A familiar figure was reflected right behind. Lunia's expression darkened, her eyes tense as if realizing. The tips of their swords clashed, reflecting deep blue and abyssal. Everything around them seemed to stop the moment the two blades touched. Only a dazzling flash of light remained. The final technique ended the battle for both of them. Both had used all their into their final strength. Loud explosion engulfed everything around them, forcing Mariette and Corinne to retreat to. Is it over? Mariette asked, who is the victor? Whose fate remains? Had been decided. Amidst the hazy atmosphere left after the battle, only one figure stood firm with a sword. The other had lost. Ultimately, Alyssa was the one who won, and Lunia lost the battle. Alyssa won. Corinne, Mariette said excitedly to Corinne. Compared to Sword Master Lunia, Alyssa's only strength is the domain /. Therefore, the only way to win this battle was within the Corinne smiled contentedly, thinking, so I instructed Alyssa to focus on dodging, escaping, and stalling for time. By pointing out Lunia's habits and patterns that I knew from my previous life, we seized the only chance of victory. A domain. Corinne thought about the time he had guided Alyssa's strategy, feeling he was very right to show Alyssa Lunia's weaknesses and winning, but predicted that fighting within the domain would cause Lunia's sword to break. Lunia had truly lost to Alyssa's. Defeated her. Alyssa looked at the sword in her hand, her eyes filled with joy, yet she couldn't believe her eyes that she had defeated. Was my performance not good enough? Lunia said in a lamenting. From now on, I and my subordinates will no longer interfere in your affairs. Lunia stepped forward resolutely. Her back was facing Alyssa. Ah, wait. Alyssa, from behind, unexpectedly called out to the walking Lunia. Sister Lunia, wait. Alyssa rushed up in a panic and grabbed Lunia's arm, calling, I. Her eyes trembled with remorse. She must have been very afraid. Alyssa, who was clearly weaker, had defeated branch head Lunia. It was understandable that she feared how Lunia would be judged by everyone, as well as Lunia's attitude of turning her back on her. Alyssa held onto Lunia hesitantly, as if afraid Lunia would get. However, Lunia's sharp gaze turned back to. That worry was unnecessary as Alyssa trembled, thinking Lunia would hit her. Alyssa stood still, ready for Lunia to vent her. Then Lunia's hand touched Alyssa's head. Alyssa's eyes widened in surprise at the gentle touch from the person above her. Lunia remembered the time in her previous. The first time I met her in my previous life was before Mariette's accident happened. I was a bit surprised because we met earlier than in the plot. Lunia's thoughts took her back to a scene from the past. Lunia stood before two people walking toward. During that entire time, Lunia had been searching for the person who murdered Alyssa. In the end, she couldn't find them because the true culprit was Park Sihu. It was like a replay of the memory of the day Park Sihu swung his sword at Alyssa's back. Alyssa's face at that time was horrified as she turned back to see the dark. Even 3 years after Alyssa's death, Lunia diligently searched for the culprit. Every year, she would come and pray at her grave. Corinne stood behind Lunia and spoke. Lunia stood under the pouring rain in front of Alyssa's tombstone, feeling helpless and I thought you hated your sister, Corinne asked curiously. Lunia's face was dark, her face wet with rain as she replied. I only found her lazy, insincere, and annoyingly. The black-haired person's face was surprised as he listened. But Lunia continued. Besides me, no one could handle her bitterness. Rain poured down on Lunia. She spoke with great bitterness. However, Lunia's sharp gaze turned back to that worry is unnecessary. Alyssa trembled, thinking Lunia would hit her. Alyssa stood still, ready for Lunia to vent her. Then Lunia's hand touched Alyssa's head. Alyssa's eyes widened in surprise at the gentle touch from the person above her. Lunia. Lunia remembered her previous life. The first time I met her in my previous life was before Mariette's accident. I was a bit surprised because we encountered each other earlier than in the original story. Lunia's thoughts brought her back to the scene of their past encounter. Lunia stood before 2 people walking toward. Throughout that time, Lunia had searched for Alyssa's murderer. In the end, she couldn't find him because the true culprit was Park Si-hoo. Reliving the memory of the day Park Si-hoo held his sword and slashed behind Alyssa. Alyssa's face at that moment turned dark as she panicked and looked. Even 3 years after Alyssa's death, Lunia still diligently searched for the culprit. Every year you come and pray for her death, Corinne said from behind Lunia. Lunia stood under the pouring rain before Alyssa's tombstone, helpless and I thought you hated your sister, Corinne questioned. Lunia's face darkened, rainwater soaking her face as she replied. I just found her lazy, unserious, and clingy to the point of being a black-haired person listened in surprise. But Lunia continued. No one but me could resolve her bitterness. The rain poured down on Lunia as she spoke with full bitterness. There might be some distance and things might gradually become awkward. But a relationship isn't something you can easily cut just because you want to, Corinne said to Alyssa, still peeling his. Because in the end, you two are sisters. Corinne affirmed once more. Alyssa's eyes widened as if realizing. And you did very well. When I was a kid, I was constantly getting beaten up badly by the neighborhood. Corinne praised Alyssa, and also told her about a time when he was. Afterwards, the real difficulty wasn't the physical pain, but my anger at myself for not daring to stand up. Corinne thought about the past and also blamed himself for being too timid, not daring to stand up for him. You're stronger than I was back then. I hope you can always proudly puff out your chest. Alyssa silently listened to Corinne's story. Corinne also encouraged Alyssa to always be confident in her. You're really strange, Alyssa said. Corinne turned to look, slightly surprised. You're the same age as me, but why do you act so mature? Alyssa said incomprehensibly. You noticed that? Corinne asked, pausing his apple peeling with an awkward expression. Yes, it's as if you've experienced so much in life. I can feel it, Alyssa said, pointing out her feelings. Well, I've lived 14 years longer than you, and if you count my memories from when I was 30, I'd be 50 now. Corinne thought to himself but didn't say it. Thank you, Alyssa suddenly said. For what? Corinne questioned. For today's accident, Alyssa said with slightly sad eyes. For being there in the forest too. She stretched as if regaining vitality and thanked. Alyssa remembered when Corinne saved her in the forest. Alyssa had been severely wounded in the abdomen. Her mind hazy, Alyssa saw the person holding her. That was you, wasn't it? Alyssa asked Corinne with How did you know? Corinne asked in surprise. Your voice and your belt, I guess. Alyssa slyly speculated, confident in her deduction skills. How are you so smart? Corinne said, sounding suspicious. Since you already know, I suppose I'll let it go, Corinne said with a sigh. I owe you a lot. If you ever need anything, just ask me freely, Alyssa excitedly told. Let's be friends, Corinne offered, extending his hand towards Alyssa. Huh? Alyssa was slightly surprised by Corinne's. You don't want to? Corinne asked, about to withdraw his hand. Huh? No, friends? I've never had a guy friend before. So, this must be a good thing. I mean, you're a boy, Alyssa stammered shyly, quickly taking Corinne's hand in agreement. Yeah, Corinne said with a let's be close, my friend. Corinne said with a beaming smile to Yeah, I'm glad to have a reliable friend like you, Alyssa said, winking and smiling at Corinne. The two officially became good. Punishment awaits the while a bright future awaits the good. Two contrasting images. One scene filled with slaughter. One scene of a bright children will always be joyful. The image of Alyssa's innocent smile appeared, symbolizing all children in the and many better choices for everyone. An image of a plate of apples meticulously carved into rabbit shapes, creating a sense of scene shifted to a different space. A magnificent chandelier hung from the My name is Isabel Camille. Lately, I've been feeling anxious. Under the curious gazes of everyone around, Isabel Camille cautiously hid behind a pillar as if watching. Mariette. A voice called from behind. Mariette turned her head to look. Mariette's radiant, angelic beauty shone as if a heavenly being had. Please accept this. My feelings, no. A brown-haired youth suddenly knelt and offered a red item in his hand to Mariette. My blood. So, the item in his hand was a blood. Well, Mariette said awkwardly. Or I'll give you my neck. Seeing Mariette's discomfort, the brown-haired youth continued, offering his own neck as well. It's fine. I get blood bags from Professor Josephine every day. Mariette explained even more awkwardly to the brown-haired youth. Idiot. Those words only make Mariette most uncomfortable. Isabel Camille watched from afar, her face showing extreme displeasure. That happens every day, so it's not the real issue I'm concerned about. Isabel Camille continued to. Mariette, are you done being sad? Corin suddenly appeared behind Mariette and asked. Startled. Mariette turned around, blushing, and looked at Corin without saying anything. Corin, he's a first-year student who recently became close with Mariette. He's a crude, fifth-rank knight, but that's not important. A handsome image of Corin. The fact that he can stand opposite Sword Master Lunia means he's truly talented. But what really bothers me is, Isabel Camille thought while scurrying closer like a. Mariette, do you want some blood? Corin asked. Should I accept it? Mariette hesitated, unsure what. The sound of a door closing locked the door. What are those two? Isabel Camille saw the two enter the room and became curious. Then her face flushed with fear as she imagined adult-rated. Oh, Mariette, do you remember my previous offer? Corin's voice echoed from inside the room. Mariette was curious about the offer Corin mentioned. An offer? Isabel Camille, outside the door, pressed her ear close, also curious about what the offer. It's about the land we acquired when registering the martial arts hall. Since it's being rebuilt after being affected, I'm thinking of building an inn there, Corin explained to Mariette.
An inn?
Mariette wondered. Yes, think about investing in it. I guarantee at least triple the profit. Who knows what surprises await? Corin confidently. Investment? Profit? Is this scoundrel planning to fleece Mariette? Who is he, anyway? Isabel, hearing Corin's words from outside, clenched her teeth in anger and cursed Corin under her. The training room. Are you training again today? Alyssa asked, seeing Corin there. Just basic physical exercise. You're really dedicated, Corin, Alyssa said, looking at Corin with admiration. The fundamentals are essential for everything, Corin replied, warming up his. Alyssa. Isabel Camille hid above the ceiling, watching Corin. I want to train with you too, Alyssa said, also warming up. What? Who is she? Wait, isn't that the second daughter of the Aiden family? Isabel Camille looked down at Alyssa from above, thinking in surprise. Oh, Alyssa, I often eat here and the food is really good. Corin handed Alyssa a meal card and introduced a dining spot he knew. Oh, Sacred Bamboo, known as the most amazing restaurant, Alyssa said, her face lighting up as she looked at the plate. Sacred Bamboo? Isn't that a famous dating spot? He just charmed Mariette. And now this. Isabel Camille, watching from above, angrily cursed. Suddenly, Isabel Camille's hand slipped, making a. Did you just hear something? Alyssa asked. I'm not sure. How much have you earned? Corin replied to Alyssa, then asked her about something. Why? Not only are you two-timing, but you dare talk about money? Corin, you. Isabel Camille fell to the floor in pain, her eyes filled with hatred glaring fiercely at restaurant the following afternoon. Clear blue skies with fluffy white. What do you think? Not just the sushi, but the meat is delicious too, right? Corin was currently eating at the restaurant with Warren. Yeah, it's very good, Warren replied to Corin while eating. Oh right, do you have any money? I have a really good investment opportunity, Corin asked Warren, offering him to join his project. Do whatever you want, Warren replied to Corin, not very interested. At this moment, Isabel Camille, who had followed Corin to the restaurant, stood outside, grimacing and thinking. Even Warren? My worries are over. He's an incredible swindler. A scoundrel. Isabel Camille's eyes darkened with hatred as she continued to curse. Scene shifted to a luxurious car speeding away. Registration fees for the corporation, renovation fees for the martial arts hall, daily mercenary hire fees, etc. All cost 97 gold coins during the battle with Lunia. Converted to Korean currency, that would be about 100 million. The car stopped before a line of black-suited bodyguards. And all of this is thanks to Mariette. I am incredibly grateful. The image shifted to Lunia's cold face, sitting in the car and looking out. I can't believe she gave a whole 100 gold coins. Mages earn that much? Or so I thought. Lunia had contributed 50 gold coins for the reconstruction. Corin continued to and Alyssa received 110 gold coins from the dungeon raid. Warren also has many funds managed by Belief, and Lark and Jaeger also have savings and drones, the obsessed scoundrel. Because of that money, there's a huge amount of elegant legs stepped out of the luxurious. In the end, I earned 550 gold coins. With that much, I bought it. This entire land. Amidst a vast plot of land, following Corin was a line of bodyguards. Although it's still a desolate plain outside the city for now, in the second semester, we'll have a friendly exchange festival with Borame Academy from the Eastern Continent, right? That will be peak season for in services, where visitors from other continents will recoup several hundred gold coins in just 2 weeks. Corin continued to envision a bright future for this. I'm a landlord and a regressor. Knowing the future means I must know how to use this information. Corin imagined himself not long from now becoming a magnate with immense. Just wait, they'll collect all the money from around the world into my pocket. Corin affirmed that his day of wealth was not far. At this moment, in a luxurious ancient stance of the Papal Catholic Church of Jayamathap and the association towards our school isn't very favorable, Ariel said, sitting at his desk and speaking with Professor Joe. But that's not something we can handle, Ariel. Our orders will support the president's decision. I believe an opportunity should be given to one person, Professor Josephine replied to. Be out for a bit, Ariel said, standing up. Or I can go in your place, Professor Josephine offered. Other places are fine, but the Catholic Church isn't for you, Clara. Take care of this place while I'm away. If anything happens, use the emergency communication net. Ariel gave his instructions, then closed the door and, I wish you a safe jour. Only Josephine remained in the room, unable to finish her. Well then, let's see, Josephine said, her eyes. Aka's renewable energy experiment denied. Right to build the third dormitory postponed. Josephine flipped through the report doc. Next is... Huh? Corin? Josephine said in surprise. What is he planning to do now? Josephina's face mixed surprise with anger at what she was. Josephine gripped the confusing paper and said, Ginseng harvesting, land allocation request. Corin? Ginseng harvesting? She questioned The scene shifted to the Academy's West Laboratory. Are we harvesting ginseng in a place like this? Alyssa asked. Tell me, what do you know about ginseng? Corin asked Alyssa. Well, I only know they scream a lot when we pull them out of the ground. Alyssa rested her hands on her knees, bending down to Corin. Alyssa also held a pair of earmuffs. That's right. So you have to protect your ears carefully when uprooting them, or your eardrums will burst like crazy. It's mandatory to wear good earmuffs, and they should be harvested in a spacious, open. Corin also held a pair of earmuffs in one hand, and a small trowel in the other, while explaining to Alyssa. Ready, worker Alyssa? Corin asked Alyssa with a mischievous look. Yes, Captain. Alyssa replied enthusiastically to Yep, earmuffs. Special earmuffs made of silver fox leather. This is special equipment to protect ears from extremely loud noise. I can't harvest ginseng alone. One person needs to grab its top and pull it along the direction of its roots, while another cuts off its roots and stem. Because as long as the stem and roots are attached, the ginseng will keep screaming. Corin gripped the ginseng plant tightly with both. Alyssa stood behind, ready with her shovel raised. This is my 4th time harvesting ginseng. In my previous life, Park and I did it together. Corin remembered having harvested ginseng in his past life. I'm a little worried, Corin said, stopping his hands with a slightly anxious voice. What is it, Captain? Alyssa asked, seeing his Let's do this. Corin suddenly yelled, then used all his strength to pull the ginseng plant clean out. Corin's expression was like a beast spotting its... The ginseng plant, with its terrifying wrinkled face, was emitting screams. Suddenly, the ginseng plant shrieked as if wanting to tear everything around it apart. Cut it now, Alyssa. It showed the level of sword skills she had. Corin, with bloodshot eyes, turned back and yelled towards... This idiot isn't wearing her earmuffs properly at all. At this moment, Alyssa's face was pale purple, foaming at the mouth, almost losing consciousness from the ginseng plants. Damn it, I'll just do it myself. Corin cursed, then decided to do it himself. You think you're the only one who can scream? Huh. Corin raised the shovel and powerfully thrust it. Corin also screamed back at the ginseng plant, as if in a screaming. Ginseng plant was thrown high by Corin, then cut in half with a single slash before its next. And so, the first ginseng plant was Wake up, Corin gasped for breath. Corin's eyes were blood. Snap out of it, girl. I brought you here, and you're completely useless. Corin angrily turned and yelled at Alyssa, who was lying peacefully, oblivious. Huh? Corin, did you sleep well? Alyssa asked Corin, still bewildered. Do you want to die? Corin said, even more furious. I want to keep harvesting until I get silver ginseng, but if I do it again I think you'll pass out. Corin thought, then gave up the Hey, Corin! A voice called from afar. Who's that? I thought I put up the no entry. Corin wondered who was calling him. Mariette? So the person calling Corin was Mariette. According to today's schedule, you have several tests at the lab, right? Corin asked, wondering why Mariette was. That's right. I heard it was too noisy outside, so I jumped down to check. Mariette smiled and replied to Corin. From up there. But that's the 12th floor. Corin Then, Mariette's expression suddenly changed to an unusual. What are you two doing? A surge of murderous intent radiated from Mariette. It was obvious she was extremely. Oh, I told you last time we're harvesting ginseng, Corin calmly replied, while Alyssa stood beside him. So are you going to harvest the rest of them too? Mariette suddenly asked with a cheerful smile. Yes, Corin replied. What was that just now? Alyssa was bewildered by Mariette's rapid change. But we're tired today, so we'll probably continue harvesting later. Corin continued to tell me. Let me do it for you, Mariette said, stepping forward. Oh wait, if you're not a knight, it'll be very hard. Corin spoke up to stop her. Look at this beautiful silver color. Mariette decisively pulled up the ginseng plant in one go, then even prayed. Too late. She's already uprooted it. If she hears the scream of the silver ginseng, then. Corin looked at Mariette in terrified pain.
She'll probably die.
Corin thought, terrified. The ginseng plant trembled, about to. I have an entire ginseng garden at home. Just this year alone, I've harvested 30 of them. What do you think? I make it look easier than you thought. Mariette smiled sweetly and, with a flick of her hand, severed the ginseng plant she held. The ginseng plant didn't even get a chance to scream before it instantly died. Corin watched, utterly astonished. You're planning to make medicine, right? Since you're here, I'll brew a pot for you, Mariette offered. Then, Alyssa, can you find something for us to eat? I think rabbit meat and potatoes would be good. Yes, Captain. Alyssa immediately saluted and ran. What should I do now? Corin asked. There's nothing for you to do, Corin, Mariette replied. Because I will do everything for you, Mariette said, gazing at Corin with infatuated. Haha. Thank you, Mariette, Corin replied, scratching his head with a laugh. Wow, Mariette, you're truly amazing. Corin thought, satisfied. There are two ways to absorb ginseng. One is to eat it directly as usual. The ginseng plant had a large bite taken out of its wrinkled. However, the most effective way is to brew it. Add amaranth roots, red roots, silver grape leaves, goji berry roots, and deer antlers, along with 28 other ingredients all together. Then boil everything for over 10 hours. A large pot of boiling water, dark brown from the brewed ginseng. If done this way, it's possible to create traditional medicine, not just brewed ginseng. Do you think that's strange? Well, that's how this game is. Finally, after the entire brewing process, what remained was a thick, dark medicinal. Now we just need to bring it to a boil. What are you doing, Corin? Mariette asked Corin, stirring the pot of medicine. It's boring to just sit and wait. Doing nothing, Corin replied to Mariette, drawing something on the. These are ancient runes, right? Mariette asked Corin, bending down to look closer. Yes, you can recognize them, Corin replied, then asked Mariette back. I don't know their meaning, but I've seen them in liberal arts class before, Mariette answered Corin. Where did you learn these? Ancient runes are just words now, Mariette asked Corin curious. My master taught me, Corin replied, his eyes slightly. It was only a few years ago. I learned ancient runes and spear arts from her. She left behind martial arts and original ancient runes. Corin's master was a talented person. Of those two things, I found a way to learn martial arts. But ancient runes were a different matter, Corin, because knowing the characters of ancient runes doesn't mean knowing how to use them. Retrieving and inscribing ancient runes onto the body is a power that only one person can use. On Corin's master's back, there was an One of the goals of the final cycle is to retrieve and possess these original ancient runes. While my master tried to pass on the ancient runes to me, she lost her life before she could. All because of him. Corin's master had died in battle with a monster. Corin felt a bitter pang as he. Who was your master, Corin? If she knew ancient runes, then she was a person from the Mage Tower, right? Mariette asked curiously. She was just an ordinary person like any other ordinary person you see on the street every day, Corin replied. A kind person like any other kind person. Corin's master, in Corin's memory, appeared as a hero who suppressed chaos. Someone who always tried her. It seems you're quite fond of this person, Mariette said. A little afterward, Mariette cheerfully asked Corin, do you want some potatoes? Really, I want eat, Corin replied. I brought some of this too, this daiyaku. Mariette invited Corin to eat another dish. Daiyaku? Corin, Zorb's highest-ranking familiar, the vampire daiyaku. It was a gigantic, burning red monster with a basket in its mouth. Its eyes also sharp and fiery. Is that the Daiaku from before? Korin asked in. So, you've completely subjugated this Daiaku? Korin asked Mariette, looking at the Daiaku monster. It's thanks to you, Korin. Because I continuously shared your blood. I officially got a familiar. It's really cute. Isn't it? Mariette said with a smile. Korin looked at the giant Daiaku monster and questioned again. Yes, the more I look at it, the cuter it seems, Korin replied vaguely, going along with Mariette. Oh, if it has blood as an ingredient, then half the blood in its body must be mine. So that means I'm its father, right? Korin said to Mariette, sharing his thoughts. I never thought of that, Mariette said. Then Daiaku's father, Mariette shyly asked. Huh? Korin replied. Why don't you play with Daiaku? Mariette can play with it. It's not a real. What? The Daiaku's terrifying face appeared, its tongue hanging out as if wanting to be. This vampire dog is too energetic. He'll have to wrestle with it until I'm exhausted. Mariette stood watching Daiaku happily play with Korin. Korin, however, never imagined that Mariette's idea of play would be like. It looks done now. The medicine pot turned brown. Mariette saw that it seemed happened to him. Alyssa leaned closer to Mariette and asked, why does Korin look so battered? Because he was playing with Daiaku, Mariette replied. What's a Daiaku? Alyssa asked curiously. You have absorbed the ginseng concoction. The system's announcement. Your mana recovery ability has greatly increased. Maximum mana has increased by 1300 points. The system window appeared before Korin. Now I've boosted my power stats. Korin, too, should drink it too. This medicine only works once, Korin said, offering bowls of medicine to Mariette and Alyssa. Really? Mariette immediately asked. Ginseng herbs are indeed powerful, but they only have a single effect, Korin explained. If I give the rest to Lak or Un, they'll be very happy. Just, alright, what's left is platinum ginseng. A silver-blue ginseng. I need to eat it raw. Korin put the ginseng root directly into his mouth and chewed it voraciously. You have absorbed platinum ginseng. The system's announcement echoed. Your mana core has formed. The system's announcement continued to echo. A mana core is a place that contains all of a knight's magic. Just to create one of these cores, one must cultivate magic to the extreme. But I already have one without doing that. And once my level is advanced, I can have even more mana cores. So, basically, there are countless possibilities. A surge of abundant power flooded his. Korin, I have a mana core now, Korin announced. Mana core? Really, Korin? Mariette, the effects of platinum ginseng are truly amazing. Quickly eat the yellow ones too. It'll be incredible. Alyssa said excitedly. It's not time yet. He'll dig up and eat the golden ginseng later, Korin replied. What did you say? Alyssa asked. Well, it's true that eating too many potent herbs at once isn't good for you, Alyssa said, understanding Korin's implication. That's true, but my reason is a little different, Korin said. A cunning smile appearing on his fifth-rank knight, Korin, Heyman said, looking at the crystal. We need to reevaluate this student's rank, Heyman declared with a serious expression. Korin? Isn't he a first-year student? Fifth rank? According to the data, he's not even worth our attention. Why reevaluate a student like? Several people voiced their doubts. So the senior professors haven't seen the first-year midterm exams yet, Fomak replied to Korin directly confronted Sword Master Lunia, and of course it was only for about 3 minutes, Fomak continued.
Impossible.
Everyone disbelieved this. She must have gone easy on him. Why would Sword Master Lunia go all out in a midterm exam against a child? The old man with the monocle denied. Went easy, you say? Heyman replied with a doubtful to the professors currently present, including myself. Does anyone believe Lunia went easy on? Heyman asked everyone. No one spoke. Not a single. But to raise a rank based solely on a few midterm exams, that's a bit. Even if there's reason to suspect the student's abilities, according to regulations, a promotion in rank is only recognized when the results are confirmed. That's the law, the gray-haired man. Then let the association handle the official rank evaluation. I think reevaluating on the basis of issuing an official guardian certificate is sufficient. However, if so, we will have to change that student's school schedule and that of his homeroom professor as well, Heyman said, making a decision after some. Professor Heyman is the one who raised this issue, not Coach Heyman. So why don't you take this case, Coach Heyman? Everyone in the meeting asked. I would like to, Heyman said, his face thought. So what do we do next with student Korin? Someone, even if his 5th rank seems to far exceed his stats, his duel with Lunia was truly outstanding. And his spear arts. Fomak's serious face pondered. No matter how I look at it, it's identical to that person's tech. Fomak pondered how similar Korin and that person. He must be reevaluated. Fomak pushed up his glasses. Deep in.
Korin.
Alyssa said, seeing Korin.
Oh, Alyssa.
Korin greeted. We have class together today. Can I sit next to you? Alyssa asked, sitting down. You're already sitting, so why ask? Corin said. Feeling help. That's Jaeger's spot, Corin said just as Jaeger. I'm sorry, Alyssa said. Sit somewhere else, Alyssa said. About to stand up. No, it's fine. Sit there, Jaeger immediately said, jumping to the desk in front. Wow, Jaeger, how chivalrous, Corin. What? Why are you glaring at me? Jaeger turned and glared at Corin. Why do you think I'm glaring at you? Jaeger retorted. First, the most famous person in the academy, senior, and the super cute demon girl, and now even the Sword Emperor's grand. I'm so jealous of him. Why is he the only one whose life is like the protagonist of a romance movie? Jaeger thought resentful about my own school days. Why is it so cold and empty around my seat? Jaeger buried his face on the desk and cried resentfully. I wonder if he's going through something painful, Alyssa asked sympathetically. Who cares? Corin ignored. Are all first-year male students ready? Let's begin class. Professor Fomak appeared and everyone settle down. As mentioned in the previous class, today your class will be doing group work, Fomak said, walking to the I hate group work, some complained. Alright, don't look so glum. Group work will be beneficial for all of you, Fomak. So now I will explain the group assignment to the whole class. Since you are in the night department, I won't give you difficult riddles or tasks like planting magic trees, which magic department professors might assign, Fomak said, snapping his fingers. A source of power seemed to radiate around. Fomak snapped his fingers. Alright, look at this. The papers were pieced together like flower puzzle pieces. The theme of this group assignment, Corin's eyes were spear arts. Huh? Spear arts? Why is it suddenly spear arts? Everyone voiced their confusion. He said spear arts. That'll be too easy for you. Won't it? Alyssa said, smiling at Corin. What? In my previous life, the group assignment was Fomak is a brutal boxer. Corin thought suspiciously. His characteristic style is that of a boxer with continuously changing range and aggressive closing, as well as the special ability Shadow. He is also a first-rank knight from Virtue Academy in the north, and he's famous for his glove engraved with ancient runes. Corin continued to why is Professor Fomak suddenly teaching spear arts? He's truly shrewd. Corin gave a cunning is he trying to test?
Corin réalise de Fomak
The two seemed to sense each other's. The group assignment will involve choosing and researching a specific set of spear arts. Afterwards, you will have time to demonstrate various spear techniques. Fomak assigned the task to everyone in the class. Professor, won't students who primarily use spears have an advantage? Someone from below asked. I will consider this by adjusting the evaluation criteria and awarding bonus points, Fomak responded. He replied, thank you watching for vid. Group will consist of 4 members. Everyone will be randomly drawn, Fomak announced the rule. Inside a jar, Fomak had prepared random draw group assignments. They say this helps encourage and assess students' cooperation. In reality, the diligent ones suffer the most. It's a battle of who's thicker. Should I depart for APGU now? Oh, wrong group chat. I've completed the research section. Hey, Kim, at least delete the copied sources. And stop relying on Wikipedia. My grandmother just passed away, so I can't attend today's meeting. Group chat messages often have many elements like this. Doing group assignments with people who don't even know what they're supposed to do, those who freeload, or those whose grandparents just passed. I've endured this for 4 years of university in the physical education major, and 3 years at the academy. Corin thought about the past he had suffered, but this time, it's completely different, Corin said with a confidence. Jaeger Hinchpeter, 3rd-rank knight, with exceptional physical ability. Wow, I'm in the same group as Corin. Jaeger excitedly, his judgment isn't bad. He can fulfill what's required well. Jaeger thought satisfied. Alyssa, needless to say, is an extremely powerful sword prodigy. Thanks to Silver's cruel group change, she can easily learn any physical The last member is Warren. Although her personality is a bit gruff, she's quite diligent. Lately, observing her focused appearance in class has become my pastime. Jaeger evaluated each team member. Since all my group members are strong and diligent, I can finally say goodbye to my painful past. Jaeger thought, I've reserved the training room for 3 hours, so now I'll teach everyone the theory and attributes first, Jaeger said with a dangerous, it's what I thought. Hey buddy. What's wrong, buddy? Do you have something to... Corin and Jaeger talked to each other. We've been using this training room for 2 months now. Yeah. The entire walls of this room are made of high-density shock-absorbing material, right? Yeah, and they're not cheap either. So don't damage them, okay? Try to protect and maintain them very carefully. Corin and Jaeger looked at the room and something like that was destroyed. Corin and Jaeger stood watching in surprise. And with just one punch, Alyssa sat looking at the wall, trembling in fear. It's insane. I only told her to spar with Alyssa to practice spear arts, but why did she demolish the entire... Look at that face, she doesn't even know what she did. Of course, we were kicked out of the training room. Where do we train now? All 4 were kicked out of the training room for damage. Sunday church. It's time to hold a meeting to review the group. Alright, members, feel free to share your thoughts. The three sat on the pews in the church. About yesterday, I'm sorry. I'm not good at controlling my power, Alyssa apologized first. No, Alyssa, you did very well. At least I can help you practice, Corin said, consoling Alyssa. Your spear arts are so perfect that just by imitating them, it's enough to help me master this art. Alyssa replied hesitantly. That's because you have good observation skills. Corin also told Alyssa to make her believe in her own ability. What about you, Jaeger? Corin turned and asked Jaeger. I don't know either. Using long weapons, spear arts seem a bit difficult for me. I have trouble with the spear twirling movements. I don't know how to do them correctly, Jaeger said hesitantly. You've done very well. Just by learning 8 basic spear art techniques, your staff-wielding skills will become even more versatile. Corin also praised him, making Jaeger feel more. What about you, Warren? Corin asked Wendy. Perhaps because I added a lot of Earth's influences into the game, there will be similar customs. Here. Warren held a plate of pastries and drinks, offering them to Church Matters? Jaeger asked curiously. Is the goddess Eucharist, Warren replied. Is that a voluntary activity? Corin also asked Warren. The church's weekend service is mandatory, Warren replied to Corin. So Warren is forced to participate in that ceremony, Corin realized. They're making you study to become a nun along with other believers, right? Corin continued to ask. It's voluntary, Warren replied, turning her face. But you really should read the Bible. There are things you can learn from those myths. The Catholic Church certainly has outdated views, but it always teaches believers one consistent thing, Corin said, turning to love. Love yourself, love your friends, your family, and love the people around you. To love and be loved, Corin said, a smirk playing on his. Oh, what a wonderful lesson. Love. Love is very important, Alyssa said, blushing to Warren. This is. Warren's face showed contemplation as she Oh, right, Sister Warren. What was the reason I lost yesterday? Warren's eyes became dangerous when she heard Corin. Because you guys are too weak, Warren replied bluntly. All three looked at Warren with surprised face. You guys have no resistance at all. Just a little force from me made you all fall into disarray. Even with training, the weak are still weak. The strong will always win, Warren. You're not wrong, Corin immediately replied. Corin. Alyssa was about to call Corin, but Jaeger also spoke. It's the kind of emotion only strong people can express, Corin said, approaching Warren. What? Warren asked in surprise. Want to make a bet? 1 minute. If I can make you kneel, and if I succeed after 1 minute, you'll have to buy us dinner. Corin proposed a bet to Warren, his expression fine. If I win, I don't need a reward, because he'll win anyway, Warren replied with a disdainful. Here is good. The two moved to an empty patch of. Jaeger will give the signal to start. Jaeger was startled when his name was mentioned. How did things turn out like this? Jaeger said, his face surprised. I don't know either, Alyssa next to him. All right then. Get ready, Jaeger. Two immediately took battle stances. Both their. Thank you watching for vid. Are filled with killing in. Start. It'll begin with my secret art. My strongest move. Corin shot forward with incredible speed and unleashed his strongest tech. Dark flame chariot art. The technique was unleashed directly towards the advancing Warren, emitting a blinding. She can block it so easily? She's really as strong as rumored. Corin was surprised that Warren had blocked the move so effortlessly. If that's the case, then Tiger Roar wind steps. Corin continued to unleash his second technique but suddenly Corin's weapon was burned black and broke. Surprising. No more weapon for you, Warren said, shattering Corin's. Oh dear. You're really good at breaking things. Aren't you? Corin replied. Light trigram step transformation. The two lunged at each other. One attacked, the other defended. Wrong. You can't even hit me. Corin jumped back, provoking Warren. You, Warren said. Annoying, Warren said, looking at Corin in irritation. If you don't want to die, try dodging this enlightened fist. Warren unleashed an extremely powerful technique. He'll be hospitalized for at least a month if that hits me. According to Warren's advice, I have to dodge. Corin thought while activating a new technique to. He'll try blocking it instead. 8-step chain strike. Corin lunged towards. Even though I completely blocked it, my whole bodice muscles feel crushed. Corin thought, enduring the. Didn't dodge? Warren looked at Corin in surprise. Suddenly, something was. Corin? When did you get behind me? Only Warren was left kneeling on the ground. Amazing. Buddy. That was incredible. Jaeger exclaimed in. Oh, you're kneeling, aren't you? Corin said, smirking at. Again. Warren demanded. No thanks, Corin replied with a smirk. Huh? Warren looked at Corin and asked. I won, so why should we fight again? Corin said with a triumphant. Again. Warren said angrily. No way, I don't. Warren vehemently disagreed. I can hear you trembling. You must be super angry, right? Corin said with a provocative, gleeful. Warren glared daggers at Corin, as if wanting to deal with him immediately. A few days later, although it took a while, I finally grasped each member's full capabilities. So I think I can gradually teach them spear arts and prepare for the group present. Corin thought with satisfaction, holding a piece of paper in his hand. I'm sick. Everyone just practice without me. What? How can I be sick? Corin thought yeah, they just love making things difficult. In this case, the group leader will have to use a secret welcome. Eat to your heart's content. Corin invited Warren to a lavish. If you eat, you'll get over your sickness. At Corin's offer, Warren was indeed slightly. How can anyone refuse? Looking at the fragrant, smooth, delicious fish, she couldn't resist. I'm all better now. Warren couldn't resist and agreed with Corin. No surprise there. Corin replied with a gleeful. You know how long chefs take to perfect a dish? Corin asked Warren. Less than 30 minutes? Warren replied. It's 10 years, Corin contradicted. From sourcing fresh ingredients, processing them, and preparing everything, most chefs take about 10 years to serve their dishes to diners. Corin explained to. What are you trying to say? Warren didn't understand why Corin was saying these things. As for me, it took 3 years of training for my martial arts to make you kneel once. Corin immediately replied. Your favorite dish and my martial arts have similarities. Like choosing the right ingredients versus the stance I choose before unleashing a move. Corin continued to. Everything starts from the smallest details. Corin had trained arduously from the most basic. Corin looked at Corin speaking, unsure what to say. Anyway, we've made up. Corin said, smiling at Warren. Oh, what? Warren slammed a notebook onto Corin's face, surprising him. A note is about spear art stances? Principles? Isn't this the research assignment I gave you? Warren continued eating while Corin talked about the note. You finished all of it, you cute thing? Corin said, smiling happily and patting Warren's head. Get lost, Warren. Lissa and Jaeger were also diligently practicing spear arts. And thanks to Warren, there was no need to worry about the research part anymore. Be well prepared for the group presentation. Time flew by quickly. It was already the first week of group presentations. The presentation order was based on the group draw number. The group before us had already started their presentation. Fomac stood holding a book, observing the. Alright, we will now begin the group presentations, Fomac and. Alright, we will begin the group presentations, Fomac and. I am Pelé, the leader of Group 1. Our group's topic today is 5-star spear mastery, the Group 1 leader introduced. Very good, show us your presentation, Fomac said, signaling to. Haha, they're all very well prepared, Jaeger observed. Corinne, thank you watching for vid. Not bad. Pelé, Fomac evaluated the group. Thank you, Professor. Pelé replied breathlessly, a joyful expression on his. Alright, now I'll try to break your formation, Fomac suddenly announced. What? Pelé was surprised. An outstanding graduate of the Northern Guardian Academy, a former first-class knight of the Kingdom of Eolat, the Savage. If you can withstand me for 10 seconds, I'll give you the highest score for this assignment. The real group exercise starts now, Fomac said, clenching his fist. Immense power emanated from somewhere. The students' voices rang out. Block him. Someone asked again, unclear. What did you? Hand was raised into the. Just then, something that looked like a stack of sticky notes. All the students were attacked by Fomac's power. Everyone told each other, upper. Still amidst the arduous battle between the students and Fomac, the faint sound of a left hook. Before the professor's power, the students couldn't hold on, saying to each other, he's too fast. He's not holding back. After the battle ended, the professor's documents slowly fell and landed in his. After battling his students, Fomac praised them. You chose a good group for spear mastery practice. Even though you still lack practice and on the ground, the students were all subdued and sprawled out. The professor ignored them, lying there, and added, but it's not too bad. A B grade should be enough. Does anyone have any objections? In unison, they replied no. One group finished, and other students were anxiously waiting to be called. Alright, Group 2, come up. As Group 2 prepared to go up, murmurs rose from below. How can we fight Professor Fomac? Should we just surrender? A Group 2 member clearly declared, we have chosen the Northern Nine Dragon Critical Spear Mastery. Because when this spear technique is unleashed, it's like 9 dragons. Fomac flew up, unleashing a move, and said, your spear technique is not only uselessly complex, but you haven't even mastered it yet. What else can you do? Oh, Group 2 was deemed finished. Fomac continued. Next, Group 3, quickly come up. Group 3 leader Corinne, step forward. Corinne smiled confidently at his teammates. Good. It's our group's turn. The Group 3 members stood proudly before Fomac, each holding a sword, and presented. We will demonstrate the 6 forms of Langyashat Bagua spear. Fomac showed interest in Group 3's new technique. Alright, Battle began as Jaeger rushed forward with a staff. Lana countered the incoming attack. Elisa charged. Shat strike. Disarming the Warren followed with a fist thrust, piercing the defenseless. A member noticed the contestants' energetic performance and exclaimed, "Excellent. Everyone succeeded. Wonderful. Warren trained harder than I." Fomac couldn't help but praise Group 3. "Excellent. You've eliminated unnecessary movements in combat, and though it looks simple, the core of your spear technique is outstanding." Corinne, grateful for the professor's praise, replied, "Then I'll tell the whole group to prepare for more practice." Contrary to Corinne's thoughts, the professor said, "No need for the whole group, I only need you, Corinne." Corinne didn't question it much and simply replied, "Yes." Fomac said to Corinne, "For a real combat match, just you and me. Do you have any object?" Corinne thought to himself, this was his intention all along, wasn't it? Then Corinne replied, No, I don't." After Corinne's reply, the professor began preparations for the real combat match. "Good, then I'll start." Blinding flash of light startled Corinne. He wasn't sure what to do. Fomac charged fiercely, unleashing a left. Corinne pondered the move. A punch from the right follows the stance. Specifically, how boxers use it to attack opponents. Normally, in this situation you should block from the right to avoid damage. Looking at Fomac's footwork, Corinne thought, his body isn't moving with his right foot, but his left. And I knew this before. Seeing Fomac use his left hand to block the opponent's attack, Corinne realized, he's left-handed. Corinne shouted, "Lan na shat 6 steps second." Fomac was full of questions, not understanding what happened. A student commented admiringly, Professor Fomac's movements completely changed when he faced him. Look at his speed. Another student noticed something unusual, but it was only a fifth. One of Fomac's hands was trying to resist the opponent's attack. It was an evenly matched fight. Neither could gain an advantage. Both then charged forward. Fomac was barehanded while his opponent held a sword. Those watching commented, how can he block Professor Fomac's martial? Fomac, seeing Corinne's ability, realized such strength means you've surpassed the level of other students. As he spoke, Fomac clenched his left fist, about to unleash a powerful punch at Corinne. "Show me your true strength, not just these basic." Corinne stood tall and confident, radiating both handsomeness and poise, holding a long sword majestically before Professor Fomac. Of course, a person like Fomac could not easily yield to his student. That would be too humiliating. Fomac was still confident in his abilities. The Lan Na Shat spear mastery is indeed unpredictable, but let's see how you block this move. Corinne's eyes showed no fear, fixed steadfastly on his. Fomac unleashed a powerful palm strike directly at. All eyes were fixed. The match. Everyone looked utterly surprised. Space became blank. Handsome Corinne still stood there with unwavering composure, before the hand pointed straight at his face, only about 5 centimeters from touch. Professor Fomac was full of questions. Seeing Corinne not react to any of his actions, Fomac asked, "Why are you still standing?" Corinne calmly replied, "It's over, sir. 10 seconds have passed." Fomac was still full of doubt, thinking, what the hell? Corinne, guessing Fomac's thoughts, said mockingly, "You must be very surprised. You've only used your right hand until." Recalling the professor's previous attacks, Corinne added, "But in reality you're left." At this moment, Fomac realized, "Your reactions are based on knowing that I'm left." With that, Fomac turned away. Corinne tried to hold him back and asked, "Does that mean you only intended to test my skills?" Approaching the documents, which were surely the score sheet, Fomac read, "Group, when it comes to secret arts, many fools only choose complex techniques. But in truth, the basics are the real secret art that truly leads to success." Then the professor turned back to read the scores for Group 3. But in his mind, for a moment, he forgot it was a score for the entire group, not just Corinne. He read, "Corinne, no group, you all get an A+. Everyone in the group cheered joyfully. They boasted proudly about their leader, Corinne. My friend." Of course, Corinne didn't stay still either, jumping up proudly with the group. How about that? In the A+, although Fomac had his back to Group 3, he still knew they were celebrating. So he turned half-face and called out, "Ah, Corinne, may I see you for a moment?" Yes. Fomac seemed to think Corinne was worried, so he encouraged him, "Don't feel pressured. It's just a normal conversation." "Yes, Professor. You are truly a 5-star knight?" "Yes, sir." Fomac slammed his hand on the table, still in disbelief. "You showed me in that spar just now. Your ability doesn't match that of a 5-star. Corinne remained humble, "I'm just a little better than the other." Fomac leaned in closer to Corinne, his expression more stern. "But you, a person who cannot sense souls, can only capture malevolent spirits under specific conditions. That means you've achieved some kind of enlightenment, causing your strength to advance far beyond others of your." Fomac continued, "The professors have met and discussed you. The topic was whether your true strength needs to be reevaluated." Fomac, unwilling to let such talent go unnoticed, told Corinne, "You will be assigned some more complex tasks. Through these, your rank will be reevaluated. Your highest achievable rank will be determined by those missions. Because you have shown accomplishments and strength far exceeding your current rank, the professors can make an exception and promote. Corin mused to himself, getting promoted won't cost me anything. The tasks will probably be harder, but he'll also get more rewards from them. He'll even be able to choose higher-ranked missions if A key appeared in Corin's mind, making him think, if I want to take a second-year mission, normally I could only get it when I reached my second year, but now things are... Finally, Corin replied, yes, sir, I will accept the rank reevaluation. What do I need to do? Fomak instructed, you will have to resolve 2 missions related to monsters and malevolent spirits. Of course, the choice of which ones depends. Corin thought, currently, there are 4 dungeon conquest missions assigned by the Hunters Association. Luckily, 2 are monster-related and 2 are malevolent spirit-related. So, in the end, they're saying I have to capture 1 monster and 1 malevolent spirit? But also within a time, Fomak handed Corin a piece of paper. Then Corin arrived at a remote, wild place. Oh dear. Coming here makes me so nervous. Somewhere, a voice echoed. Just in time. Turned out to be Harmon's voice. Corin politely greeted, good morning. Though this place is a bit dark to say that, isn't it, Coach Harmon? Mr. Harmon expressed his view, it's not that bad. When I was young, I ventured into the fog of the ghostly forest to hunt monsters. Corin politely replied, such stories seem to give me a lot of inspiration for battle. Coach Harmon stroked his chin and said, I suppose I'll have to tell you the story of my time in the Western Dead Forest then. Hearing the stories of the hero Old Man Harmon also gives me a lot of good experience. Your first mission will be a monster in the mountains west of Fog City. A 2-headed meteor beast. Slow but dangerous. You chose it, but isn't a 2-headed meteor beast normally a first-rank monster? Why is it now semi-first? It's not yet fully grown, so its rank has lowered. From what I hear, it has been raising wild wolves and some low-level monsters as its subordinate. Corin seemed to understand the issue after hearing this and asked Coach Harmon, so, don't think about attacking directly, right? Harmon replied. Coach Harmon continued, for a talented person, strength alone is not enough. Wisdom is also needed. I will evaluate everything about you after this. In the mountains west of Fog City, the cave where the 2-headed meteor beast, no one, not even Old Man Harmon or the association staff, will come to help me. Although they will do something if I'm in danger. Coach Harmon said, at that rate, my promotion would be gone. He handed Corin the MD Corin investigation. Corin analyzed decisively, based on the footprints around. There are signs of the meteor beast and wild wolves moving together. They must live together in some area. How many wild dogs are in the pack? But there are only footprints of 2 4-legged animals following the meteor beast. One appears to be female and seems to be pregnant. Harmon seemed satisfied with Corin's deduction. It seems you already know the answer, but explain. Corin continued, instead of footprints, there are traces of a monster being dragged. This means the hunted monster hasn't been eaten yet and was dragged to another location. The meteor beast and wild wolves don't have the habit of storing food. However, they might consider a companion who can't move and bring food to them. Hearing Corin's answer, Harmon was very satisfied. Harmon then asked Corin about his method for dealing with the meteor beast. So, Corin, how do you plan to take down the 2-headed meteor beast and the wild? Based on the wolf footprints on the ground, Corin analyzed. First, he'll separate the meteor beast from the wolves. Coach Harmon asked. Corin continued to trace the wolf footprints. They are monsters, but they have quite sensitive senses. I will use the most powerful weapon bestowed upon humanity to deal with them. Harmon wondered, the most powerful. Corin's whole body emanated a fiery glow, his eyes burning. With his sword slung over his shoulder, he said, I will use my head. Unfortunately for them, I'm the boss of this operation. Before a magnificent, vast castle, the scene was very inside were terrifying images of beasts. Though humanity had expanded its influence and controlled the world, there would always be potential evil entities infiltrated this. A giant barefoot stepped on the ground. The ruler of this forest was also one. Those were the feet of a tyrant named Ogre. It was unclear if it was human or beast, with 2 heads and white hair. As a tyrant named 2-headed Ogre, he controlled the forest where very few humans dared to venture. To him, this forest was his. Beside him were ferocious wolves, like his personal. The wolves, with sharp fangs, opened their mouths wide and growled. Long-haired hunting dogs were the ones who know. 2 wolves approached a den woven from dry materials, but there was nothing inside. They're gone. Our newborn, unable to move, has disappeared without a trace. Seemed to be their newborn pup inside. Not finding the pup made the wolves even angry. Its eyes became sharp and cold, growling with bitter. The wolf still let out a long growl. It wanted to tear apart the one who had taken its newborn pup. An intruder has taken. After realizing that the female of their pack and the young ones had been kidnapped, They displayed the extreme fury of a monster. The enraged howls of the forest's ruler and his subordinates made the entire forest. The two males, consumed by rage, let out roars, "We must pursue. We must rescue our—" The long-haired hunting dogs tracked the scent of the captured female, with the ogre following closely behind. The female's scent grew stronger. They could even smell the intruder who had taken. As usual, nothing could stop them in the forest. It's time to make the foolish intruder pay dearly for daring to disturb the ruler of the forest. Having completed the tracking, the two male wolves found their mate. But the female was tightly bound by a rope. The two males didn't understand how this could be. What they witnessed was their mate lying sprawled on the ground, whimpering a mournful. The female nuzzled and checked if her mate was safe. At the same time, the two males tried to help the female to. A truly fierce battle erupted amidst growls and howls that shook the entire forest. It seemed things were not as simple as they currently could not defeat the enemy before. Sounds of painful whimpers rose from a bloody, fiery. The wooden stake of the rope that bound the female flew. The rope gradually broke under the wolf's destructive. Behind the wooden stake, a sharp tip pointed at the female. Furious wolf, eyes full of fighting spirit, growled. "No longer just tracking, now we must run to survive. There are no trees. Given the situation, that place over there is." After a while of fighting, they frantically tried to regain their Cana, but the beast didn't realize. A large fire erupted. The ambition of the two-headed beast stood proudly, holding a staff amidst the raging. A wolf, its entire body engulfed in flames, writhed in pain, unable to escape. The ogre gritted its. Had lost a loyal subordinate. It was truly furious, its 4 eyes wide with hatred. The enraged howl of the tyrant echoed throughout the wooden stake gradually broke. The wooden stake was no longer intact as it was at first. The two-headed ogre stood amidst the sea of fire, but the giant monster still howled terrifying. It was trying to gather its strength for an upcoming battle, to avenge its companion. A mere trap could not touch that tyrant. He was truly the ruler of the forest. It didn't know. The hunt had only just begun. Before him stood Corinne, unwavering, sword in. The two-headed ogre, ruler of the forest, was also a born. The first head had excellent eyesight while the second had a good sense of smell. And they combined to seek revenge for the long-haired hunting dogs. So tracking the pack was not difficult. If anything, there were too many traces left behind. So absurdly, it was a scoundrel. He didn't even carefully hide his footprints or. I can't believe the long-haired hunting dogs lost to such a scoundrel. But contrary to expectations, on the first day, the ogre couldn't find its prey. Although the traces were still there, no matter how far the ogre chased them, it couldn't find the person. Even when it felt like it was about to catch him, it couldn't. While running, after pushing aside its uneasy feeling, it would have been a surprise attack if one of its two heads hadn't known. Rows of diamond-like hailstones poured down on the two-headed monster. Its second head was awakened by the hailstones raining down from the ogre charged alone. The ogre was only grazed by a few fragments of. Those raindrops fell to the ground, sparkling like diamonds. The purpose of the attack was only. But the attack didn't stop there. This monster, with one head gnashing its teeth and the other growling with an open mouth, was barraged by hailstones every time it was about to fall. After several times, it tried to ignore it because it didn't affect him much, until fiery stones flew in and ignited, creating a sea of fire. Even after pursuing until dawn and amidst the chaos the prey continued to leave vague traces and still didn't reveal itself. The ogre persistently searched, but 3 days passed like this. He realized he was being hunted. When he realized the hunting roles had been reversed and he was the hunter but the hunted, only sadness and anger remained in his. "Hello," someone said, and the source of that anger revealed itself. It was Corinne. He calmly stroked his chin and said, "How about my efforts to capture you? It's time to end." How could the ogre restrain its rage at Corinne's provocation? It growled, its eyes like bullets, ready to. Its body seemed to be ablaze as it charged to it. Corinne's eyes gleamed with a thirst for victory. How could he just let the beast? The ogre charged. Corinne also leaped up, unleashing a. Corinne wore shoes with quite rigid. Step by step, he hastened higher and higher into. He leaped up and attacked from above, taking the ogre by surprise. He leaped. Thank you watching for Before Corinne's action, the ogre waited for the moment its prey would descend. It would use its 2-meter-long birch staff to knock that small body. Corinne unleashed his kick. Yeetzy. The second form, Crimson Strike. He unleashed a powerful. Corinne's strike directly hit both of the ogre's heads, impacting it severely. Space became chaos. Thank you watching for The monster was in agony, its eyes glowing red, one mouth agape, the other gnashing its teeth in. Corinne didn't stop but continued to unleash the Bagua technique. Primordial chaos. Thank you watching for Although the ogre's body was several times larger than Corinne's, it seemed unable to withstand Corinne's attacks. fell before Corinne's palms. The tyrant who once ruled the forest had been hunted by after defeating the ogre, Corinne himself on his glorious victory. It was effortless. I even bothered to gather my internal and yawned broadly and said, and I didn't even need to use, so the ogre is done. I wonder if Mariette is all. The story returns to 3 days prior. A conversation echoed in a room. It was Corinne and Mariette talking. Corinne asked Mariette, how much do you Mariette said, even if you said you'd make kimchi with potatoes, I'd still believe you. Corinne replied, I can actually do that. Corinne continued, anyway, if you trust me, how far are you willing to go? Mariette asked, surprised, go far? She flailed her limbs. To the very end. Really, really to the absolute end. Is that too far, I wonder? Corinne said, I have this plan, and I need you, Mariette. Mariette said, understood, so you need me for my plan. Corinne persistently persuaded, now I'll explain the plan. Starting tomorrow you, Alyssa, Mariette asked. Corinne? He replied, this is our plan. Why is that girl involved? Mariette asked. In the bamboo basket was a bloodstain. Under the shower, Mariette was bathing, thinking, although she was a veteran guardian and a special vampire, having gone through a tumultuous youth, deep down she was still just a girl. Corinne's misleading choice of words was enough to make her heart, but the problem was bigger than I thought. But she's not stupid. Mariette grasped her long green hair. That boy always planned a step ahead and reacted promptly before things could even happen. Whether it was when he saved her or helped Elisa, she was still very grateful for his dedication. How much and how far did that boy know? She had no choice but to question herself. But having already fallen for him, she was quite blind and once again decided to follow the call of one-sided. The reason mages wanted to become professors at the academy was not only because of the vast book collection of the Mermaid's Dream Grand Library, but also because of the enormous research building located at the western end of the before room number B306, and the finest material that mages dreamed of was there. Oh, what a splendid wild... Fomac and Professor Dima were standing before a mountain surrounded by yellow chains and a barrier, containing special monsters that could not be killed and could only be sealed. Professor Dima asked Fomac, you've seen it in textbooks before, haven't you, Professor Fomac? The wild boar that devoured an entire iron ore mine and the very essence of the forest is imprisoned. Fomac stood, pondering, and said, Professor Dima, this research is based on the alpha characteristic of special entities, isn't it? I want to write a thesis on the influence of special demonkind on lower-ranked entities and how demonic energy affects our human. So I just need to implant ancient runes onto this special monster? Professor Dima replied, yes, exactly. It's fortunate to have you, Professor Fomac. Nowadays, it's rare to find a mage who is proficient in ancient. Fomac pointed up and replied, ancient runes are usually difficult for anyone to understand because they have existed for too long. In real combat, they are also very hard to. Raising an index finger, pointing to someone, Professor Dima said, but for someone who possesses many magical spells like that. Fomac asked, who are you talking about? Professor Dima said to Fomac, there are even more special monsters within our academy. I didn't expect to have a special vampire volunteer to assist me with the experiment too. Ah, I wonder if calling her that would it's fine, sir. A confrontation between two special Mariette stood behind and said, it's not wrong to say that. So, she met the first wave's boss, and second wave's boss, the Iron Mine, the Haunted House mission. Professor Dima said, this is a simple mission that you could choose in the second semester of the original game. But to defeat the level 1 malevolent spirit inhabiting the you must avoid attacks from countless items in the house and find the hidden magic circle in the basement. Then
etc., etc.
Fomac leaped into the house. Inside the gloomy interior, a fork suddenly flew up. The difficulty of this mission far exceeds its outward simplicity. Veteran players called it the Haunted House, a challenge to prove you're a veteran player. The limitation: cannot sense souls. Fomac had entered a normal house. Fomac could not sense souls, but upon entering here, it was different. Fomac said, normally I cannot sense souls, but this time is an Duke Sabancia, who possessed spirits to take over the magical tools in the haunted house's laboratory. A ghost woman with horrifying sharp teeth and glowing red eyes. A seismic phenomenon would occur upon successful possession of the haunted house. It means we can use physical strength to affect everything in there. You cannot simply ignore them with religious ordinances. Corinne boldly stepped in, unleashing a powerful kick. He arrogantly leaped and attacked this spot. Then he drew his spear, severing the stem at the top to easily disconnect it. One leap, and holding the spear straight, he said, now point the spear forward and thrust at the window, sending shards flying. Corinne lay down and slid across the floor, dodging them by sliding towards them. He spoke as he acted, once inside, slash the clock in the upper right, and jump slash 3 times to destroy the nails shot from the stairs. And no need to look up, just keep moving forward. If you step on the middle of the carpet once, In the middle of the basement, next to the magic circle, there's a table. When it flies towards you, just slash it in half and destroy it into 2 pieces. Then smash the magic circle and weaken its spiritual power. There's a candle in the upper right, kick it once. And use the Cana fire Hagel's spear. Now go upstairs. The door breaks and boom, painting will fly towards you. But once you open your eyes, it frighteningly changes expression to friendly. And run upstairs. Once you get upstairs, tables and chairs will fly at you randomly, so prepare to dodge them. Then a wall will appear that you cannot move. And next, plates will cause a debuff to fierce fire blazed. Corinne said to Harmon, now no more furniture will fly at you. When you open your eyes, you'll wonder what the heck. And be startled. All ancient magic runes carved until now will simultaneously activate. Then he shouldered his spear and walked out, a cunning smile on his face as if he had one. Behind him, the haunted house was fiercely burning. Now, the house will burn by itself and you can leave the Corinne raised his hand to stroke his chin, smiling proudly, as if he had done very well. The rest is up to you, sir. A true man turns his back on an explosion. That's what you have to do. Pretty easy, right? A simple 30 seconds. Harmon, angry at Corinne, shouted from a distance. That was a magical challenge that even a second-rank mage couldn't do anything about. How? What was he muttering about just now? Corinne, smiling as if challenging the professor, said, this is the ultimate strategy that a legendary streamer, who shook the entire Korean streaming world, left behind as experience. A man came and stood before Corinne, patting him on the shoulder and saying, congratulations. It was Coach Harmon. He said, seriously, you've definitely been recognized as a semi-first rank now. There's a port city nearby called Sa. There's a really good restaurant there. Let's go eat together. Corinne asked again if it's Sa, do they sell raw fish there? And that's also where that thing is. And the reason I chose to raid the malevolent spirit in this. Harmon put his arm around Corinne's shoulder, chatting as they walked. Oh, you know that place? You like fresh seafood, don't you? Corinne said, I love it. Harmon said, great, I'll introduce you to a fantastic place that sells fresh. Corinne's gaze noticed. He looked into the distance and saw Daiaku peeking from behind a tree. He said, good, he followed, and this mountain appeared. 88 years ago, in the northernmost region of the continent, on the peninsula, although it was a freezing land, it buried countless natural resources beneath its ice layer. The ice mountain contained such a large amount of, or that people called it the iron. Pioneer miners who went to the polar region to search for iron and gold witnessed an unbelievable large number of wild boars devoured the iron ore. It was a monster that wanted everything. The fiendish corpses of Dingle Peninsula. That demon was called the Red-Eyed Iron Mountain King. It had 2 fangs and 2 tusks on either side of its. It was the first time it had ever been. At this moment, Elisa was running, blaming herself. How could I have overslept today? He said it was the 4th floor lab. Elisa was very worried about being late, trying to run even faster. I must not be late. That's what Corinne. 2 days ago, on the 1st floor of the lab, Elisa saw Senior Mariette. Senior Mariette, she exclaimed in surprise. Mariette, startled by the sudden call, exclaimed, oh, it's you, little Aiden. You startled. Elisa asked Senior Mariette, I'm sorry, it seems you were focused on the experiment. Is it very important? Mariette smiled gently and said, it's all right. I'm just trying something out during. Elisa asked, but why did you call me here? Daiaku told me, so I came. Mariette smiled and said, yes. Corinne asked me to explain something to him. Elisa was surprised. Corinne. Mariette said, yes. Anyway, would you like to try this before we begin? Elisa asked Mariette, is this a divine elixir? Mariette replied, well, you could say. Then Elisa grabbed the bottle and gulped it down without hesitation. If it's good for my body, then of course. Mariette quickly stopped her. It's very hot. Take it slow, I need to check its safety. Because she drank it quickly, Elisa, after hearing Mariette, panicked. Sorry, what did you just say? No sooner had she spoken than Elisa suddenly froze, making Mariette ask in alarm. What's. Elisa trembled with delight. It's delicious. Tastes just like homemade. That's how I feel. Luckily, Elisa's words soothed Mariette's anxiety. She said, really? What a relief. She continued, good taste. Safe. No toxicity. Then Elisa asked Mariette again. Anyway, what did Corinne want you to explain, ma'am? I'll tell you now, Mariette. Corinne asked me to explain to you what's about to happen. Elisa wondered what it's about. The King of Iron Mountain. Elisa rushed past many people, bumping into passers-by.
Sorry,
Elisa ran to a fortress. The fiendish corpse sealed in the Iron Mountain King's laboratory. I don't know why Corinne called me, but I need to. In the basement laboratory on the 4th floor, Dima was discussing with Professor Fomek. What do you think makes monsters different from special demons? Mariette said, they are very strong. Strength is obvious among special entities. One of the most powerful abilities is the power of dominance. Fomak asked again, the power of dominance? Dima replied, yes. Did I just call her Mary? Some demons emit a different energy flow compared to other normal demons. Theoretically, they are called alpha entities. Unlike normal ones, they are stronger and hold control. A pack of alpha demons with a blue aura was confronting a pack of wolves with a fierce red glow. Dima continued to explain, these alpha entities can easily control others. But that dominance doesn't work with demons of other species. But with special demons, it does. Mariette said, special demons can control demons weaker than themselves. Dima agreed with Mariette exactly. You've had experience with this. Mariette thought back to when she escaped the hunting grounds. Driven mad by thirst, she controlled other monsters to offer her. Then Mariette said, but Professor, upon reflection, it's a bit different from dominance. Back then, instead of controlling their minds, I used their. Fleck further explained, it's based on your species, Mariette. There are 3 types of demons. Monsters, malevolent spirits, and demihumans. These are the 3 basic types. But the influence of the alpha characteristic differs. For example, Mariette seemed to understand the issue. So, that means I can command other demihumans? Dima said, we need to investigate further. But I don't think it's feasible. The intelligence of demihumans is higher than humans, so that kind of dominance won't affect. Dima stopped the conversation. That's enough theory for now. Let's start the practical part. Everyone, bring out the Fong Zombie. Several cages were pushed forward, each containing a. Dima said, the purpose of this experiment is to test the influence of the special monster's alpha characteristic. If you can freely use this characteristic, theoretically, humans will be able to control most monsters and malevolence. Mariette was surprised. It's a bigger experiment than I thought. And it also satisfies my curiosity as a mage. If successful, humanity will be able to proactively prevent threats from. Professor Dima said, oh, that's right. You successfully created that delicious divine elixir, didn't you, the one I asked you about last time? Mariette said, yes, thanks to you, it's very delicious. Dima said, what a relief. Sorry, I was a little curious. For a pile of Fong zombies, Professor Dima said to Mariette, alright Mariette, please try to dominate the Fong zombies. Mariette replied hesitantly, her eyes became resolute. Burn everything. A ferocious Fong zombie. After that, a series of creatures were released from their cages and charged. Mariette hurriedly commanded. Alright. She gestured with her hand and ordered the Fong zombies. Fong zombies didn't listen and instead all lay on their backs, feet in the air. Mariette was help. What are you doing? I said lie. Mariette, worried, turned to ask Professor Dima, why aren't they listening to me? Dima told Mariette, I think that's the limit in communication between demihumans and monsters. Low-level monsters lack the intelligence to understand your command. Dima said, let's try checking the difference with monsters of the same species. Professor Fomak, please release the King's Seal. Understood. Fomak recited the command. First ancient rune of ban. Mariette said, it'll break the first seal first. A large Fong zombie charged. Its expression was as if it wanted to devour its opponent. Continuously growled and howled, its actions becoming increasingly fierce and terrible. Mariette stood before dozens of ferocious, red-eyed Fong zombies. Protective Circle 1, 3, and 7 have been activated. Reinforce the chains of Seal 4 and the beasts in human eyes grew. They showed no intention of stopping and seemed ready to continue their. Mariette cried out in alarm. But the beasts continued to charge. Mariette also unleashed a. Professor Dima rested her chin in thought. Is it because they're all wild boars? They lose control too easily. Mariette replied to Professor Dima, but luckily I can still easily control. Emergency. Emergency. Monster in cage A107 has a. Hearing the news, Professor Dima was alarmed. Huh? Cage A107? Giant, shaggy-skinned python was. It was a mant. Dima wondered. A mant. Mariette unleashed her blood spear. Thousands of spears shot. They pierced directly into the manticore's giant body. But it seemed ineffective. Mariette sighed in annoyance, then yelled, Daiaku, conserve your strength. Fomak unleashed his left. The professor maintained his composure, his hand clenched, ready for a powerful spiral of destruction. Suddenly Fomak said, Professor Dima, something is very strange. The howls grew more frequent and intense. Professor, this is truly strange. Monsters are escaping their cages and ramming themselves into Salim. You need to leave. Professor Dima remained calm, typing on a large keyboard, and said, Manual Operation Z17. Activate large-scale monster-repelling circle and sealing magic. From now, I will reseal the Iron Mountain King. Activate sealing pro. Jin Hyuk said, alright, we'll lose some research funds, but our priority is safety. I can do. Amidst the chaotic scene, everyone was anxious, discussing among themselves. This is Team 2, the magic circle isn't the ceiling magic circle either. Someone destroyed the ceiling magic circle. What? The Iron Mountain King has at the bustling and vibrant port city of Sa. Many boats were anchored around the eateries across town. Lively chatter and laughter continuously echoed. Ah, how refreshing. If we had more drinks, it would be absolutely perfect. The other person responded with a hearty laugh. Haha, this kid. You're quite the gourmet. On the dining table, a series of appetizing dishes were meticulously and generously arranged. There was hot pot, various meats, and everything imaginable. Corinne thought to himself, the reason I'm enjoying such a lavish feast in the middle of the day is because old man Heyman brought me to a famous raw fish restaurant to celebrate my promotion to a higher. At this moment, Corinne clasped his hands, his eyes playfully suggesting, should we order a bottle of wine? Heyman exclaimed, somewhat exasperated, kid, you're still a student. And Corinne was still a third-year student. In reality, he was still a minor, so he rarely had the chance to drink. He wondered why these pubs were so strict about checking personal information. The strange combination of the Middle Ages and the early modern period truly had many interesting rules. Corinne's face was full of longing as he stared at the. Corinne happily indulged in the perfect combination of chicken and beer. Do you know the sorrow of not being able to enjoy fried chicken with beer at a top fast food restaurant in modern times? I can't believe someone from a nation leading in daily alcohol consumption, am not allowed to. Corinne then spoke up, Coach, in the East they say this. This veiled remark made Heyman utter a. Corinne calmly continued, that alcohol is something we must learn from adults. I want you to be the one to teach me about Coach. Heyman's eyes sparkled with emotion, thinking, I can't believe this kid is looking at me with such attentive and admiring eyes. That's definitely not a sign of craving alcohol. He truly wants to talk. And sure enough, old man Heyman immediately fell for the trick, deciding to pour Corinne a generous glass of wine, saying, all right, let's drink. Corinne chuckled inwardly with delight at having successfully lured his opponent. Suddenly, a bark rang out, making Corinne freeze in alarm. Wait, that sound, sighed. Everyone stirred. What is it? Where's that dog barking from? Did someone bring a dog? At the table, Corinne held his cup, trembling all over, thinking, why now of all a muscular, bipedal dog approached, its arms crossed, its eyes glowing red, barking incessantly as if scolding Corinne. Woof! Woof! Corinne understood, bitter tears streaming down his face, clutching his head, thinking, how many years have I waited to drink Elsewhere, the tightly linked chains suddenly snapped for some inexplicable. Professor Dima looked up, astonished, and Professor Dima's eyes narrowed. This isn't. The professor screamed in horror. The Iron Mountain King is free. These words were uttered as an enormous boar, with menacing eyes, charged forward, severing the chain. Cheese, standing nearby, quickly cried out, damn it, we have to stop it. Mariette acknowledged the. Yes. Mariette stood firm, raising her magic staff, and began casting the crystal spear. Very quickly, Mariette unleashed a crystal spear attack towards the Iron Mountain King, which stood unmoving like a colossal. But for some reason, Mariette froze, her eyes wide. Did the crystal spear? Mariette was stunned as her skill was swiftly shattered by the boar, which remained completely unaffected. Strange, Mariette stood aghast, her mouth agape. It only dealt that much damage. Cheese praised Mariette, then raised his fist, aiming a devastating blow at the Iron Mountain King, saying, well done. Handle the. Thank you watching for vid. Cheese's eyes blazed, his body radiating murderous intent as he charged at lightning speed and punched the boar. But very quickly, Cheese murmured in surprise. I didn't feel any force from that punch. Indeed, the attack couldn't make the Iron Mountain King budge or affect it in the slightest. Cheese flew through the air, cursing. It's true. This pig has skin too thick and fat. I can't punch. The boar, now enraged, suddenly emitted a strange light and equally strange sounds from its massive Cheese was truly shocked. An ancient rune attack? Before he could react, the Iron Mountain King struck Cheese with a crushing blow, sending him flying far. Cheese was flattened against the wall. The wall also cracked and shattered from the immense force. Concerned voices cried out. Professor Dima witnessed it, her face utterly horrified, stammering, no, the wall is destroyed. The defense system. As soon as she spoke, the system alarm blared. The monsters in the iron cages began to break through the alarm rang out fiercely and urgently. Alarm! Alarm! All seals on the Iron Mountain King's cage have been released. Monsters poured out of the iron cages, ferociously escaping. The system's voice tied their hands as various monsters, wolves and birds escaped their cages. Emergency defense code activated. Red alert code evacuate all personnel. Security team. Activate all defensive magic and deploy spirit golems to the scene immediately. After these words, the golems began to activate golem squad. Initiate containment system. The golems entered battle mode, charging ferociously and fighting fiercely. Do not let any monsters escape the labyrinth. A monster appeared, its body serpent-like with sharp fangs, letting out shrieks that made others tremble. That's a Tier 1 poison dragon. The second monster was no less ferocious. As a Tier 1 king Hyrant, they were confronting the golem. After escaping their cages, the monsters charged forward as if famished for 1,000 years. Their eyes glowed blood red, and they rushed like a tsunami. Cries for backup continuously rang out. Backup! Urgent backup needed. We can't stop higher-tier monsters without magic. Professor Dima stood in the control area, extremely worried, constantly crying out, no, if they escape the academy, allow continuous widespread paralyzing lightning attacks on the monsters. What will become of our silver? A monster with 2 antler-like horns now appeared, with a burst of bright electrical energy illuminating the entire. Ferocious monster charged towards Dima while she was distracted. But suddenly, a sword flew and pierced straight through the monster's head. Another blade also bisected its body in a brief instant. Dima witnessed it, stunned to silence. Master's predictions are getting scarier. A voice rang out. Dima's eyes widened, uttering a huh? What are you doing here? Dima exclaimed in surprise. It turned out Drone's appearance had successfully saved Dima. But in response to the professor's question, Drone coldly replied, I'm just here for some combat field experience. Then, Drone coldly spoke, and the swords and blades on his person immediately obeyed, soaring into the air and then towards the monsters swiftly and cleanly, dealing with a giant, enraged monster. Its mouth emitted a strange sphere of. Monster roared in anger, beginning to use its power to scorch the. Drone standing opposite was also a little surprised. Combine the fragments. A voice rang out. Immediately, the stone fragments on the ground flew high into the air. A strange power seemed to bind them. Thank you watching for Fortress, Scrap Golem. A colossal golem was created, standing to confront the giant horned monster. Excellent, I'm completely controlling it. It really works. The technique he taught me really works. A joyful voice rang out, belonging to Granel Lidin. Granel's eyes sparkled with his achievement. I have complete control over it now. It actually works. The technique he taught me really works. A joyful voice rang out. It was Granel Lidin. Granel's eyes sparkled with his own achievement. A few days ago he said that physical strength was the key to upgrading my power. And he made me train very seriously in the training room. After that, he taught me a few golem control techniques. He said he read about it while studying in the library. And the price for passing it on to me was that I had to come here for this field trip today. Granel recalled the exhausting training days, caused by Corinne's nagging a few days. But very quickly, the monster took the initiative, charging with a barrage of attacks at the golem, catching it off guard. We're being pushed back. Is it because it's too strong, a Tier 1 monster? Granel 1. Suddenly, strange vines shot out around the golem's body, clinging tightly. Supportive vines. Scrap wood golem part. The vines formed connecting hooks, firmly attaching to the golem's body, creating a sturdy and robust. That was Un's doing. But Un, observing, was also somewhat surprised, asking herself, how did he know this would happen, and teach me such a great method? Your timing is perfect. Un exclaimed on the other side. The snake-headed, serpent-bodied monster let out ear-splitting shrieks. Dima, observing nearby, watched its actions and couldn't help but scream in fear. The poison dragon is about to go to the third. Suddenly, a female figure with 2 swords flashed. The poison dragon, slashing it several times, causing the monster to shriek in agonizing, ear-splitting. That person was Elisa. Elisa turned her head, looking at the fallen poison dragon on the ground, and let out a sigh. Phew, did we defeat it, Elisa? Dima's voice rang out, sounding very surprised. Dima stood in the smoke, deeply impressed. Her timing is perfect. I can't believe the students who showed up here are at least Tier 2 knights or mages. I've never been so grateful for students before. Then, Dima suddenly widened her eyes, asking herself, but wait, why are all of you in the laboratory right? The students gathered and stood before Dima, answering in It's a field trip, Dima asked in surprise. Huh? A field? Elsewhere, Corinne was resting his chin on his hand, thinking, right now, my plan for those kids to appear in the laboratory is proceeding. In the blood realm, within a dark space surrounded by towering, glowing red structures. Inside was the enraged giant. Outside, everyone watched, silently sighing in relief. Good thing we prepared the magic barrier, as Corinne said. Now it won't be able to burrow into the ground and But unexpectedly, the boar suddenly mustered enormous strength, burst out, and shattered the barrier. The colossal boar seemed desperate to escape its surroundings. At this moment, everyone's faces turned pale. Mariette stood there, raising her scepter, warning everyone around her. Don't let your guard down. It might have many other ways to it. On the other side, King Hyrant was no ordinary magical beast. It was a Tier 1 monster that looked like it walked straight out of a monster. It began to run around, causing distress. This made Ron curse angrily as he ran. Damn it. Its movement alone is enough to shatter every... Granel stood by the control panel, shouting, "Un, give me more support." Un asked in confusion, "Do you really want me to do..." The spirit golem's body was completely shattered after the attacks from the Tier 1 monsters. But I reconnected its joints with the magic technique Corinne taught, and following instructions, the golem punched the monster painfully. The monster became even more enraged after the attack, charged madly. Un's additional support magic made the golem stronger when confronting the monster. Granel resolutely repeated, "Alright, according to this plan, Un, boost the golem's punch power with a buff." Un asked, "Is that enough?" Granel explained, "Furthermore, we'll detonate all 5 bombs absorbed within the spirit golem simultaneously and unleash a large amount of magic onto the monster." The legendary hero Ahan, the Academy duo, dealt with a large number of monsters in the lab. The more the monster fought, the fiercer it became, and the two charged, tearing at each other. The system announced, "Skill slot, golem balance control, operational. Magic power enhancement technique operational. Target designated radar active." Golem was indeed buffed. Equipped with natural wood fists. Spirit bomb explosion will be enhanced. All systems stable. You have control. Granel, in the control compartment, shouted with determination, "Go." But Un, standing behind, looked on worriedly, with some reservation. Granel finished speaking, then resolutely pressed the button so forcefully that it shattered the scrap wood. Ultimate form, elbow rocket. The golem used all its might to deliver an earth-shattering blow to the monster's head. This was the moment that made veteran players' hearts. Granel enthusiastically cheered. "Amazing." Un, standing next to him, stared blankly, thinking, "When did you name it that?" Legendary hero Ahan's dream. "This is a port city far from the laboratory. Distant port." Corinne explained, "I specifically chose this mission to get here." The sword demon, standing beside him, showed a pitiful expression, whining into Corinne's ear, which annoyed Corinne immensely. Corinne complained, "Oh, for heaven's sake, I still have work." Corinne spoke up. "Hello." Corinne warmly greeted the priest outside. "I am an academy student sent on an assignment. Due to my mission, I cannot attend Massachusetts. But may I use the church's prayer room?" Seeing the young person come to the church, the priest joyfully agreed. "Oh my, a guardian?" Corinne then quickly entered the church and closed the church doors. Corinne's voice rang out. Corinne sat before the altar, pondering, "If I remember correctly, this is the..." Suddenly, Corinne smiled. Corinne's hand touched the cross. "Due to an emergency, I hope you can arrive as quickly as possible." Immediately, a purple void gate appeared behind him. Corinne glanced over his shoulder. Corinne spoke. Your response is as fast as I expected." A familiar voice rang out. Professor Josephine stood behind him, grumbling, holding a sword to Corinne. Professor Josephine interrogated, "How did you know about the seal? You should answer true." Corinne smirked, thinking, "She must have a lot of questions for me. But now is not the time. At least not yet, there's still a lot." Turning his head to face the professor, Corinne offered a confident smile. "First, we need to handle the emergency." This moment, outside, the battle was chaotic and unclear. Desperate shouts rang out. Granel Ludden roared fiercely. "Well done, Ludden." Un, standing nearby, was stunned to hear the name and asked, "When did you name?" In contrast, Elisa was scared pale as a ghost by them. Elisa's stammering voice rang out, "What is that? I've never seen it before." As soon as she finished speaking, the colossal poison dragon monster flew at incredible speed towards Elisa. Elisa focused, telling herself, "I shouldn't look away now. I need to concentrate on dealing with these monsters. That's a Tier 1 poison dragon beast." Elisa hesitated. "I have to face it alone." Suddenly, Mariette's image appeared in Elisa's mind. She remembered Mariette saying, "Oh, Corinne told me to tell you this too. You're not allowed to use it. Domains." Then, Elisa turned to dodge the poison dragon's attack. Elisa repeated, "I can't use domains." Seeing the poison dragon act so wantonly in front of her, Elisa grew angrier. "Corinne must have said that because he saw my potential strength. But can I really do what he Suddenly, a sound attracted Elisa's attention. What's that? Deep crimson fissures like the 18 layers of hell appeared. At the same time, a blood-red lightning bolt appeared in the... Before she could regain her composure, Mariette was caught in the red abyss. That's the blood. Mariette was pulled inside, her body continuously taking damage. A scream rang out. A moment later, Mariette lay unconscious, covered in blood, next to her. At this moment, Mariette's eyes fluttered open. Mariette thought to herself just as Corinne's voice in her subconscious rang out. Look at the giant monster before. Little Mariette let out a puff of air. Mariette thought to herself, I probably can't defeat this. Immediately transformed into a legendary zombie demon after absorbing mystic iron from the mining area. Primordial ancient root. This greatly increased its resistance to physical and magic. A colossal zombie demon stood before them, roaring bloodthirst. Elisa froze at its loud roar. Elisa thought that's why countless heroes lost their lives and couldn't successfully destroy this monster, leading to it being sealed. But her reason wouldn't let her turn back. She gripped her weapon tightly, deciding, even so, Corinne asked. Mariette, weapon in hand, along with thousands of blood-formed swords, attacked the zombie demon. Mariette resolutely declared, I won't. Elisa, standing afar, saw Mariette rush towards the zombie demon as if losing control. Elisa yelled. Seeing Mariette's reckless fight, Elisa pondered for a long time. Elisa stammered, also can't afford to fail. Then, Elisa was infused with a surge of fighting. At this moment, Professor Josephine stood before the screen, panting. Professor of Magic, Dana, didn't know what to do other than gape at the scene before. Alchemy Snow Magic. A barrage of attacks struck the zombie demon until it. Iron Mountain King. Legendary monster entity. It roared ferocious. Advanced vampire. Mariette. At this moment, Mariette's body was covered in blood, but her eyes remained. Though Mariette was struggling, she still managed to fight the zombie demon. This battle is only possible if she is elite. Professor Dana realized that she was witnessing a moment that would one day go down in history. She couldn't hide her surprise, and a moment later, Mariette stood facing the zombie. This time, Mariette transformed her alchemy snow magic into sharp blades to attack the zombie. Thousands of snowflakes plunged straight into the zombie demon's head, causing it to roar across the sky. Startled voices cried out. Oh, this time, the zombie demon used the multi-layered blood snow wall. It opened a blood path encircling Mariette. The zombie demon's mouth spewed thousands of blood-red blood snowflakes, which struck Mariette Dunlap's, causing Mariette Dunlap to. The students struggled to fight to prevent the zombie demon from escaping the laboratory. But everyone could. That defeat was this time, a blinding white color filled the space before the zombie. It howled in confusion, speechless at the catastrophic scene before. Zombie demon looked forward with blood-red eyes, carefully assessing the situation. Suddenly, a giant foot. At this moment, Mariette Dunlap lay neatly in Dyaku's palm. Mariette Dunlap couldn't help but be surprised. Huh? Dyaku? What? Mariette Dunlap suddenly remembered. So he's. At the same time, Elisa on the other side was still attacking the poison dragon. Seeing her every attack have no effect, Elisa panicked. Elisa's face was strained. I can't use domain sever. So what can I do to defeat it? What would Corinne? The poison dragon still wore an indifferent expression, flicking its tongue out to further taunt. Then, the poison dragon howled, unleashing poisonous. Observing the poison dragon, Elisa suddenly gripping her sword tightly. Yes, if I were Corinne, there's no other. Then, Elisa conjured a blinding white arrow, piercing straight into the poison dragon's vital. Elisa thought to herself, basically what I know, dodge and slash. Remove all fanciful thoughts and fear from my head. And then, with swift, agile, fleeting footwork, she plunged her sword into the dragon's body, preventing it from retaliating. That was Aden's first sword technique. A moment later, the poison dragon's body glowed and plunged straight into the ground, creating a tremor. Elisa gasped, quickly covering her eyes. At this moment, Elisa calmly brushed the dust from her clothes. What was that? Still, I did it. I succeeded without needing to use domains. A voice appeared from behind. Yes, well done. Elisa startled, turning to look. Corinne appeared from below, standing with his arms crossed, praising everyone. Well done. Elisa couldn't hide her surprise. Corinne Liden stood before King Hyrant, joyfully exclaiming, I won. I defeat. Granel Ludden stood before the screen, beaming. I don't need Corinne. I don't need friends. I only need the Liden warrior. Didn't being friends with Corinne allow you to create the Liden? Corinne spoke up, so King Hyrant has been dealt with. Poison dragon, where is it? There's only blood left here. Elisa, sword in hand, said, I thought you weren't coming. Corinne curiously asked, report the situation. Where's the zombie? Elisa's face was frantic, saying, Mariette is still trying to stop it. I need to go help her right away. Corinne mumbled, Is Professor Josephina's eyes lit up as she stood behind him, speaking, "What's the plan? Corinne? Since you brought me all the way from the church, you must have thought of something, right?" Corinne smiled, "Of course. You just need to help me capture the zombie demon. But there are many zombie demon monsters here, don't worry." Then, the blade's tip descended as if activating Corinne continued, "Something Corinne said will definitely happen here," while explaining the plan to Mariette. "The boar monsters, imbued with ancient rune magic in the laboratory, will be difficult for Mariette to control as she... But after luring them to eat the ancient rune-carved stone slabs that Mariette prepared before, suddenly, thousands of monsters with glowing yellow eyes... Immediately, they were burned to ashes. Corinne recounted, at that time, simply by activating the ancient rune resonance ability, it will cause explosions which can wipe out all these... As for me, with the silver spear inlaid with primordial ancient runestones, if there's enough time, this will be the main weapon to defeat the monsters in this lab. Corinne cheerfully ran ahead, leading the way. "Let's go, Elisa." Elisa followed. Among the upper-tier monsters that could survive the ancient rune resonance about 30 elite monsters remained with the Iron Mountain King as their... Thinking this, Corinne's lips curled into a smirk. "Nothing to worry." Corinne called out, "Drone, come here." Hearing the call, Drone sighed. "Finally, you've arrived." Corinne's big mouth didn't stop. Corinne shouted loudly, "Dream Team, stop spacing out and come here. Help me." Luna, provoked by Corinne, fumed. "Ha! I don't need you." Standing behind, couldn't help but curse. "Are you crazy? Let's go." And what's with Dream? All the main characters of legendary hero Ahan were gathered here. These are the heroes who will soon save the world in the future. A soft voice asked, "Are you alright?" Mariette turned and replied, "Yes." Corinne agreed. "Then let's start. Let's counterattack and defeat." Corinne stated, "This team is not only powerful but also very well coordinated." But the reason why the team members couldn't be confident was because their opponent was a colossal magical Iron Mountain King, the uncontrolled ruler of the Iron Mountain, crushing everything without cruel and utterly merciless. Suddenly, Mariette Dunlap cried out loudly, "Everyone, scatter, dodge, evade this savage king. It will devour everything in its..." In contrast, Ledin was full of vigor, controlling and roaring fiercely. Ledin warrior. Seeing Ledin charge headlong without heeding the warning, Corinne yelled in alarm, "Hey, you blockhead, we can't confront it directly. What's wrong?" King Hyrant fiercely charged at the zombie. Ledin stubbornly said, "This warrior is a powerful golem for..." Ledin eagerly pointed forward at who stood with her arms crossed, looking utterly helpless. Luna shouted loudly, "The one who defeated King Spirit Bomb X7.
Explosion amplification.
Ariel Nice." And King Hyrant fiercely confronted the zombie. Suddenly, Ledin was scared pale like a burnt straw, his face twisted in disbelief. "My Ledin..." Seeing Ledin's miserable state, Corinne couldn't help but curse. "This blockhead. It's too late. Granel, just attack the zombie demon with all you've got." Everyone's... Then, Corinne demanded, summon vines. Hold it tightly in one direction." Ledin was still sobbing at the controls. "Ledin warrior, you can't lose." Standing behind, angrily cursed, "Damn it, it's as clear as..." Obeyed, summoning vines as Corinne. Vines shot out, aiming to restrain the zombie. A moment later, a green color tightly clung to the zombie demon's body, immobilizing it. Quickly asked, "Did it..." Its primordial ancient runes. The zombie demon's eyes glowed blood-red with murderous intent, looking towards the... Immediately after, the vines clinging to its body were... Ledin's eyes widened. He looked at in confusion, saying, "What? How is it so..." Seeing the difficult situation, Corinne grabbed his blade and charged with Ron. Corinne asked Ron to go behind and attack it. "Use your twin magics." Ron agreed, saying, Ron thought, as expected, my master is indeed a strategist. His timing is impeccable to minimize casualties as much as possible. There's no reason for a mercenary not to... The fire sword, then came the destructive blue lightning sword. Ron thought to himself, my other weapons are enhanced by top-grade magic stones that I received after defeating Mariette in her dragon vampire. Looking at the zombie demon before him, Ron hesitated. But this Iron Mountain King now has a different power. It will be quite difficult to deal. Primordial ancient runes. One yellow, one blue, the twin magic swords attacked the zombie demon in a combined... Suddenly, Ron's face contorted in surprise. Huh? How? It's completely At this moment, Mariette called out worriedly. "Corinne." Corinne replied, "Yes, I know." Corinne yelled, "Hey, Daiyaku." Immediately after, Daiyaku appeared, headbutting the monster's... Daiyaku's headbutt made the zombie demon's head snap back, letting out a pathetic... Corinne exclaimed in surprise, "It worked?" Immediately after, Corinne had a new idea. To attack the Iron Mountain King, we need to separate physical and magical attacks. That strategy is quite primordial ancient runes. 8 characters heavenly heaven, a place that exists but becomes void. Through primordial ancient runes, the Iron Mountain King could gain perfect power and resisted physical attacks with crimson plumes and magic attacks with azure plumes. It would continuously switch its feather color to counter each type of damage dealt. Corinne coldly slung his weapon over his back, his sharp eyes speaking. Un and Granel, try to pin it down. If it gets loose, cling to it again. Ron, perform mid-range attacks. Elisa and I will wait. Seeing everyone else had a role, Mariette Dunlap asked, Corinne, what about me? Corinne softly said, leave the attacking to Daiyaku, Mariette. You just need to move according to my command. Looking at the colossal zombie demon, which regarded the world with disdain, Corinne reminded, everyone, don't overthink anything for Corinne declared, this is a quick battle. It can't be play all your cards and we will win. This young man will surely bring victory when confronting Immediately after, the zombie demon, after several attacks, angrily charged towards everyone. Corinne yelled, Un. Hearing the command, Daiyaku charged forward with Un, summoning vines to bind the zombie. Daiyaku embraced the zombie, and the vines tightly constricted the zombie demon's body. Immobilized. Suddenly, the zombie demon's fur color changed. Immediately, the zombie demon broke free from the vines, sending Daiyaku flying away. Corinne cried out in confusion. It is Corinne yelled loudly, stop it. Then, a series of attacks targeted the fleeing zombie boar. Every attack was deflected by the zombie boar demon, having no effect on it. The strategy remained the same. Charge and obstruct it so it couldn't escape. Daiyaku roared, thank you watching for vid. Then, Daiyaku delivered an extremely powerful blow right to the zombie boar demon's forehead. His 2 legs were also bound by magic. Granel Lidden joyfully said, it worked. That attack was even more direct than before. Even for it, that attack. Un standing next to him also. Daiyaku noticed something unusual and immediately became calm. Fur color hasn't changed yet. The transformation has stopped. Still red. Daiyaku observed from above the zombie boar demon. It's a feint. After showing that changing its fur color to blue could resist magic, it used that trick to deceive Daiyaku, the most dangerous opponent. The cunning face of the zombie boar demon appeared with a sinister. A gigantic ancient rune destroyed everything it touched. A destructive beam of light. Then, the zombie boar demon shot out an extremely powerful energy blast from its energy blast sent Daiyaku flying far, crashing into a rock. Mariette said worriedly. Corinne instructed Mariette, recall him, then use blood spears to block it. Mariette agreed. Then Mariette created many blood spears and launched them towards the zombie boar demon, shouting. The zombie boar demon stood motionless, contemptuous of this. Indeed, this attack was useless against it. It was only enough to tickle it. The blood spears shattered upon touching its. Corinne smiled, showing off, I guess I'll start too. Then Corinne charged towards the zombie boar demon with his spear. Mariette Corinne. The zombie boar demon's fur had now turned blue. Corinne said, hey, you big, how do you plan to block this attack? Huh. As soon as he finished speaking, his entire body and the spear Corinne was holding radiated immense. A will-infused wood mountain. One hit. Corinne's incredibly powerful crimson strike landed on the zombie boar. The zombie boar demon sensed danger and immediately became. Granel Lidden gasped. That's incredible. What was that? Un was equally surprised. Just throwing a spear can cause such a. Oh! The 2 zombie boar demons dodged it. How embarrassing. Corinne, if you failed this badly in an exam, you'd get extra points just for regional pity. Corinne angrily cursed. Damn it. Just a graze. Its reflexes are really. Corinne's spear was stuck deep in the ground, with no trace of the zombie boar. Corinne ordered, Mariette, blood spears again. Mariette replied, if it uses azure plumes to block the blood spears, it won't be able to block my spear's physical. On the other hand, if it uses crimson plumes to block my spear, it won't be able to block the blood spears. This is magic that combines both physical and magical damage. Knowing this, Corinne and Mariette coordinated their attacks perfectly, one supporting the other, fiercely striking the zombie boar demon. How will you block these continuous blood spear attacks? The zombie boar demon's face darkened. It probably wanted to say, I'm fed up. Then it showed a sinister smile. These 2 are doomed. This. Corinne was knocked far back by a blow. Fortunately, he quickly used his spear. Mariette was also sent flying back by its pressure, with many blood spears. Granel Lidden cried out in terror. Huh? Corinne, in pain, said, to block both, you finally used that trump. Absolute defense against both physical and magical attacks, also known, invincible golden body. The zombie boar demon's entire body turned golden. Everyone was surprised. The king was smiling, seemingly satisfied. Smirked, in the end, it's still the same. Its secret trump card, the 5-minute limit of the invincible golden body. Invincible. The zombie demon still smiled sinisterly as before, its entire body glowing. No one could resist the king once it entered this state. Then it charged, intending to ram into Corinne yelled, "It's coming!" Corinne shouted loudly, "How annoying! Everyone, run! For 5 minutes, no attack can affect." Ron said, "Master, that's impossible. There's no more space to run." Indeed, all paths were. Corinne wondered, since when did the building Corinne angrily cursed, "Damn that The king was smiling. Its eyes narrowed, smiling to corner the humans. It had rammed that unfortunate wall countless times. These three are doomed. A voice rang out amid the perilous situation. "Go, Laden warrior. It's our time to shine." A blue rockman immediately threw a but then it was shattered by the zombie boar demon's ram. The giant couldn't resist. Mariette unleashed her alchemy blood ice magic at the zombie. The magic of a tiny mage was useless. Indeed, that blow only ticked. Now, it's time for the king to escape the prison that held it captive. The zombie demon's eyes glowed blood red, as if it wanted to devour everything alive. Golden plumes. The Iron Mountain King's final state. The Dingle Peninsula zombie demon. The 5-minute invincible state of the final boss in part. Corinne stood motionless, looking dangerous. That was the terrifying moment that plunged countless players into Corinne muttered, "Now there's nothing." Then Corinne chuckled. However, in truth, there's still a hidden method. Corinne gently pushed the hilt of his sword. A dazzling light shone forth. Open this. Elisa appeared with her sword in. Zombie boar demon was also astonished. Physical and magic penetrating sword technique. Ignores all defenses. Deals 100% true damage. Elisa unleashed her ultimate skill. Aden's first sword technique. The most effective attack against a legendary zombie boar demon's face turned pale with Ghost Sword Sever. Domain Sever. An incredibly powerful move unleashed by Elisa struck the zombie boar. The destructive power of this blow was terrifying. Elisa was also thrown back. Corinne was surprised. Corinne praised. "One Elisa is worth more than 10 people in a team." Elisa blushed. "What are you saying? Is this enough? What if it moves again?" Corinne stated confidently, "No, this is Madame's time to A powerful magic circle was cast. Thousands of chains wrapped around the zombie. Corinne said. She restored that gigantic magic circle in an instant, as expected of Professor Josephine, a woman wearing glasses. Corinne now looked triumphant. Invincible golden body is strong, but after shattering that defense, the monster won't be able to use its original ancient runes. Corinne spoke up, Mariette. Mariette understood, saying, Then Mariette used a powerful magic technique. Sky-engulfing red magic. Thank you watching for vid. Corinne, while running away, shouted, Professor Josephine. It's all thanks. Josephine retorted. Exasperated. Mariette said, I will end it all. Then she unleashed her grand blood art. Fire, the nightmare that had existed for 80 years. The beast that had slain countless. The Dingle Peninsula zombie demon has been annihilated. The light emitted as it disintegrated was something no spear wielder could ignore. Incredibly powerful surge of energy erupted after the zombie demon. Primordial 8 ancient runes needed to ascend to heaven. A stone appeared. It is a divine relic. No matter how great the power, it cannot destroy this ancient rune. But its casing, the ancient rune stone, 80 years ago, a boar on the Dingle Peninsula chewed and absorbed many ancient rune stones. That was the zombie demon. Just its image appeared once. No one had thought of defeating it and extracting those ancient runes, because ancient rune stones would grant their owner nearly immortal power. But now, the zombie demon has been unsealed and the moment Elisa struck it down just now reappeared. The protective casing of the ancient rune stone inside it also. So where did the original ancient rune, stripped of its casing, go? A stone with blue patterns appeared. Perhaps this is an ancient rune. The answer was incredibly simple. It will wander towards the nearest host before stopping. An illustrative image of the ancient rune seeking a new host appeared. It burrowed into another stone. It has found its destination. 10 years ago, Formac joined the academy for this very reason, disguised as a professor. He is none other than Formac, the one holding the ancient glyph. The Iron Mountain King was defeated by the academy students. This outcome was too lenient, though not as he intended. Afterward, the scene showed a chaotic evacuation of the other students. Mariette asked, Have all the experiment mechanics been evacuated? Ron, broad-shouldered, said, There are still monsters. Catch them. Block the end. Had been sealed for 80 years in this prison, so the weakening of the Iron Mountain King's power was only now. Now he just needed to leave the academy and disappear from the city through the secret passage. Formac raised the back of his hand to shield his. Then Formac's eyes widened in surprise, as if he saw the one who defeated the archmage of the Dunilev lineage, Mariette Dunilev, and the great demon king of Iron Mountain, is sitting right. Corinne sat with his hand propped on his chin, looking at Formac and saying, "Senior brother, how was my performance?" "Junior nephew Formac?" Fifth rank knight Corinne Locke was blocked. Formac exclaimed in surprise. "Junior nephew?" Corinne said, "Since you are the disciple of a disciple my master once expelled, I am your martial uncle, am I not? Go on. Greet your martial." Formac sneered, "Martial uncle? Huh?" Formac was scared. It seemed he finally recognized his identity. Formac only had one thought after seeing me use spear techniques identical to his master. Corinne, still sitting with his hand propped on his chin, looked very cool and aloof, a true cold boy looking at, because the only person he knew who had mastered the six-step spear mastery to the Grandmaster realm was his master, Spear King. Then, a flashback showed Corinne fighting with a spear against a woman. When he saw me use techniques identical to his own, he probably thought there was a high possibility that I was another disciple of his master. So, Corinne had been monologuing this whole, but I am the disciple of a master he doesn't know. It was right where he infiltrated to carry out his mission that I deduced his intentions. A flashback showed Formac infiltrating the academy, sitting with his arms crossed. He must have found my existence inexplicable and suspicious, so the safest choice was to ignore. Afterward, an image of Formac looking at me with great suspicion. Corinne, I, who once fought Lunia Aiden in the midterm evaluation, was sent to the city outskirts to assess my rank. That was just a pretext for him to remove me from his plan to eliminate the Iron Mountain King and seize the primordial ancient glyph. Formac, after that, he successfully carried out his scheme and left the city. He simply thought that sending me elsewhere would ensure his plan's perfect success. Corinne sat smiling with a smug expression, thinking, but he couldn't have known I would use Ms. Josephina's seal to instantly teleport back. Corinne said, Professor Donna's experiment and Mariette's rampage must have greatly benefited you, because you were just waiting for that opportunity. Corinne asserted to Formac, you cannot take the primordial ancient glyph. Before those words, Formac immediately exuded an imposing aura and raised his voice at Corinne. How would an insignificant student like you know about this? Did Josephine tell you?
Ah, no, that's impossible.
Formac twisted his wrist, intending to punch Corinne, and said, very well. A mere student whom I paid no attention to wants to stop my plan by standing in my way like this? So, Formac emitted an extremely powerful dark purple aura. Then you are my... Corinne began to... Formac Adman, he is known as a first-rank knight across the entire continent. Not only, in fact, he was the mastermind behind breaking the Iron Mountain King seal at the end of Part 2. And later, he will appear under the name Heavenly King, one of the four kings. Formac appeared, striking a pose like Bruce. His power must be on par with Lunia Aiden at her highest level. If things go smoothly, he has the potential to reach the master level without difficulty. Afterward, an image of Lunia Aiden swung her sword with powerful slashes that tore through the... Formac's shadow appeared, a purple liquid. Are you acting so arrogant with such meager skill? Do you think you can... And that liquid formed an exact replica of Formac. Dark energy, shadow, end this battle. Corinne thought and analyzed, completely unafraid of his opponent. Formac's special ability is instant counterattacks, and damage dealt in darkness will be amplified. But I didn't just choose this battlefield at a ray of light shone forth, revealing an ancient glyph. A sun. Formac frantically turned to look at his shadow. Formac saw the shadow gradually fading and yelled loudly. No. Corinne smugly said, the archenemy of the dark attribute is holy light. You know your own weakness. Images of many shadows appeared to illustrate Corinne's words. Dark mages need darkness to fully unleash their power, just as water mages need damp places, and fire mages need hot, dry air. Formac immediately, thank you watching for vid. Now the ground was covered in sun. You're not getting away, son.
Formac screamed.
Thank you watching for vid. A series of ancient glyphs lit up, greatly unsettling Formac. What is this? Corinne sat smiling and said, I put in a lot of effort for this. I had to carve these sun glyphs for 20 straight days. But in return, I have a massive amount of magic power and an advantage again. Every ancient glyph always has certain inherent advantages and weaknesses. I had to prepare for this final battle before anyone else. Formac cursed him outright. The most malicious counterattack against Formac was this. With holy light and sunlight spreading and covering him, he would be powerless. Corinne gloated, you should praise my preparation. Shouldn't you? Then he continued to analyze. Shadow Burst is a move that consumed quite a bit of his magic power. But no matter what technique he uses, I will still count. Formac's legs began to exert force. You are persistent and cunning. But that's not... Formac used Shadow Flow to dash quickly closed in on... Corinne cursed under his breath. Motherfucker. You're attacking so Corinne began to attack first with his Formac easily dodged. Then Formac unleashed an explosive left punch towards Corinne used Bagua footwork and dodged the Formac was surprised. He dodged it? Shadow Flow continuously strikes the opponent's blind spots. I didn't think he could avoid that tech. Corinne glanced, then immediately used 4 steps and ring. Then came Flying Heaven, a relentless barrage of attacks that made it difficult for Formac to dodge. Formac said, a technique honed through experience. Corinne scoffed at Formac, still pretending to be a professor. Formac said, I've been in disguise for 10 years. It's just an occupational habit. Corinne raised his voice, you can stop with that way of speaking. Be yourself. Formac was exasperated. You sharp-tongued, Corinne said with a confident tone. No matter what you do, you'll die here. Formac replied, unfortunately, I cannot fight to the end. I will definitely kill you next time. We had to leave the city as soon as possible. He had to avoid the attention of those who thought he was. Corinne unleashed incredibly fierce spear attacks, but Formac still dodged them. If he truly decided to escape, he would use spatial magic to teleport elsewhere. Formac used his finger to draw. A sentence surprised Formac. This is a duel. Corinne pointed his spear at Formac. Do you think he'll let you simply escape like that? Formac replied, I have no desire to duel someone like. Corinne smirked cunningly and said, you must duel. Formac the Savage. It's the oath. Formac angrily swore, you more perilous the conditions, the greater the reward. In this world, many things bind a for those who follow darkness like him, it's the oath. He cannot refuse a duel. Formac, I accept the duel. Formac appeared with an oath-bound curse on his left. Formac asked, so, that's why you came here? Corinne replied, a duel must be one-on-one. Every duel is fair and sacred. A life-and-death battle between two. Therefore, the oath's restriction is also one-on. Corinne and Formac stared at each other intently. A very intense battle was about to unfold. As long as I came here alone, as long as the duel glyph was active, Formac clenched his fist. He was forced to duel. There was no other Formac boomed. Formac the Savage, disciple of the spear. Corinne, equally fired up, responded, Heavenly Queen Erin Danua's peerless spear. Look, by law, we must state our names to. Both began to channel immense power, exuding and overwhelming, and both charged towards their opponent. Win or thank you watching for vid. Duel has only one out. Corinne swung a yellow fist, while Formac was. According to the sacred rules, Formac clenched his hand into a fist, his overflowing power overwhelming. Each person must state their name before entering. Corinne also exuded a terrifying source of power, his eyes burning with fire as he looked at. Whether winning or losing, the two rushed into battle so fast they were in. There is only one outcome for this. Formac and Corinne faced each. Both unleashed their strongest techniques at their system backup, recalling the ordinances. Ordinance 1. Duty, do not turn a blind eye to the misfortunes of others. Linkage degree. Ordinance 2. Restraint, I cannot comprehend spirits. Backup, increases damage dealt by 5%. Ordinance 3. Oath, I will save the world. Linkage degree, A. The system's voice announced the rules of this world. Backup, doubles all.
Ramais, 5,530 plus 5,530.
Mana, 24,170 4,170.
Strength, 67 plus 67. Agility, 66 plus 66. Stamina, 68 plus 68.
Aura, 64 plus 64.
Mana, 64, 60.
The system announced Corinne's current body stats. Persistent Warrior 100 times Pain Resistance, All Domain Control, Average Triple Core Magic, Flow Rate 3005. Begin the quest to save the world by first defeating Formac the Savage. Good luck, Hero Corinne. A blessing from the system to. Loud explosions from Formac and Corinne's battle seemed to wipe out everything around. The battle between spear mastery and martial arts was essentially a fight over maintaining distance. The ground trembled, and water shattered from the immense. Rado. The martial artist will use the speed-boosting ancient glyph to close the distance with the opponent. Formac dodged Corinne's chariot intent. Corinne continued to unleash techniques. Fire enveloped serpent flow. Formac could only defend against Corinne's continuous attacks. Blade strikes continuously stabbed towards and the spearman will try to extend the distance from the. Formac lunged forward, escaping Corinne's. Martial artist will focus on seizing every opportunity, finding the spearman's weak. As soon as the spearman reveals an opening, they will close in. Formac immediately rushed towards Corinne, unleashing a tech. But with this attack, Corinne's blade plunged powerfully into the. It had already been seen through by the spearman. Corinne spun his blade, dodging to one. In close combat, jumping will expose many weaknesses. Corinne leaped high, spinning his blade. The martial artist will wait for the moment and then endless heavenly turtle. Corinne unleashed a technique from above, descending towards Formac. Chaotic, too fast. Formac was surprised by the incredibly swift attack. He can attack 7 times consecutively while still airborne. Formac continuously used his hands to block Corinne's aerial attacks. And Corinne Thank you watching for video. With just 1 second of carelessness, Formac immediately closed in, attacking Corinne from Heavenly Turtle's second form. Ghost Spear returning ring. Corinne immediately defended. Both unleashed techniques at each other simultaneously. Corinne took a punch from Formac continuously closed in on Corinne, attacking and pushing Corinne back. Although his own hand was bleeding from a cut, Formac also suffered a gash from Corinne's. Must not stop attacking. I have to continuously close the distance. He's attacking while enduring the pain. Gasp. Corinne hadn't expected Formac to do. Formac continuously unleashed techniques at Corinne, forcing Corinne to repeatedly with his blade without being able to counter it. Heaven Strike. Formac delivered a decisive, put all his strength into this finishing blow. If I can block it, he'll win this duel, Corinne thought decisive. But in an incredibly brief moment, Corinne's gaze suddenly, his fist is opening up. Corinne was surprised by Formac's spear. Was that a feint? Corinne was caught off guard, unable to dodge or Rado. Formac flung Corinne's spear far. Now what are you going to do? Formac closed in on Corinne and the spearman has lost his weapon. Formac threw a punch at forcing Corinne to block with his. Corinne immediately retreated backward, regaining his balance. Corinne's hand scraped the ground to maintain his Come here. Corinne yelled at Formac. It's fine. I can just summon it back. Corinne, damn it. It's stuck so deep I can't pull it out. The spear was embedded deep in the tree trunk, preventing Corinne from. Formac suddenly appeared behind. Left punch. Straight punch. Damn it. Formac threw a straight punch, but Corinne managed to. Even without a weapon, I'm still a martial artist. Clearly, a spearman can still master martial arts techniques. Corinne dodged, his hand swinging back with a punch at Formac. You know it too, don't you? Corinne continuously struck at Formac. Bagua Rising Dragon, the foundation of all martial arts. Corinne's eyes blurred. All physical attacks. Corinne said. Bagua Triple Pierce. Corinne landed a powerful punch on Formac. You quite surprised me, Formac spoke. However, Corinne looked at Formac with a surprised expression. Fist techniques aren't as strong as your spear mastery, are they? Formac taunted. He doesn't have a scrap. Corinne hadn't expected his technique to have no effect on Formac. Left punch. Rib shot. Formac's technique landed a direct punch on Corinne, leaving Corinne unable to. Corinne's Bagua is very strong, but he forgot one thing. Formac is. It's just his secondary weapon. As for Formac, that's what he spent his entire life. Formac continued to unleash punches at Corinne was being punched, no longer able to resist. Left punch. Straight punch. Left punch. Flying punch. Formac unleashed techniques at Corinne with unimaginable. Left punch. Rib shot. Left punch. Elbow. Not resisting anymore. Just blocking? It's fine. He'll end this battle quickly, Formac said to Corinne as he continued to. Formac used all his strength to unleash his final blow. Corinne pulled out his spear from somewhere to block the attack, leaving Formac in That spear. How does he have it? I threw it away. Formac's eyes widened in shock as he looked at. I have to admit, you're a strong opponent. Corinne sneered in response. This kid, Formac thought, looking at. He deliberately took the blows to make me follow him, then closed in and retrieved his spear? Formac couldn't believe Corinne had planned it like. Corinne countered Formac with Corinne's own techniques. Corinne seemed to have regained his chariot intent. Serpent flow. Corinne continuously unleashed techniques at Formac, leaving Formac no time to. Corinne, holding his spear, leaped. Formac retreated further back, defending him. Impressive. The way you handled losing your weapon, and even when you realized you couldn't use martial arts anymore. Those methods were very clever and Formac praised Corinne as he took off his. I'm at a disadvantage again, Formac said. Will you stop it already? You've been beaten this badly, and you're still trying to act like a professor? Corinne said scorn. Act like it? Formac said, apparently taking off his glass. I really have to get serious now. Formac's eyes sharpened, his aura radiating much more powerfully than before. Strange markings appeared on Formac's elbow. Tawaz, Athala, Ing. The ground trembled. Loose stones on the ground were sucked up. A world where the sun does not exist. A part of the sky is also for summoning art. Heavenly fortress of shadow. A castle surrounded Formac. Summoned. Ordinance 3. Oath. I will obey the darkness. The system panel appeared with text. Quite surprising. You know how to use sun glyphs against darkness? Formac said, slightly surprised. But with such a small trick, you won't be able to resist eternal night. Dark monsters surrounded the This is the forbidden land of the great dark warriors of the dark. Accept it. Formac stepped forward, followed by a legion of shadows. Be torn to 100 pieces by these dark monsters. Be killed by my fist. Formac presented the choice to Isn't this supposed to be a one-on-one duel? Corinne said with a scornful, Damn you, you bastard. Corinne yelled, cursing I knew you'd resort to dirty tricks. Corinne replied with a cunning smile. In Corinne's hand was a golden ginseng root. That's... Formac looked on in surprise. What? The ginseng root let out a deafening scream towards Formac. Golden ginseng. It emits a sound 7 times stronger than a normal ginseng, and cannot be blocked by any kind of... Formac was blown far away by the ginseng roots. Even dark monsters cannot withstand the scream of this one-of-a-kind ginseng. So do you think you can withstand this little trick of mine? Corinne asked Formac scornfully. Formac's ears bled. Corinne's ears also. Formac the savage, you will be defeated here. Corinne, completely unfazed, looked towards Formac and spoke with the fierce triumph of a... Formac stood, clutching his neck, looking like he was surrendering. Corinne continued to taunt. Now how will you manage? That beast is dead, and the ginseng will keep screaming. All your shadow clones will He glanced at Formac with pride. And just so you know, I have powerful regeneration abilities. If this battle drags on, it will only help me adapt and gain an advantage. How long will you last, coward? Formac was furious at these taunts. He gritted his teeth, looking at Corinne with bitter resentment. Shadow Poison X. Thank you watching for Formac stood up, clenching his fists, in a battle-ready stance. From the moment you stepped into this dark fortress of shadow, you no longer had a chance to win against me. A fierce battle ensued. A multitude of pink beasts swarmed and attacked. Of course, Corinne was no pushover. He didn't hesitate to meet his opponent's attacks, and even counterattacked very smoothly. A monster 3 to 4 times Corinne's size attacked him from behind. Ghost Spear returning ring. Formac was still continuously unleashing his ultimate moves to defeat his spiral counterforce, combined technique. Formac's power was truly terrifying. The combination of powers dealt Corinne a painful... He fell headlong far, far away. Formac continued to charge with no intention of... Corinne clutched his chest in pain. I really can't take it anymore. Are you listening? In that chaotic battle, everyone was slowly exhausting them. Formac punched, saying, My shadow... Corinne had now lost his outer shirt. His muscular, six-pack body held the spear angrily. I told you this was a one-on-one duel of 1,000 years, he said, along with the runes on his body was covered in sun. Formac feared, with this, shadow poison is completely useless. But doing that is nothing short of suicide. Is he willing to burn his own body to a crisp? What if... Chariot intent, serpent flow, body. Corinne, stop with these petty tricks. Let's fight to the end with pure tech. He was truly enraged by Formac's dirty tricks. Don't hold back anymore. Attack me with your full... Formac stood in thought. Instinctively, I can feel that the warrior facing me is my sworn arch... Transformed into a terrifying, grotesque entity. Alright, I will stake my very life on this battle. I will wager everything I... 6-step Shura. A self-destructive skill that burns the caster's magic core for strength and speed. A skill only great heavenly kings possess. At this moment, Corinne seemed finally satisfied with the battle. He also began to transform, his face becoming that of an arrogant warrior. Good, let's fight. You should have done that from the beginning. Step Spear Mastery. War-breaking Shura Spear. Corinne's body seemed to be ablaze. His true power was fully unleashed. Corinne could also perform that. Both warriors poured all their strength into this. Formac, in his purple, lightning-streaked, Corinne with a body that seemed to be on. Both were in a fierce, reckless. It grew more terrifying by the moment, and both were determined to. Formac transformed into a grotesque form, no longer resembling the dignified professor he was in. And of course, Corinne no longer had the image of a handsome, muscular young. One could say it was a 1910 battle of outstanding war. Spear was covered in blood. The combatants were slowly exhausting themselves. The battle was nearing its... Corinne's body was covered in scratches after the... Formac looked even more battered, his face covered in scratches. Excellent. Corinne, holding his spear, pierced Formac. He screamed from the painful... Corinne said, I win, and sound echoed in Corinne's mind. Turns out it was all an illusion, Corinne told himself. As soon as I close my eyes, I hear those screams. Someone was calling for Corinne to save them. Help, I don't want to die. Please let me live. Corinne, save me. This was his encounter with Formac after being defeated by him in state. We were trapped in a reality no different from a magnificent and splendid castle. But in reality, it was just hell, disguised beneath the veneer of paradise. Innocent people gradually died, and I lost many comrades in that. Corinne remembered what had happened, feeling extremely one of the 4 heavenly kings, Formac the Savage, that demon king who tried to cast that hell upon this world. Confidant of Tate Vent. This time, Corinne stood before Formac's, lapsed on the ground. Corinne said, it won't be like before. Then he searched Formac's pants pockets for something, but found nothing. He said, just as I suspected, he doesn't have. Corinne was looking for the Lipai stone, something that could increase power. He said, one of the 4 mysterious treasures protected by the monks. The gem of fate, Phalia's Lipai. If he really possessed Lipai after returning the ancient glyph, then perhaps my chances of winning would have been significantly reduced. And then he found a shining stone. Here it is, the ancient glyph. At least I got back the ancient glyph I knew. This was a precious item. Corinne knew its importance. Vantaja is hunting for 8 ancient glyphs to summon the Fortress of Shadows to this world. I cannot let it fall into his head. He rationalized to himself what's so important about that, to the extent that he'd massacre those people out there. They're furious and resentful of the world. I understand, but venting that anger in such a way is completely. Corinne seemed to float up, his entire body straightening. He spread his arms wide and exhaled with a whoosh. What crazy thing have I? After the battle, his body was also covered in scratches. His ears were damaged. Corinne told himself, my left eardrum must be ruptured. From running around with that ginseng root in my hand. The right side isn't much better. I relied on my regeneration ability, but the sun glyph burned part of my torso. The pain is bearable. However, the wounds inflicted by Formac are the real problem. He tore my liver and broke my collarbone with like an X-ray film. Corinne's joints and internal organs were all messed up from the beating. Corinne remembered, when he punched my sternum, several ribs broke, and my intestines were completely disarranged. Then Corinne lifted his left arm. He struggled greatly to do so. I struggled just to lift my left arm and leg, but they were also somewhat injured by 6 steps. Corinne lay sprawled on the ground, exhausted, panting. Phew, I thought I was used to pain by. His vision slowly narrowed towards the blue sky, but he still tried to reassure himself. I must stay calm. An important announcement for you. You have defeated Formac the Savage. Rewards are being. But he gradually weakened, his eyes barely able to open. What he needed was something else. He mumbled, that's not important. Ancient glyphs, golden gin. The ordinances were sent. Ordinance 1. Do not turn a blind eye to the misfortunes of. Scoreboard appeared. Lucky person. Unknown. Difficulty. A. Reward points. 60, equally divided. You have defeated a great arch. You will receive a bonus reward. A rolled scroll tied with a red string. That is to the 4 secret treasures. The son of Finn. Some girl was She carried Corinne on her back and stood up. Corinne called out, Elisa. Elisa asked, are you awake? What about the Along the way, Corinne and Elisa chatted. Elisa said, Professor Dana is handling it, but she seems sad. Ron left, and Un and the others. Corinne angrily said, Ron, that scoundrel. He probably doesn't even know how to spell loyalty. Elisa said, he told you not to expect much, because your relationship is simply a business partnership. And he reminded you to pay your debt before next. Elisa, what about? Corinne asked. Elisa anticipated what Corinne wanted to ask and answered immediately. The ancient glyph and golden ginseng? We've put them away. Even though he was being carried on Elisa's back, Corinne still wasn't kind with his words. That's strange. How did you know what I wanted to ask? You're not that. Elisa, seeing Corinne's jab, warned him. Hey, just a reminder. I'm carrying you. Be careful, or I'll drop you. Corinne, hearing Elisa's threat, became scared. Please don't do that. The 2 stopped at a roadside bench. Corinne lay down on the bench, resting his head on Elisa's lap, his arm over his forehead, looking exhausted. Thank you for saving me, he said. Elisa also enthusiastically replied. Elisa looked at Corinne and said, about the domain separate. Corinne said, if it weren't for you, I wouldn't have been able to defeat the Iron Mountain King. Elisa humbly replied, I didn't do much to. Corinne was a person who valued gratitude, and he was still very grateful to Elisa. That doesn't change the fact that you contributed to an important. Elisa recalled a time in class when Formac stood before a group of students. Elisa said, now that I think about it, during our group mission, and even when we were making ginseng juice, you were always drawing ancient. You had been preparing for this battle for a long time. Corinne tiredly replied, yes, that's right. Why did I have to fight him? Elisa said, it's nothing. If we had fought together. Elisa laughed cheerfully. Haha, it would have been better if fewer people. Why is everyone so indifferent? Corinne said, well, I guess that works. Under the brilliant afternoon sun, the 2 young people sat together on the roadside bench. Elisa praised him. You did. Inside a building, murmurs spread. Corinne is seriously injured. Isn't he? He's been transferred to the hospital. Yeah, he broke some ribs. His intentions were too dangerous, that's why he didn't ask us for. Corinne's friends were on their way to the hospital where he was. Poor guy. Let's go visit him. Yeah, if we don't visit him, who? Two entered the hospital room, happy to see Corinne and ask about him. Corinne, how are you? We were worried you'd be lonely, so we brought a bunch of. Mariette was also sitting there, asking Corinne, want more fruit? They'll peel some for you. Warren brought a big fish and said, here, a super big flounder. Elisa then asked Corinne, have some. A friend called out, hey, what are you guys bringing snacks for? I'm already. The other two jokingly said angrily, this scoundrel. Your time. The table was laden with food, from fruit to desserts. Corinne, eat this apple. Corinne, have some candy. Mariette and countless others gathered around Corinne, who lay in the hospital bed. How is it? Is it good? I heard that eating sweets helps you recover faster. It's delicious. One person's happiness meant thousands of others' pain, specifically Jaeger and Lack, who cried inwardly. Damn it, that bastard. I'm so jealous of him. Why do I have to be here watching this? Taking advantage of her friend being bedridden, Elisa happily said to Mariette, it's not often we gather like this. Let's play some games for fun. Shall we? Oh, that sounds good. Should we invite Corinne's friends to play too? The more they listened, the more Jaeger and his best friend Lack felt a pang in their little hearts. You're amazing, you bastard. You're amazing. Corinne, you're the best. I'm so glad I came. Suddenly, a sound came from the door, drawing everyone's attention. Huh? Who else is? Jaeger went to open the door on behalf of the group, with a confused expression. Who is it? Hearing Jaeger sound excited, everyone turned to peek. What brings you here, sir? They came, just as I thought, didn't they? Anyway, I needed to meet Ariel with captivating eyes, and another person came to visit Corinne. Student Corinne, how are your injuries? Lady Ariel Kaza, current dean of Makaba Academy. Seeing this, Corinne broke character from being bedridden and sat bolt upright to respond. Greetings, Dean. All right, now it's time for me to prove my worth. The Dean. In the room, only Ariel and Corinne's conversation could be heard. Please forgive me, but I must ask your friends to leave the room for security reasons. Do you understand? Ariel maintained her initial solemn posture and said, first, we have many questions for you. This matter is much more serious than Mariette's. They're still suspicious of me. Huh? Corinne thought. It looks like you'll have to change the topic of conversation. Then he spoke up with a very calm and friendly gaze. Professor Formack is a spy. About Professor Josephine, standing next to her, began to speak. Dean, but Ariel didn't let anyone steal her thunder and quickly said, stop. You and I both know Professor Josephine. Corinne saw the calm demeanor of the two elders and thought, they're not as surprised as I expected. They must have discovered something from the ordinances on Professor Formack's body. But there are still things they don't. A name came from Ariel's mouth that struck Corinne like lightning. Tate Vantaja. Formack the Savage is his Suddenly, Professor Josephine lost her composure and interjected. That's impossible. 80 years ago he already. But Corinne began to speak again. Six-step spear mastery, infinity, and the ordinances. You both know about them, don't you? Because those are the things you two taught him. To put it simply, I also have such an identity. Hearing Corinne's lengthy rambling, Professor Josephine became enraged and drew her weapon. You two? You're also a disciple of They thought Corinne would be terrified and collapse again. But he slowly stepped down and said, you don't need to be so wary of me. I'm not the type to kill people at will. I wouldn't just reveal this to put myself at a disadvantage. And this isn't your true body, is it? Corinne calmly continued, both of your true bodies are in the main building and cannot appear. This made Ariel's astonishment clearly visible on her face. You? How? Corinne explained, Vantage's disciples are still alive, and they've been dispersed across the continent. And now he has become very powerful. He is much stronger than before, and he is no longer. Corinne revealed information that made Ariel ponder deeply. Everything is due to your decision 80 years. Corinne stood up, stepping closer to the two. As for you, your source of power has been scattered across the continent, and you've only recovered 2 parts. There's something you surely don't. In Corinne's hand was a glowing gem, which he showed to Ariel. Even the gem of truth, Leap High, one of Danua's 4 secret treasures, is in his hands. Once he gathers enough to restore his power, he will no longer be considered a user. Gem was held up, along with Corinne's words, leaving Ariel. You also know what will happen next, Lady Erin. Seeing the situation was a bit strange, Corinne thought, things are becoming clearer now. That's why Professor Josephine, with over 80 years of experience, wasn't made dean, and why the rising star Ariel Kaza immediately took that position. It's because years ago the dean of the academy was Lord Viren. Years ago the dean of the academy was the current dean is Lady Kaza. The truth is, their bodies are formed and empowered by the ancient glyphs. Realizing Corinne was so mysterious that he had to be wary, Ariel probed with a question. What do you want? Corinne slowly lowered his face and said, we both share the same. Suddenly, Corinne took off his shirt, revealing 6, 7, 8, 9 packs, which made Ariel stammer. Those are the ordinary. Corinne said with a confident voice, I am honored to become your vanguard spear. Corinne suddenly knelt down, making Ariel and Professor Josephine exclaim, Omega, to protect this world, you can treat me as a servant. If you suddenly a memory appeared. I'm grown up now, kid. As an adult, I will protect children. Corinne thought Ariel Kaza. No. Corinne's face blazed with determination. Erin Danua. I still cannot forget her act. Corinne thought to himself, now is the time I will repay her. His actions astonished Ariel, but she still couldn't open her eyes. Scene shifted to a room devoid of sunlight. Everything became dark. A soft voice echoed. A figure with a perfect body spoke, leaving Professor Josephine speak. I don't think that woman. Erin with a sorrowful face. So Tate is still alive? Corinne, is that child trust? Professor Josephine could only offer comfort. My dear sister, like a lovesick Erin. Before Josephine could finish, Erin replied, I know, I shouldn't easily trust any. Erin sat on the cold chair and commanded, send someone to monitor him. We still cannot fully trust him. I understand. Alone in the large room, Erin bowed her head in thought. I cannot easily do anything because I bear too great a responsibility. Because everything he said could be false. There is one thing I still don't understand. Erin recalled Corinne's resolute face, which only made her more curious. Why did he look at me with eyes that held such sad? Erin was helpless, unsure what to do. Corinne, that child. At Makaba Academy's annual celebration, there will be a reappointment of ranks based on individual performance. This holds great significance. If the rank you received upon joining the academy was only temporary, then this is the official ranking given by the Academy Guard Association. Everyone has worked very hard. Your achievements have brought great renown to the academy. And because of the rank reappointment, many students trained very diligently so they could achieve the best possible official rank. It can be said that many students already have a level equivalent to the academy. Everyone sat together, chatting idly about potatoes. Why did you bring so many potatoes today? It's an anniversary. Have some potatoes, okay? Sure, thank you. It's better to distribute them to everyone, or they'll spoil if there are too many in store. Corinne, suddenly with eyes sharper than blades. A warehouse? A whole warehouse just for potatoes? Sounds interesting. Now we will announce the students who have just changed ranks. Hearing this, Corinne reached out and took Mariette's hand. Let's go up to the stage. Second-year student, top of the magic class, Mariette. Mariette stood on the stage for commendation, her face flushed red. Mariette, despite her difficult circumstances, has shown great ambition, proving herself by assisting in handling the accident at the training grounds. Mariette's lovely image seems to have been upgraded, full of passion, with eyes sparkling like headlights. Honestly, it could be said she contributed nothing in one academic semester because she was not allowed to leave the city after turning into a vampire. However, she still assisted Professor Dana with research, and her abundant magic power after becoming a vampire greatly benefited the academy. With such abilities, her promotion was above all, her efforts to stop the Iron Mountain King greatly minimized casualties for the academy. Ariel smiled and said, Mariette, with the recommendation of the Academy's headmaster, Mr. Kaza, and the president of the northern branch of the Protectors Association, Mr. Dina Grandia, you will be promoted to semi-special. Everyone in the audience seemed to agree with the decision. Wow, that's amazing. Doesn't that make her the youngest semi-special rank protector ever? She'll surely go down in the students whose names I read, just like Mariette, all made significant contributions during the recent incident. Hearing this, all the academy students present began to murmur and discuss. Like Mariette, were there others who helped with that incident? I don't remember knowing about that. Although the incident was widely known, the internal details were not clear to what happened that day was always kept secret. No one knew about the existence of the Snow Mountain, nor the brutal traitor professor. Next names to be called were Magic Class, Granolidin, Night Class, Alyssa, Drone. And last, thank you watching for Ariel beaming said, students IUN, Granol, Alyssa, and Drone, for your achievements you will be promoted to semi-first. When it came to Corinne, Ariel's eyes seemed colder and icier. And you, student Corinne, even though you are currently a rank 5 with your exceptionally outstanding performance, Headmaster Ariel Kaza, Senior Professor Josephine Clara, and Honorary Professor Harmongels have recommended your promotion to rank 1. The entire hall gasped in astonishment. What? Rank 1? Someone who was rank 5 promoted to rank 1 in just one semester? That's too strange. Rank 5 protector, rank 1 I received an unofficial rank after discussions with the associate. My abilities are beyond question, but the reason I was directly promoted to rank 1 is also thanks to my efforts in the battle against Professor. The most important thing is the privilege of every rank 1 protector. The authority to immediately join the protector squad. Is finally the game. It would take a full 3 years even with early graduation, but I achieved it in less than 2 years. This will be a significant change for the future. I will gather all the elites here. I have a bad feeling about this, though. Power and benefits form authority. That will allow me to do any. Clear blue sky showed it was a beautiful day. Summer vacation at last. What are you guys planning? Ron, ever practical, said. Jaeger excitedly said. Go back as expected of a romance novel protagonist. I'm interning at the magic. Ayuen hesitantly said. I plan to visit experienced practitioners. I've already scheduled appointments with some in the Western Territory. Colonel Liden also chimed in. I'm also going west. They say there's a castle being dismantled there. He'll go there to find energy cores for. Ola Melissa looked gloomy, almost on the verge of tears. They'll probably have to go back to my family. My grandfather is urging me to return quickly. Corinne, seeing her friend's distress, genuinely offered comfort. Have a safe. Suddenly someone asked Corinne, what are you going to do? Corinne, are you going home? No. Before, when I returned to the house from Corinne's that house was completely empty. They had gone on a trip without me. Oh, I had traveled to Ven because there was a bug in the messaging system, causing the notification to arrive 3 days. Alyssa shyly said, I see. Will you? Corinne Huh? Alyssa, mustering all her courage, suggested, would you like to come with me? Corinne began to feel confused. What does this girl want? Go with her to her house? I'm a little scared to go alone. Scared? With her personality, there's no reason to be scared, right? Nothing bad happened in the game, so she'd be safe even. Corinne spoke up to refuse. Unfortunately, maybe next time. I've decided to go exploring in the east already. All right then. Next time, there was a place I absolutely had to go. A voice called out his name. Mariette waved at Corinne with, I have to go now. There's still a little time until the next semester. If not for this summer vacation, I wouldn't be able to go there either. The train rattled along at an extremely fast, moving to each location at dizzying. Suddenly, in the train car, Corinne punched someone, sending them flying and sticking to the ceiling, creating a hole big enough to poke a head out for some fresh. While the other passengers remained unaware of what was happening. I still have to sit here for another 9 hours to reach the northern continent. A man in black with a fierce scar on his face was observing his surroundings. The man next to him was also extremely vigilant, weapon ready in hand. Preparations are A leader stood up, revealing himself. Everyone hands up, hand over everything you. The robbers threatened the other passengers, making everyone fearful and obedient to their commands. You'd best meekly follow my orders. Denquaps, with a sneer reflecting his malevolent nature, menacingly grinned. Unless you want to fight a semi-first rank individual. Suddenly, 2 people who seemed tired of living slowly walked forward and said, oh, this doesn't look like our room. Does it? We keep getting lost. It made the bandit leader furious. Where did this scumbag come from? Can't you read? Going into the wrong room? If you want to live, put your hands up. Corinne's voice slowed. Right before the bandit could say another word, a punch rendered him unable to. The scene from earlier reappeared. Everything happens for a leaving the remaining henchmen dumbfounded. After a brief greeting, Corinne asked again like this. Corinne? Rank 1 Knight, Southern Chapter, Secret Chamber, Academy Life. Macabre. Corinne held a book with a bright red cover in his hand. Grimoire. The warrior's indomitable recovery. Saw a dying lying on a blood-soaked battlefield. He pressed his wounded body against a rock, but he still stood. I asked him, "Oh warrior, should I cut off?" He replied, "If there were a little water to quench this thirst of mine, I would be over." Respecting this resilient warrior, I took water from a nearby lake and gave it to him so he could quench his thirst. An utterly astonishing thing happened. His wounds were completely. Why is this so dramatic? Corinne thought to himself. What? He was severely injured, almost dead. But he recovered? His stance was as heroic as Admiral Yi Sun-sin. After reading, Corinne, not entirely convinced, closed the book. That was truly. Lack appeared and said to Corinne, "Is my castle in the south still standing?" Corinne was slightly startled but replied to Lack, "Oh yes." Lack continued, "If you ever go there, stop by my office. It might still be there." Lack spoke at length, but Corinne, understanding nothing, wondered. What still? I didn't find anything in my previous life, did I? Lack changed his eyes into two menacing light bulbs and replied, "You must find it yourself, O ancient spellcaster." I hope you possess the ability and courage of that. Lack continued with an illustrative image. If you have his courage, there will be nothing in this world you cannot do. He was a humble man, not a hero or a sage, but the one who would save this. Lack casually said, as Corinne stood dumbfounded like a golden deer in green grass. Humans always have the option to flee to escape all imminent danger. Suddenly, the silhouette of a knight appeared, called Lack to pass out while saying, but you did not choose to run away. I respect you, young. Finally, thank you for telling me about my wife and that. The person vanished, leaving Corinne bewildered and Lack peacefully as entrance to the southern lands general level. Back to the present, Corinne and Mariette had arrived at their destination. Corinne thought to himself, that's why, according to the Duke's words, I decided to come to the south. And why I decided to come with Mariette. A train conductor happily said, wow, thank you all very. After Corinne and Mariette dealt with the robbers, the conductor thanked them profusely. If it weren't for you two, I would have been in big trouble. No problem at all. The conductor didn't just speak empty words. At least you two must accept this, right? Corinne didn't show any shyness but subtly refused. Oh my, you really don't have to, sir. But how could I possibly refuse such kind? Duty does not ignore the misfortunes of others. Rewards distributed. 2 skill points have been awarded. With money in hand, Corinne was like a different person, laughing as if in a special frenzy. Haha, just as expected. One must live. With money in hand, the two of them casually went. I'm so hungry. Let's go eat something first. I know a few places here. Are you very familiar with this area? I come here quite often. Haha, just say the word. The conductor watched them, only able to smile and say, how kind those students are. So happy after doing a good. This is the gateway to the southern lands. All carriages stopping here proceed to the major city in the south. And from there, you'll have to travel at least 8 more hours by carriage. Corinne was utterly discontent, writhing in frustration in the middle of the street. Mariette, however, was very excited. Ah, we're here. There's a transfer station I often use there. Corinne inquired, transfer station. Wyvern riders. Oh, a wyvern. I've used this mode of transportation a few times in my previous. Faster and more comfortable than riding a carriage. But many people don't like this method of travel much. Doesn't hiring one cost at least 30 silver per trip? Ha und ha? No, my family provided me with a slightly different. Corinne overheard the conversation and was surprised. Ha und ha? A different, large bird, spreading its wings, looking even cooler than a human, named Huh Batzinger. This is Lep City's preparing to land to welcome important guests. The legend of Ahan, the fastest and most mobile means of transport. Its price is equivalent to 12 wyverns. To control it, you must sit firmly. The staff inside were busy. This is a landing. We will begin clearing the dock. Please confirm the visual at 200 feet above. Understood. Estimated arrival in 10 minutes. We'll gradually descend. The two stood watching, idly chatting with each other. What will the academy be doing this month? Oh, it's the academy's holiday, so the students have gone home. So, the princess is A man turned his head and smiled, saying, that means Lady Mariette is also coming here. Everyone, prepare for a grand. The mighty giant perched on the roof of a man. The door opened amidst a plume of smoke, enough to blacken the lungs, caused by the demon. All servants and staff bowed 90 degrees to welcome the esteemed guest. Lady Mariette, congratulations on your holiday, and congratulations on your semi-special rank. Corinne, standing nearby, thought to himself, I don't know why I didn't notice. Our destination is Lep City, and the east is Duna City. Corinne was surprised by the extravagant welcome before his eyes. Mariette, you said your family are farmers, right? How large is their operation? Mariette just casually boasted, I'm not sure, but maybe around 2 million acres. Corinne, hearing the number, was even more flabbergasted. 2 million acres. That's insane. 1 ping is 3.3 square meters. A slightly different unit, huh? Mariette calmly turned her head and smiled. Not ping but hectares. Truly the mindset of the Mariette continued, while Corinne was momentarily frozen like a statue. But why? Is there something special about it? Corinne stammered. Hectares? 2 million roughly 6.5 billion. Mariette Dunalep. This family is extremely famous in the Dunalep Hair Salon, Dunalep General Store, Dunalep. Thank you watching for Dunalep Agricultural Center, Dunalep Professional Wrestling Association, and so on and so forth. Many signs I saw along the road indicated. Corinne peeked through the curtain, looking around as he rode in the carriage, his eyes wide, barely able to comprehend the bowtie's wealth. This is no joke, all right? And what in the world is a professional wrestling association? Dunalep Grand Estate. Corinne spoke. Mariette, why didn't you say you were rich? Mariette merely replied, oh well, my parents are rich but I'm not. That's what rich people always. Butler Paul of Mariette's household came to greet them and continued, haha, in any case you will inherit this fortune. After all, you are the eldest child of the Dunalep. Corinne looked at the butler, full of questions. Where did he come from? Who is this? Mariette excitedly replied, ignoring Corinne's confusion. Oh, Butler Paul. Goodness, you startled our. Paul immediately offered. Give me your luggage. I'll carry it. And oh, who is traveling with you? Mariette then remembered to introduce her companion. This is Corinne. He's my junior. Oh, you've returned with a Seeing Corinne, Paul immediately approached him and spoke profusely. For many generations, our family has always had a son-in-law living with us. Of course, we will provide and support a house for the Dunalep family's work from the son-in-law's residence. Corinne felt a cold sweat. I beg your pardon? Paul continued. Our Lady Mariette is known as the flower of the South, for her wisdom and beauty since childhood. The number of proposals she's received to become a husband is so great it could fill an entire potato warehouse. Perhaps even more. Corinne reluctantly replied. I see. But in his heart he thought, he's talking too fast. I don't understand it. Paul then turned to Mariette and said, anyway, Lady Mariette, as I mentioned before. Which made her curious. The Duke's castle. I heard someone recently bought it. Corinne had 1,000 question marks. Who? Butler Paul continued, if it's the Duke's castle, then Count Cassius. Corinne thought to himself, the Duke's castle was indeed owned by someone else in my previous life. If I'm not mistaken, it was a merchant from the distant southern island. He was a scoundrel. A man with an unpleasant face snarled. A guard? If you don't catch that sea monster, don't even dream of coming. To get permission, Sion and I spent day and night fighting the great sea monster. And after many difficulties, we finally gained entry to the Duke's castle. Corinne then spoke up. Do I have to go through that again? Mariette immediately replied. I've already informed Count Cassius, so let's just go together. Mariette smiled brightly, pointing at Butler Paul and said, you seem to want to enter the Duke's castle, so I informed him beforehand. He readily agreed and said we could come any. Lady Mariette, you will always be welcome. He said he's hosting a party on Friday, so let's go to. Corinne was so surprised he froze, turning pale on the. Corinne's face darkened, sweat pouring down as he silently lamented. This quest can be completed this easily? Even though in my previous life I had to work like a dog just to get in once? Is Mariette a god? Corinne, wanna go shopping tomorrow? We need to prepare outfits for the party tomorrow. And it's quite boring here too. Yes, Mariette clicked her tongue. Is this really Corinne looked at the price of each item, unable to close his mouth. A suit, 3 gold. Necklace and shoes, 6 gold. Casual wear, 4 gold. Plus a watch, and so on. Payment method, a blank. Corinne could only think to himself, all of this is designer. This amount of money is enough to make someone a wealthy real estate owner in Seoul. She's not going to make me sign a servitude contract. Contrary to Corinne's panicked state, Mariette seemed more excited. We're here, Corinne. Here we are. Corinne trailed behind, silently weeping. You're scaring me, Mariette. Please, stop buying me. At a nearby shop, Mariette was enthusiastically welcomed by the owner. Oh my, Lady Mariette, you finally arrived. You're here to pick up your order. Yes. Mariette handed a large box to Corinne. Corinne, here. Corinne instinctively asked, this is? Mariette immediately said, this is the same type of mineral that's widely used in Oda. Corinne held the item, the indestructible stone, and thought to himself, an item I couldn't even touch before. It seemed as if even the Academy didn't have it. Unlike Silver Spirit Stone, which can't withstand overly strong magic and will shatter, the indestructible stone will not. Corinne, eyes wide, observed the indestructible stone and said, how did you get this? This isn't something easily found. This stone makes me happier than all the gifts I received today. Because this is the special stone used for the Emperor Garandaden's hidden. Mariette replied ominously, if you attach this to your spear, its power will greatly increase. Even your domain will expand. You'll be able to overcome any challenge easily, right? Corinne quickly replied, yes. Mariette, blushing, said to Corinne, this is a special gift from me to you. Seeing you so happy makes me happy. Corinne was extremely grateful. The sky had turned to night at Mariette's mansion. This way, Corinne. Corinne, in his new outfit, slowly, lavish dining. Hello. Mariette happily called out his name. Corinne. Corinne, in his head, thought when visiting a friend's. Mariette waved, gesturing to Corinne. This way, over here. An older woman, still young and beautiful, seemingly Mariette's mother, said kindly, oh my, what a handsome young man. Please, sit down. Corinne thought to himself, eating with their family is mandatory. Corinne, bashful like a young man, formally asked, yes then, but he secretly wondered, the woman with the warm smile is her mother. And next to her, suddenly a voice boomed, wait, let me ask you a question before we eat. Based on your answer, you will either sit or... Man with the less than hospitable face, Mariette's father, asked, are you a virgin? Corinne realized Mariette's father. Mariette, with a stern expression, subtly warned, Corinne, my daughter is difficult, you know. Mary says she'll only marry someone she likes. I will... Suddenly, he was pushed down by his beloved daughter, causing Mariette to struggle. Oh. Wait, Mary, that hurts. How are you so strong? You're just like your mother when... Dad. Don't say another... Mariette dragged her father away, who was rambling. Why are you like this? I just want to protect you. She shouted. Stop it. Dad. Don't say... Mariette's mother could only shyly say, sorry about that, Corinne. Corinne, though understanding nothing, still put on a brave face and said, no, it's fine. Haha. What a fun family. Mariette's mother began chatting with Corinne. I've heard Mariette talk about you in her letters. I really wanted to meet you and ask. Corinne had many ellipses. She then bowed her head, sincerely saying, thank you very much for helping Mariette. This made Corinne awkwardly decline. You're being too kind, ma'am. I only did it because I felt I... Then his next words astonished Mariette's mother. Besides, Mariette deserves to be... She looked up, covering her face as she secretly smiled. Is that so? When I received Mariette's letter, I thought she saw the world through rose-tinted glasses. Turns out, Mariette's mother was interrupted mid-sentence. Just as I thought, Corinne, my little girl. Then Mariette's father cut in. Hey, I am grateful, true, but it'll only allow hand-holding. Leaving Madame Mariette helpless. Oh dear. Mariette's father tried his best to continue. Furthermore, you must remain chaste. But, unfortunately, Mariette had prevented that from happening. Oh, stop it. Welcome, Corinne. Mariette's mother also chimed in. Oh ho, unlike my husband. I'm very open-minded. Mom, what are you... Corinne could only sigh helplessly. What an interesting family. The next day, Duke's castle. Greetings. Count Cassius came running out to greet them. Lady Mariette. Count Cassius happily welcomed them. You've come to visit as promised. We, the Bellandria family, extend our warmest... Corinne, seeing Count Cassius' hospitable expression, couldn't believe his eyes and silently I can't believe this is the same person. Is this really the guy from my previous life who told me, if you don't catch the sea serpent, he won't open... Announcement echoed throughout the mansion. Lady Mariette and Sir Corinne are... The welcoming ceremony for Mariette and Corinne was extremely... Confetti flew everywhere, which would surely be exhausting to... Corinne entered with confident strides, like on a catwalk, and secretly thought, honestly, I'm very... He glanced at Mariette and thought to himself, if I hadn't saved this girl, I would never have seen her like this today. The Southerners would have lost their beloved prince. The young ladies around gossiped excitedly upon seeing the beautiful Mariette's arrival. Oh my, it's really Lady Mariette. I can't believe the Dunlop family actually came here. The rumors were true. It turns out Count Bellandria really has connect. Seeing everyone abuzz over Mariette, Corinne was surprised and realized, it's no exaggeration to say the Dunlop family's influence is absolute. Having Mariette show her face is more useful than catching a sea. Corinne called out, Mariette, just enjoy yourself, then we'll go to the study later. Mariette, with her playful, childlike spirit, happily alright, Mariette and I brought everything. When the party reaches its peak, you'll talk to the Count to leave our things and then head to the... Suddenly, someone approached to greet Mariette, surprising her. Lady Mariette, I am Gally from the Vondinium. Man, introducing himself as Gally, politely bowed and greeted. I've always admired you, lady. Would you do me the honor of the first dance? The men around them began to chime in. Lady Mariette, me too. Please grant me the honor of the first dance. No. Everyone clamored, calling out, Lady Mariette. Facing the excessive attention from the men, Mariette was flustered. As she panicked, a pair of shoes of Mariette. To her astonishment, Corinne knelt and offered his hand to Mariette. Men around them darkened at the sight of a new rival. Who is that guy? Corinne glanced at them disdainfully in his mind. These guys are enthusiastic, but they lack man. Without much talk, he simply acted. Corinne immediately kissed the back of Mariette's. Then, with eyes full of passionate affection, he looked at Mariette and said, Mariette, will you dance the first dance with me? Corinne mentally corrected himself for his quick thinking. This is the basic etiquette for asking someone for the first. A beautiful lady once told Corinne, if you're in front of a beautiful lady and want to dance the first dance with her, you must first kiss her hand. Night Corinne. In my previous life I forgot and got scolded. Corinne's action made Mariette blush completely, almost ready to explode on the spot. The hall began to resonate with music from the prepared art. As they danced, the two chatted intimately. You're really famous, aren't you? Yes, I was too careless. If you're uncomfortable, I apologize. No. Corinne looked at Mariette in front of him and thought to himself, it feels like I'm abandoning my savior. So I have no choice but to repay her. I relied on her so much while I was in this. Corinne's gaze became more complicated. But look, the beauty right within reach. Corinne could only think, this is really dangerous. Seeing what he shouldn't see, Corinne turned his flushed face away. Even I feel a bit embarrassed. Suddenly, Mariette stepped on Corinne's foot, bringing him back to reality and stopping his wandering. Mariette quickly said, sorry, I'm not very good at dancing. Though it hurt like he was about to depart this mortal coil, Corinne still replied. Seeing Mariette's clumsiness, Corinne decided, perhaps it would be better if I. Then Corinne suggested to Mariette, place your left foot on mine. Well, dance like that. Mariette, shy and unclear, asked, then? Corinne immediately continued for Mariette, doing that, my feet will get dirty and the dance might be a bit awkward. But who? Corinne's next words would soften even a heart of stone, let alone Mariette's. You don't need to care about what others. Corinne finished his sentence with a line worth more than 10 points. Now, just look at me. Just enjoy the dance. As they danced, Corinne guided Mariette, making their dance extremely beautiful. Now, just put your foot on mine and follow my lead. Look straight into my eyes. Follow the direction of my feet and anticipate my movements. You have very good observational skills, just like what I learned in my previous. Corinne looked into Mariette's sparkling eyes and thought, her eyes are so I should look into her eyes and find both of us without knowing who started. The band continued to passionately play their music, drawing the two into an intoxicating. She and I danced, sharing a fleeting moment. Suddenly, someone interrupted between them. Lady, this time Mariette, still lightheaded from earlier, quickly declined. I apologize, but I'm a bit tired. I'd like to rest for a while. Hearing that, Corinne immediately seized the opportunity. Shall I escort you, lady? Thank you, sir. This made the remaining men angry and resentful. Humph. Mariette is leaving with some nobody like. The women around them could only watch in surprise. Oh, did you see that? Yes. The lady stepped on his foot and they danced. How romantic. His concern for her is truly cool. And that dance was impressive. Did you see how widely Lady Mariette was smiling? Definitely. Definitely 99%. The room door. Corinne exclaimed, wow. So this is Duke Sabancia's study. Corinne, what are we looking for here? That's not important. We just need to find traces of Duke Sabancia. Corinne took a book down from the shelf. This one. The Duke's. Corinne thought to himself. In the game, players have to find traces of the Duke's wife, Luina, and daughter, Cecilia, for Duke Sabancia's quest. Usually, just giving this to Duke Sabancia completes the side. In the game, or rather, my previous life, there was no line indicating to search in the study. Why did he call me? I'm not sure either. Let's just search. Mariette, bored, lay sprawled on a chair next to Corinne and said loudly, I haven't found anything. It's not easy, is it? No clues? I thought there would be a hidden space or something. Mariette hugged her poor stomach, complaining, I'm so hungry. Corinne wondered, didn't you eat earlier? I didn't have time. I came here right away. Suddenly, Mariette's demeanor changed as she turned to Corinne and asked, well, Corinne? This made Corinne's heart stir. That look is a sign that naturally forms as our relationship progresses. Mariette said while Corinne was thinking to himself, I just realized your jawline and collarbones are really At some point, Mariette had sat on Corinne. You must be really sweaty. Bear with me a little, okay? That, you mean it's, Mariette shyly said. Then, it'll do it. Then Mariette brought her lips to Corinne's. Corinne asked, are you done? Mariette said with difficulty, yes. It didn't hurt. Corinne casually said, as if nothing had happened. Perhaps it's because I have the endurance of a tenacious warrior. I didn't feel a thing. Really? For me? I didn't feel anything. Suddenly Corinne thought of something. Wait, the endurance of a tenacious warrior. I received that along with the soul powder, Memoir, the book where Duke Sebastian's soul is sealed. It contains abilities and spells. If you read it, you can learn them. Abilities and spells. Body and soul. Could this? Immediately after, Corinne wondered. Mariette, can you summon Dioku? Mariette, still confused, asked again. Mariette tried to think. Corinne suddenly spoke up. Can you actually summon it so it's a bit transparent? equivalent to an astral body, in the state before its physical body is formed. Close to an astral body. Under Dioku. Wait a moment, okay? Ying, ying. It's really making a lot of noise. Damn. In this state, its body is being destroyed. Well, that makes good. Dioku is disappearing. A person who is not aware of souls cannot. So there's something. Corinne suddenly realized something and looked behind him in a panic. What? This chilling sense. Corinne yelled, warning Mariette. Corinne tacitly deduced everything. Everything around him darkened. He could no longer see Mariette, leaving Corinne disoriented. I understand now, Duke. You should have told me sooner if things were going to turn out like what was sealed inside the Grand Library grimoire was Duke Sebastian's. What he decided when he couldn't die and had to endure the bloodlust was the separation of soul and so where is the Duke's body? The answer was right before my. While deep in thought, Corinne heard a voice. Why have you come here with fragments of my. The strange-looking man with a dangerous demeanor questioned. I'm asking you. What are you doing in my Corinne showed no sign of worry. Instead, he retorted, Duke Sebastian. Yes. And you? Corinne. I am a descendant of Sir A.M. Your appearance isn't bad. You seem like a normal. Corinne continued, you've judged me better this time. You've seen my soul? Yes, I am a bit curious. If your body and soul are separated, how can you still be normal like this? Man named Sebastian, still full of menacing aura, snarled. I am the one asking the questions. You simply. Corinne began to draw out his prized possession. I thought things would go smooth. Corinne said with a challenging tone, so that's not just a book, is it? 800 years ago, there was a great general who commanded the entire South. Duke Sebastian. People praised him as the strongest of his time. No, the strongest of all time. Corinne and Duke Sebastian charged at each other as if they were fated lovers from many lives. Duke Sebastian said, now I notice. You came here after meeting my soul. Did you? Corinne didn't back down, continuously launching attacks. Huh? Of course not. I helped your soul find peace and transcend. I even thought this time you'd bring me something other than that magic. Sebastian angrily said. If my soul had guided you here, you wouldn't have brought a vampire. Do you think he'll believe the lies spewing from your. Corinne began to feel confused, so he asked again to grasp the situation. What are you talking about? Wait, besides that, how can a soulless body move like. Despite fighting fiercely, Duke Sebastian enthusiastically explained. Because this is the body of a vampire, it is immortal. It needs a fragment of soul trapped in this castle, so I don't become a beast like the one you brought. Corinne curiously asked. A beast? Mariette isn't like that. She's controlling her vampire powers. A sword plunged forcefully into the ground. Duke Sebastian said. He clutched his face and said sorrowfully, to free myself from this 800-year-long bloodlust, I destroyed my soul, my senses, and my emotions. There is only one thing that has not vanished. Duke Sebastian began to remove the mask covering his face, revealing his sewn-shut mouth, likely to curb verbal. Though his mouth was sewn shut, Duke Sebastian could still speak. The taste of fresh blood. Vampires cannot resist this. Neither can I. Trust you? I don't believe things that cannot be verified. Duke Sebastian put his mask back on and said, if you try to stop me. Sebastian's entire body radiated a ferocious killing intent. Then even you will be in danger. Corinne found himself in a dilemma, silently fuming. I didn't anticipate this. I shouldn't have brought Mariette. Sebastian's body has been imprisoned for a long time because he held a grudge against vampires. That hero has completely lost his. He was the strongest of his era when he was alive. Then, at the very least, he's semi-special rank. Corinne no longer bothered with small talk and began to fight. 6-step spear method, 6th form. Asura. I'll give it my. Corinne continuously unleashed ultimate techniques, dedicating them to Duke Sebastian. Ultimate painted serpent, ascending serpent of heaven. Venomous dragon. Duke Sebastian showed no change in his. The battle began to reach its climax, with neither side yielding to. Corinne transformed into a different person, with a terrifying, nightmare-inducing appearance. Duke Sebastian then counterattacked. Look here. Sebastian raised his sword high, confidently showing off his individuality, and loudly declared, this is the power of creation. In my lifetime, I killed a dragon to gain this. Sebastian fought while introducing his ultimate technique, ultimate demon blade. Dragon corpse. Corinne, at a disadvantage, could only gape in awe. I was wrong. This guy, he's even stronger than a special rank monk. Meanwhile, Mariette, also stained with blood, was being scorned by another. You are a low-grade. Duke Sebastian, not only doting on Corinne, also came to tend to Mariette. How do you expect to live a human life? Mariette, not understanding what this old man was saying, immediately asked again. A beast? What are you talking? Duke Sebastian showed her perplexing images. Don't you see yourself as a beast? The image shifted to Mariette in a state vastly different from her usual self. If that's the case, are you sure you've overcome it with your will? Mariette's use of Corinne's blood was also detected by him. Ultimately, you will crave the blood of those you, Sebastian angrily said, and slaughter everyone you care. Having said that, Sebastian directly aimed his sword at Mariette. Get out. Mariette struggled to evade Sebastian's unintentional attack, but still sustained injury. Mariette tried hard to explain in vain. No, Duke Sebastian turned his head when he heard Mariette call out her close companion. Dioku, he commanded. Bind. The monster, as soon as it appeared, was immediately bound by colossal Duke Sebastian praised the creature. Dioku, very agile, truly a mighty beast. You are even faster than I was at my... Then Sebastian plunged his sword straight into the monster. But you have no strategy in battle. You are merely a beast that relies solely on brute strength. Mariette, seeing her beast fall, quickly commanded it to retreat. Dioku, but everything seemed to spiral out of control. Mariette's gaze slowly became... Looking at Duke Sebastian's weapon, Mariette was surprised to recognize the seal sword of Rum. The sealed sword would seal immortal entities into a space connected. Countless sword blades pointed in one direction. Standing before this, her immortality means no. Duke Sebastian furiously wanted to finish Mariette off. Die quickly. I will end your uncertain... Despite Sebastian's relentless attacks on Mariette, a monster will always be a monster. Mariette refused to give up and resisted. No, that's not... Mariette recalled the moment Corin gently hugged her and said, no matter what happens. Your gave Mariette the courage to yell at Duke Sebastian. Corin said it's okay. So, hearing that, Sebastian responded with action. He conjured a human form. Let me say it one more time. Corin's form slowly became clear. Duke Sebastian also uttered a final sentence. Go die. This is the best path for both. Seeing the situation worsen, Mariette felt like she had fallen into an... Mariette rushed over and embraced the unconscious. Mariette reached out, wanting to touch Corin. Unable to utter, Mariette buried her head in Corin's body and unconsciously called his name. His ragged breaths began to come fast. Corin still showed no... Mariette's eyes turned red. Seeing her comrade in critical condition, Sebastian watched the two struggling at their wits' end. Help! Sebastian raised his sword and thought, I didn't expect anything anyway. All vampires should die. Even when her beloved was dying, she couldn't overcome her instinct. Mariette struggled, her lips already stained with... Sebastian discovered something and was surprised. Wait, seeing Mariette kiss Corin's lips, Sebastian wondered in astonishment. She's not trying to suck it. Finally, Sebastian understood the problem. She's using her own blood as an elixir and giving it. She's not drinking blood but giving her own blood? She has overcome her limits in this situation. She should have lost her reason and been unable to suppress her instincts by... Mariette let go, but Corin still didn't move. Corin? Sebastian's face turned grim, and he said nothing. Sebastian blamed himself and recalled his painful past. I couldn't do it. I couldn't save anyone. I succumbed to my desire. Mariette, helpless, could only cry loudly and pray for a miracle. Please, open your eyes. But this boy, and this... Duke Sebastian realized he was the true monster. So that's it. I cannot judge every... Then he raised his sword, intending to stab. The sword plunged directly into... A blinding light radiated from the... Corin. Mariette desperately tried to stop Duke Sebastian. Stop. That's enough. How much longer do you intend to torment? Mariette, as if losing her mind, shouted, Don't take my Corin. Duke Sebastian paid no heed and continued what he was. The light from his action enveloped the entire... Afterwards, Duke Sebastian withdrew the sword from Corin's... Corin slowly stirred and spoke weakly. I'm okay. Corin woke up and comforted the frightened Mariette. I'm right, Corin. Mariette was so overjoyed she was moved to tears and immediately questioned Corin. What happened, Corin? Are you hurt? Are you really okay? Corin didn't know whether to ask. Why did you save me? But Mariette knew it wasn't herself but Duke Sebastian who had intervened. So she asked, Did you... Sebastian said nothing, merely swung his sword, startling Corin and Mariette. The sword was thrown to the ground, astonishing both. Duke Sebastian told Corin, I have transferred my magic core to you. Now I understand why my soul led you. Sebastian continued solemnly, Corin, I see the qualities of a hero within you. Those who seek power are greedy, but you are not. You possess faith and pride that they often... Above all, you can change what I couldn't before. You have the right to change this... What I couldn't protect 800 years... Rectify the mistakes I've made all this... Beg you, hero. With that, Duke Sebastian vanished with the dying embers of a... Corin touched his chest, feeling the great General Sebastian's magic core. I can't believe I received such a... Mariette hugged Corin tightly, surprising him slightly. Humph, Mariette. My body is... Mariette cried and spoke. Earlier, I was so scared. I thought you had left me, so I was afraid. I was so... Two streams of tears soaked Corin's shirt. Promise me that you'll never die unless I allow... Seeing this, Corin merely smiled and thought, well, I guess everything ended well. Corin hugged Mariette, comforting her and confirming, I promise. A reward like this isn't... You have received Duke Sebastian's magic. Your magic level has increased. The core's abilities have formed. Duke's demonic... Thank you watching for Corin. Aura rank 6,730. Average. Mana rank 5,370. Low. Abilities Resilient Warrior's Regeneration. New Dual Core Domain. I could only hope for one. I hope for his body and mind, which suffered for 800. Corin sat dazed, while Mariette, worn out from exhaustion, thought, my second core. Not only did my aura rank increase, but I also gained a second core. This core even has a unique... Corin remembered Duke Sebastian's terrifying face and wondered greatly. So strange. In the game and my previous life, why didn't Duke Sebastian coincide in exasperation? Grant players this power? Wouldn't it have been better if he was kind from the start? Making me suffer like... He held his clothes, which looked almost cheap, in his hand and inwardly complained about their weight. These clothes are stained with blood. They'll have to wash them. I wonder when they'll... Suddenly, a maid approached and said, excuse me. I didn't realize there was a client. The last word was uttered with a highly suggestive scene. Corin looked at her, explaining helplessly, no, it's not what you... Really. I know what you're misunderstanding, but it's really not like... It didn't seem to faze the maid much. Her face flushed with countless innocent and pure thoughts in her head. Sweat, muscles, the atmosphere heating up. Corin tried to reason once more. I told you it's not like that. I'm telling the truth. It's a bit easy to misunderstand. But before Corin could finish, the maid bent her legs and ran off, leaving Corin flustered.
I'm sorry.
You two just... Corin still tried to shout, hoping to salvage the situation. What do you mean continue? It's not like that.
Dont mis un instant.
Corin looked down at the sleeping Mariette, drooling with loving eyes. I think there's something... Corin, luckily you're okay. Something's wrong. Not long after, rumors spread far and wide. Inside the mansion, a loud shout rang out. That scoundrel. My daughter. He'll kill you. It took 20 days for this misunderstanding to be resolved. Corin hid under large trees, thinking, during those 20 days, I fled into the mountains. Find that scoundrel for me. People in the sky flew in swarms, hunting him down. How dare he lay a hand on Our Lady Mariette? And I spent time cultivating my... Though he was constantly chased, Corin remained relaxed. But luckily, somehow the misunderstanding was resolved. Haha. I almost became the #1 enemy of the... On a gleaming, gold-plated carriage, the two were chatting. When I return to school, the second semester will begin. It's almost time to prepare for the fest. Mariette smiled brightly and replied, great. Is our inn doing well? Corin confidently answered the question, of course. It must be several times more profit. Afterwards, Corin looked at the bustling crowd and thought, a large number of tourists will come for the festival. And of course, inns will prosper. After making a big profit, he'll sell that. Corin envisioned piles of gold bars stacked high, yet he'd show even a hint of obsession, and make a mountain of money. Heh. Ah, then money will make more. He truly wasn't obsessed even a little. His nose only flared slightly. I'm truly unbeatable. The festival is the best. Suddenly, Corin felt as if a bucket of cold water had been literally splashed onto his face. Huh? What is... Just as he was starting to enjoy himself, a storm suddenly erupted with such intense speed that it caused Corin to panic. A storm? This didn't happen in my previous... Mariette, still perfectly composed, stepped forward and said, oh, such a big storm will definitely cause problems for the festival. It's okay, Corin. When you do big business, sometimes you face set. Mariette leaned close to Corin's ear and whispered, even so, should I write in... Mariette's eyes, as if wearing 14.5mm contacts, sparkled as she looked at Corin. If you can't pay me back, you'll fulfill one of my conditions. Sign here. Corin froze, glued to the spot, his eyes wide as he thought. Mariette is making a suspicious offer. I can't let that happen. There must be a Merkaba Academy. In the special dormitory, it was raining cats and dogs. Welcome. The storm must have made the journey here The kind-hearted Ariel offered Corin a towel. Corin asked Principal, where is Professor Josephine? She's returning with Guaron. They were both at Zion Chapel during the... Ariel suggested you should stay here tonight. Corin asked in surprise. Really? But I'm not an outsider anymore. I intended to let you stay here starting this semester. Corin, while drying his drenched body, wondered, it must be partly to supervise me. Professor Josephine and Professor Aaron must want to find a way to keep an eye on me, as they still can't fully trust. Corin, feeling extremely annoyed, then asked, what's with that? Mariette also chimed in, that's right. A big storm like this must cause a lot of damage. Is everyone? Ariel, calmly sipping her tea, answered both of them. For now, there's no serious damage. The city isn't in the eye of the storm, but the outskirts will be affected more. Mariette, still not quite understanding, unconsciously said, but if the storm moves, it'll pass through the city anyway, right? No, that storm isn't. Ariel's face was no longer calm. She adopted a dangerous demeanor and replied, because it's not a natural phenomenon. It was created by a monster. Ariel's words astonished everyone. Huh? A monster? Ariel then recounted the story from a third-person perspective. The story began on an important sea route of the southern archipelago, going upstream along the Aegean. There was a creature, the solitary king of the monster shaped like a dragon, also like a snake emerging from the ground, a sea serpent. This king generated electricity, caring nothing for human, and it began sinking ships and encroaching upon human territory. There was a person who wanted to become a hero, determined to fight that king. At that moment, a voice spoke. Son, must you really? Son gritted his teeth, showing determination. Yes, father. That's an A-rank monster. If I successfully defeat it, it'll be promoted to first-rank knight, Levant Blanc. Afterwards, Levant recalled the party that, I've always admired you. Would you dance? Corin had swooped in and stolen the spotlight from all the men there, making them fear. Corin's face seemed distorted. Note, this is merely Levant's subjective point of view. I will be able. Levant thought to himself with a constipated look. Rescue Lady Mariette from that wretched swindler. Levant, filled with determination, said, I will destroy the sea serpent and bring peace back to the. So, a raid party fought fiercely for 6 days and 5. After a battle that nearly wore them out, everyone on the ship cheered. The sea serpent is fleeing. We won. Congratulations on the young master's victory. Lady Mariette, I dedicate this victory to you. And peace returned to the Aegea Strait. The sea serpent was swiftly gliding on the waves. In the end, they couldn't catch the sea serpent and let it escape. That sea serpent had caused innocent people to lose their lives. Envin storm bats. To reproduce, they become the eye of a storm and protect themselves from. Two unfortunate young bats, clinging to each other, were disturbed by a swirling vortex. The bat couple was separate. The sea serpent held a bat in its mouth and flew away. Their demise was due to their golden hue, as their bones, blood, and flesh were all elixirs. Even monsters coveted them. The injured sea serpent couldn't ignore the Anvin bat, and the female Anvin made a decision, for the child within her. North. Fly as fast as possible to a safe. So, Maracaba Academy. The place it chose to give birth. That was why the terrifying storm earlier had suddenly. My land. Corin stood helplessly in the rain, like he was in a music video. Who would have thought?
A storm bas?
They're a rare species. Aren't they usually not seen even in summer because they breed on small rocky islands in the archipelago? Why are they here? The more Corin thought, the more disheartened he became. I know. It must be the butterfly effect I created. One flap of wings bringing a whole storm. Surrounding villagers began packing their bags to relocate. We're evacuating. We can't work anymore. Corin desperately clung to people, pleading, wait, you're almost done. Why leave now? The storm is getting bigger. Another second and we'll lose our life. Corin could only desperately cling on. Hey, wait, the indifferent people merely called back, you should give up too. That's just how life is sometimes. Corin, hair blowing in the wind, felt desolate and thought, if the storm continues like this, there won't be a festival at all. Definitely, if this storm lasts another week, my inn will be spent 280 million gold coins to buy this land, 330 million to buy raw materials, pay workers and construction. Corin knelt down, completely absorbed in his thoughts. 220 million to finish the architecture. Out of that, only 110 million was mine. The rest? I borrowed it in what felt like 5 agonizing minutes. Corin looked like he was on the verge of collapsing. If the business fails, he'll have to pay a debt of 720 million gold coins. It's over. It's really. A short while later, Maracaba Academy held an emergency meeting to deal with the Principal Ariel Casa gathered some students and professors. Principal Ariel began, everyone is. Heyman Gels, the appointed professor of the Knights Department, became pensive as he listened to Ariel. Surely everyone knows why I called you all here. It's because of the Anvins. Next, Dana Arian, professor of the Magic Department, also offered her opinion. So we have to subdue it? If we catch it, all the research money invested in the Iron Mountain King will be immediately Haman pounded the table, shaking it, indicating his agreement. Of course we have to catch it. But the person sitting behind him said dejectedly, I object. That person was Ega Linton, professor of the magic department. He said, the storm will pass in about a month. I don't think it's necessary to take risks. Laura Lamas, professor of the alchemy department, also chimed in, Professor Ega, where is your Ega replied with a rather unlikable attitude. The Anvin breeding season usually lasts from June to September, and they are known for their short breeding cycles. Even considering other variables, the storm will still end in about a month. Laura smiled subtly and replied, In that case, there's really no need to take risks. I think we should maintain the current situation. Ogun Rinchi, professor of the Knights Department, then stated, I still think we need to Ogun continued, not only will students not return to school on time, but the festival will also be postponed. More importantly, outsiders will think the academy is intentionally doing nothing. Oh, Professor Ogun, our academy is an educational institute. The professors chatted lively among themselves. The matter of monster extermination should be handled by the guild first. Anyway, regarding this raid, I agree with Professor E. Only Corin, who looked like he was about to fall asleep, had his head bowed. So Corin could no longer restrain himself and stood up abruptly, slamming the table and speaking loudly amidst everyone's bewilderment. Professors. No, señors. Though I am still young, please hear me out just this once. Corin, full of fervor, declared, We swear to be brave and kindly pursue the truth. We will not go against our ideals, even if it means death. To protect the weak and defeat, Corin opened his mouth wide and affirmed without reservation, We are guardians, the protectors of humanity. Corin spoke with increasing passion. So, of course, we must, but Ega, not entirely agreeing, spoke up, Corin, I understand your sincerity, but that, Corin angrily retorted, Ega, how can you say such things? Corin spoke with tears streaming down his face and snot running freely. Don't you see the victims who lost their homes and livelihoods due to the storm? Please, go subdue it. I'm about to become a... Corin's behavior made everyone think he needed an exorcism. They're being thrown onto the streets, losing their jobs. Children are starving because they lost their homes. You can't put a price on human lives, Professor. How can you abandon? They broke out in a cold sweat, fearing Corin might go mad and say, Oh, he's sincere, isn't he? Truly an example of knightly... Corin became calmer and replied, This isn't about knightly spirit or the guardian's vow anymore. Such a grand... With tears shining like stars in the sky, Corin said, I just want to save people. Therefore save the... Seeing such a cold performance, everyone at the meeting began to support him. I knew I judged him correctly. You're right. To be so young and already such a passionate knight. Damn. So touching. But what about the inn? The inn also has lives involved, right? The professors, with their normal thinking, also slammed the table, urging, form a raid party immediately. In the name of the guardians, I swear, we will protect Yahello, who had silently listened to all opinions, finally concluded, so we have a decision. Seeing the favorable situation, Corin secretly rejoiced. Thanks to my brilliant acting, all the professors and students agreed to it, and the raid party would soon be formed and head towards the... One of them said, I've finished talking with the support team. We just need to time it. Seeing Corin's mixed emotions, the person next to him exclaimed, Ho! Ho ho! Are you that moved? I never expected you to have such a compassionate heart to save people. Yes, indeed. Fortunately, I must be sincere. While outwardly claiming to protect everyone, inwardly he was a true penny pincher. I have to pay a debt of 720 gold coins. My whole life depends on... The plan was simple. To capture the golden anvin, the storm bat, living in the eye of the... We need help from the support team to create a water breach in the storm. The eye of the storm grew stronger, shaking the very... If we successfully create a water breach, the entry team will go in and defeat the anvin. It would be great if the plan went so smooth. But in the eye of the storm, there were countless monsters. Corin frowned and muttered, These monsters got caught in the storm while trying to eat the anvin. They've been starving for a long time and are incredibly ferocious. But I'm not too... Haman, who eliminated monsters with his bare hands. During the Golden Age, he was known as the latent fist master, quasi-first-rank knight Haman. He wielded a 2-meter-long spear as if it were chopsticks. Quasi-first-rank knight Professor, the first-rank mage and interim team leader, a person who displayed outstanding talent. That wasn't a cigarette, but the staff she used as a... Professor Agos' eyes glowed red, filled with menacing aura, growling haunt. And above all, a second-year student, a first-rank knight like me, a member of the wild Northern Island tribe, the Berserker warrior. With such excellent team members, it would be strange if we couldn't defeat these monsters. In battle, Korin, carrying his great sword, didn't forget to tease. You're so tall. Are you a giant hybrid? The Berserker irritably reminded him softly. Focus on. He cut down monsters, sending heads flying and blood gushing. But Korin still chatted casually. Your personality is softer than your appearance, you know. Korin thought, anyway, the main goal is to catch the Anvin. We need to infiltrate the Eye of the Storm before the damage spreads and capture the Anvin. Oh, and if the damage to my inn. Korin's body burned, and he clenched his fists, roaring. Just you wait. Anvin. Incoming. Haman started running ahead of his teammates. Haman declared, we're going into the Eye of the Storm. Everyone follow me. Korin joyfully ran after him, replying. Professor Ogun, biting his pipe and exhaling smoke, said, I never expect. They stood watching the Anvin monster, twisting fiercely within the increasingly large vortex. Professor Ogun sighed. A small storm within a large storm. I've never seen such a thing. I think it sensed the intruders approaching, so it used its last strength to create a smaller. Haman couldn't hide his curiosity and spoke up. Anvin is capable of this? Professor Ogun glanced at Haman. Professor Ogun puffed on his pipe to warm himself and said, it can only be its maternal instinct. Though a beast, it's truly astonishing. Professor Ogun, do you think we can pass through? If we can withstand wounds all over our bodies. Then, as soon as he finished speaking, Professor Ogun drew his gun and aimed it at the monsters. Professor Ogun said, our side will also suffer heavy losses, so there's no need to push ourselves too hard. Just let the support team handle. Then gunshots rang. Distress signal flared high in the sky amidst the great. Immediately upon receiving the signal, a voice reported, Professor Dana, a request for support. Oh, is that? Professor Dana heard this and chuckled. Let's see. It's been a while since I've gotten to show my. The sky appeared a giant, glowing red eye, like a gate to hell on earth. Lightning tore across, illuminating a frightened, whimpering voice rang out. Professor EGA, isn't this a bit dangerous? Professor EGA, watching the storm turn blood red, broke out in a cold sweat. Oh my God, Professor Dana, do you intend to kill all of? The situation grew increasingly perilous. Professor EGA hurriedly used a magic array to protect everyone. Professor EGA stated, everyone, take cover behind me. I'll erect a protective shield. My God, we only need just enough power to get rid of the storm. Looking at Professor Dana, Professor EGA lamented in his heart, her brute strength. At that moment, Professor Dana wore a witch's hat with a haunting villainous appearance. A demonic chain, filled with lightning bolts, formed and plunged straight in. Storm containing the Anvin, aiming to destroy. A moment later, the ground was filled with smoke and dust. Rocks were tragically shattered. Before long, a series of tiny explosions erupted from the ground, flickering up. Seeing the situation where his old life almost went along with everyone else's, Haman couldn't help but curse. Good grief. This is why I don't like those damn mages. We almost all. Professor Ogun calmly puffed on his pipe, comforting, well, it's resolved anyway. With that amount of lightning, the storm observing the storm, the familiar shape of the Anvin still existed. Professor Ogun was bewildered. Still, both of them, eyes wide with horror and mouths agape, stared at the storm. Professor Ogun spoke up. With that many lightning bolts, even a quasi-first-rank monster would find it hard to survive. Haman's eyes widened. Wait a minute. Something strange. At Anvin. At this moment, from the storm, the red-eyed ant's body was gradually transforming, becoming stronger as if leveling up through the lightning. They watched as the Anvin began to escape the storm and grow. Haman worried. It's getting bigger. Professor Ogun couldn't hide his exasperation and cursed. What the hell is going? Korin looked at the Anvin in shock. Korin exclaimed, evolution. The berserker next to him couldn't help but ask curiously. Huh? It's a demonic evolution. A unique phenomenon that occurs during the accumulation of life experience. It's not simply a stage where the alpha individual, the leader of the pack, undergoes transcendence, but also when the vessel of the species undergoes transcendence. Korin cautiously stated, for a creature that can survive a storm of this magnitude, it's not surprising that it has lightning resistance. The Anvin absorbed all of Professor Donna's lightning. We can no longer consider it a weak monster. The current Anvin, the king of thunder and rain, it let out a roar that startled everyone with its immense attack. Curses grew louder over time. Damn it! Everyone, Haman's body was swept away by its power, but his mouth worked at full capacity. Hey, support mages. Isn't there any? Professor Ogun's situation was not much better. Professor Ogun on this side shouted, Even if we ask for their support right now, the Anvin's abilities will only become stronger. Just look at Professor Dana. Haman was furious. This creature is truly not simple. Professor Ogun said, frustrated. Damn it, what do we do? Hearing the two older men racking their brains for a solution, Korin on his side smiled. It's my turn. A sword named Serpent's Flow Blade appeared on the Korin, seeing it quickly, frantically turned and gripped the sword with all his might. I've realized that Serpent Flow martial art is only effective when your feet are firmly on the ground. Contrary to initial expectations, the power of the Serpent's Flow Blade made Korin's facial muscles stretch, revealing all 32 of his teeth. Korin's inner self roared. This is so frustrating. I can't do anything. Give me a chance to show what I can. Korin nervously looked at the Berserker and shouted, Berserker, do something. At this moment, the Berserker, feeling confused, cursed casually, shut up. What do you want me to do? Korin mused. When in the air, even a 2-meter-tall giant or someone wielding a spear is 720 gold coins depend on whether I catch that bat. Korin yelled. The Berserker on this side, constantly having Korin call his name, roared. Why does this scoundrel keep calling? Korin, great sword in hand, leaped high, his foot stepping onto the Berserker's spike. Korin spoke up. Lend me your head for a second. Korin thought, just because I'm flailing in the air doesn't mean I can't do it. Using the Berserker's head, Korin launched himself. Korin replied, thanks. Spring goes, leaving yellow leaves behind. Korin goes, leaving a lump on the Berserker's head. The Berserker angrily cursed, you maniac. Korin resolutely stated, I will not. Then the second victim was used by Korin's rear end as a springboard to fly higher. Leon was startled. Huh? What was? Even Haman was no exception, having Korin step on his head to leap. Professor Ogun was kicked by Korin, making his bones crack. Korin thought, I don't want to surrender to a monster. Strength seemed to sublimate. Korin screamed, his eyes ablaze, I'll kill you. I'll kill you. The encounter of a man blinded by revenge. At this moment, the Anvin shrieked in terror, as if wanting to unleash all its anger upon humanity, and a monster wanting to protect its child. Their lives all depended on this moment. A desperate battle had just begun. Korin one-on-one with the Anvin, whose colossal body was thirsting for. Suddenly, a slim appeared. Korin's foot landed softly. A moment later, Korin's body was completely swallowed by the slim. Korin cried out helplessly, why is there a slim? Not over yet. Korin angrily plunged his greatsword towards the Anvin. 2 strikes of Wood Mountain self-technique are. The final move was the Crimson The blade, as if dyed with fire, attacked the Anvin. The sword tip sped towards the storm that contained the. But suddenly, the sword tip veered upwards, deviating from its initial trajectory. Korin couldn't hide his disappointment. It's happening again. All ground-based martial arts are useless in the vacant expression. He looked up, full of dejection. Korin sighed. So this is the end? Is it? Suddenly, the sky grew dark. Black clouds gathered. Red lightning flashed across the. Korin vaguely saw the sky. A voice echoed, I shouldn't have invented. At this moment, Korin, still grieving, with tears streaming down his face, added, instead, I should have used that money to buy delicious. Korin closed his eyes, but his mouth still cursed, dragging Anvin's relatives into it. Damn it! And in this storm, my world is collapsing. Suddenly, a small figure emerged from the storm and kicked the Anvin. Korin below couldn't help but widen his eyes and look up. Korin realized, the sound is so loud I can hear it even in the. Someone is fighting the Anvin. But who could it be? Korin shivered slightly, hiding half his body inside the storm. The Anvin's pathetic cries were incessant. The figure of Wanran, the Sky Yaksha, appeared next to the. Wanran's every move distorted the Anvin's face, making its eyes. Not stopping there, Wanran took out a gun and tore its mouth apart, causing it to scream, shaking the head. Instantly, its colossal body thrashed within the. An explosion brightly illuminated the entire sky, shaking the 3. Its power was too immense, making Korin cover his eyes from the blinding light of the. The light grew larger, as if wanting to instantly bleach. A moment later, the storm subsided, leaving a pristine white color that bleached the entire. Everyone fell to the ground. Cries of pain continuously rang. Soldiers looked worriedly at the high sky, startled to realize the storm has stopped. But who? Afterwards, the figures of 2 women appeared from behind. Korin, leaning on his staff, cast a fierce gaze toward. Korin thought, I won't be afraid either, for God is always. Thinking this, 2 streams of tears ran down Korin's face, switching him to on. And the Anvin's body lay motionless on the ground. At this moment, a reproachful voice rang out. What are you? Korin's legs suddenly went weak. He knelt to the ground, his heart in turmoil. Even before being buried by the 720 gold coin, Warren and Professor Josephine were startled. Corin knelt and clasped his hands towards the two of them. A thought flickered in Corin's mind. The rescue team cyclone caused by the storm bat attacking the city's outskirts had caused chaos, leaving significant damage as it departed. Thanks to early intervention, apart from rural roads, the city suffered little loss. Although there were a few victims, they would soon A voice echoed, "Eat something. Today's menu is potato and onion." The academy was maintained by taxes, so its image and heroic reputation were very important. At this moment, people were queuing for food. Mariette reminded everyone, when you go in, get a cup of juice. Okay? Thank you very much. For the guardians trained by the academy, volunteer work was part of maintaining that image. The man receiving food smiled and said, "Are you giving me more potatoes?" Ran the sky Yaksha's eyes grew angry. "If I give it to you, just eat it." The man trembled and replied, "Yes, ma'am." Corin sighed, saying, "Of course, there are some exceptions." Corin stood beside him, feeling extremely annoyed. Corin chided, "You're really calculating, aren't you? Do you know when humanity first began to form civilization?" Warren stubbornly retorted, "Stop talking like those Corin started his chattering mouth. Corin only just heard about it. Civilizations began when a leg bone with a healed fracture was Corin thought of two naked men checking on each other. Corin quietly asked, "If you break your leg, you would obviously die in the wild. But the broken leg bone healed." "Thank you." Corin continued, "That means someone helped them until they At this moment, Warren listened pensively to Corin's rambling. When a person experiences hardship and Corin smiled, asserting that is the beginning of civilization. Warren couldn't endure it and turned to leave, ignoring Corin's muttering behind him. Warren spoke up, "And it also means humans are weak." Looking at Warren's receding back, his voice drifted back. "It means nothing to me. No human has ever helped me." Suddenly, Corin admitted, "I can help." Warren flinched and stopped dead in his Seeing Warren waver slightly, Corin chuckled softly. "So, does it have meaning?" Warren opened his mouth slightly, but something seemed to catch in his. Afterwards, Warren chose to remain silent and Warren called back, "A weakling shouldn't talk nonsense." Seeing Warren still choose to be stubborn, Corin sighed in frustration. Knowing his identity, Warren thought, "I am a yaksha, a creature created when a human becomes close to a monster. If you knew my..." Warren imagined Corin with tear-streaked, dazed face, uttering the phrase, "You're a monster." Warren worried internally, "If you knew my true nature, would you trust enough to turn your back on me without caution when standing next?" Warren didn't dare to think too much. Warren looked at Corin, who was still enthusiastically distributing food to Warren softly uttered. Suddenly, from within Warren's mind, a woman's voice echoed, "Give it." A woman, embracing Warren's body, incessantly bothered him. "Give me back my body." Warren painfully clutched his head. Warren demanded, "Shut up. This is my body. It's mine." Warren mused, "I know it's not truly my body, but I will never give it." Warren's eyes turned red, filled with murderous intent. Warren's mind still wondered about Corin. "But if you knew, would you still help?" Guardian Academy was located in Maracaba. People often said it was the safest place in the world. But the truth was, small alleys were everywhere, and those who held power in those lawless areas were the Shadow Saints. Their main sources of income were slaves and illegal alcohol distribution. But to consolidate their position in the area, they had very special business. For example, Corin, with one arm around a beautiful girl and the other raising a wine glass, called the waiter, "Bring me some wine." Wine is for dealing with bad customers like this. At this moment, Corin couldn't suppress his anger and pointed directly at the waiter. Corin yelled, "You scoundrel! You call this wine?" The waiter trembled like a puppy. "Sir." Corin couldn't help but roar, "Who's the manager here? Tell them to come out and see me right now." Seeing someone causing trouble in the bar and demanding to summon the manager appeared, shouting, "Which scoundrel is causing trouble in my bar?" Seeing the manager appear, Corin breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, Corin rested his hands calmly and said, "The Shadow Syndicate sells illegal liquor to this bar but still collects protection money. If you want to meet them, there's no better place than..." The manager looked at Corin, who was sitting at a table with a flushed face, and quickly spoke, "By your appearance, you must be an academy student, right? What's a minor doing here?" Corin, half awake and half drunk, quietly asked, "You are?" Gruff manager said, "Hey kid, finish your drink and go home. They'll pay for your wine." At that moment, Corin clenched the wine glass in his... Afterwards, Corin delightedly poured the wine glass over the manager's head. Corin teased, "Right on cue. You're the manager here, huh?" A staff member beside him yelled. The small fries nearby began to yell, "This scoundrel. Manager wiped the wine from his face with a cloth, his expression resentful. I've dealt with many kids like this. They constantly cause trouble because they're academy guardians. They're not afraid of anyone because they think they're the manager's face darkened. The manager's shrill scream rang out. Teach him and the small fries, wielding swords and knives, charged forward like bloodthirsty. This time, the manager pointed directly and cursed. These guys are the mad hunters of the north. They're known as slave hunters called the Crimson Hounds. How can a mere academy student, a puppy, not know how terrifying a tiger can be? Hearing the manager's curses, Corin still stared blankly, glancing at the small fries attack. Instantly, Corin sent the small fries flying with his bare. Corin delivered 2 crushing blows to the faces of the small knife fell. The lights were. The manager turned pale with fear, seeing his small fry utterly defeated. Staring at the blood-soaked scene before him, the manager stammered, You. Corin scoffed. Manager was scared out of his wits and drenched in. This time, playing the villain, Corin announced, I'm the one who rounds up mad dogs. Thank you watching for faint, desperate cry from the manager could be heard. Corin recounted that day the Black Star Guild vanished. TSK. Well, it's not really about dealing with a gang. I have my own reasons for targeting the Black Star. A secret door. Corin stood before the cages holding the victims captive and sighed deeply. Those are traffickers. I want to free their victims. They are demi-human. Corin was distraught, unable to believe his eyes. Oh my God. They're being treated like in this world, demi-humans are always treated cruelly. They are different from normal humans and are beings easily ostracized and despised by. Corin quickly took out the keys and opened their case. Hearing the sound of the keys, everyone inside unconsciously looked up, hoping to be. Even those on the verge of transforming into beasts looked on with anticipation. Leading everyone out of the cages, Corin pointed outside and reminded them, once you're out, there's a carriage prepared by the Dunalep family. Those who get out first can take that. A man with horn-like protrusions on his head burst into tears like a child upon seeing the light. Corin turned back, vigilant. This will make them drop their guard a bit. All right, time to accomplish the final objective. Corin stopped before a cage containing a strange girl. Corin asked, Are there any siblings named Ren and John? The girl pointed to the left. Oh, that way? Corin looked in the direction the girl pointed. Corin was startled. Huh? What? They were too small. He saw Run and John, a pair of siblings, growling in a small. Corin was surprised. That's strange. In my previous life, I met them when they were 20. I also heard that werewolves' bodies develop according to their spiritual growth, but this is a bit too small. Corin gently knelt down, casting a warm gaze into the small cage. Corin spoke. Suddenly, the elder sister, Rin, hugged her younger sibling tightly, trying to protect them. Don't hit my brother. Seeing how the 2 siblings behaved, Corin realized, so this is the older sister, Ren. I heard that werewolves awaken right after birth, which is why they were sold when they were. The image of Ren's strong and aggressive past self flashed in his mind. Ren had growled, I'll kill you, you bastard. Corin wondered. Her attitude is so different. She used to be so aggressive. Did she become like this in just one? Corin recounted, in my previous life, Ren and John were villains working for the Orthodox werewolf faction within the Catholic Church, extreme demon segregationists. In their twisted efforts to shape public perception of demihumans, they committed countless atrocities against enslaved werewolves, leading to a political confrontation with the Grand Prince and Second. In previous life, those 2 were not easy opponents to deal. Nevertheless, in the end, they were both killed by Park's. Sound of a door opening. Corin reached out, offering, Come on then. Corin thought he was saving these unfortunate villains, who would later evolve into powerful mid-tier boss. Instead of accepting, Ren pushed Corin's hand away. Ren screamed, Go away. Leave us alone. Corin quickly used a gentle voice to coax. Come on. Be good now. But Ren adamantly refused. Let go. Release. Talking didn't work. Corin, frustrated, grabbed Ren's hand tightly. Corin said, You'll get hurt. At this, Ren hesitated. Corin spread his arms wide and hugged the 2 siblings to his chest. Corin comforted them, whispering in their ears, It's all right. No one will harm you anymore. You're safe. These children had never received adult protection and had always been oppressed. Truly unfortunate. Held in Corin's arms, John's eyes welled up with tears. A moment later, Corin helped the 2 up. Corin asked, What are your names? John replied, I'm John. The girl next to him wiped her tears and hesitantly said. Hearing their names, he softly introduced himself. Corin. A trembling voice spoke, Are you a guardian? Yes. Suddenly, Rin fell silent. Deep in. Seeing Rin comfortably hug him, Corin realized, she must feel more at ease. Suddenly, John next to him also clung to him. Corin was surprised. He's doing this. Oh my. Now that I've managed to soothe them, but seeing the two of them protected in my arms, Corinne couldn't bear to let them go. Corinne pondered, do I really have to hand them over to the academy's guard? Feisty Lenya appeared. What do you think? That was Lenya, a tavern employee. She might look like an ordinary barmaid in a back alley, but she was actually the manager of an information gathering. Corinne sat deep in thought. I had thought before that Ren and John were mid-tier bosses, not children like this, but more powerful. I wanted to use their abilities to control my... Corinne suddenly spoke up. For now, take them to an inn. And feed them too. Lenya wondered, are you a philanthropist? Corinne, without much thought, frankly replied, think whatever you... And Corinne turned away and let out a sigh of... But if that's the case, now I have to save Guaran. In Makaba City, the landing site for flying beasts, Eastern giant bird appeared, frantically flapping its... A staff member stepped forward and greeted them formally. Hello? You must be from the east, right? May I see your registration? Then Jin Huyuk appeared from behind, followed by Kong Ryan and Kong. They presented their badges. The staff member saw them and quickly exclaimed, ah, an officer from Borame Academy. I understand. Kong Ryan stepped forward and introduced himself. I am Professor Kong. These are my disciples, Jin Huyuk said.
Oh, I'm Jin Huyuk.
Nice to meet you. Kong Yuga, next to him, softly said, I'm Student Council President Kong. Immediately, the staff member smiled and pointed inside. Welcome to the Ellis Kingdom. A carriage is already waiting. Please. Soon after, a luxurious carriage appeared to pick them up. A voice remarked, phew, they're really treating us. Suddenly, inside the carriage, Kong Yuga drew her sword and held it to Jin Huyuk's neck, warning him, teacher hasn't sat down yet. Jin Huyuk laughed, crying for help. Come on, Yuga, you know I'm not strong. Kong Ryan, sitting next to them, was also agitated. Kong Ryan chastised, the first knight shouldn't say such things. Jin Huyuk retorted, you said it. Kong Ryan snapped. That's enough. Sit down. Stop with the idle Jin Huyuk was a bit reluctant, but, teacher, Kong Ryan still turned a blind. Jin Huyuk helplessly said, are you sure? Teacher? Is that thing? Kong Ryan's eyes slightly opened. Kong Ryan's voice was weary. Kong Ryan recounted, the leader of this place must have taken it. The emperor is certain of it. Hearing their teacher's words, the two of them, Kong Ryan cautiously advised, hide your intent. We must forget all about those things. Remember? Only then can we... Hearing their teacher's words, Jin Huyuk was a bit puzzled. Immediately, memories brought Jin Huyuk back to the disaster of the previous... That time, Jin Huyuk stood alone before the raging fire. Kong Ryan whispered, how could you... At that moment, Jin Huyuk couldn't help but yell. What did that damn thing do? 1 month after the storm incident. These days, the academy was bustling with excitement for the upcoming The festival was not what its name implied. It was more like an inter-academy exchange, an event where students from 4 academies, one from each region, fought for dom. Tiger yelled out, but don't we need to form teams soon? Lack on his side, excitedly chimed in, no way. First, we have to choose between individual matches, pair matches, and team matches. Alyssa asked curiously, what event are you planning to compete in? Corinne? Pair matches. And in bringing you a thought differently. I want to do solo and group matches. Jaeger expressed, I want to do pair matches. At this, Alyssa stammered awkwardly. Me? Corinne put his hand on his hip and complained. What's with the We're already affixed. Alyssa gently looked down and asked, what about group matches? Corinne calmly said, group match teams are randomly assigned, so I don't know yet. I hope I get teamed up with you. Alyssa exclaimed. Corinne helplessly said, why do you keep... Alyssa's gaze was fixed on Corinne. She explained, aren't the solo matches also randomly assigned? Wanting to be on the same team as me doesn't mean... Corinne quickly interjected, there will be an announcement soon. If you're rank 2 or higher, you'll be eligible to participate. Hearing this, Alyssa slumped onto the table, her mind overwhelmed. So you're treating me like a coolie again? They'll have to work hard at the festival again. Corinne sighed, what work? Suddenly, Alyssa spoke up, why don't you team up with Mariette? Isn't she the strong? Hearing Alyssa mention it, Corinne pondered, then said, Mariette?
Shell definitelli do solo matches.
A mage doing solo matches? Corinne, it seems she wants the solo match prize. Mariette exclaimed, it's mine. If that's the case, hey, look over here. What? Corinne sat perplexed in the academy. Suddenly, everyone buzzed with excitement. Look at that outfit. It must have been bought in the East. Corinne, ever the nosy observer, also became curious. As the 3 of them became more visible, everyone couldn't help but stare, wide-eyed. Are those Taoist robes? Idiot. These are just Eastern clothes. Corinne was startled. They're already here. Immortal Sage Kong, Hound Jean, Sword Saint Kong. Corinne whispered the main characters of Part 3. The Celestial. In the office, sounds of argument echoed. Transfer a student from our academy to Borame Academy? I cannot agree. This time, Kong Ryan, with an impatient expression, reiterated, we are only making a reasonable request. From the perspective of being that child, Kong Ryan recounted the fire disaster. 1 year ago, we faced a tragic accident. And sadly, the center of that accident was my granddaughter. I understand, Kong Ryan added. While our temple grounds burned to ashes, you took my granddaughter away. We have found the child. Of course, we want to bring her. Professor Josephine frowned, reminding him, Warren is a special case. You should know that. Professor Josephine wondered to herself, is the reason he requested a meeting as soon as he arrived, as a judge for the team matches, because of. Kong Ryan was unyielding and added, you know this already, don't you? There's a monster residing in her human body. I just want to help my granddaughter escape that monster. Professor Josephine spoke up, Warren's body is alive thanks to that child. And that was the earnest desire of Headmaster Arias' friend and student Kong Yuga's. Kong Ryan stubbornly insisted, we will handle that ourselves. Do you really think you can assimilate with that monster from the start? Of course, Warren has already completed her first semester without any problems. Kong Ryan was unyielding, making a demand. I want you to. At this, Professor Josephina's gaze changed completely, hidden behind her glass. Suddenly, Bishop Li Jinyang, sent by the Catholic Church, appeared. Li Jinyang spoke, has that cruel demon assimilated? Who's to say that isn't part of her sinister? Hearing the bishop's voice, Professor Josephine turned around and gently requested, Bishop Li Jinyang, please be careful with your words.
Li Jinyang retorted, no more.
We believe what we see and hear, not your words as evidence. What do you? Bishop Li Jinyang's expression darkened as he made a sinister proposal. Release that evil thing into this festival. If it's that evil thing that massacred countless lives, then her true nature will reveal itself in the heat of this grand. Professor Josephine frowned, asking again, you want me to let Guaran participate in this festival? Corinne thought, although their words are base, I'm not confident I can persuade them, because when it comes to trust, a wizard like me is also a target of criticism. Well, this might also be a good opportunity. If I can show others that demons can assimilate and have a conscience, it will be good for the. After some deliberation, Professor Josephine agreed, all right, I will send Guaran to compete in the solo match. And Professor Kong Ryan? Professor Josephine gently said, where Guaran wishes to stay is her decision. I don't know about the Eastern Continent, but here, her legal guardians are Headmaster Ariel, myself, and the great saintess of Xi'an Cathedral. Kong Ryan silently listened to Josephina's. Then Josephine spoke, I think we've talked enough. You two may leave now. I understand. Thank you for your time, Professor Joseph. After seeing the two of them off, Professor Josephine stood, sipping her hot tea. Phew, now that I think about it, everything is really just as he. Voice reported, during this festival, Vantage's subordinate is in. Professor Josephine, utterly shocked by the news, screamed. Professor Josephine angrily slammed the table, stood up abruptly and yelled. Where? Who? Corinne, sitting next to her, softly said, I only know that something is about to happen, but I don't know the specifics. Corinne presented the evidence in his hand to confirm his prediction. Corinne expressed the Catholic Church and Borame. One of the two sides were hidden behind Corinne's dark gaze. Corinne implicitly confirmed. The answer is, Catholic Church, declining day by day, was desperately trying to expand its influence, and Borame's spirit sorcerer, along with their disciples, were also involved in this. The keyword is Celestial Arbiter. This was an important event that would determine the fate of the characters and mark a turning point in the main plot, as well as decide the overall direction of the entire Ellis. Corinne sat nibbling on a pastry. Corinne suggested, I want you to keep an eye on the Catholic Church, Professor Josephine. Corinne looked at the professor and expressed, there are religiously affiliated inns built outside, like this one, where the Borame Academy students are staying. It'll be easier to keep an eye. The professor's gaze changed. Josephine wondered, how can I trust you? Seeing the professor's reaction, Corinne pondered, she still thinks him a disciple. Antaja. Corinne reached out and unbuttoned his shirt. Corinne's voice echoed, you don't have to believe me. Keep on doubting me. That's the correct job. Then Corinne pulled his shirt down to reveal his flesh. Corinne reiterated, but no matter what you do, my goal remains the same. I pledge to save the. Looking at the student before her, the professor seemed exasperated. Professor Josephine sighed. Corinne thought, if she knew the oath of a shadow warrior, her suspicion would lessen. Professor Josephine remained silent. Suddenly, the professor spoke up, but I heard the new inn built in the suburbs was funded by the students' contributions. Corinne explained, that has nothing to do. Professor Josephine presented evidence. I have information that you were the innkeeper who received the contributions. The statement seemed to stun Corinne. Corinne stood frozen. No, it has nothing to do with... Not stopping there, Professor Josephine pressed further. I heard Mariette recently moved her belongings there and is setting up a street stall. Corinne was sweating profusely, scared stiff. Corinne adamantly denied. Absolutely nothing to do with ensuring 100 long-term guests, daily supplies, food and drinks, round-trip transportation costs. All these profit-making ventures were planned by this vision. Sometimes people need a little help. Don't be so and so time passed. The team battle festival, preliminary round. Shouts and calls echoed. Hey, Jaeger broke into a sweat and stuttered. Seeing the crowd of people gathered for the team battle, Jaeger trembled. Will we serve team battle festival? Only 16 teams will advance. This, Jaeger couldn't keep calm and yelled. Why are there so many people? Lack's heart also pounded, and his legs trembled as he lamented. Even the seniors are participating. Corinne observed and realized that only Warren was absent among the named characters. Perhaps she's only participating in the solo match. Suddenly, Corinne remembered. But where's Alyssa? Just then, Alyssa stood in the crowd, trying to yell and call out to everyone. Corinne, I'm over here. Let me. Then, from the arena platform, a man's voice echoed. Nice to meet you all. The crowd below grew noisy. Wow, look, Kong Ryan. Kong Ryan proudly introduced himself. I am Kong Ryan, the judge of this competition. This is the preliminary round, which will determine the 16 protectors who will compete in the team matches. I wish you all success. Lack began to grasp the situation. The difficulty must be hell level. Jaeger was still confused and couldn't get into the rhythm. Huh? Who is he? Kong Ryan's voice announced the rules of the competition. When your armband is torn off, you will be eliminated. Kong Ryan spoke. Let's begin. The theme of this test is, indeed, it is the most important duty of a protector. Kong Ryan's face darkened. Kong Ryan's voice echoed. Rescue the... Immediately, the 8 Gates formation appeared, shaking the... Everyone's face changed. That was the 8 Gates formation. Jaeger cried out in panic. Hey, what the hell is this? What's the point of doing this? Lack hurriedly said. Of course there's a point. Kong Ryan is the most skilled formation master on the Eastern Continent. Jaeger mumbled, but this range... And what does rescue the people mean? Suddenly, Lack's expression changed. The people? Did he mention that? You can give commands. 2. Lead the people to your objective. Plus 1 point for each person. 3. Destroy unnecessary people. Minus 2 points for each. Being the dummies, they couldn't help but be curious. Are these stone dummies the... Jaeger excitedly grabbed a dummy. Aha! So if we touch them, they move? Lack on his side seriously said probably. Hearing that, Jaeger exclaimed, Wow, that's amazing. This seems pretty fun. All right, let's go. Corinne stood watching them play around and smiled faintly. Truly children. So enthusiastic. Suddenly, a desperate scream echoed. Watch out. It's a hound. A dog with a sharp gaze appeared. Alyssa silently charged forward, and with one swift slash, sent the hound to its demise. Everyone standing nearby jumped and cheered. Wow. Finished it in 1 hit. Alyssa is really something else. So lucky to be on her team. Praised by everyone, Alyssa snorted. Emboldened. Alyssa spoke up. Just trust me and follow. At this moment, the hound's body lay split in 2 on the ground. Mission. Protect the people. Demonstrate your skills as a protector to shield the people from monster attacks. You must move as many people as possible to the safe. Then everyone immediately advanced. Someone running behind called out. Alyssa, there's another person over. Alyssa led everyone, chasing after it. Corinne thought Alyssa has a bit of a sense of accomplishment. Leon suggested if we save that one too, we'll have saved 10 people. Let's save them quickly. Alyssa excitedly collaborated. It would be better to start looking for the safe zone now. Leon agreed he'll send someone to scout ahead. This is the 8 Gates formation, so there should be a safe zone near. Suddenly, Alyssa's group stopped abruptly. They looked up in panic. Leon was bewildered. What's going on? Alyssa spoke. The ground is Leon worriedly asked, Is that drumming? Immediately, Alyssa screamed. Ah. Behind. Soon as she finished speaking, a chaotic, blurry image flashed. A group of soldiers swarmed. The leader on the other side stood high up, pointing and ordering, If you lay down your weapons, we will spare your... Seeing the scene before her, Alyssa froze. What is that? Alyssa tried to observe more closely. No, they tied the dummies together to make a cart. What in the world is... Jaeger, wearing armor and carrying a harp, sat atop a pile of dummies and yelled, Kneel. We are bandits. Seeing a familiar face, Alyssa screamed fiercely, Jaeger, what are you doing? No, even weirder, a harp that can be strummed like a guitar. A sinister laugh echoed. Do you want over 1,000 students to earn points by transporting a limited number of... Alyssa trembled, pointing forward. Ah, you. Why should I bother doing such annoying... Corinne. Hearing Alyssa call his name, Corinne, playing the role, reminded her. Corinne? Who is that? You must call me the Undying Corinne, made up like a fierce clown, declared. I am the Undying Almighty. Eliminating others truly is easy. The original plan involved only 3 people. Corinne and his 2 teammates, Jaeger and Lack. They decided to recruit other students to build a powerful force, as this was the first step towards success. Jaeger and Lack continuously praised and hailed Corinne as an extraordinary leader with an overwhelming presence, while Corinne crossed his arms, a smug smile never leaving his... The immediate goal was to pass the qualifiers, where only 16 teams would remain. To do that, the group needed to eliminate all unnecessary opponents. Corinne's plan was very clear. Quickly stabilize his forces, find the safe zone, and recruit more students to his side. Corinne didn't hesitate to admit that these students would become human shields to protect the group from dangerous confrontation. Not everyone agreed with this strategy. A young mage with short hair clearly showed his dissatisfaction, gripping his staff and yelling, "Take them down immediately." But before he could act, his companion promptly stopped him, preventing him from rushing into a useless confrontation. Jeers echoed everywhere. Accusations of Corinne's group being cowardly filled the... However, Corinne remained unfazed, as if he didn't care at all. Currently, his team was using a perfect defensive formation, with giant stone statues lined up as a barrier in front. This mission was simple yet challenging. If Corinne's team moved a stone statue to the safe zone, each member would gain 1 point. Conversely, if a statue was destroyed, they would lose 2. Perched on a throne shaped from one of the stone statues, Corinne smugly declared, "Follow my plan. We will all achieve victory." The attackers below were enraged. They yelled, calling Corinne a despicable coward, and that if they let this situation continue, they would lose. All opponents simultaneously charged forward, heading towards the stone statues and Corinne's group. They provoked Corinne. "If you have the guts, come down and fight us one-on-one." Seeing their confidence, Corinne merely revealed a devilish grin. He placed his hand on Lack's head. Lack also gave a cunning smile, acknowledging that the golden moment had arrived, and he had endured humiliation for a long time. But Corinne told Lack to wait a little. When the attacking group drew near, Lack immediately unleashed a fire orb spell. The fire orb was launched towards the group, creating an earth-shattering explosion, causing the attackers to scream. Students who took the hit worried that if the stone statues were also destroyed, they would all be doomed. But Corinne calmly retorted that there were still many stone statues, so a little damage was... This was precisely the difference between the 2 teams' missions. One team would strengthen their forces by collecting stone statues early on Corinne's. The other team attacked and destroyed the opponent's stone statues to earn points and defeat the enemies, pushing them back from the safe zone. That team was led by a... But no matter what, each side had its own strategy. Corinne gave a savage grin and ordered his team that if they saw anyone advancing, to take them down immediately. His teammates behind him responded, shouting, "Understood." He found it quite enjoyable that the Academy occasionally set up missions with 2 opposing factions like this, and the number of eliminations from both teams grew larger and larger. Returning to the present, Alyssa and Corinne had faced each other. Alyssa pointed at Corinne in fear, unable to believe her eyes. She hadn't expected Corinne to appear. Corinne was spreading his arms. His clown-painted lips held high as he declared he was the all. Corinne, with fake white eyes, gave a savage grin, looking down at Alyssa standing below. He called Alyssa's name and allowed her to join his faction in this. Alyssa held her sword hilt ready. She couldn't believe what she had just heard, so she bewilderedly asked. Corinne coaxed Alyssa to remove her attacking faction's armband and then join Corinne's team. If she agreed, he was ready to make her vice-captain. But Alyssa flatly refused. Corinne disregarded Alyssa's protests. He didn't care if she agreed or not. What he needed was to add more new forces while attacking enemy forces, and Corinne issued an order. If anyone could bring Alyssa to the team, that person would become the captain of a squad. As soon as the order was given, countless people appeared, attacking Alyssa from behind. She, however, was still confused, not understanding what was. The group of 3 attacking Alyssa felt guilty, but they couldn't disobey the leader's command. One person in the group yelled, "Attack." All 3 charged toward. Alyssa cried loudly. It turned out those 3 belonged to Alyssa's faction, and they wanted to switch teams, so they used this opportunity to change sides. Her former teammates shamelessly admitted, "We'd rather face you than face Corinne." Hearing this, she cried even louder. She had trusted everyone so much, but she never expected them to do this. Corinne observed the situation before him and grinned even more cunningly. Peace was merely an illusion. The true nature of this society is to disregard everything for personal. Blood splattered everywhere. Humans, by nature, when they sense a threat, will find every way to survive. Morality means nothing in moments of life and death. Everyone lunged at each other, fighting ruthlessly. Alyssa still managed to defeat the group of 3 who attacked her. But she was furious. She declared that things had gone far. Before the betrayal of her teammates, the true Alyssa had been successfully corrupted by Corinne. In her sorrow, Alyssa declared that she no longer needed anyone to follow her, and she would fight with all her might, not holding back against anyone. Alyssa Arden had officially become the vice. The scene shifts to Mariette. She knew that forming a team was everyone's general idea in this battle. One person alone couldn't do anything, especially when facing Mariette, the 52nd G. Mariette's group was bound by friendship, so many people joined. They were confident they could overcome everything with their enduring friendship. However, when Corinne's army of stone statues their entire team faced an unavoidable difficulty. Mariette was stunned when she saw Isabelle quickly stepped forward to reassure Mariette that they could win. Because even if Corinne had numerical superiority, Corinne's attack power couldn't match Corinne's charming voice echoed. A voice that made Mariette freeze for 3 seconds. Corinne shed tears, heartbrokenly asking Mariette, "Did you choose to confront me like?" These words immediately made Mariette's already stirring heart burst. Mariette trembled, unable to utter a single word. Isabelle stood by, confused, not understanding what was wrong with me. At this moment, Isabelle still hadn't realized that their 2-year friendship meant nothing compared to Mariette's first love. Mariette raised her staff high, her face flushed red. This first love had corrupted her into a savage like Corinne. She even loudly declared she would join his. Mariette lunged to attack her friends. The friend being attacked was still confused, not understanding what Mariette intended. Continuous screams echoed. Isabelle was also stunned and fell backward in confusion. She was sweating profusely, unable to believe Mariette would do such things to her. Before she could collect herself, Mariette had already dealt with the others and was advancing towards her. Isabelle could only stand there in fear, stammering, unable to. Corinne's devilish group witnessed this scene and cheered nonstop. Jaeger praised the group's new recruit, while Lack beamed happily as one person after another was defeated. After dealing with all her friends, Mariette raised her staff high in celebration. She wore Corinne's signature savage grin. She even proclaimed herself an undefeated warrior. Those corrupted by Corinne were growing more crazed by. They stood behind Corinne, continuously chanting slogans. Victory for all. Clear all obstacles. Forward. Corinne flung his robe back, a grin stretching from ear to ear. Having teammates to carry the load truly makes things. The teachers watching everything on screen were also sweating profusely. They didn't know what was happening out. Kong Ryan turned back and asked Josephine if she knew what Corinne was planning. But Josephine couldn't have predicted Corinne's plan. Yet, all things considered, this could also be counted as a surprise of this. Josephine admitted that Corinne made moves she couldn't predict, and what he thought was completely. Corinne's team quickly passed the qualifiers, celebrating as if they'd reaped a bumper harvest. Everyone danced strange dances atop the pile of stone statues. Although they had achieved astonishing results, Corinne's team had unintentionally left a deep and unsettling impression on. Next round was the pair competition. The first opponents Corinne's team had to face were the twin siblings of the Chun family. They were also rank 2 guardians of the Academy. The Chun sister unleashed a barrage of talismans directly at Corinne's. Corinne quickly dodged all. Corinne pointed towards the Chun siblings and ordered Alyssa to attack. Alyssa was startled, not understanding why Corinne chose. Alyssa seriously got into a ready stance. She raised her sword, blaming Corinne that everything had turned out this way because of him. These 2 Chun siblings ill-handed. Sharp sword slashes were launched. Alyssa unleashed a destructive sword. Every strike accurately hit its target. The 2 siblings cried out in. The match ended quickly. Corinne praised. Alyssa's tactics seemed good. But Alyssa resentfully countered that she had fought by herself, while Corinne just stood there giving orders, unwilling to assist. Corinne disagreed. I feel that cheering for teammates also adds strength. Alyssa gruffly emphasized. I'm very annoyed, right? Jin Huyuk and Kang Yuga were sitting in the stands, observing. After watching Alyssa's match, Jin Huyuk realized that Alyssa was the granddaughter of the Sword Emperor. But he felt that Alyssa wasn't very strong. Kang Yuga's sharp eyes judged Alyssa's abilities. She thought that Alyssa's skill level wasn't bad when facing weaker. The person Kang Yuga was focused on was Corinne. She realized that the core player in this team was Corinne. All problems and changes that occurred originated from. Kang Yuga recalled the recent ranks and confirmed that Corinne was the one who had been promoted to rank 5 guardian. In Kang Yuga's mind at this moment, she remembered 2 tough opponents she had researched before coming. First person Kang Yuga was wary of was the burst, and the second was the demi-human Mariette. But after observing the previous battle, when the Chun sister threw talismans towards Corinne, he was able to dodge that attack with extreme. Considering the true power and coordination ability of the Chun siblings, they were not weak at all. This only proved one thing. Corinne's true power was not to be trifled. Looking at Corinne's silhouette in the arena, Kang Yuga remarked, Corinne possesses meticulous observation skills, can make quick and accurate decisions, and is adept at judging situations. Corinne can be considered the strongest among the students present. Jin Huyuk also realized the gravity of the situation. If they have to face Corinne, the two of them will certainly encounter considerable difficulties. Not just anyone can go up against a shrewd person like Corinne. He hoped they wouldn't have to encounter such an. While speaking, Jin Huyuk saw something. He turned his face towards the person who had just appeared, uttering. Jin Huyuk's eyes immediately filled with killing intent. His face clearly showed hatred, and the battle inside the arena was so captivating that chaotic shouts and howls echoed inside. Outside the arena, Warren was slowly walking step by step away from the venue. Everyone was focused on watching the matches, so the school was quite empty. This quietness was completely different from the usual daily hustle, and Warren closed her eyes. This stillness reminded her of that day she became Jia. Flashback to the past, Warren was still very young then. When she woke up after the transformation, everything around her was just flames hot enough to burn flesh. Everything had been destroyed that, in her head, only the sounds echoed. Kill them all. Her house lay in a sea of fire. She stood alone on a mountain of corpses, almost burned to ash. While immersed in the past, Warren was pulled back to reality by a killing intent of unknown origin. She realized someone was attacking. Jin Huyuk delivered a direct and swift kick towards Warren's sharp eyes seemed to have recognized. Warren could clearly see Jin Huyuk's attack method and strike. Warren successfully blocked the attack. Jin Huyuk also took advantage of the momentum to retreat and maintain distance. Jin Huyuk was quite impressed with Warren's extremely fast reflex. As for Warren, she recognized the origin of the killing intent emanating from Jin Huyuk. Warren felt his killing intent was too heavy. As for Jin Huyuk, he merely rambled on that not everyone could even perceive Jin Huyuk's attack, let alone Jin Huyuk charged straight towards Warren. He affirmed that he would defeat his moves and speed. She admitted that Jin Huyuk was indeed a formidable master. Warren frowned. She realized there was definitely something behind Jin Huyuk's hostile attitude. Warren asked if Jin Huyuk had known her before. Jin Huyuk merely uttered. Jin Huyuk denied what Warren had just said. He asserted that he didn't know who Warren, but his face clearly showed hatred. His mouth claimed head never met her, but his face clearly showed he knew too much about. Jin Huyuk apologized to Warren for his excessive actions. He thought she was an acquaintance, so he intended to tease her a bit. He didn't expect to have mistaken her. Warren was speechless, not knowing what else. Warren felt a strong sense of familiarity with Jin Huyuk, but she couldn't remember anything. Anyway, it no longer mattered. Warren reminded Jin Huyuk to be a little careful. He smiled, saying he would be more cautious in his actions next. But once Warren had left, Jin Huyuk gritted his teeth tightly. Killing intent continuously emanated densely. Kang Ryan observed everything and slowly advanced towards Jin Huyuk. She felt that Jin Huyuk's recent action was an overly reckless. Kang Ryan chastised Jin Huyuk for his impulsive actions. He shouldn't have revealed his strength. Jin Huyuk, however, did not see himself as wrong. He believed his recent action had proven that his master's 8 gates technique influenced the demi-human. Looking at Warren's retreating silhouette, Jin Huyuk mumbled about the powerful monster masterpiece created by soul mages. To seal the monster and save Guaran, the Grand 8 Gates Golden Lock Annihilation Array must be. Kang Ryan looked at Jin Huyuk's tightly clenched, trembling hands. She knew he was suppressing himself greatly, but she still reminded Jin Huyuk to be silent and wait. To lure him out, they need to wait for the suitable. Kang Ryan thought that when everything was over, perhaps if they just eliminated that evil thing from Warren, Jin Huyuk could do anything he. Hearing this, Jin Huyuk's killing intent burned even fiercer. Jin Huyuk promised not to act recklessly, because what he wanted to do was kill someone after subduing the demon with. Finally, it was the second round. In the knockout round, all contestants had gathered in the center of the Nazaria city where the second round would take place. At a roadside tavern. Every table in the tavern was full. Servers busily moved back and forth, and the sounds of laughter and chatter filled. Corinne was also sitting in the tavern. The fact that the second round was taking place in such a distant location was completely beyond his expectation. He recalled receiving the notification from Professor Josephine. She had said that the venue for the knockout round had been changed by Professor Kang Ryan. When Corinne himself received the news, he was also a bit surprised. Josephine also frankly asked Corinne, "Were you the one who stole Griffin's goods?" But he vehemently denied it, saying he knew nothing and hadn't taken it. Josephine seized the opportunity and countered Corinne, What was that thing? Corinne, startled, looked away guiltily. Actually, I did take it. But what I took was the former high priest's goods. And those were items secretly transported by Kong Ryan through this. Corinne remembered himself as the leader of the bandit group, stealing items, and sighed mournfully. What I took were the necessary items to activate the Grand 8 Gates Golden Lock Annihilation Array. That array targets Warren in the next. The theft of Griffin's goods had been tracked down and exposed by Joe, but it was all just a charade, staged by Kong Ryan and Li Jinyong to buy time and retrieve those smuggled goods. Speak of the devil. Kong Ryan walked into the tavern where Corinne was. It was all just an act staged by Jiang Luan and Li Jinyong to stall for time in order to retrieve those smuggled goods. Speak of the devil. Jiang Luan walked into the tavern where Corinne was. Seeing old man Kong Ryan, Corinne secretly cursed the little rats who had nothing in their heads but schemes. Alyssa praised Nazaria City, saying it wasn't like the rumors. She asked if he wanted to eat anything. Corinne reminded Alyssa that the guidebook clearly stated no eating or drinking was allowed in this place. Alyssa asked why in disappointment. Kong Ryan, on this side, seemed to have completed his He loudly announced that the 16 people from Griffin Academy and the 16 people from Merkaba Academy all seemed to have arrived in. Kong Ryan lowered his head sinisterly and announced the time. 58. While the groups were still eating their fill and laughing, Kong Ryan's counting continued steadily. 59 minutes and 59 minutes 30. After he counted to 59 minutes 50 seconds, several people drew their swords and took a defensive. Finally, as the countdown reached 5, Corin stood up and grabbed his weapon. Alyssa was bewildered, not understanding what was happening. She looked back and forth between Corin and Kong Ryan in confusion. Gave the signal to start. The talisman in his hand glowed with a brilliant yellow. Corin immediately attacked a young man holding a chicken leg. Blood splattered everywhere. Screams rang out shrilly. Alyssa was extremely confused. She asked what he was. Mariette also ruthlessly unleashed a blow that pierced through the head of a student. Others also ruthlessly slashed. Heads rolled one by one. There was blood Looking at the splattered blood, Alyssa still didn't know what was happening there at that. In the tavern now, only piles of corpses remained. Blood was everywhere, along with the remaining strong survivors. Alyssa was so scared her face turned pale. She didn't understand what everyone was doing and what was actually happening. Corin noticed the despair appearing in Alyssa's eyes. He immediately told Alyssa to look closely at the corpses. After hearing that, she calmed down and observed her surroundings. Those who had just been killed didn't seem to be human, because the decomposition rate of the killed was too fast. In the blink of an eye, the skin, muscle, and bone on their faces were exposed. Corin wondered why Kong Ryan chose this place as the second round for the qualifiers. According to his knowledge, Nazaria City was a place trapped in a time loop since an event 300 years. During the day, everyone was still normal people. Daily life went on as if nothing was. When night fell, the entire city of 1.2 million people here would become a land of zombies. The mysterious and haunting image of Nazaria at night appeared in Corin's mind. In Corin's memory, this was an anomalous existence, and Nazaria was also known as the city of. After understanding the entire situation, an announcement immediately rang out in that still-lit tavern, stating that the knockout round had officially. Kong Ryan carefully explained the rules of the second round. Each team would be divided, and the main task was to collect moonlight stones. The deadline for collection was the morning of the day after tomorrow, and if anyone wanted to give up halfway, it would be immediately. After the list was announced, the teams only received some basic instructions and a backpack containing necessary items. Then everyone was thrown out of the inn. Outside, about 1.2 million living corpses were roaming around. Corin's team was Team D, still including the old members. Alyssa, Jaeger, Luck. Corin calculated seriously as he walked. If he wanted to save Warren, his team had to reach the third round. And the standard to enter the third round was only for the top 4 teams. For now, he could only play by the rules of this zombie fest. The moonlight was now perfectly round, hanging directly over. Corin had a plan. The truly strong ones were all in the city center. His group would target the outskirts. The difficulty around that area was only at a moderate. Corin threw his spear from above. The zombies hit by the blow directly dissipated. To clear the way for this plan, Corin alone was in. The scene shifted to a watchtower on the outskirts. Corin's goal was to climb to a very high place. High places made it easy to observe. He could identify the glowing living corpses with moonlight stones. When the living corpses swallowed a moonlight stone, their bodies would glow on their. When they reached the planned watchtower, Luck spotted a few glowing zombies. Luck wondered what was up with that glowing zombie. Currently, Corin was still calculating how to collect points safely and surely. Corin explained that the glowing zombies could be considered the final bosses of this round. They had to catch them. He also presented the viewpoint of quality over quantity. He suggested Luck use flight magic to support the other three. Luck didn't need to attack. Luck also agreed with the plan Corrin proposed. Luck decided he would use long-range spells to act. But before he could finish his sentence, he discovered. Everyone wondered what Corrin's surprised expression meant. Corrin said he hadn't used any spells yet, but the zombie below was already dragging a sword on the ground, making a screeching. A revenant titan lunged toward the group where Corrin was standing. Corrin didn't understand why they had become the target of this. After hearing that, Corrin broke into a cold sweat. He told Luck to run quickly. Luck was also panicked. Luck didn't understand why they had to run away. But Corrin didn't dare say the reason for fear the whole group would panic. The titan targeting them was the final boss of the central. Corrin warned Luck to use flight magic quickly. But Corrin was one step too late because Luck had already been. That attack was so fast he couldn't even see it, making Corrin break into a cold sweat. He didn't know what skill Luck had been hit by. Could the skill Luck was hit by be? After being hit, Luck was taken out of the round. Logging out of the competition, Corrin could only helplessly call Luck's name from the side. A notification appeared declaring that Luck had been eliminated. When receiving a sufficiently strong blow, a player would be eliminated and teleported out of the competition. Seeing Luck being thrown out by the system, Corrin's face turned pale with fear. Luck had been eliminated already. But it couldn't be helped because Corrin would have also lost to such a fast attack. Temporarily setting Luck aside, Corrin immediately gave instructions to Jaeger and the titan standing below prepared to swing its next. The titan threw its blade. An enormous surge of power appeared from the tip of the blade, flying to Corrin. The watchtower was hit and split in half. The upper half of the building fell. Corrin ran ahead and told Jaeger and Alyssa to quickly climb to the top of the tower and then run in the opposite direction. Jaeger was frustrated because every time he was on a team or went with Corrin, something unfortunate always happened. The sound of collapsing rocks and earth continued to ring. The clock tower was knocked down in an instant. Smoke and dust filled the air. The majestic, tall tower was now just a pile of rubble lying on the. In the pile of rubble, the smoke and dust gradually dissipated. The stone moved. It seemed something was still alive under this. It turned out to be Corrin's group. He and Alyssa were lucky enough to survive. He quickly asked about his teammates' condition. Alyssa teased that going with Corrin always opened her eyes. Corrin could only smile bitterly in a. Corrin determined that the first day was a waste. Luck had been eliminated too early. Now the whole team could only run headlong until morning. Maybe they'd get lucky. Jaeger also cheerfully agreed that what Corrin said was. But before the joy could last long, Jaeger was caught by a giant hand. Jaeger didn't know if he was sleepy or seeing things, but he saw 5 giant toes on his own. A bat demon appeared from nowhere and dove down to grab Jaeger. Jaeger could only scream for help. Corrin was bewildered, not knowing what was going on. Alyssa warned Corrin about what had just appeared. Corrin looked closely at the newcomer, his face darkened, and he sighed. He had anticipated the worst-case scenario. He didn't expect it to happen. The White Soul King had appeared. Another strong monster appeared because the loud commotion Corrin just made had attracted. Corrin felt things were getting more and more difficult. First the giant titan, then the abyss freaker, and now even the White Soul King had crawled his way. All 3 bosses of Nazaria were. Furthermore, each one was at the elite level or higher. Meanwhile, Corrin and Alyssa's group was now surrounded by them, blocking every. Alyssa asked Corrin worriedly what to do. Were they all about to die? Corrin just clicked his tongue in annoyance. All 3 bosses with appointment lunged forward to attack Corrin. Alyssa. Corrin gritted his teeth, not knowing what to do. Clearly, he had calculated every way to try and stay, but everything seemed to want to force him to stop here. To fail this. Suddenly, a blinding light appeared from the. Corrin himself was surprised by this strange phenomenon. Corrin turned a blow as powerful as a thunderbolt, carrying blue electricity, aimed straight at the Titan's position, making the area tremble with its. Corrin realized this wasn't an attack. It was just a form of blinding light used to obscure. He saw the object emitting that blinding light clearly. Corrin recognized it was a spear. It seemed he recognized the origin of this. A hand reached out and gripped the shaft of the spear. A dark shadow in a cloak brushed past Corrin. Before leaving, she told him to go. Alyssa ran to Corrin to ask about the situation. Seeing that he seemed okay, she asked about Jaeger's situation. But Corrin just stood dazed and didn't say a word. Finally, both Corrin and Alyssa decided to. In a dark, Corrin leaned his hand against a window frame, breathing. The mysterious person asked if he was okay and was glad no one was injured. Because Corrin had run with all his strength, he was still trying to regulate his. Corrin thanked the mysterious person for the help. But he also wondered about the origin of the spear in the mysterious person's hand. The mysterious person replied that she also had something she wondered. She removed her hood. She didn't know why Corrin could learn her spear tech. Hearing this, Corrin's eyes widened in surprise. He couldn't believe his. Alyssa also seemed surprised by the mysterious person's appearance. Actually, the moment they met, Corin had found the voice very familiar. The mysterious person glided next to Corin. After looking him up and down, she nodded and said, "So that's how it is." When he saw her gliding movement, he also realized this technique was the divine step of the form. Looking closer into her eyes, blue eyes as clear as a stream, he became even more certain of the identity of this person was Erin Danua, Corin's master from his previous life. Her distant descent. Corin was still completely bewildered. He asked why Erin was present. Returning to the past, during the winter break of the senior year second year, Park Sihu was standing in front of the principal's office waiting for. When he saw Corin, Sihu scolded him for being so slow. Corin just brushed it off and scolded Sihu back for speaking. Corin got to the point. He didn't know why Sihu called him. When he realized he was standing in front of the principal's office, Corin was surprised, with his eyes wide and mouth agape. Before he could grasp the issue, Sihu knocked hard on the principal's office door. The door gradually opened. Sihu knew Corin had mentioned wanting to become stronger, so it seemed this time Sihu had found someone to looked into the room. The room was flooded with light. Sihu's voice still echoed in his ears. He said he would introduce him to a teacher who could help him get strong. Erin sat in the room looking out. As soon as she saw Corin, she recognized him as the person who often went with Sihu. She spoke first to greet, and that was the connection made thanks to Park Sihu's player privilege. And that was also the first time Corin met his master Erin Dan. Back to the present. Living corpses still roamed all the alleys in the city. One particular house had many spells cast on it to prevent zombies from. After finishing the arrangement, Erin entered the room. She also explained that normal zombies wouldn't be able to enter the building. Alyssa politely thanked her and invited Erin to try her. Erin sat down in a chair. She said she accepted Alyssa's kindness, but here one was not allowed to eat or drink things from another era. So she also reminded Alyssa to pay attention. Looking at Alyssa still eating the chocolate bar in her hand, Corin went through the knowledge in his head about this place. This was the era of 300 years ago. Because the timeline was repeating, if one ate food from 300 years ago, two possibilities could happen. 1. The food would return to its correct timeline. 2. The eater would be trapped in the past. Because he knew the consequences beforehand, Corin had never broken the rules. But if someone did, something would definitely happen. Corin saw Alyssa eating heartily and broke into a cold sweat. He sighed and said, "Well, just eat." Alyssa asked why Erin was here. Erin instructed Alyssa that she must call Erin. Corin remained silent and didn't say anything. Erin picked up a glass of water, took a sip, and said she understood the general. Alyssa brought up a topic. She mentioned Corin's master from the very distant past. And since Erin was in this city when the event 300 years ago happened, Alyssa wanted to know more details about the. Corin felt as if he had heard an accidental reminder from Alyssa. He felt everything was indeed a mystery. Nazaria City was a place where time was repeated. Everything had to. Corin looked at Erin drinking tea. A doubt couldn't help but rise in his heart. Why could Erin walk around normally with such clear conscience? Erin stood up to answer Corin and Alyssa's questions. She said because she was a friend of the Grim Reaper, she could be free like that. After hearing that, Corin still didn't understand Erin's intent. Erin walked toward the window. This city of Nazaria was a type of ancient poison that created zombies. Erin was here with the role of preventing the birth of the undead king. And Erin also announced that the undead king was about to appear in the city. Hearing about the undead king, Alyssa was surprised and a bit bewildered. But Corin remained the same, with an unusually calm attitude. Corin leaned on his hands and stood up. He said if such a thing was happening, they should set off quickly. Erin didn't want Corin to go because basically this was her business and had nothing to do with Corin. He only turned to ask Erin one question. Whether she needed help. Erin smiled. She admitted Corin was a sharp. Corin's group and Erin were running with all their might toward the city center. Corin knew from the beginning that Erin had no intention of refusing help from Corin. Because the main task of this qualifying round was also the main task he had to overcome. He had to join the mysterious swordsman Erin to prevent the birth of the undead. Nazaria. Alyssa saw something and immediately informed Corin. He just gave a simple yeah. In his heart, he was still thinking that helping Erin was something he couldn't refuse from the Titan held its blade and roared, ordering the zombie soldiers standing in front. Looking at the Titan, Corin knew they had to destroy the 3 zombie kings to weaken the undead kings. The Titan swung its blade hard. The wind-tearing power of the slash created unimaginable. Although the attack was both fast and decisive, Corin and Erin could still dodge it. Teacher Erin and disciple Corin combined their spears, performing the great sweep of 1,000 armies technique. After that, both slashed with their blades, unleashing a coordinated gale spear technique, making the whole sky light up. The Titan didn't have time to react and raised its hand to block. Corin slashed his spear at the Titan. But unfortunately, it was blocked by the Titan swinging its. But Eren seized the opportunity. He ducked under the blade, taking advantage of the blade's blind spot to attack the. Exactly as planned, the Titan was stabbed straight in the stomach by Eren's. Realizing the plan had succeeded, Korin immediately informed Alyssa that now was the. Alyssa had been waiting. As soon as she heard the signal, she drew her sword from its. Alyssa decisively used a sword strike to chop off the head of the zombie. The Titan. Alyssa landed. Titan's head was chopped off, and because of that, it dropped its blade and fell to the. Korin took the supergiant moonlight stone from inside the Titan. Alyssa stood nearby waiting to be praised. Korin had to admit that just by adding one more person to the team, the difficulty had decreased significantly. Korin admired Eren's strength. Eren only looked at him and smiled. She praised him for his hard work. Today they only needed to do this. The sun had also appeared in the east, peeking out from behind the houses. Usually, when doing tasks outside, groups would set up camp to rest at night. But in Nazaria it was the opposite because this city would be extremely safe during the day and extremely dangerous. The scene shifted to a certain house. The morning light had covered Alyssa had fallen into a deep sleep. From outside, a voice drifted in asking if Alyssa was asleep. Eren teased Korin that both he and Alyssa were children, so what was wrong with sleeping together? But he just rested his chin on his hand and said he wasn't a child. She immediately changed her address to little. After all, Eren had taught him everything. So if he wasn't a little kid, then what would. Korin heard this and didn't answer. Korin looked in another direction. He listed the techniques Eren had taught him. Hearing this, Eren also admitted he was the disciple she chose. But what she didn't expect was that the child she chose was just a very ordinary. Hearing this, Korin became even more pensive. Actually, Eren had chosen Bantaza as her successor. But 80 years later, Eren regretted that. Korin knew everything. But he chose not to speak because he didn't want to sow more sorrow for the person living in the frozen timeline of 300 years ago. While deep in thought, Korin didn't notice Eren using her hand to poke his. Eren sharply noticed Korin's pensiveness. She asked him what he was afraid. Eren felt she was too lucky to have a student who loved his teacher wholeheartedly like Korin. But he only thought Eren was thinking nonsense. Eren realized what Korin's worry was. She only heard a few sentences and knew her future seemed not bright at all. Korin immediately refuted it, but she only scolded him as a silly student. Didn't he know how formidable his master? Remembering the sad memories of his previous life, Korin answered Eren's question in his heart. When facing countless evils and enemies, Eren was the one who stood up to fight against. At that critical moment, Eren stood out to block the enemy because she wanted to buy time for him. But Korin did not accept Eren's. Eren, standing in that situation, became someone with very steady shoulders. She affirmed that she was an adult and she had the responsibility to protect a child like. Korin looked at his teacher's back and felt devastated. Eren was the teacher who led, taught, and changed, and she was also the one who sacrificed herself to protect Korin. In the past, Eren had turned back to look at him with a smile on her lips. Even though she knew the outcome would be unbearable, she still comforted Korin that everything would be. Korin remembered that bastard Park Sihu again. He always blamed himself for not realizing that person's true face sooner. And he even asked himself countless times if he had eliminated the threat that was Park Sihu first, could he have saved his master? Although he knew the future in advance, he still failed time after time. And every time like that, he had to find a way to fix his mistake. Remembered that bat monster, just one flap of its wings was enough to cause unforeseen consequences. Then he remembered the purpose of participating in this festival was to rescue Warren. But everything went off track. Now he was present in this. In the matter of meeting his respected master from 300 years ago in this city too. Everything was outside his calculations. Just one unexpected variable could ruin everything. He closed his eyes tightly. He couldn't escape the thought that he would fail again. That thought haunted him, making him unable to sleep. He accidentally spoke his thoughts out loud. Eren heard and immediately asked what he was afraid of failing. Korin heard it and jumped as if he had been. Eren laughed. She said only a fool keeps thinking about the failures of others, while the person who always questions their own failures is a smart person. At least Korin belonged to the smart. Korin's face darkened. He asked Eren back that if she herself had suffered failures like him, could she still say those? Eren hugged her student from behind. She admitted she was someone who has been and is continuously failing. Her hug made Korin a bit surprised. Eren continued to talk about her failures. But in the end, she concluded with a sentence that her most correct decision was choosing him as the successor to her spear arts. Hearing this, he widened his eyes in surprise. Eren still continued to hug him. Eren was the queen of paradise. She would bestow blessings upon Korin's path ahead. Therefore, she advised Korin to rest. Take a sleep and then everything would be all. Korin nodded. In his heart, he repeated Eren's words. and he didn't know if everything would really be alright, and if he could really save everything. Scene shifted to where Warren was. She was participating in the individual qualifiers, a festival held between the two academies, Merkaba and Griffin. On the arena, Warren's opponent continuously attacked, but she didn't fight back at all. The spectators couldn't believe what they were witnessing. No matter how the knight attacked, he couldn't hit Warren. He screamed in despair. Why? Professor Josephine had instructed Warren not to be too serious. The knight was so devastated that he climbed onto Warren, grabbing her head and complaining that she should yield a little. Corin's words echoed in Warren's ears again. He said this world had many weak people, so she should treat them. Another opponent used an axe to slash straight at Warren's head, but it was useless. Corin's words still echoed that her existence itself was a threat to others, so he hoped she could cooperate to get through this festival. The knight failed to strike with the axe and could only lower his head, sobbing and admitting defeat. Warren only said 2 words, "How boring," and didn't strike back. Warren remembered the boxing lesson with Corin. It was just a lesson, but it was much more interesting than these current matches. Corin, in the past, when teaching Warren, had started the training with very simple. Warren, while having a meal with Professor Josephine, had frankly admitted that Corin's strength was far superior to ordinary people. And Josephine also agreed with this. Josephine made a comparison and admitted that no one could compare to. Corin didn't want to lose one more time. The lessons Corin taught had deeply permeated her flesh and blood after those many days of hard. Remembering the boxing techniques Corin had taught, Warren clenched her hands into. She threw a punch, unleashing the octagram. Dragon-taming sonic wave also came out from it, heading straight toward the dragon brushed past making the axe also log out of the axe exploded right before his eyes, and the dragon also flashed behind his back, making him break into a cold. Warren realized she had overdone it a bit, but her face remained expression. Opponent was so scared he couldn't stand steadily, kneeling down and shouting the word. Warren didn't answer. She was too used to those words, so she didn't even bother getting angry. Warren put her hand to her chest. She didn't feel sad, but she didn't understand why today her heart felt so. A while passed. Finally, it was the last match of group. Warren's opponent this time was a student from Griffin Academy. Warren thought this guy would be just like the previous opponent. Jin Hyuk spoke first to greet her. The greeting caught Warren's attention. Jin Hyuk's killing intent poured out like water. He wore a savage smile while greeting. Jin Hyuk consecutively unleashed 2 skills: Heavenly Gale Palm Arrow Dance and Armor-Piercing Glade Moon Kick. Each super-speed kick carried enormous damage, but Warren still stood calmly in one spot without. Jin Hyuk continued to attack. Killing intent enveloped his entire body. Warren observed and had to admit Jin Hyuk was a very strong. The spectators immediately exploded when they realized Jin Hyuk was completely different from the previous. Jin Hyuk unleashed a roundhouse. Aiming straight at Warren's face, he kicked, but Warren still stood in one spot, with no intention of fighting back or dodging. With a boom, smoke and fire filled the air. A powerful collision occurred right on the. After the dust settled, Jin Hyuk's eyes widened, unable to believe his. Warren still stood tall in place. The surrounding ground was not affected at all. Outside the area where she stood, the entire ground was swept away and sunk a meter deep. She just calmly asked Jin Hyuk if he had run out of moves. With the power of a Rakshasa, Warren's defensive capability was almost absolute. If this move were used on an ordinary person, it would be hard for anyone to block the single. Warren advised Jin Hyuk to give up, because even if he continued, it would be useless. But Jin Hyuk only laughed savagely and kept cursing Warren as a monster. Jin Hyuk even scolded her that it was too late for her to act merciful, and Warren was driven mad by those words of Jin Hyuk. She questioned him back, asking what he meant by saying. Jin Hyuk growled. He emphasized the mercy she was trying to show everyone here by not fighting back again. That mercy should have been saved for his family when they were murdered by Warren. The more he spoke, the more Jin Hyuk gritted his teeth, creating a screeching sound. His eyes bulged and his pupils constricted. Jin Hyuk declared he would kill Warren, regardless of any price he had. That day he was lucky to survive, but others were not. His eyes were filled with tears looking at the desolate scene everywhere. Smoke and fire filled the sky. Corpses lay everywhere. He held his loved ones in his arms while hatred clouded his. Warren didn't dare believe her ears. Fear and torment appeared in the depths of her eyes. She didn't dare believe someone still survived after that. The scene shifted to a blacksmith shop in Nazaria. In a room filled with books, a voice continuously cursed about what happened and why his calculations were. The undead king, Dark Mage Jaren, looked at the book with trembling hands. He had sensed something unusual. His thin, dark body looked like only skin and bones. He kept affirming that the current time was perfect and this was an opportunity as well as a miracle heaven had bestowed. He looked out at the peaceful scenery out there. He was confused and didn't remember that he had activated the 2-field magic circle. and why his ritual had succeeded but everything around remained so peaceful. It seemed Jaren had realized the loop. He still retained the memory of himself successfully performing the ritual and transforming. But he was returned to the time 3 days before the ritual took place. He didn't know who had interfered in this and how they could make time repeat like this. Was the first time that upon being returned to the loop, he realized. He screamed out the word witch in fear. He affirmed this was caused by the witch herself. Jaren threw open the door and rushed out. He still remembered clearly the face of Eren, a spear-wielding witch with silver hair and blue eyes. Jaren used all his strength to run on the green grass. After 300 years, he had identified the cause of everything was Eren. But he didn't know how and by what method this could repeat for 300. Eren stood on the ground looking up at the blue sky above. He realized the formation trapping the city in an infinite loop was still very clearly visible in the. Looking at the center of the formation and the archaic script in the middle, Jaren guessed that Eren used the maximum absorbed moonlight power to strengthen the magic circle she had engraved on the city. A pure type of magical power tempered by power purer and more intense than any great archmage in. Jaren's eyes intently watched the supergiant formation in the sky. In his heart, he secretly evaluated the power of the person who created this formation. He also spotted the strange object engraved on the magic circle. That thing contained such terrifying power that he only needed to look a little to recognize it immediately. It was the language of the origin. This was a special type of archaic script that had been forgotten and faded away about 300 years. The stone absorbing moonlight energy engraved with the letter N was the symbol for the meaning of the two words. While deeply absorbed, Jaren didn't notice someone arriving. That person spoke first to greet Jaren. The greeting successfully caught his attention. Jaren laughed loudly when he saw the newcomer was Eren. And he was madly happy that he finally realized he had been trapped in this formation for 300. He even realized that Eren was the one who caused this. Jaren laughed strangely. His red eyes from lack of sleep showed clear joy at finding the key to the problem. He laughed loudly, affirming that because of Eren, time in the city kept repeating without end. Eren was the one who caused it. Eren just stood listening without answering. She neither refuted nor argued. Eren's eyes only held coldness and cruelty. She growled the name of Undead King. Just one call had a very strong impact on Jaren's body, making him curl up, unable to move. His mouth even let out a groan of. Jaren's body swelled and bloated. He was transforming. His eyes were as murky red as a demon. Being forced to transform like this made his body extremely painful. Tears flowed from his eyes. His pupils rolled continuously. Eren stood to one side, only reminding Jaren that he should fulfill his role. The second night in Nazaria. In the gloomy city under the starry sky, Alyssa and Corrin together carried out the plan they had discussed. Alyssa intentionally used herself as bait to lure the Abyss Freaker. She decisively drew her sword and slashed it in. Corrin did the same. On this side, he had also finished off the White Soul King. They had successfully destroyed the 3 zombie kings. The Abyss Freaker, the White Soul King, and the. Though Corrin and Alyssa were not high-level guardians, they had both defeated high-level zombie bosses. Alyssa held the Moonlight Stone in her hand, showing Corrin the product they had just harvested. He sat on the pile of demon corpses, still lost in his own thoughts. Their ability to easily hunt demons in this zombie-filled city was all thanks to Eren. Eren smiled happily. Their goal now was only the undead. Corrin rested his chin on his hand. He knew Eren must have done this hundreds, thousands of times. Eren's guidance was truly very experienced. The plan was perfect, with nothing to criticize. Finally, the afternoon of the third day arrived. The final boss they were forced to meet appeared. Jaren stood in the middle of the road, emitting heaven-reaching resistance. Their task was to defeat Jaren before he could fully awaken his dead King Jaren, the dark mage who caused the uprising of the Nazaria Zombie Legion 300 years ago, and also the one who desired to become the king of zombies. Alyssa was a bit disappointed when she saw Jaren's true appearance. She turned to question Eren, who was smiling gently, whether the person standing in front of everyone was truly the undead King Jaren, because although this undead king's appearance was deformed, it didn't look very majestic. Corrin guessed his appearance might be due to an incomplete evolution process. Eren pondered and agreed that his soul had not been completely demonized yet. He also didn't have the wisdom of a true mage. Corrin ignored it all. He told everyone to move aside. Hearing these words of his, Eren didn't understand what he wanted. She saw Corrin suddenly rush forward alone. He wanted to handle Jaren himself. Alyssa also shouted in panic to stop Corrin. No matter what the appearance, Jaren was still a super tier. Corrin also agreed with Alyssa. Although it was an incomplete monster, basically Jaren was still the zombie king resurrected by a dark forbidden ritual. Jaren's strength certainly far surpassed Mariette. Calling him a super tier final boss was not. Corrin ran close to Jaren. He spoke first to greet him. Jaren also realized something was about to come. Corrin used the purple thunder skill, unleashing lightning that hit. The purple lightning struck hard, making everything around shatter. Korin sensed the terrifying power emitting from. After attacking, he just breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed Jaren was indeed not meaty. Undead King Jaren growled and unleashed his. He consecutively unleashed his ultimate moves. Death Vow, Death Wind, and finally power from Jaren made the houses shatter and collapse. Alyssa didn't expect Jaren could cast such high-level magic consecutively. He didn't even need cooldown time. Alyssa stood shielding herself from injury while worriedly asking if Korin was. That Jaren thought he had destroyed his opponent. So he laughed in. Undead King Jaren didn't expect that he would be attacked In Korin's eyes, his power was only at a mediocre level. He used infinite reincarnation to slash Jaren into because he wasted too much mana. He couldn't block his final. He unleashed his final move, Nakama. Finally, Undead King Jaren became a pool of blood at Korin's feet. Those who focused too much on power like the Undead King were even easier to deal with. If he could overwhelm him with skill, he could easily toy with him like a weak. Furthermore, Nazaria was a repeating task. He had also destroyed him thousands of times, but Alyssa was also stunned by this result. Korin killed Jaren way too easily. She felt like he was getting stronger day by day. Korin thought that she might even handle him easier than he discovered only Alyssa was left. She also just realized Eren had disappeared. Clearly, Eren was just standing next to her. Korin secretly speculated. Thank you watching for vid. He decided to go find Eren alone. Before leaving, he told Alyssa to stay and be on guard against zombies. Alyssa watched his figure leave, wondering about Eren. Looking down from above at the ruined city in smoke and fire, there was truly nothing here to it. Korin found Eren standing alone. Looking down at the ruins with nothing special. Coming to her side, he asked her about the fact that this wasn't the first time Undead King Jaren had appeared. Eren admitted what he just. This has happened a total of 36,539 times. Nazaria resets every 3 days. The task to destroy the Demon King occurs once. The Dark Mage Jaren took advantage of the lunar eclipse to turn the entire city into zombies. 353 months and 27 days ago, 1.2 million zombies suddenly appeared and then disappeared with the Undead King. Korin also knew Eren had repeated this 36,539 times. Every 3 days, Eren destroyed the Demon King Jaren. Korin asked her the reason why this loop. Eren smiled gently and answered his question. She was the one who created this city. And if those 1.2 million zombies left the city, the entire continent, the entire world, would immediately disappear. The stone carrying the Skirich archaic script appeared along with countless glowing magic circles. In the sky, Eren had used the archaic script to interfere with Jaren's magic circle. After hearing the truth from Eren, Korin couldn't understand the resurrection of 1.2 million people. Doing things like that was truly too cruel. A dark voice echoed from the void that he would soon understand. Korin recognized this was none other than the Grim Reaper, who always carried chains along with a sharp. The Grim Reaper said he would continue to watch him because he was someone who dared to challenge. Perhaps the Grim Reaper already knew Korin was a regressor. The Grim Reaper was an entity created by the system to collect the souls of the dead. The Grim Reaper's task was to ensure the collected souls would be reborn in a new life to continue the cycle. Therefore, zombies who continuously escaped death and regained life were the Grim Reaper's annoyance. Nazaria had also been repeating this for 300 years. Eren admitted she was the one who created this 3 day. That's why the Grim Reaper set foot here to destroy the primal archaic script that defiled death. But she had once made a contract with the Grim Reaper because the zombies would also turn the lives they killed into zombies. Going back to the time when Eren met the Grim Reaper, she seriously stated the dilemma. If those 1.2 million zombies left the city, all of humanity would become zombies and there would be no more souls to continue the cycle. It was because of this sharp declaration that Eren forced the Grim Reaper to either ignore the cycle of 1.2 million souls or wait for the collapse of the entire world. And the Grim Reaper chose to make a contract. The contract between Eren and the Grim Reaper consisted of 3 conditions. As long as these 3 conditions were met, the Grim Reaper would not interfere in the 3 days. First condition was that Eren Danua must defeat the immortal Jaren. After that, Jaren's memory would be reset to 3 days. When everything was reset, Eren was forced to leave the city. That was also the second condition. Finally, Eren Danua, the creator of the 3 days, would no longer interfere in this. After that, the existence of the Titan, the immortal bat monster from hell, the abyss, along with the White King, would slowly be defeated. The undead King Jaren would be executed on the 3rd. 3-day cycle would repeat for 300 years. Turning to reality, Eren sadly recounted it all. Gradually, everyone was exhausted. After 20,000 times, Jielong finally realized that he was trapped in a 3-day. Rin was frustrated. You don't know how much longer Eren intends to keep repeating this. How much longer can her mind endure? How much longer can she continue to kill Corinne shouted at Eren, asking how much longer do you plan to keep this up? Are you going to repeat these 3 days for Despite being exhausted, Erin would continue as long as she could. She understood why Corinne had come here. You are trying to save someone. And you are also saving many. What Erin said reminded him of Warren. Erin then advised him to leave. Grim Reaper looked at Erin's lonely back and could only mutter that saving the world required sacrifice. Corinne was an outlier. Erin Danua did not belong to this world. She would intentionally ignore his existence. Finally, Erin turned and walked away. Erin sacrificed herself, ensuring no one could recognize her or know how she had sacrificed her. Thinking of this, Corinne gritted his teeth. He was furious. He knew she was always thinking about sacrificing herself. He recalled the image of his master from his past life, when she accepted putting herself in danger to protect others. That was why Corinne respected her so much, a lonely person fighting alone, protecting the world inside. However, Corinne thought of another solution. Thinking of the Grim Reaper, Corinne called out. Erin turned back in surprise, confused about what Corinne was trying. Corinne reached his hand toward the Grim Reaper and offered to make a contract. He would not give up, and he would not abandon any opportunity to save his man. Erin tried to run over to stop. It was too late. The light from the established contract radiated, preventing her from getting any. The golden marble on the scales glowed. The Grim Reaper found this situation very interesting because the person making the contract was a. The Grim Reaper praised Corinne's bravery. A death cheater like you wants to make a contract with the Reaper? The scales tipped toward a larger purple marble. Tiny Corinne stood before the majestic Grim Reaper. The Reaper looked at him and asked for his. Making his demand, Corinne wanted to cancel the contract made by Erin Danua. But first, the Grim Reaper had to give him an earthly treasure. He wanted something at least grade 10 or like any other contract. Corinne had to give something else in exchange for his. Corinne thought for a promised that within half a year, he would clear the entire city of Nazaria, which was currently being shrouded by the vivid. The Grim Reaper paused for a few seconds, stunned by Corinne's massive promise. The Reaper asserted that he could not do this. Though small before the Reaper, Corinne ignored the doubt. Whether he could do it or not was not for the Reaper to decide. He just needed to put it on the scale. Corinne asked the Reaper about the fairness of his contract. A second later, the golden marble on the scales grew larger and glowed even brighter. After weighing the contract, the Grim Reaper replied that the contract was still not fair. Wiping out 1.2 million souls did not match Corinne's rule. Despite the Reaper saying that the weight of the golden marble was many times heavier than the purple one, proving the contract was still unbalanced. Realizing the problem, Corinne was stunned. The Reaper asked Corinne to choose a number. Only then would the scales balance. Corinne broke into a sweat thinking. Odd numbers referred to the top 10 epic items. If he had to choose, Corinne was certain of that. After considering everything, Corinne decided on the treasure he. Once the contract was established, Corinne walked back to where Erin was. Erin was still in a state of panic. She didn't expect Corinne to dare do such a thing. She rushed to him, wanting to know what he had done. Corinne saw her running up. He was also surprised that she had waited for him. Corinne told Erin about the contract he had just made with the Grim Reaper. Within half a year, he had to purify his. If he succeeded, Erin's contract would be voided. Hearing the terms, Erin could only scream helplessly. She could only call him crazy because she knew that if he didn't complete the contract, even his soul would be gone. He would be stripped of the right to reincarnate. Responding to Erin's worries, Corinne spoke softly and respectfully. He asserted that this was something he had learned. Corinne held her shoulders tightly and told her that what he was doing, he had learned from her. This made Erin freeze. She seemed a bit surprised. At first, Corinne only thought this was a game. But during the most dangerous and difficult moments, standing before a world of smoke and fire with monsters lurking everywhere, met a mature person. That was the first time he met a true hero. A hero he couldn't protect. One who fought the whole world alone. One who died while protecting. The moment she turned back to smile at him while standing amidst the ruins and smoke made his heart ache unbearable. Corinne gripped Erin's shoulders even tighter. This time he wanted to save her. This time he definitely wouldn't fail. He was no longer the weakling he used to. After all, it wasn't something as grand as saving the world. What he was doing was very simple. He smiled. Thank you watching for vid. Please subscribe to the Ginmi Go channel so you don't miss any exciting videos. In chaotic abyss, Erin stood alone looking down at the ruined city. Mechanical activities repeated over and over. For 300 years she had been fighting this terrible. The reason wasn't anything special. It was simply because she was the last holy body existing on this land. The queen of the Dark Kingdom had now vanished into the. Erin Danua had always been aware that she was special. Living as a hero was something she took for granted. And currently, she was still the same, still living as a hero. But the only difference, for the first time, she heard someone say they wanted to save. Before, she always thought the mission of saving people belonged only to heroes. Since she took on the role of a hero, she had to push aside her own feelings and even neglect her own well-being. Corinne said he wanted to save her to repay. Eren put her cloak hood back on. Corinne was the one who brought back the feelings buried deep in her subconscious throughout her 300 years of solitude. He said he would always be by her. Eren blushed as she remembered Corinne and the things he had. She was touched to receive such sincere care from another. The Grim Reaper watching from the side was also satisfied with what he witnessed. After all, Eren was an old friend who had accompanied him for 300. He muttered to himself that even a hero falling in love isn't bad at all. The Reaper thought back to the contract between him and Corinne. He felt things were going to be very difficult because although he let him choose a number, he didn't expect him to choose something like. At that moment, Corinne had decisively chosen that item. He chose the Grim Reaper's orb, an item that only attacks and doesn't defend. A single strike could separate body and soul. This was an exquisite treasure of death. It possessed the ability of the Grim Reaper's scythe when the player equipped it to their. Even so, its effect was only strongest when used by the Grim Reaper himself. For humans, it only provided relative ability. And for someone who couldn't perceive souls like Corinne, this was the worst. That being said, the trade scale was no longer tilted. That meant the reward Corinne chose was perfectly suitable for the. The more the Grim Reaper thought, the more delighted he became. He rubbed his chin and praised how interesting it was. He didn't know what Corinne wanted to change, so he was very curious. Scene changes to the entrance of Nazaria City. Cana. Kong Ryan was crossing his arms and thinking deeply. The preliminary round was coming to an end. 8 teams, totaling 32 people from Boraim and Makaba. Only half of them could proceed to the next round at 6:50. The announcement board showed each team's points. Boraim Academy's Team 1, Jiang Yue and her teammates, achieved a total of 558 cumulative. Makaba Academy's Team 2, featuring the demi-human Mariette, achieved 499 points. Mariette's teammates were still rambling about some spells. Mariette agreed that if their team hadn't broken the Moonstone, they might have taken first place. The scoreboard listed, Team 1, 558 points. Team 2, 499 points. Team 4, 160 points. Team 3, 155 points. Team 6, 126 points. Team 8, 98 points. Team 7, 55 points. And Team 5 had yet to. After looking at the scoreboard, everyone confirmed that victory would definitely belong to Boraim. Perhaps there was no more business for them here. Some felt lucky to have survived. Others talked about how their end was somewhat similar to the end of the Mandrake Bandits. 2 young men eliminated early, Jaeger and Lack, were extremely anxious because none of their teammates had returned. Makaba Academy was good at forming teams, but their skills were generally quite weak. Speaking of weak, Team 5 was mentioned. Corinne's Team 5 was even nicknamed the Incompetent Corinne Group. From the start, the team members didn't expect. Others joined the gossip. They said that except for Team 2 and Team 5, no other group from Makaba Academy had a chance to move to the next round. Corinne's Team 5 had even lost 2 members as soon as they started. How could they turn the tide in that situation? Kong Ryan was very pleased to hear. In his heart, he was celebrating. Boraim would have 3 teams in the finals, while that Makaba Academy he disliked would only have. Amidst the buzzing conversation, the inn door opened. Corinne's voice echoed, wishing everyone good morning. Elisa realized the 2 of them were. Elisa sighed in relief when she saw only 1 minute left before disqualification. Corinne waved his hand, saying they made it anyway. Kong Ryan cleared his throat, scolding Corinne and Elisa for gathering late. Elisa angrily blamed Corinne, saying they should have eaten after finishing. Corinne didn't want to wait too long to eat. If they didn't eat while they could, when an annoyed Kong Ryan reminded Corinne's group to submit their products so he could update the scores. In his heart, he was certain Corinne's group would be eliminated. Elisa placed 1 stone on the scale. Kong Ryan continued to mock them. Sure, their score would be extremely. What he and everyone else didn't expect was that with just the first stone, the numbers jumped to 250. Everyone gaped, unable to believe the number 200. Kong Ryan immediately concluded that Corinne's Team 5 ranked 3rd. But Corinne cut him off because he hadn't submitted all the moonstones. The moonstones of the 3 vivid color kings were placed on the scale. Everyone who saw them was terrified. They asked where Corinne's group went to hunt moonstones. Could it be they went straight to the city center to hunt those 3 legendary giant monsters? Not done with the surprises, Corinne brought out a blood-red moonstone. This was his final. The moonstone of the immortal King Jielong was placed on the scale. Thank you watching for vid. Crowd around Kong Ryan stared wide-eyed and open-mouthed, reading out the number 1000. On the scoreboard, Corinne's team's total score was 1,768 points. Corinne gave a thumbs up, praising the result. Old man Kong Ryan still couldn't believe his eyes. The final rankings showed Corinne's team leading with 1,768 points. The 4 teams entering the finals were Team 5, Team 1, Team 2, and Team. The carriage was waiting outside. The morning atmosphere was incredibly buzzing. Elisa asked if Corinne would still be coming here. Corinne just muttered, and he confirmed that he had to go. It seemed Elisa had discovered Corinne's intention to save it. Elisa announced that she and Mariette would go with Corinne next. Elisa flashed a beautiful, bright smile. She didn't want him doing everything alone. Although she didn't know his plan, it would worry her greatly if Corinne kept acting. Corinne was surprised. He had always thought Elisa was just a fool. But it seemed he was. He agreed with Elisa and thanked her for thinking of him. But he also warned that she might get tired because there was still a lot of work ahead. Corinne closed his eyes to rest, but his mind kept calculating. He wanted to research how to use the power obtained from the Grim. Although the earthly treasure was a bit different from his plan, the Grim Reaper's orb could become a special hidden item for his current operation. Corinne remembered Warren's lonely back when she asserted that no matter what he did, it would be useless and no one would. Corinne smiled confidently. Who knows, maybe the item he got from the Grim Reaper would be the secret card to save that. Returning to school, Corinne immediately went to find Warren, but he received shocking. Professor Josephine announced that Warren had been in the past. There was a little girl named Lon who was loved by everyone. When she saw her older sister, she happily ran to hug her because they hadn't seen each other in a long time. Jiang Yue was also happy to see her younger sister again and asked how her health had been. But Lon was an unfortunate child who had never once been able to step outside because of a terminal illness. Her face always appeared exhausted. It turned out Lon possessed the Tai-Yin severed meridian body. It was a body carrying a self-destructive curse where endless Yin energy overwhelmed Yang energy, breaking the Bodis balance. Lon had carried this curse since Lan's father, Kong Wu, tried every way to cure his daughter, but no medicine could resolve the Tai-Yin severed meridian. Lan's father was so broken that he kept searching, leaving the room in a mess. A happy and warm family simply vanished. Lying on her sickbed, Lon tried to call her father. Kong Wu didn't hesitate to call her name. If there were 2 misfortunes in this happiness, the first was Lan's illness. Every breath was a struggle for the little girl. Kong Wu was determined to save, and the second thing was this. To save Lon, Kong Wu would do anything. His expression changed as if he had turned into a different. That was Kong Wu's natural talent. Being dubbed the greatest soul master of the era was the second thing. Kong Wu spent his life searching for a powerful source of Yang energy that could restrain the Yin energy in his. He searched everywhere for medicine, but the wall of the Tai-Yin severed meridian was something human effort couldn't overcome. From then on, Kong Wu changed his thinking. If there wasn't enough Yang energy to suppress the Yin, then he just needed to find a way to drain that Yin, and so, a creature born with innate Yin energy was used. Runes were carved onto the person. The most familiar monster to a soul master, one whose task was to lead the unfortunate souls of the deceased back to the. Kong Wu accidentally turned his daughter into a jiangshi while she was still a living jiangshi possesses fire properties. And that was the moment she was. Jin Hyuk's blood boiled as he recalled that. His eyes narrowed at the ceiling because that mercy should have been for his family when they were. Without saying more, Jin Hyuk decided he would kill the person in front. Surrounded by a vast sea of fire, he would definitely kill this person. Scattered around them were messy piles of corpses. Warren was bewildered by life, looking at what was happening before her eyes without understanding what was going on. Kong Ryan took advantage of the moment and ordered Flame to kill all humans on this land. Not a single living creature was allowed to exist. Jin Hyuk scolded Warren for being a monster, a cold-blooded and heartless monster. Not only that, Jin Hyuk said Warren was still pretending to be a good person, which was disgusting. But Warren was so confused she didn't understand anything and wanted to deny everything. Jin Hyuk kept mocking Warren's body. Warren wasn't Lon, but just a monster that stole Lan's body. But Warren still denied it, thinking this was her own. Suddenly, a hand appeared from below and grabbed Warren. That dry skeleton cursed Warren to die, but it immediately shifted to pleading for Warren to go die. The words were full of sincerity because Warren's father had been torn apart by that skeleton. That skeleton would bury Warren under the name of the royal. The skeleton then moved up to choke Warren, cursing her to. Mournful cries also echoed because Warren should never have been. Lan's figure appeared, terrifyingly demanding her body. Warren was terrified to tears, repeatedly asserting this body was hers to forget reality. All the sounds crowded in on Warren, making her feel everything was so noisy that she released her. Powerful life strings flew toward Jin Hyuk, causing him pain and forcing him to use his hands to protect. In a moment of intense fury, golden chains were fired. They tightened around Warren's. Chains tightened so much that Warren's body collapsed. She only had time to say that she deserved this, while Warren was still immersed in her delusion, muttering that she absolutely couldn't lose this body. Several others surrounded her, waiting to deliver. Returning to Professor Josephina's office, Professor Josephine seriously recounted the reason why Warren was being detained. After hearing everything, Corinne had somewhat anticipated this, but he didn't expect it to happen so soon. He wondered if the real reason was because of those two restrictions. Professor Josephine felt as if he already knew something. She adjusted her glasses and confirmed that it was. Professor Josephine added that Warren was controlled by the chains of Seine and Eastern Talisman. They had restrained Warren, but during the battle with Jin Hyuk, the two talismans were incinerated. During that time, Bishop Lee Jinyong used that as a reason to criticize Warren's loss of control, and eventually, under Professor Kong Ryan's direction, Warren was taken back to the east. They also decided to create a new talisman to suppress Warren's. Something still wasn't right. Corinne thought that if they made such a harsh decision just because one of those restrictions was destroyed, it was a bit hard to understand. Now they were trying to blame the Academy for not controlling Warren. It was truly ridiculous. Aryu stood behind them at some point and asked Corinne to confirm how much. Looking at Arius' expression, it seemed she had realized it by guarding this matter. It seemed Professor Kong Ryunthwan from the east was plotting. Corinne had calculated this move and was suspicious. Did Aryu intend to let Warren fall into those people's hands? He proposed to handle everything afterward. Although it was a bit rushed, he was reliable on this. Corinne also frankly stated the result he wanted. Everyone living their own lives with no one left behind. At this point, the legend of the Arhat hero began with the third act regarding the flying yaksha. This demon would be a bit different from previous. Professor Josephine pondered for a moment. You said nothing. Trust in the character and the built story meant being forced to choose between two. That was either save Flame or save. Either way, the easiest choice was like Park Saeho, just choose one, as that was the most effective. But Corinne didn't care for that way of playing. Only children choose while adults take everything. The main task now was Flame and Lawn, with an A+ difficulty level and accompanying conditions. Now, in the dark cell, her two voices kept echoing. Warren sat there, only able to think that this body was. Kong Ryan appeared out of nowhere, doubting if that was possible. Warren didn't know who this person was, but Kong Ryan introduced himself as the uncle of Kong Lan, the original owner of the body she was occupying. But Warren only lost control more, demanding the body back because it belonged to Warren. But Kong Ryan felt there was a misunderstanding. Kong Ryan knew Warren wanted to completely possess that, recalling the scene when Kong Ryan ordered Flame to kill all humans on this land, and not a single living creature was allowed to. Kong Ryan then showed his scheming face, coaxing that he could help Warren. In Warren's eyes, Kong Ryan looked like a poisonous snake smiling, while offering a sweet poisoned apple to a voice called out Flame, but a ghost-like figure behind said it wasn't. It was a voice that couldn't reach. Kong Ryan said that body already belonged to her, but from the start, she had never once So, 2 days after returning from the knockout round, everyone was resting. This was likely to accommodate the students who had just returned from this. Therefore, Corinne and Mariette went for a walk. Both would prepare thoroughly before Kong Ryan acted. Corinne turned to ask Mariette if she had set up the stall in front of the inn yet. Mariette told him the stall report had been summarized yet. He was really curious about what the income would be, and Mariette didn't hesitate to. Regarding those meat skewers, the ingredients were supplied directly by the Dainarep family. They just needed to brush some sauce on the skewers and sell them for triple the price. Thinking of this, he laughed happily, imagining gold bars because this day had finally come. This was the cost of traveling. Those griffins would have to spend all their. Then, Mariette noticed a magic stone throwing game. The shop owner quickly called Mariette over to try throwing once. Suddenly, she found it familiar. That man appeared this year. He introduced the magic stones to them as defective items from the quarry. Seeing Mariette touch one, it felt a bit strange. The shop owner further piqued her interest by saying it felt soft, and Mariette was curious enough to try. It really was. The shop owner knew how to market his product, saying it wasn't normally like that. Since magic stones absorb mana very well, their attributes change easily. That was why they were often used as materials for making magics. Corinne saw this and suspected such a soft type could explode instantly, and he needed to quickly. Corinne grabbed one and held it up. With his trained javelin and stone-throwing skills, Corinne's accuracy at this close range was was almost 100%, hitting the bullseye direct. The shop owner was bewildered by life as he reported the score of 95. Mariette was visibly happy. The higher the accuracy, the smaller the dispersion range of the defective magic stones used in the festival, and vice. Looking at the game, Corinne had tried almost every type of equipment and magic that reduced accuracy to create 0% accuracy. With detective-like reasoning, the result was that the dispersion range increased to 100 million. If this was exploited, there would be a Corinne went to the shop owner and offered to buy all these magic stones. He would pay double, making the shop owner wonder why this boy wanted to buy such a large. Corinne just laughed dangerously without answering. Of course, these stones were for using a special skill that only veterans knew, and Corinne came for this very. The atmosphere around him turned dark as he smiled at the scenarios he imagined, making Mariette feel his smile was too. But he suddenly asked her if the carriage transportation company was a subsidiary of the family, and also for the carriage schedule, making Mariette confused about what he was. Corinne only saw that he was about to. The carriage also set off. The Governor General called Yua for. Then Yua stuffed a peachwood amulet into Warren's. Yua watched, glaring when she saw the opposite reaction. Warren couldn't take it and collapsed, coughing repeatedly. Yua warned Warren it was best not to play any tricks before. Jin Hyuk sat in a corner, pondering if it was simply over like that, because the amulet only made Warren thinner. But for Yua that was since the purpose was to separate the evil spirit from Lon. Warren became even angrier upon hearing. Yua felt extremely annoyed and explained to her, having already told Warren. At some point, Kong Ryan would separate the two, making Warren terrified and confused. Yua coldly explained that Warren would either disappear or become an evil spirit, making Warren jump in fear because she didn't want to lose the. Yua ignored everything because that body had never belonged to Warren, and that was something Warren needed to know. Warren was furious. Thank you watching for vid. The man driving outside heard a strange noise and didn't know what it was, so he looked toward the man hadn't looked. It was the sound of a. But immediately after, a supergiant carriage, making the man jump out of his. Soon after, a collision. The impact was so strong it sent the carriage. The carriage crashed into the driver from before also collapsed on the road. Helpless from the. Kong Ryan appeared out of nowhere and asked if the two traveling with him were Jong Yua and Jin Hyuk, being agile, reported they were. But how could there be a bomb attack here? Kong Ryan knew nothing of this. Only a ball was seen falling to the ground. Kong Ryan realized he was facing no easy. The space turned into a bloodland, making Jin Hyuk wonder what was. The bandits saw the situation and cheered because finally, the situation had reached a deadlock. Why hesitate when now was the best time to snatch all the valuable? Suddenly, they noticed Warren growling on the ground. They felt they'd hit the jackpot seeing such a beautiful. And so, their leader happily ordered to capture. Clown-faced leader rushed to handle this girl. At this time, at Professor Josephina's place, a loud shout announced a kidnapping, making the people inside wonder what happened, as well as who the kidnappers and the kidnapped. A man in a brown suit rushed in to report the incident that occurred 5 minutes ago. A group of mysterious bandits had attacked the carriage carrying Griffin's VIP guests and had kidnapped. This shocked Professor Josephine to the point that someone who had never cursed in 35 years let out an exclamation. Quickly, those bandits used horses to gallop on the road. Warren sat on a horse, doubting her life, asking what painful situation was on. Corinne held Warren in his arms, reminding the others not to cause trouble while he was gone, and that he was here to rescue Warren. But Warren coldly found it useless. Corinne explained that if those people took her away, Warren would be in danger. But for Warren, this had nothing to do. Corinne didn't care about anything. To him, simply living under the same roof meant it was related. In his heart, Corinne felt lucky he was in time. If Kong Ryan took Warren away, he would surely forcibly separate the soul from the body. If that happened, either Flame or Lon would definitely vanish. Warren just pondered inside. Who knows how much time had passed? The sky had turned dark. One of the bandits turned back and told Corinne they had arrived. That person would stall for time and create trails as the person held the bag of gold in their hand, their heart full of joy, hoping for a happy cooperation. Corinne kindly wished that person a good life and hoped they wouldn't do bad things and meet again. Looking at that blooming face, they must have gotten. Everything was peaceful when suddenly Warren fell. Corinne didn't know what was wrong. Warren's face hadn't looked good for a while. Warren spoke about how those people who took her earlier had given her something to do. Hearing that, he excitedly guessed if it was some kind of talisman. But if it was Warren, she might just have a cold that would take a few days to. Amidst the vast mountain forest, he said something to Warren that made her scream, not knowing what Corinne intended. Receiving no answer, she only saw legs trying to run fast, making Warren struggle, wanting to get down and run herself. But stubborn Corinne reminded her not to try anymore since she couldn't even. Corinne wasn't shy because Warren was light. But Warren's face wasn't comfortable with this, and she tried to tell Corinne she was uncomfortable and wanted to be let. Corinne ignored what Warren said, just telling her to consider it a debt, making Warren speechless at this. On Kong Ryan's side after the bombing, Jong Yua and Jin Hyuk were agile. Jong Yua told Kong Ryan they were. Jin Hyuk didn't expect anyone would dare bomb him. Kong Ryan also didn't know what was happening. The atmosphere turned red, making Jin Hyuk confused about what was happening. Who am I? Where is this? The barrier also had some. Mariette, looking down from above, saw that was enough. She remembered Corinne's instruction that stalling for about an hour was sufficient. From the outside, the barrier looked like a round ball surrounding them as if it wanted to crush the people inside, causing shouts from. Spiritual beasts from within appeared, surprising Kong Ryan's. This left Jin Hyuk stunned, not knowing what was wrong with his. Kong Ryan turned to call Jiang Yue. Jiang Yue, with her subtlety, understood what Kong Ryan wanted. She replied she would chase. Mariette noticed the strange thing and was startled. Seeing her teammate apply the "if you're scared, go home" tactic, she scolded them because at least they had to hold back the remaining. Mariette found the current situation unbelievable as someone had bypassed the barrier. She could only hope Corinne would be. Meanwhile, at his location, heavy rain began to. Warren's condition worsened for unknown reasons. Carrying Warren in his arms, Corinne was worried. The journey had been quite long. In this situation, he could only find a place to rest. Suddenly, he saw a strange figure appear right in front. Jiang Yue had just landed, posing as coolly as possible. She thought she had gone far, but the person in front of her looked familiar. Without a word, Jiang Yue struck, turning her weapon toward Corinne. He wondered how Jiang Yue could have caught up. Furthermore, she had even bypassed the barrier. He tried to protect Warren in his arms but was accidentally hit by a dart, resulting in a. Although sick and nearly meeting her ancestors, Warren still tried to ask if the person helping her was okay. But Corinne, with his extraordinary body, comforted Warren that he was fine because the dagger wasn't. Worried he couldn't protect Warren and defeat the enemy simultaneously, Corinne placed Warren under a tree and told her to wait a moment. But Warren was terrified, not knowing what. Corinne looked at the situation behind him and repeated her question. Situations like this, just rushing into a fight is fast. Without hesitation, Corinne rushed in to deliver. Seeing him rush at her like that, Jiang Yue's face was surprised but not surprised that he didn't run. Corinne expressed his view that he was just eliminating less viable options as soon as possible. Both sides rushed at each other like moths to a flame, not hesitating to beat the opponent without missing. Jiang Yue beat him physically and also with mental attacks, asking if he had the ability to defeat. Right after that question, Jiang Yue launched a blow that sent Corinne flying. But with plenty of experience and the protagonist's aura, he used the weapon in his hand as a pillar on the ground. With such a heavy attack from someone as low-level as Jiang Yue, as predicted, the amount of energy put in was truly. Looking at the woman in front of him, Corinne realized this was a sword master, the strongest female knight of Sia Griffin, also known as the female sword immortal. She used a supermassive amount of aura. The fact that the horrific amount of aura could be seen with the naked eye was the clearest. Jiang Yue subtly reminded Corinne not to hold back anymore and to act like he owned the place and let loose with her. Not to mention he had battle aura. Who would have thought Corinne's battle aura was something obtained through tricks? Because it was a trump card, only used as a last resort along with the reincarnation mana core he got after defeating Duke Savannah. But looking back, those things were like a useless bribe because they could only store a massive amount of battle aura like a sealed dam. There was no way to open it to make it a. Jiang Yue saw that Corinne didn't want to use his full strength with her, so she would follow his lead if that's what he wanted. If he wouldn't show it, she would force it. Jiang Yue used the dragon-slaying catastrophe technique, making Corinne stunned by the situation before he could analyze the move. He tried to hold his ground to analyze everything. He decided to use the first form dragon-slaying strike with the mindset that if you touch, I'm ready to. Corinne's 5 meanings of ferocity technique caused a spirit dragon to. Corinne used all his strength to fight his opponent without mercy using the heaven-devouring evil battle tech. Thus, each technique was released, body-breaking spear, followed by world-ending. And the match progression increasingly made others only able to breathe oxygen while. Who knows how much time passed, but the match finally stopped. Corinne knelt slightly on the ground and he found it truly terrifying. He almost went to see his ancestors. Jiang Yue fought this match seriously without joking. But facing Corinne's mockery, silence was. Jiang Yue looked at the opponent before her, thinking about how the ultimate skills she unleashed should have secured victory. But she didn't expect not to leave even a scratch on the opponent. Jiang Yue was truly curious about who the person before her, but instead of asking what she was wondering, she wanted to know why he was protecting Warren at all costs. But it seemed there was a misunderstanding here because he was in the position of the kidnapper. No more joking, Jiang Yue introduced herself as Warren's, and in her eyes, Warren was a monster, a cruel and evil yaksha. Surely Corinne had heard of the Luna Mask. During Jiang Yue's argument, Corinne only felt regret for a human being. Because the one who committed the crimes was roaming free, while those below had to kill each other, making Jiang Yue not understand what. And he wanted Jiang Yue to understand that the dojos in this country were extremely fierce. They were constantly challenging and sabotaging each other. That was the reality, but the more Jiang Yue heard, the less she understood. Before Jiang Yue could react, he used his power with the Godspeed light following /. Realizing how dangerous the current situation was, Jiang Yue jumped off the tree branch she was standing on, quickly approaching. Thank you watching for vid. This time Jiang Yue was so enraged that the aura around her turned. Jiang Yue stared forward, confirming once more whether the person before her wanted to openly fight her. The person in front stammered loudly to show spirit and shouted his name as the master of the Elisa dojo. His full name was Elisa Aiden stated his wish to Zhang Yue in confusion, wanting to challenge Zhang Yue, making Zhang Yue want to swear what the hell upon him. Corinne provoked further, praising Elisa Aiden for being a swordsman with a different way of thinking by challenging right in such a deserted place. Truly passionate about life, despite not knowing how much power he. But Elisa Aiden still confidently swung his sword and ran over, expressing admiration for Zhang Yue. He hoped Zhang Yue would instruct him, leaving Zhang Yue speechless in this situation. Yuga didn't understand what was happening but still raised his hand to block the attack, asking Elisa Aiden if that was even allowed. He was bewildered. Did the person in front of him really think they had successfully challenged? Elisa Aiden didn't care about the current situation. She just turned back and winked at Corin to remind him to focus on his own task. Corin, knowing how to seize an opportunity, immediately offered his. Corin happily took Warren away, his heart filled with joy as there was truly nothing left to say. He decided to run ahead so the other two sides could act naturally. However, this wasn't what Yuga wanted, though he could only helplessly yell for Corin to. The sky also began to grow brighter with the. Corin tried to wring out his white shirt while muttering that he didn't know if this was called Henhai Sukana. But he decided to set that aside for now, because at least the current weather was helping him escape, as it would hinder the sharp senses of the guards and knights sent to find the Sitting in the cave, Corin tried to wring every drop of water from his shirt while silently giving thanks. This weather was also helping him delay the. Corin didn't forget he was here with Warren and turned to ask about her condition. But Warren just lay there without answering. Perhaps this was the only downside when the hostage was in such a poor state. Feeling a hand placed on her forehead, Warren tried to apologize. She informed Corin that she had a fever. Having no other choice, Corin had to provide emergency treatment on the. Corin gently held Warren in his arms. He picked up a potion bottle and told her to drink it, as it would help her feel. The potion Corin gave Warren was a high-level elixir. After being slightly soothed by the medicine, Warren immediately asked Corin where. Corin introduced this spacious area to her as the territory of the horned bears. When they couldn't find a suitable cave, horned bears would dig large hollows in tree trunks to make their. Just after speaking, Corin suddenly noticed Warren's condition was getting worse, and it would take a while longer for the medicine to take effect. Corin sighed when he saw things weren't going well, which caught Warren's attention. Warren was a bit worried seeing Corin preparing to go somewhere, but he honestly replied that he was going to hunt a bear. Since there were definitely horned bears here, he would take its fur to keep her. At that moment, a blinding flash of lightning struck. It made Corin freeze for a few seconds. A hand immediately grabbed the hem of his pants. Turning around. Thank you watching for vid. Corin saw Warren trying to sit up steadily, even though her breathing was no longer. Warren's face showed a sincere plea, hoping that Corin wouldn't go in. While Corin was sitting and preparing everything, Warren recalled what she had once experienced. Words "my beloved daughter" remained deep in Warren's subconscious. That was because when she first opened her eyes, she saw that a strange man stood before Warren and burst into uncontrollable sobs, repeatedly calling her his daughter. Finally, the child woke up. From Warren's perspective, he was simply the master, looking down at Warren with tearful eyes. That man called Warren his daughter and also called her. Seeing the tearful scene before her, Warren felt nothing because a newly born Jiangshi only knew that it was a name used for her. Warren repeated the word the man said without understanding it, but the other person was very happy and hugged Warren tightly, and at that very moment, Warren instinctively realized she needed to play the role because if the father found out, this man would immediately abandon Warren. And Warren herself was afraid he would go find the real. Warren didn't know how many times she had accidentally imagined what the future would be like after returning this body. But not long after, this deceitful life also ran into problems. That was the all because of a trivial. That time, the man called her father heartlessly let go of Warren's hand and said that she was not his daughter, making Warren. That was the first time Warren saw what blood looked. That was when Warren was ordered to destroy the sea beasts rampaging in the city, an order her father had demanded she carry. At that moment, an uncle was beside Waranthi, one who had come to treat her. He was laughing incessantly upon seeing a Jiangshi easily destroy a rank 1 monk. His uncle was the one who named her Hua from that moment on, while praising Warren for completing the task her father had. Kong Ryan's gaze at that time was filled with greed and calculation. Warren also had to endure her father's indifference when he realized she wasn't his daughter. That was also the moment Warren realized her own, and then what they wanted, what the city lord wanted, what the royal family wanted, or what the Taoists. Warren had to follow their will and become a non-stop killing machine. Whether it was monsters, demons, or humans. Recalling the moment she was grabbed by the skeleton, The fragmented memories of people turning to ash and dust made Warren think she needed to eliminate the weak original soul to monopolize this. And just like that, Warren seemed to transform into a different person, and the flying yaksha was seeing a stone with strange carvings on a pile of straw. It seemed its name was Xiao Yu. Warren, who was lying down resting, suddenly saw Corin handing her something and wondered what was. He just thought that Warren liked the darkness, but more importantly, he wanted to give her what he was holding in his. Corin then covered Warren with a piece of cloth to use as a blanket. Even though Warren resisted, saying she didn't need it, he stubbornly insisted she take it without complaint because the weather was very cold. Not to mention dawn was approaching, so Corin hoped Warren would sleep well for a bit, and he would wake her when the sun rose. He was sure it wouldn't rain anymore, which made Warren sit there feeling so embarrassed that her face turned as red as no matter how she thought about it, Warren couldn't understand what Corin wanted, so she asked him directly. This was normal because in the past, everyone she met wanted something. For her father, it was a deceased. For cousin, it was a healthy younger. Or for Kong Ryan, it was a weapon that could slaughter everyone wanted something from Warren. But Corin just remained silent and said Corin wanted to know if Warren remembered the first time they met, making Warren unable to understand his. She didn't remember. Corin didn't mind telling her. At that time, Warren had confided in him that she was not the master of this body. Warren was just a thief who seized it without any rights. And in that situation, even in the current one, his answer remained unchanged. Being born is not a sin at all. In Warren's eyes, this answer was an unpredictable. For some reason, Warren immediately became angry and thought it was an irresponsible. Warren shouted because she thought he knew nothing about how dangerous it was to let a monster go with empty words. Even when Josephine and the headmaster knew it perfectly well. The words Corin just said were just flowery language. Thinking he could make a monster become kind was truly laughable. Not to mention thinking this world could change. Corin immediately applied the strategy of playing ignorant. In Corin's view, whether the world changed or whether a monster became kind, he did. His purpose simply stemmed from wanting to save the people in front. If he looked back at Corin's own past, he was also one of those suffering from misfortune. And among them, Corin was the only one who could save. Hearing such an answer, Warren was stunned, making Corin certain that the answer was. It was only now that Warren spoke her heart, saying that she was a. The more she spoke, the more Warren withdrew because she knew clearly this body was not hers. It wasn't from the beginning, and everyone always said she had to return it. Warren knew perfectly well she would have to return it, very well indeed. But what Warren feared was the scenario of what would happen to her after she returned. Corin could only silently watch this. Helplessly, Warren looked up, wanting an answer. The only thing she clearly wanted to know now was whether she should return this body or. Warren thought for a moment. His statement about her needing to return it seemed to strike Warren's. Disappointment piled upon disappointment. Warren had to close her eyes and accept it because, in the end, Corin was just like everyone else. But before she could finish speaking, he spoke up, suggesting the two of them talk first before deciding. He cheerfully suggested to Warren that she would be the homeowner, and he would pay the deposit and rent, so he wondered if the living arrangements were settled yet. This left Warren stunned by the unexpected situation. Alarmed, Warren told him that the two issues were completely different. Not to mention Corin also knew what her true nature was. But to him, this wasn't very important. In his past experience, there were many humans who did things even worse than monsters. Not to mention those who pretended to be heroes but secretly slaughtered others. So what was more important were choices and actions. This was the truth. Corin naturally lay down next to Warren as if he were at home and told her that her nature didn't matter because Warren hadn't chosen anything. He also firmly told Warren that he would help her until she made her choice. So there was no need to worry too much. She could just rest in. Seeing that, she let out a sigh. It was better to go to sleep. Corin didn't hesitate to yawn, but this was still something that tormented Warren when, from the beginning, the result had been predetermined, and she could no longer. Looking at Corin's figure, Warren also had worries in her heart because she couldn't tell the truth, as it would affect the only hand reached out. This caused Warren endless pain. She couldn't take that hand, but she couldn't let go of it. Very next day, as the sun began to shine, Warren asked Corin where he was going. But it seemed he was looking for something, muttering that it must be around. Looking back at the state of the remaining items, everything was charred black like this. He couldn't use any of it, but suddenly he found. Corin said something to reassure Warren. When a jujube tree is struck by lightning, what can be? His hand was green jujube wood. Once they reached this forest, he thought this piece of wood would be used. Corin asked again whether Warren was a jongsher. He also confirmed if she knew that a jongsher with abundant energy like Warren would have certain weaknesses. This was the first time Warren had heard. Gently placing the green jujube wood into Warren's hand, Corin explained to her that this item carried extremely strong yang energy and was often used to ward off. But if Warren ate it, some things would happen. Corin explained to Warren that the yin and yang in her body would be balanced and would temporarily neutralize her juncture characteristics. But Warren still couldn't understand this high-level knowledge. He slowly repeated the scenario: if she ate it, she would lose control of her body, making Warren even more terrified and doubtful of her existence. Warren threw the piece of wood in her hand away, not knowing why Corin would give it. He just picked it up, as this was the moment Warren had to make a choice. Because Warren couldn't just keep being selfish, only knowing how to benefit without taking responsibility. Warren knew perfectly well what people who only thought of themselves would become, and he didn't want Warren to become such a... Warren just wanted her to choose. So once again he placed the piece of wood into Warren's hand. Regardless, Warren still had to be responsible for her. However, this came too suddenly, leaving Warren with no time to... Just as they were reaching the critical moment, a voice appeared from nowhere, wondering why Warren was here, making both Corin and Warren look toward the source of that stranger, emitting a blue-black aura, slowly approached Warren. He expressed his fury that a monster like Warren was already hanging out with it. Corin saw that the situation was not good at all. He immediately pushed Warren aside, leaving Warren wondering what Warren was a straightforward person. Without hesitation, he stepped forward and told Warren that no matter where she fled, she would still be pursued by Yuga and Yuga's team. That was why they needed to settle this matter right here. And Jin Hyuk called out Corin's name, but he refuted it, claiming his name was a... But Jin Hyuk didn't believe it, thinking Corin was shameless enough to go as far as wearing a disguise. Jin Hyuk quickly used an acceleration move, releasing the power of the storm. The two of them immediately rushed in to trade blows with great momentum. Jin Hyuk raised his guard, finding this very interesting. Perhaps it was because the monster had seduced. Corin also spared a word of praise for his opponent, as he could use alchemy without needing a magic. Right after that, he attacked his opponent, asking him to take another. And just like that, Jin Hyuk was punched without missing a single hit as everything was released with horrifying. His speed was equal to Yuga's, perhaps even. Jin Hyuk once again applied the storm will tech. Corin only felt that this action was too reckless because it left many open. It was only now that Jin Hyuk realized it, but he couldn't. Corin decided that the game ended, but talismans suddenly began to appear from nowhere and swarm. The sky erupted in fire, making Corin unable to understand what was. Kong Ryan appeared from nowhere to inform him that whatever he did was futile. Because the talismans were created based on the eightfold battle formation, they caused his thoughts, muscle control signals, and internal energy flow to not follow him. Having fallen into the trap, Corin cursed bitterly, but Kong Ryan was unaffected. Kong Ryan just slowly walked toward Warren, making a step back in. Decisively, Kong Ryan slapped a red talisman onto Warren's forehead by. Although she resisted at first, Warren's eyes gradually became. Unable to control her body, Warren stood frozen like a statue, making Yuga curious about the talisman Kong Ryan had just applied. Kong Ryan understood what Yuga wanted to ask, and confirmed it was a talisman to seal Warren's consciousness and soul. Once consciousness was lost, she would be burned forever by the great Daluo destruction. From that moment, Yuga realized that he could finally bring Lon. But Corin, from behind, was still trying to struggle. Since he couldn't use his fists, he used non-violent language, threatening that Kong Ryan would pay the price for his delusional. Kong Ryan didn't take him seriously at this point. He just left with those who came with him, leaving Corin to become food for the monster. Corin was there screaming in pain, unable to let Warren just disappear. He tried to call out again, but in vain. It was meaningless. Corin was left alone in the vast forest. Suddenly he stopped. Strange sounds began to come from Corin's. He went from collapsing in pain to an indescribable sense of satisfaction, seeing how smoothly the plan was. A moment later, a pack of purple wolves with eyes brighter than car headlights gradually approached. They surrounded Corin in a circle, growling, preparing to do so. Then it opened its large maw and Corin's face remained calm, with no sign of worry or. Suddenly, pieces of paper were torn into shreds. It turned out these golden wolves were tearing at his shirt. But Corin stayed very focused, keeping his face down toward the. Then he smirked with a sinister smile, sensing that Kong Ryan had. Immediately, he returned to his happy and gentle self. While rubbing his aching shoulder, he was happy because everything had been settled. The two wolves that had turned golden earlier were the same. They smiled up at him, praising him for acting well, though it was a bit over. Suddenly, Corin wondered if Len and John had finished their work. The smile vanished. Behind the tears, Len and John simultaneously went silent, swallowing their. A moment later, the two little ones transformed into human forms and puffed out their chests with confidence because Lenya had handled it. Then she wondered why he had told them to do. Corin put his hand to his mouth and let out a refreshing laugh. He thought this was just a small. Suddenly a thought flashed, and Corin wondered if this was what they called a conspiracy. An old castle surrounded by green moss and trees. A voice exclaimed. Inside was Kong Yua. Her face was serious as she frowned at someone and asked if they still hadn't found the one who stole the artifact or found a replacement. That servant sat respectfully below her. With a slightly awkward face, he advised her to be a bit patient. Like Yua and her group, this place was beyond his reach. However, Kong Yua was not swayed. Suspecting that they had brought many things, this man's face suddenly turned pale. He looked at her and silently lamented in his heart. These Pagades, if it were before, they wouldn't have dared to speak to a bishop of the church like. Thinking that, he continued to claim that they always hid in the shadows and were not people who could easily show themselves. As he spoke, he told himself he had to endure because the church was weakening and he needed their. Kneeling before Kong Yua's firm, judging gaze, the fat man kept babbling. He said he had found a merchant guild that could provide a replacement. They were merchants who had traded with the East for a long time. Today, that merchant would bring the goods here. She warily asked for the name of the guild. The Mandragora merchant. As words fell, her gaze suddenly became sharp. It seemed she had heard this name somewhere before. Blue sky, white clouds, and golden sun. The announcer's voice echoed through the land. Finally, the most exciting part of the festival had arrived. The team finals had begun. Inside the dressing room, everything could be heard clearly. Who would be the winner? Mixed with the announcer's voice were the bustling sounds of the participants. Where are the goods? They're here. Kong Ryan suddenly appeared and let out an extremely sinister smile, exclaiming that this was very good because it was still in the corner of the room. A girl in an all-black outfit sat with her legs tucked in, her face sorrowful, and a black talisman with red letters stuck to her. She clutched something in her hand and ordered. At the same time, outside, the audience was cheering boisterously under the guidance of the program's MC. And now, please welcome the contestants into the qualifying round for contestant Kong Yua of Group A and B. Kong Yua stepped out with a confident, dignified face, walking alongside the other. Next was Makaba Academy from Group A and D. Mariette and Alyssa stepped out. Seeing only them, the MC wondered, Group D has one member missing. The host stared at them, confused that Captain Corrin had gone missing. He hadn't appeared in the doubles round either. The MC assumed he certainly wouldn't participate in the finals. But suddenly, something made him. From within a steel blade, a smug voice suddenly echoed loudly. In the moment of victory, I will personally lead you to the gates of Valhalla. Yua witnessed this scene with annoyance and was a bit surprised to see that Bastard was still alive. This madman stood confidently on the stage, raising his hands high and shouting to ask who was ready to give their all. Hearing that, the crowd behind him shouted noisily, Emotin. He showed off his face, which looked like a budget version of the Joker, with a look of contempt, pretending to ask the professor if the match could start. Kong Ryan immediately nodded very well. At the same time, he swung his fan, and a stream of golden energy emerged. He didn't forget to exclaim, that troublesome kid. I must admit he is. I declare the test begun. As the words ended, the ground shook violently. The formation setting was gradually being completed, and at the same time, the rules were being announced. Within the formation, the 8 gates would constantly change to bewitch those trapped inside. Whoever found the right path, reached the center, and recovered the yellow dragon sigil would be the words ended. A golden dragon with glowing eyes and long whiskers. The golden dragon stood in the center, surrounded by other animals and the formations. The 8 gates' hidden armor and the great Daluo destruction. The players saw this and broke into a cold sweat. They wondered, is this a maze? Damn it, I'm already starting to get confused. The announcement echoed. The arena was being split, separating the contestants. Man with eyes radiating murderous intent, holding a fan with a glowing purple cross, wondered what Corrin was plotting. But the goo poison had already been deployed. Now he could no longer. The girl in all black from before still sat motionless, holding something in her. On this side, the screen suddenly became static, making everyone confused about what was. Why was the image interrupted? Below the static screens was a mysterious blue magic. The host from before was startled. He turned to ask the person next to him, what's going on? The other person was equally alarmed. He thought the mana from the formation had interfered with the broadcast signal. Hearing that, the red-haired MC swore, damn it, how could such a stupid mistake be? At this moment, Kong Ryan walked indifferently and thoughtfully. So from now on, he would begin the ritual to separate Hua from. After that, Ryan turned and ordered Yua and Hyuk to go protect the black tortoise in the. Hearing the order, the two immediately rushed off at incredible speed. He continued to mutter that as long as the black tortoise was protected, it didn't matter if other things were destroyed. Yua, while flying off, didn't forget to glance at him as a signal. Please protect. Ryan just told her to rest assured with an indifferent. On this side, the Joker guy performing magic was now grinning ear to. He stood with hands on his hips amidst the chatter of the people around him. The 8 trigrams and 9 dragons, isn't that the place? Find the exit of the formation. Korin, can you wipe off that makeup? I want to call you Since ancient times, the protector of the emperor at the center has been the black tortoise guarding the north. It is always right behind the emperor's back, so the black tortoise can both protect the emperor and attack at any. Soon enough, Yua and Jin Hyuk appeared, standing below the giant snake turtles. Jin Hyuk spoke up, telling her to look over there. Hearing that, Yua also looked over and appeared surprised. A voice echoed, therefore, when you want to break a formation based on the four sacred, you must destroy the black tortoise first. Suddenly, two people rushed out from nowhere to attack Yua and Jin. Thank you watching for vid. Korin appeared before Jin Hyuk. He smiled and greeted him in a friendly manner. We meet again, prosthetic artist. Jin Hyuk broke into a cold sweat, not knowing how much Korin knew. How could he come straight here without getting lost? Elisa innocently wondered if it was okay with just the two of them. Korin's face was indifferent as he reassured her it was certainly better to let Mary handle the other three alone. On Mary's side, she was radiating murderous intent, taking on everyone by her. Kang Yua was different. While fighting, she calmly thought, could it be that my uncle's 8 gates have been... According to what Kang Yua knew, the 8 gates' hidden armor had 365 including stone walls, mazes, and mist. No matter how strong a person was, they couldn't break. While she was deep in thought, her opponent spoke up, saying he knew she was feeling anxious. Suddenly he smiled sinisterly and asked, did they buy the artifact? He knew this because he had followed the tracks and found. After hearing him speak, Kang Yua immediately frowned, and then asked through gritted teeth why he knew about the art. Because it had originally been stolen long ago by a... That was why they had to buy the artifact from the merchant. After a few seconds of calculation, her gaze shifted to the right as if discovering something. As fast as a flash, a voice spoke up, admitting that he decisively struck her back with a blow, admitted that it was he who had stolen it. Then he struck. His gaze now was like a bloodthirsty, man-eating beast, saying that the gang and the merchant guild were both created. Kang Yua was furious and could not accept this. With sword in hand, she rushed forward to strike back. But the enemy responded with indifference because he believed we're not capable of defeating. He knocked Elisa back. Seeing that, he asked if Elisa should take revenge for the previous incident. Last time, Elisa had been defeated once by Kang Yua and lost miserably. She lost because Korin told her she had to hold back her moves. To make the performance successful, Elisa had to work very... Hyuk smirked upon hearing her grumble, his gaze somewhat questioning the person standing next to him if Kang Yua had held back against Elisa. As soon as he asked, she told him to Then Kang Yua gripped the sword in her hand and said they must quickly end. As soon as the words were finished, she and Hyuk rushed forward as fast as the wind with soaring. On this side, Elisa's also rushed forward without mercy to attack the... Kang Yua and Hyuk simultaneously unleashed their techniques. The armor-piercing annihilation secret technique, the dragon-slaying sword art. A surge of murderous intent surrounded her. After the technique was chanted, Mad Dragon Demonic Slash. Evil left ultimate meaning ascending left poison dragon. The other side was not to be outdone as Elisa used the domain slash sword art to As soon as the 3 auras of both sides clashed, it created a terrifying shock. Everything became blurry due to the light emitted when the two techniques collided. After a while, several figures gradually appeared. One person had lost half of their leg. Another held a shattered sword in their... As the dust settled, Elisa looked around in shock, then turned toward Kang Yua. At this moment, Hyuk and she were both stunned because his leg had been cut off. The sword was not in much better condition. Kang Yua was not resigned to losing so miserably and gritted her teeth in. The resentment of the two of them grew stronger. Their faces darkened as they stood up and turned toward Elisa's group as if they wanted to eat them alive. In their gaze was a hint of determination and with the goal of destroying Hua to save. The two of them rushed forward without hesitation. But before they could strike, someone threw a weapon to break the barrier and exclaimed that they would let them know the truth. If Korin didn't speak up, they would fight to the end even with only claws and... Hyuk and Kang Yua's faces became astonished at what was before. A strange beast with tiger fangs, goat horns, and a pig's face. That was the Tao. Was one of the 4 perils representing destruction, a world apart from the protective sacred beast. When both of them read the characters on the tortoise shell, they were even more alarmed because on the black tortoise's shell was the Tao Tai. And Master Kong Ryan was a mage who could not possibly fail to recognize. Korin's gaze became cold as she looked at them, her voice low and full of questioning. Was it true they intended to use this great Daluo destruction formation ritual to separate Hua from Lan? But the result was the Korin's cold gaze looked at the object in her hand, telling them that from the beginning, Kong Ryan didn't care about Lan at all. For his own benefit, he had sealed Lan. For his career, he had to sacrifice. What he wanted from beginning to end was the ritual of Mage Kong Ryan aimed at destroying Lan, letting Hua take over that entire. 3 years is both a long and short time. After witnessing Hua, created by his own younger brother Kang Yo, he was enchanted by its fool only knew how to find his daughter until he realized he had lost control of Hua. Then it was too late. He was framed as the culprit of the Luna City massacre and captured by the royal army, torn into pieces. This made Kang Ryan feel grateful because someone died in his place at Luna City. Not only that, they even created the flying Yaksha Hua. But what Kang Ryan couldn't expect was that Kang Yo had entrusted Warren to the headmaster of Makaba Academy. Even as a talented mage and the chief professor of Griffin, it was difficult for him to interfere in the affairs of another Kang. And then just as Kang Ryan was in despair, that man arrived. He was Tet Bantaza, a legend from 80 years ago. The man with the demon's face only asked Kang Ryan to do one thing: to devastate, kill, and destroy everyone, and break the headmaster's cover so that woman wouldn't leave the royal palace. For Kang Ryan, it was indeed an attractive, as long as he got, then even destroying a small city was. Before long, the chains of Shaun, the holy relic of the Western Church, would imprison and drain her infinite internal, and the thing binding Warren in human form, Land's soul, would be completely destroyed. Finally, just by feeding her the 10,000-man flesh pill that Bantaza gave Kang Ryan, Warren would immediately transcend into a queen, awakening as a true. Just as Kang Ryan was laughing with delight because he was about to achieve his goal, Corin's voice rang out, saying that it wouldn't. He smirked and said if everything went too smoothly, it would be very. Kang Ryan was surprised to see. Before he could answer, Kang Yua interrupted and asked if it was true he wanted to use the ritual to destroy. She didn't understand why he wanted to use an evil god artifact instead of a sacred beast. In her mind, many questions arose. Was the massacre at Luna City ordered by Kang Ryan and not because Warren lost? Kang Ryan didn't answer immediately but only gritted his teeth and silently cursed them as a bunch of good-for-nothings. He affirmed they had been used. Kang Ryan's gaze became murderous as he used a blood magic technique and told them not to, because in just 10 minutes, every living thing in the formation would, and Hua would be. He spoke while unleashing his technique with a crazed face. He would turn everyone into medicine to help the Yaksha trans. The Golden Anvin was at most a rank 2 monster. Yet, after desperately transcending, it easily destroyed a group of rank 1 and rank 2 guards. If Warren, a superclass monster, transcended, then of course they would not be able to resist. A sharp sword was thrust into the ground, and a voice said, "You reap what you." As soon as the words ended, the patterns and sigils in the formation immediately disappeared. It made Kang Ryan even more panicked, exclaiming, "Why did my formation disappear?" Corin calmly said that next was the explanation. Regarding the artifacts that Kang Ryan secretly stole and transported, who was the one who was it the merchant guild that supplied goods in times of urgency? So, who introduced it? Many questions were raised. Who provided the artifacts? Who carved the runes on? Corin smirked and said he did all of it himself, then didn't forget to scold the opponent as a damn old man. When all the artifacts of the 4 perils were destroyed, the old man would be finished. He furiously cursed. Then he said it wasn't over yet and threw his fan, unleashing a technique toward. Immediately, the restriction sealing launch, he gave up on the transcendence, focusing all his strength on destroying Corin's group. That he would perform the ritual again whenever he ordered her to kill, and Lan immediately sat up following the. Hyuk's mouth hung open in shock when he saw the old man was truly controlling Warren. At the same time, he also confirmed that the massacre at Luna City was caused by the old. Even though Kang Yua stood beside him telling him to be calm, he couldn't stay calm. But Hyuk's leg was ruined and her sword was broken, so they couldn't do anything right. Her eyes glanced at Hyuk, saying there was something they. Their eyes met, and though nothing was said, they could understand each other's. On Corin's side, he told Elisa to coordinate the plan just like when they fought the Iron Mountain King. One person would confront while the other. The match began, and the ground around them shattered and then exploded. Elisa stood stunned at what was happening before her. At the moment, Corin, with weapon in hand, seemed to transform into a different person, rushing forward with a murderous aura like a meteor plummeting through the atmosphere. Elisa looked at him and thought that if she had to face Corin, she didn't even know if she could last 30 seconds. She wondered if anyone could defeat him right. Everything was completely wrong. Warren, like a combat weapon, rushed out to block. To her, this moment was like a gentle sound. Corin was blocked from his strike and gritted his teeth in anger, shouting, "Damn it, you damn thing, will you 1 minute and 20 seconds after the match began. Although he had exerted all his strength to attack like a scorching his opponent, this natural disaster remained Warren mindlessly unleashed the demonic poison claw technique toward, but he quickly managed to dodge it. Otherwise, he might not have remained in one. Elisa, standing beside him, called out to Corin in alarm, telling him to be on. Just as he realized something was wrong, Warren had already silently approached. In an instant, Corin was knocked back several meters. The ground around them shifted continuously, exploding like the apocalypse was. Everything was too different. Just trying to keep up with Warren's movements was enough to shatter Corrin's internal order. In front of Corrin, Warren was rushing toward him with soaring murderous and he had reached his final limit. Regeneration was useless. He thought it was the end. Corrin would have to. He still stood firm, waiting for the opponent to arrive. Even though just one more blow and he would vanish. With determined eyes, no matter what happened, Corrin was still resolved to fight to the end. And things were even more surprising when a figure appeared in front of him, blocking the entire attack. When he regained his senses, Alyssa was covered in wounds, about to log out of the server. She didn't want Corrin to. She had walked dozens of steps within the domain. That body would have to endure a pressure far more horrifying than even blocking Warren's. It wasn't over yet. Warren rushed directly at them once more. Corrin shouted in warning, telling Alyssa to get out of. The enemy's speed was too fast. With such injuries, Alyssa couldn't do anything and she could only take a defensive stance and continue to stand firm against. Corrin saw there was no other way and had to rush forward at lightning speed, hoping to pull her. Shocking explosion erupted like a planted lamp. Warren's dull, emotionless eyes looked around the battlefield, which was now empty of. Corrin had quickly taken Alyssa to a safer place. Even so, he kept blaming her for her reckless act. Then he took out a special medicine and helped Alyssa treat her. This was a special elixir that Corrin carried. If Alyssa wasn't treated immediately, she would be crippled or die from too much blood. After a while, Alyssa gradually became more. Normally, Corrin would have tried to hold out until Mary destroyed all the 4 perils artifacts. And after that, as long as there was a slight opening, Alyssa's domain slash would deal 100% piercing damage, and Corrin would unleash the final. He had planned everything since returning from Nazaria, but there were 2 incidents. First, Warren had been released from the restriction and was much stronger than Corrin had imagined. And secondly, Alyssa was severely injured while trying to save him. Although the critical situation had been handled, Alyssa had lost her ability to fight after recklessly taking dozens of steps within the. Thinking of this, Corrin could only sigh, not knowing if he could hold out until Mary destroyed all the artifacts. When he heard Alyssa apologize, he thought to himself that he couldn't blame her for breaking the. Thinking back to just now, if he had taken that direct hit, Corrin would likely have died instantly. Even regeneration would have been used. A moment later, the boy told Alyssa it was okay and thanked her for saving. Corrin moved Alyssa to a safe hiding spot. Afterward, he looked around warily. When Alyssa worriedly asked if he was okay, he replied with 2 words. Not. All the aura stored in the Samsara core and in Corrin's body was depleted. After the battle with Sa Jinhyuk and then Warren, he had consumed too much Samsara. Now, Corrin was extremely hesitant about whether to continue using it. Although Corrin could try, this Samsara core contained a power that his body would not be able to withstand. Even with the support of the precepts, he wasn't. At this moment, Alyssa revealed shocking news. From the beginning until now, Warren had never used her right hand in her. This meant that the power she had just shown was nothing, and she seemed to be holding something in her. Hearing this, Corrin. Finally, she would have to make her own. She still carried that, so Warren was still standing. Within the dust, Corrin's hazy silhouette gradually appeared. He wiped the corner of his mouth, a triumphant smile blooming on his lips. He then pointed his spear at Warren and said there was no other. The girl's figure was a blur behind the thick layers of dust, and Corrin bit his teeth and gave a self-deprecating laugh. Recalling an old memory, the celestial Yaksha had dropped an item in panic. She didn't understand why Corrin was giving it. Quietly picked the object up, asserting that Warren had to choose. She couldn't keep being selfish, only taking the benefits without taking responsibility. Sihis' detestable face appeared again, reminding Corrin that he knew people who only thought of themselves like him all too well. He absolutely did not want her to become someone like. Corrin placed the item back into the opponent's hand. He said a few words for Warren to understand, thinking to himself that he wanted to help her. No matter which path she chose, she had to be responsible for her own. She broke into a cold sweat in fear, stammering and unable to. Returning to the present, Warren's current appearance could only be described as frenzied. Corrin questioned whether she was still in. The tip of the great blade shrank bit by bit, forming an exquisite and sharp. His gaze became more determined than. Corrin remembered it now. That was the demonic sword of Duke Savancia that he had seen in the Duke's. That majestic and heroic appearance was truly admirable. Corrin was certain that its magical power had surely been passed down. Duke Savancia, the great hero of 800 years ago, right here, right now, Corrin would recreate that. He asked Warren if she had waited long enough. She was being controlled and reacted with a. Corrin thrust powerfully. First demonic spear, a jet black aura enveloped the celestial Yaksha also charged forward powerfully in response. Demonic energy clashed as the 2 sides. A terrifying explosion, a blinding light blew away almost everything in the vicinity, and the ground was torn. Long-awaited clash. This was not just a battle between Corrin and. They were now carrying within them the power of the flying celestial Yaksha. Duke Savancia. This was an engagement between two legends. Kong Ryan screamed in shock. No, it's impossible. The old man believed Korin could not equal a flying celestial yaksha. People like him usually don't listen to opinions, so one might as well let them keep hallucinating. The old man roared, ordering Warren to kill the boy. The talisman moved slightly as she took a deep. With a glance, Korin recognized it. A fist concentrating aura, probably about 1,000. Korin had a countermeasure. Then Il used the black mystery demonic. The powerful attack struck down. It was so blinding. The pressure radiating from the point of impact was unimaginable. The malevolence he needed to prepare. Also 1,000 units of samsara, and Korin calculated carefully. Although Warren had 100,000 samsara units, the amount she could release at once was only 1,000. If he could compensate for and neutralize that amount of power, confidently asserted while struggling to hold his ground that he could resist Warren. However, the horrific pressure weighing on Korin's body from borrowing Duke Savanch's aura was crushing him bit by bit. Warren was gaining the upper hand. Punch knocked the spear away. Pain starting from his fingertips made it impossible for Korin to hold the weapon firmly, and all the tendons and bones in his body felt as if they were severed, losing their. His entire body was covered in injuries. Yet Korin still struggled. He didn't stop. No, he knew clearly that he couldn't, because it was so obvious. The opponent hadn't even used her full strength yet. Warren still hadn't used her right. Korin struggled to reinforce his hand. Black Mystery, 8 trigrams ultimate. He successfully blocked one of Warren's strikes. She was astonished. With unbelievable reaction speed, Warren followed up with a kick. But luckily, Korin still managed to block. He took the opportunity to close in on the opponent, risking everything to take a step. His right foot stepped forward, as steady as mountain. His left arm was stretched tight like a. Kong Ryan's jaw dropped in shock. Opening his mouth like that in the middle of a battle, he must have been quite calm. Korin focused all his strength on the battle. Consciousness, breath, muscle movement, and the distance of a half-step. A gap appeared for only a moment. He seized the opportunity. His eyes showed clear determination. Korin certainly would not miss this chance. He unleashed the Black Mystery, 8 trigrams ultimate. Korin struck directly at the opponents. He continued with the Flying Star Evil Breaker, 8-fold Fire Force, and Primordial. The pressure tore even the ground apart. Korin collapsed, gasping for air. His body was covered in mottled wounds, but he had. Warren coughed once, then spat out fresh. She was stunned. Korin had broken through Warren's absolute defense. Those small legs continued to walk, as if nothing had happened. It only went that. There was no sign of her power decreasing. I can't completely suppress. She walked slowly, step by step. He was about to give up. Was death already ordered? Ryan burst out laughing. I knew it. What could you possibly achieve? The old man ordered. Kill Korin.
Suddenly, a strange purple aura enveloped.
The look in the boy's eyes showed that this was clearly calculated before. She just stood there rooted to the spot. There seemed to be an unusual move. Her small mouth opened slightly as if she wanted to say. Korin's eyes widened in surprise. The surrounding rocks and earth shook violently. The mountains began to collapse. What is? Suddenly, countless chains lunged from out of nowhere. They tightly caught Warren, making her unable to move. Kong Ryan panicked. What is happening? This moment, Korin gave a relieved smile. He hadn't wasted a single second stalling for. Everything was within their calculations. Mary, Kong Yua, and Sa Jin Hyuk, the ones who had disappeared from this. They must have destroyed all the artifacts inside the magic firm. The old man repeatedly said the only thing he could.
Impossible.
It can't be like. A sharp object was held against Kong Ryan's neck. The old man groaned in. Josephine had arrived as reinforcements. She told Kong Ryan to stand still obediently. The old man. Korin relaxed his whole body and looked over. That side was glanced at an unresolved issue. Warren was being She sat there, dazed. He slowly approached. Though he looked quite pathetic now, Korin couldn't help but be surprised. He quickly tore the damn talisman off. How heartless. How could anyone use this disgusting thing on a... Korin fell backward once she was released from the wretched power control. Korin quickly her eyes no longer had that frenzied red tint. She woke. He smiled and greeted her. Her blurry vision gradually recovered and became. Korin's expression was very. Warren didn't understand why he had saved her. Korin replied that he had already said it. He would help her until she made a choice. Korin asked Warren to make a choice serious and proud. He was extremely surprised. Warren's hands trembled as she clenched them. So she wouldn't have to regret. She had to repay his kindness. She had to prove she wasn't a monster. Just as that person said, what makes you isn't your nature, but your black aura gradually vanished from Warren's body. She stared blankly as it merged into the. Crushed by a superhuman power, the jade algae would had turned into. Warren was terrified. She didn't know what to do now. The fact that the jade algae wood was gone showed it was useless. Even if she made a choice, the result wouldn't change. Warren felt heartbroken. I want to show him right now. I want to repay his kind. Corin gave a faint smile and remarked. The jade algae would have been crushed. Warren, you really are. Gradually lost consciousness. But before that, he didn't forget to reassure her. There are still many other. Corin collapsed onto Warren's shoulder, saying thank you for responding to his kind. She gritted her teeth and confessed while trembling. She was a monster. She had hurt him. She had killed many people. She had even stolen lands. Warren was worried she could never be forgiven. Corin only gave a faint. He hugged that small body and said that he didn't know. He cried loudly in Corin's arms. He promised that the two of them would search for the answer. The awakening ritual performed by Kong Ryan had failed, and he had been arrested and imprisoned for dealing with the aftermath. They just did what they usually do. Corin said he had received instructions from Professor Josephine and Master Aaron on how to resolve this matter. If it was handled smoothly, more accurately, the fact that Griffin's head professor caused this tragedy was a ritual using Warren might make people fear and be wary of those who feared Warren would compete to condemn. Professor Kong Ryan returned earlier and was reported to have died in a tragic accident. We will handle it that way. I've already spoken with the principal of Griffin. A calm female voice spoke. Corin laughed softly and replied that it was good everything was resolved smoothly. Griffin couldn't hope for more favor than, you've requested proper compensation, right? The female voice replied that the principal intended to overlook it, but she agreed with Corin on this. Corin, lying on the bed, joked, is that so? The principal is quite, oh my, such a good. The female voice in the conversation belonged to Professor Josephine. She continued, saying they couldn't easily trust others. Afterward, she thanked Corin since Corin was currently sitting on the bed with white bandages wrapped all over him, but they only covered the necessary parts. Where showing off was needed, he still did. He acted humble before the professor's thanks in a calm. He spoke with a certain tone that one day, they would trust each. Professor Josephine hesitated for a moment but then spoke. Perhaps there was some doubt, but she also hoped that day would come. She then told Corin to rest and take care of his. Having said that, she turned to leave. When she reached the door, she slowed down and gently reminded him that the festival wouldn't end. Just as Professor Josephine left, a slender arm appeared at the. Harriet ran in with a radiant face. She embraced Corin and bombarded him with questions. She cared about everything from his complexion to his physique, not even missing a broken fingernail. Corin looked at his hand with the missing nail and sighed, but didn't seem to care much. Mariette smiled and scolded him with a few resentful words, wondering why he was always so reckless and why he kept getting injured and hospitalized. Corin's eyes widened in surprise as he looked at the girl before him. He was flustered and clumsily tried to soothe her with dry words like, why are you crying? Mariette reached out to wipe away the tears that were about to fall. She looked up with her bloodshot eyes and said half-jokingly that she was crying because she was so worried about him. However, the straight-laced Corin didn't have a single romantic cell in his body. He asked her a completely unrelated question, such as whether she was injured anywhere, since she had destroyed all the rock paths and artifacts alone. Kong Yu watching for vid. Saw Jin Hyuk also destroyed. Corin fell into deep thought. So that was why they had left. That was exactly why he had survived in the nick of. Mentioning those two made Mariette furious. She screamed angrily, blaming both of them for everything that had happened. Corin didn't think so. He disagreed, reasoning that they weren't bad people. They were just put in a difficult situation. He understood that Sa Jin Hyuk wanted to avenge his, and Kong Yuhua wanted to save her cousin. They were just trying their best. The real villain was Kong Ryan, who had exploited their desperation. They shouldn't misdirect their hate. Mariette looked at the man before her with admiration, thinking Corin was always so mature. She felt a bit jealous since she was supposed to be the older one. Hearing this, Corin gave a very mischievous smile and coaxed Mariette to call him Appa. Mariette resentfully scolded Corin, asking why he was showing that bad habit again, always making others call him. She blushed slightly and spoke words of sincere concern. In her voice was a plea for Corin not to let himself get hurt, though she knew it was a. Corin couldn't respond immediately. He looked down at his carefully bandaged hands and thought. He couldn't deny it because it was obvious. He was the one carrying the weight of saving the world. Yet he had no special power compared to a gamer, just a side character gamer clinging to swordsmanship. His body would eventually have to endure. Mariette asked Corin in a soft voice if he had anything to say to her. For a long time, she had felt like he was living in another world. Mariette paused for a bit and then said firmly that she would also fight alongside. Just like this time, she would always be by his side to help. No matter who he fought, she would always support. Mariette's sudden words startled Corin. From the bottom of his heart, he could only whisper his gratitude and appreciation for her encouragement. Because from now on, he would have to fight those who harbored evil ambitions and false beliefs, along with powerful enemies who wanted to destroy this. How could he save the world when facing such enemies? The answer was always very simple. The two of them bumped hands as if to witness their noble promise. Mariette took the opportunity to mention her next plan. She would register for the Guardians group right away. Corin was amazed by this speed. Mariette explained that the Harvest Festival was coming soon, and if they didn't register now, everyone would be busy on. The two naturally discussed this, from Corin being the captain to Mariette being the vice-captain. But while Corin was still thinking about who else to add, Mariette's sharp ears heard someone else's voice calling Corin. Corin looked toward the door in surprise and greeted the visitor. It was Alyssa. Mariette also gave a friendly smile and greeted her junior. Alyssa sat in a wheelchair pushed by a nurse, both her arms and legs in casts as thick as pig baskets. Corin didn't hold back and burst into laughter, teasing Alyssa for looking like a mummy. Alyssa pouted, unable to cry or laugh, and resentfully asked whose fault it all. Corin pursed his lips, recalling that moment. It was indeed his fault. He felt extremely guilty and also very thankful. Corin's classic handsome smile making Alyssa blush. She hurriedly looked away in embarrassment and answered vaguely. Thanks to Mariette's elixir, her bones had healed, but she still had to rest for 2. Even with treatment at the best medical facility, the festival would end in a week. So she couldn't participate in the closing bond. Corin comforted her, saying she would be discharged soon, but to just rest for now. Alyssa cried in her wheelchair, saying she wanted to join the bonfire class and the winter ball too. Corin tried to comfort her, but Alyssa refused, arguing that they were two different. Hearing that, he thought for a moment it was true. He had participated many times, but this was Alyssa's first. Corin confidently made a promise to Alyssa. For the winter ball, he would buy her a jet gear dress. He had no idea he had awakened something very scary. When Alyssa heard Corin say that, she was incredibly shocked. She hurriedly asked if it was true that luxury. Corin confidently replied that she should just buy it. He had become rich now. Alyssa immediately argued over the oppa title because they were the same age. But then she quickly brushed it aside and asked Corin if they really made that much. Corin gave a triumphant laugh, asserting it was enough to buy a fancy dress. However, Mariette was now in a bloodthirsty state. Her whole body radiated a terrifying dark aura. She couldn't help but ask about her concern. Perhaps the other members Corin wants to invite. Corin didn't notice and light-heartedly introduced Alyssa, Aiden, and Clay. Mariette tested the waters by asking if they were girls. Corin, not picking up on anything, replied, "That's right. There's a beautiful girl working in the intelligence." Mariette gritted her teeth. "Ah, beautiful?" Corin continued, saying the other two were Len and John. Mariette asked who they were. Corin explained they were werewolf siblings. Len was a girl, so they just needed to note that John was. Mariette huffed. Corin didn't notice and said he was also planning to invite Yua, but it was a bit hard to say. But then he clicked his tongue, thinking they were close so she would probably agree. Mariette gritted her teeth and asked, "Is that girl writ very close?" Corin casually replied that they were close enough to hang out and eat together occasionally. He finalized the list with Warren's name. He was sure she would join, so he asked Mariette to just write her name down. Under Alyssa's horrified gaze, the pen in Mariette's hand shattered into pieces, signaling the arrival of a storm called Corin was still talking incessantly, saying that Professor Josephine had also agreed, so there was no. Suddenly, he looked up at Mariette and stammered. Facing him was Mariette in a terrifying rage. She was constantly repeating a question to Corin. "Do you really want to drive me crazy?" Corin couldn't hide the panic in his eyes. But as they say, you reap what you. Everyone feared the fire. They condemned her and said she should never have been. They threw stones and did the most contemptible, calling her a monster. This time she had injured Corin. She had almost harmed everyone again like before. Yet this time, that boy had caught her and said he would help her until she made a choice. Power was Warren's only value, the thing that justified her pushing out the original and taking over this body. Therefore, she felt she couldn't be weak. She couldn't rely on any. And yet Corin had appeared and spoken those gentle words, said he would help her and told her, proud choice, so she wouldn't have to regret. Let's find the answer to that moment. She had cried very hard. Those warm words seemed to have warmed her long cold and hardened heart. Even now, remembering it, she was extremely flushed. Warren sat in the room. What should I do? This warmth is pain. Concern and worry were like sharp knives stabbing her heart. She hated him, Corin, because he made that small heart. Fire had been lonely since birth. She had lived a life entirely of being exploited. Therefore, she didn't allow anyone into her world. Corin suddenly appeared at the. He gave a standard handsome guy smile and struck up a conversation with phrases like, "Hello. You're better now? Nothing's wrong?" During this, but before Corin could continue, Warren interrupted. She stood up and urged him, mentioning, she asked Korin again, you surely have a way to change everything. Korin didn't answer immediately. His gaze lowered slightly with thought, and then he truly was pitiful. He reached his hand, but suddenly it was Warren hurriedly grabbed Korin's hand, her voice hesitant as she stopped him. She even innocently asked if he wanted to eat. Warren's entire body was shaking, waiting for an Korin had seen her. Korin reached out his other hand and gently patted her head to comfort her. He spoke softly, it's okay. After this is over, I'll definitely buy you fish. Outside, Warren was floating in the Korin stood below, holding a long spear, and said, the name of the spear was the Reaper's Orb. The side note said, it is guaranteed to separate the soul from the body, bypassing all defense. A divine artifact that harvests souls with 100% accuracy. Of course, if a human uses it, the accuracy drops sharply, making it useless, especially for Korin. Since he couldn't sense souls, the accuracy rate was. The spear was thrown directly at Warren by Korin, but it was knocked. The spear struck directly into the ground. Warren was stunned, but Korin wasn't surprised at all. He looked at the spear and told Warren, look, they'll show you a thunder magic stone used in the fest. The item has a larger distribution range the lower the accuracy is, making it difficult to. According to the distribution mechanism, when accuracy is at its lowest, the maximum range is 100. But what if it were Korin whose accuracy was 0? Distribution range would be infinite, ignoring the fact that he couldn't interfere with souls and activate the. To be precise, this wasn't Korin's attack, but the attack of the distributed magic. Brilliant purple light radiated from the enveloping Warren. Suddenly, Warren, thank you watching for vid. Korin hurriedly ran over to Cat. He quickly said he had only infused a little mana, then immediately asked how she was and if she was hurt. Warren lay nestled in Korin's arms. She gave a radiant and beautiful smile and whispered, thank you. Korin, who was carrying her like a princess, was also startled by this. He recalled the time before Mariette once angrily pounded the table and scolded, why do you keep liking that word Appa? It's like you can't stand not being called. Alyssa was unhappy about being forced to call him Appa. She thought they were the same age, so calling him Appa was ridiculous. And even that crybaby Anna. She hugged a silly cat and said, thank you, Mr. Knight. Damn it, a Mr. Oh, it was good. Korin's eyes were filled with tears as he felt the truth strike his heart. He finally escaped the Mr. title. He silently thanked Lon for leaving such a wonderful first impression. Korin set her down. Lon saw his expression and guessed he looked happy. Korin didn't deny it. Since he was often called Old Man, Lan's Appa address comforted his soul. Seeing that, Lon confessed to him that she thought so too, because it seemed he always wanted to be called. These words made Korin feel a sudden warmth. Turned out she was always watching. Warren had occupied this body for 3 years. Lon stepped down and slowly felt her legs. During that whole time, she had been locked in her own body and could only observe everything through Warren's eyes. Feeling pity for her, Korin asked if she didn't feel any resentment after having her body stolen for 3 years. But Lon only gave a casual. Then she grabbed her dress and ran fast on the road with a radiant face. She cheered, wanting him to watch her run, and confessed that for the first time since she got sick, she could walk and run. Joyfully running and jumping like that, Lon remarked it was definitely thanks to Wa, because Wa was using the power accumulated in her body. Korin watched her and reminded her to be a bit careful because her body wasn't used to it. He sadly watched her as she shared that she hated Warren at first. She had once screamed to get her body. Then she stepped on a puddle, stopped, and shared, but my voice was never heard. Warren just talked to herself like an autistic. She felt the breeze that had just blown by and continued her story. She knew well that those monologues weren't meant to avoid her, but were expressions of guilt and regret directed at her. Warren's voice added that she understood how difficult it was to overcome that fear and anxiety because they shared the same. Looking at her reflection in the water, Lon touched the surface as if looking at Warren and said, so now I won't push Warren out anymore. Warren bravely made the decision to return the body. Korin heard these words and expressed his thoughts. That was tolerance and forgiveness. She had been robbed of her body for 3 years, yet was ready to embrace Wa. Then he smiled and praised her for having grown. Lon looked up, her eyes narrowing in a happy smile. Of course, although I stopped at age 14, Wa is only 3 years old. For a long time I've wanted a younger sister, and now I really have. Korin acted as if he understood. Yeah, that's true. Now you two have become sisters sharing the same body. Suddenly she spoke up, which made him curious. She still stood with her back to him and posed a hypothesis. If I were in danger, would Appa save me in such a cool way like last time? As if that was a question. He replied that as long as she asked, he would. Lon blushed, also thinking he would answer like that, and praised him for being so. Then she called Appa again, making Korin look confused but she spoke of something without a clear beginning or end, saying she also liked fish very much and added that Warren and she shared the same hobbies. Then she threw something into a puddle, making the water splash everywhere. Afterward, she slowly listed other things like food, music, and even... Suddenly she leaned close to his ear and whispered, "Even the same taste in boys." This made Corin completely stunned. This flirtation was too much. Unstopped. At the same time, she reached out and touched his chest teasingly. "If you become my husband, there will legally be 2 wives." These words made Corin Flusteretta liked it but was shy. He stammered, "No, what are you talking?" She pressed against his chest, looking up seductively, demanding he answer right. Corin's face was beet red, and he was speechless. Then he definitely wouldn't take the bait. He pushed her away and scolded her for not teasing others like that. Even so, Lan was determined that she wasn't joking. In her hometown, people her age already did afterward. She even acted like a veteran, her cheeks blushing as she pouted and threw out more bait. About this, the thing called dating. Trembling, Corin yielded, "If you want to continue living with Wa, you should also ask for her." Suddenly, Lan stood on her tiptoes and pecked him on the cheek and thanked him, making Corin lose his cool. His eyes wide and his mouth agape and suddenly, she fell and bumped her head against him. Corin was alarmed. What happened? And he tried calling Lan, but a pair of fierce eyes looked up and answered irritably. Then she was as furious as if her lips had been violated. She threatened him not to misunderstand. Those words were just nonsense. He suddenly thought the switch is quite... Afterward, she walked away and mumbled to herself like someone from a mental asylum. "Who called you sister? So noisy. It's a misunderstanding. Shut up." Watching her monologue, Corin asked doubtfully, "Are they talking to..." She turned back and asked if he wasn't going. She reminded him to come for dinner before Tier 1 as usual at the old place. He was dazed and then Corin sighed, thinking that was probably Warren and Lan's apology. Apologizing with food kids really are... But he suddenly remembered the whisper in his ear about the taste and... Afterward, he scratched his head and deluded himself. Kids really are kids. Somewhere else, someone cried out that they had met their ancestors. An armored hand moved. He silently groaned. The resources the old church poured into this Mo Kava festival were enormous. He thought after everything was over, they could overthrow the first princess of the Protestant church. The result: a cross-bearing knight lay on the ground, thinking he was about to face the altar, but luckily escaped the clutches of the Reaper. He mumbled a complete thinking of that unique sword. He wondered who he really was. How did he know all of the Cross Knight's plans before? Then he looked at the ceiling. Unbelievable. Clearly, he had followed Lord Lu Junhan's orders and gathered 100 Cross Knights. All 100 were deployed into this 100-year-old tunnel. Currently, all of them were lying sprawled out like him. He was not reconciled. To lure the danger from Warren and Lan, he had accepted a huge... But that guy, Corin, with a stick on his shoulder and one hand on his hip, looked down at him and smiled mockingly. 100 Cross Knights could do nothing. If they really used their full strength, they should have sent the Holy Knight Order. It was Corin who had caused everything of his to be destroyed. At that time, he had pointed his finger at Corin's face and cursed. "On what basis do you dare to do this? Do you think you can survive?" But suddenly he was hit in the head by something. He fell backward. The person who did it was Corin. He just gently threw something from afar and made him pass. Even so, Corin caught his stick again. He told her it was okay. He also had a chance to test a new tech. Seeing that, Josephine questioned that throw of his that had defeated them in one. She also had words of praise for him. Although his body wasn't completely healthy, he had done very well. As for them, she said they would handle the capture. Hearing that, he wasn't polite. He stood there and pointed his finger, reminding her to first take out the suicide poison pills, hidden in the right molars of their jaw. Josephine walked forward. "We have many things to ask. How did you know about the tunnel that the old church had prepared 100 years ago? And from the start, why did you ask us to monitor the old church?" Outside, night had fallen. Temporarily relieved because he was an ally, Josephine tied up the unconscious. The next day, at an old castle, dawn shone. Warren had woken up. She lay thinking about the calmness of the strong. Nothing could hurt her body. The life rhythm of this body was much slower than that of an average. In short, suddenly Lan from inside screamed for Warren to get up. But even though she had opened her eyes, she still lay like a dead fish on the bed. Lan tossed and turned, not wanting to leave the bed yet. Warren and Lan were both. Lan still diligently urged her. "You're awake, right? Wake up," making Warren lie on the bed and cover her ears with her hands as if that would stop her from hearing Lan. She scolded her for being too noisy. Even so, she could still hear Lan's voice echoing from within her mind, complaining, "Really? To speak to your sister like that? Let's eat breakfast." Suddenly, she heard something outside and sat up curious. Walking down the stairs, Warren made an excuse that she didn't come out because of Lan. but just because she was curious. Suddenly she saw Korin sleeping on the floor, drool running from his mouth. She wondered why he was sleeping there, while Lon excitedly called out, "There's Appa," and Lon enticed her to wake him up. But Warren wondered why it had to be her. Hearing that, Lon began to exaggerate, saying if he slept there his mouth would get crooked, and urged Warren as if the house were on. Seeing her finger poke his cheek, Lon asked if she also liked Korin. Hearing that, Warren appeared flustered. She didn't know. He was so meddlesome, doing things she never requested, always being enthusiastic. She couldn't understand. Then Lon, like a ghost, sat squatting next to Korin with Warren. Doubtingly, "Then you hate him?" She quickly replied, "I don't hate." Afterward, Lon still persistently clung like a hungry leech, asking, "You like him?" But Warren found it hard to answer, and she poked his cheek vigorously, saying, "I." Suddenly, Mariette from behind her narrowed her eyes and smiled, asking why she was up so early. Warren replied indifferently because it was too noisy. Afterward, Mariette ordered Diego to carry Korin up and take him back. Don't let him keep Warren and Lon from walking behind Diego. Mariette made a sarcastic remark to Warren. "If you're sleepy, go back inside and sleep some more, Junior." But she just said out of nowhere, "Sofa," making Mariette confused. Then Warren still sat squatting on the ground, asking why he wasn't left to lie on the sofa. These words made Mariette understand nothing of her intent. She still replied that there were no blankets here. It was cold and he would get chilled. Hearing that, Warren hugged her knees and watched them, unhappy. She said to herself, "It's true, I can't argue." Suddenly, Mariette cheerfully mentioned, "There are steamed potatoes ready in the kitchen. Just eat." And she turned her head, squinted and said, "Well, eat later. It's okay even if you eat it." Warren sat with her knees hugged, watching Mariette's footsteps, lost in. Afterward, with eyes like an assassin, she gritted out, "In another place, at another time, on the podium, the teacher was lecturing. In situations like these, you can utilize the surrounding materials in case of emergency." Sitting below, Warren thought, although the festival hasn't ended, classes continue. But I've already learned this in the previous time, so I'll focus on other. At this time, the system displayed a notification. Korin Lork, Hero, Strength, 8,130.
Mana, 6,770.
Traits, Resilient Warrior's Recovery, Pain Tolerance, Domain Insight, 3 Samsara Cores, Demonic Energy. Looking at the new data, Korin scratched his thought. With these stats, he had surpassed Alyssa in the early stages. Further, he looked closely at the trait data. Resilient Warrior's Recovery, Pain Tolerance, Domain Insight, 3 Samsara Cores, Demonic Energy Release, and calculated. Currently, his aura level was high. Then he imagined the 3 colored lights blue, red, and yellow inside his chest. He considered that at this stage, normal knights had only just achieved their first core. But he had a second core from the Silver Mandragora he possessed and a third core inherited from Duke Savancia. That meant while other knights only had their first aura core, he possessed. Korin rested his chin on his hand and smiled. Alyssa also mentioned that this time she had gained a core. With a few steps into the domain, it seemed this had helped her grow tremendously. This time, Alyssa had reached the high-lower rank in. Recalling the previous battle, Alyssa had fought until she was bloodied and mangled, her body full of injuries. Yet she still steadfastly held her sword and didn't give up. Although she was previously only ranked at mid-lower, her rapid development in half a year was something to look forward to. The only thing remaining was the demonic energy release that the system was the act of activating internal power and accumulating it at high pressure, allowing for the accumulation and release of up to 20% of the total amount of aura and mana. This was an extremely useful. Currently, his aura stat was 8,130. 20% of that was a massive burst of up to 1,600. That was an incredible amount of power. Korin had tried releasing soul power to examine it. The problem was when he tested this in the hunting area, he couldn't control. Korin supported his forehead, furrowing his brows in thought. Perhaps he would be able to do something similar to Duke Savancia's final demonic sword, the full release. Could he slice the sky and slay dragons with just one thrust? Suddenly, the teacher spoke up. "There are 5 minutes left until the end of class, so I will check the students' notes." Korin was still lost in thought and didn't absorb the teacher's. Suddenly he was startled. "Checking notes? Why do that now? Who am I? Where?" Looking at the professor, she was smiling, but she radiated a dark, oppressive aura. He grumbled. It was because everyone kept falling asleep in class. The professor was clearly annoyed. He cursed under his breath because, knowing Professor Lulala's personality over the past 4 years, she would definitely punish them by making them clean the entire class. It wouldn't normally be a cause for concern, but this wasn't just any room, it was the laboratory dedicated to alchemy. It was a place filled with stains from experiments, dust-covered bottles, and thick spiderwebs, not to mention things that who knows what they were. His classmates felt just as miserable as he did. Now they were frantically scrambling to borrow notes from one another to copy. But when it came to friends, it was every man for himself. No one had the time to help others. He felt his afternoon plans vanishing into thin air. Damn it. After this class, he had planned to spend the entire free afternoon enjoying the fest. Better late than never. He thought he should write something down and fumbled around for it. Instead, his hand brushed against a small, delicate. He flinched and looked at the hand. To his left was Jaeger, and to his right, he looked up and cursed inwardly. He hurriedly pulled his hand. Ran was sitting there, staring at his. Withdrew his hand. Suddenly, she grabbed it, intertwining her fingers with. Corin was terrified, his face turning beet red, his eyes wide, and his mouth agape. He wondered in confusion, is it? At that moment, her face was also flushed. She looked at their tightly interlocked hands with delight, and then she narrowed her eyes and smiled, pressing the back of his hand against her chest, asking if he wanted to see her notes. Corin blushed, stammering as if he didn't understand what she was talking about. Guessing she meant the note. Ran told him to turn to the page on. Finally, she invited him to have lunch together. Corin easily agreed and even gallantly offered to treat her, making the male students sitting behind them buzz with jealousy. While they were gossiping about how strange it was for the two to suddenly become so close, one of Mariette's subordinates was already nearby, listening in. It was none other than Duk-gu. The class. Thank you watching for vid. Two of them walked along the corridor together, still discussing. Finally, Corin mentioned the photo of Hugh and chairwoman Kang Yuhua. Those two bore no small responsibility in this matter, and they were, of course, also victims. Despite that, they still had the power to pursue legal action. Kang Ryu would be executed secretly, meaning it wouldn't be since he was no longer alive, Yuhua had to shoulder the position of the head of the Kang family. Ran always felt that Hugh and Yuhua had suffered a great deal because Corin was a bit curious about the concept, whether the family head was truly the leader of the clan. Ran confirmed it was so. The family head managed everything from minor household matters to the marriages within the. Ran's expression suddenly changed. She leaned into Corin's. She said she had already asked for permission to marry him. It made Corin feel even more uneasy and awkward. He could only raise his hands in defeat, secretly hoping Guren would wake up soon and stop Ran. Otherwise, there would be. On the other side, Mariette loudly told Duk-gu to quickly report every single. He began to explain in a strange language. While Mariette was over here cooking soup, she also became. Her aura flared with every word he spoke. She muttered angrily to herself, so that's how. Her eyes were glued to the soup pot, but she was nurturing jealous thoughts in her heart. Although the two didn't have a particularly special relationship, Mariette felt a certain lingering attack. It was known that Mariette was quite a rational person. Her actions were driven more by survival than by. But even so, frequent intimacy couldn't be without some special. The image of Ran wishing to become Corin's wife gradually appeared. It was from a moment reported directly from Duk-gu's mouth. He said something about a husband and two. It was enough for Mariette to understand the situation she was in. She frowned in extreme anger, gripping the chopsticks in her hand so hard they shattered. In her heart, she secretly thought of a special way to get revenge indirectly. After searching for a while, she came up with an interesting plan. A honey trap. Suddenly, she felt eager to put that plan into action. And Mariette quickly dismissed the thought, talking nonsense to herself. In Duk-gu's eyes at that moment, Mariette seemed like she could erupt with firepower at any second just from her. Suddenly, she called out to him and asked about what men. Duk-gu narrowed his eyes slyly. He smiled mischievously, and his final answer was. Inside the dining hall, at a long dining table, two people sat opposite each other, Mariette and Corin. She expressed that she had researched something specifically for. She then brought out a bowl of Daram's specially prepared blood soup. It was a dish the older men at the farm often cooked. She was sure Corin would. As expected, he was overjoyed to receive a delicious bowl of soup that tasted just like home. He greedily asked how she had obtained the secret recipe. Corin quickly gulped down the entire bowl of soup in one go. Mariette happily explained that the soup was made from curdled blood. He kept praising its taste, saying the soft and smooth texture made her feel even. Corin put the empty bowl down on the table, letting out a satisfied sigh. Suddenly, the system interface appeared in front. It announced that Corin had consumed a special-grade blood elixir and simultaneously learned the monstrous strength. Strength increased by 30 points, which made Corin feel off. His face darkened as he called her. Mariette jumped and listened intently, her face flushed red. He then deduced that this blood dish wasn't from ordinary pigs or. System interface appeared again, displaying his strength. Strength temporarily increased by 200%. Could not be stacked with other. Immediately, Corin was so happy that he lunged forward and hugged Mariette, repeatedly saying he loved her. This made her blush so hard she had to cover her face. She felt that following Duk Gus' advice had been truly inside a certain library. Ran's voice could be heard saying she intended to share a story about her. She had heard someone say that when you're with someone, your heart feels like it's floating on clouds. Josephine felt surprised. Ran continued, saying it felt like sitting on a soft, drifting cloud, her heart constantly thumping. Sometimes she even felt a sharp pain in her chest. She spoke while blushing slightly. Josephine began to think that perhaps this was a consultation about. She adjusted her glasses and thought to herself that Ran, after leaving her identity as a special grade demon, had immediately become a young girl in love for the first. Josephine then concluded with certainty that the subject was likely Corin Locke. If it was someone Ran was in contact with, it couldn't be anyone. Corin had even been reported as a fraud by the second-year female students. In Josephina's eyes, he was already a seasoned playboy. She was sure that with his extensive romantic experience, he would be a difficult challenge for a novice like. Josephine speculated with a sharp. The person Ran secretly loved was someone with many female followers around him. Then she gave Ran some advice. Opportunities don't come often because those who are the center of attention for many women won't take the initiative to approach anyone. Josephine placed a hand on her shoulder and spoke sincerely. There is a famous romance novel titled 101 Ways to Seduce That Boy. It was the love manual for young girls of that. Suddenly, Josephine gave another piece of advice, saying Ran should act boldly, or else she wouldn't be able to win his love. Hearing this, Ran immediately realized. Josephine finally stated her opinion directly, advising her to clear out anyone who dared to stand in her way. The person giving this advice was a single witch whose only experience in love came from a century-old novel, The Golden Girl of the Witch. Ran and Doran were both inexperienced young girls, so they took the advice very seriously. After finishing the interview, Josephine sent Ran back using teleportation. Before saying goodbye, she prayed that Ran would soon win her. Suddenly, what appeared before her eyes left Ran utterly. It was Duk-gu, building a fire outside the cold man. Inside was the silhouette of a girl along with her. Ran's pupils contracted with jealousy. What she saw was Mariette sitting on top of him, panting suspicion. She pressed down on his shoulder. She opened her mouth wide, revealing the characteristic fangs of a vampire. Then she slowly brought her mouth close to the hollow of his. As she leaned in, Mariette's chest was also pressed again. When she bit into Corin's neck, he held her tightly. The scene between the two of them at that moment was incredibly everything was captured in Ran's. She pursed her lips and trembled, feeling a sense of betrayal deep in. Every falling leaf was like her heart at that moment. Now she understood that Corin was just a boy who liked helping everyone. His kindness was also directed toward Mariette. Her heart felt as if it were being squeezed. She continued to think painfully. Could it be that she had been too arrogant? How could she have thought Corin liked Mariette, who was closing her eyes in enjoyment, suddenly opened them and looked at her. Ran was startled. Thank you watching for vid. Mariette finally smirked and pulled her fangs from his. She didn't forget to lick the bite mark. Ran had entered Mariette's sights. Mariette's gaze said she would not yield her Corin to. The two of them were separated only by a. They stared intensely at each. Suddenly, Lan reached out and grabbed her sister, asking her to hand over the. Lan's hand reached toward Ran's. Lan had now completely taken control of the love war, promising to personally clear out anyone who intended to. Elisa poked a fork into the food and put it in her. She repeatedly praised the chocolate mousse for being delicious, which surprised Corin. She also smiled and said the place where she lived was basically the countryside, so there weren't any pastry shops. It truly made him unable to believe his ears, asking if her hometown was really that. However, Corin had originally intended to rest a bit to prepare for the upcoming holiday. He had gone out to buy some sweets but ran into all his acquaintances and had to sit and eat cake with them. Suddenly, someone called his. It was Mariette and Ran, both inviting him to eat. But since Ran was closer, he noticed her. After taking a bite from Ran, Corin looked back toward Mariette. She remained silent and bitter after another girl beat her to feed. Ran suddenly asked her for the strawberry cake she was, but she had no reason to refuse and had to reluctantly accept. Suddenly, Ran turned to Corin and asked him to help her get a piece. He used a fork to pick up the cake under Mariette's anxious. Finally, when he brought it over, Ran opened her mouth and asked to be. Suddenly, out of nowhere, Mariette slammed the cake directly into her face. It was called feeding with love, leaving Corin stunned for a. Mariette then wiped her hands while smiling mischievously, maliciously asking if the cake was good. Ran replied that it was good but emphasized the words. Mariette then asked if she wanted more. The atmosphere immediately plummeted. Even Corin couldn't understand why the vibe had become so strange, his eyes darting back and, while wiping the cream off her face, Ran radiated killing intent as she asked about Mariette's potato farm. Then she continued to make things difficult by mentioning something called Mariette's potato. Her face darkened again as she asked if Ran wanted more strawberry cake. But who would be foolish enough to? Seeing the two girls arguing fiercely, Jaeger broke into a cold sweat and asked Corin what was. Even he was incredibly worried, constantly saying everything had exceeded his imagination, forcing him to stand up and ask to go to the restroom. Jaeger and the others also stood up at the same time, leaving Elisa confused. The three boys linked arms and left for another place, discussing the two girls who were just radiating killing intent. Elisa couldn't hold them back even if she wanted. Returning to the scene, she sat eating under the pressure from Mariette. Although the two spoke politely back and forth, the atmosphere was incredibly. Finally, Mariette bragged that Corin's mother would accompany her to the south this winter, and that they would go on a vacation to a hot spring. At the same time, Ran shared that Corin had gone to the Holy Land of Zhong with her and received a blessing from the Saintess, and she took the opportunity to criticize Mariette's smelly hot. Both of these things made Elisa feel dizzy because they were completely new pieces of news. One of them dropped the final blow, saying Corin had decided to go home with her, making Elisa cry out. While all three boys were in the restroom suddenly Corin had a strange premonition. Elisa placed her cup on the table with trembling hands. She timidly said that Corin told her he had work to do in the east, so he had formed a team with her to go watch the solar eclipse. This caused the two girls in front of her to radiate even more killing intent because of this third person. Elisa was so overwhelmed by the pressure that her voice grew smaller and even her vision became blurred. She could only utter a few confused Then she screamed out why, in fear so loud it could be heard in the men's restroom. Corin became confused and turned his. A few days ago, Corin had asked about the distance to the eastern forest. To explain a bit, those grits loved by spirits can accompany spirits without needing interaction. But for a spirit from such a distance to come here was truly. The person standing before him was Un. She announced that she had found the person he needed, a grit named Uskias. Findias, the secret realm containing one of the four great treasures, the Sun Sword, Clayam Soul, and grit protecting that land was Us. In the game, the secret realm where the great treasure was. According to the main plot, the Sun Sword Clayam Soles was occupied by Bantaza and the Imperial Guards. Bantaza and the Imperial Guards couldn't even get past that. Becoming stronger was good, but if he could simultaneously weaken the enemy's strength, it would be even. If one of the four treasures were to fall into the hands of the Imperial Guards, as long as Corin could take one first. Normally, no one knew the time or location, so it was impossible. But after defeating Mark Derman, the reward would be the map of Clayam Soles. Clayam Soles was one of the four great treasures. This information wasn't in the inventory but was transmitted directly into my solar eclipse. When the sun's power is weakest, I can obtain Clayam Soles. In the past 3 years of playing the game, the solar eclipse only happened. It was moved to February 8th of next year, during the spring break. Un had reported the presence of the Wolf King's territory. He continued his thoughts. Although it was a hidden place, with Un's power, Corin believed they would find it. Very well, everything is going according to plan. Corin suddenly then he clenched his fist. This holiday, Corin would definitely go to the east to find Findias with the desire to obtain the ancient treasure Clayam Soles. After that, he would ruin the plans of Bantaza and his followers. Just thinking about it made him smile with satisfaction. Corin swore he would make them fail completely. After finishing his report, Corin kept trembling, saying that the trip was also convenient for asking for more advice from the old dukes. The response to his enthusiastic explanation was Mariette's deathly. She asked him about the departure time. Corin opened his eyes, looking a bit surprised. She reached out her hand, her palm holding a badge. She said it was her family's ducal crest. Having this badge would help him receive cooperation in most places. Then she warned him not to follow anyone if they promised him potatoes. Corin immediately said he wasn't a child. Then she grabbed his hand when Corin intended to. She shyly told him to wait a moment, appearing hesitant to do so. He only smiled. She then said she would drain his blood without regret and would only live on stored blood for a long. Finally, she just said thank you and quickly proceeded. A day before departure, Corin emerged from the bathroom, his body wet and a towel draped over his shoulder. He felt exhausted from having his blood sucked despite sitting. Corin looked down and saw Ran already lying there in a daze, which surprised him immensely. She only commented that he had taken a long time to bathe. Corin wondered why she had appeared. In response, he only got a declaration that she would sleep here from Ran, which made him even more awkward since men and women shouldn't be so. She immediately said they had slept together before. Remembering that time, he had indeed lain next to her. He immediately denied it because it was an emergency case, only done to avoid the. Ran felt discouraged at that moment. As long as Josephine didn't find out what she was doing, it would be fine. Furthermore, the events from the previous day had made her somewhat dependent. Corin finally smiled and took off his outer. He was immediately stopped by her throwing a pillow at his. Ran wondered why he took off his shirt. This made him interpret it as her being worried about. The two lay on the bed. Ran looked up at the ceiling and continued, saying she would feel heartbroken. This surprised Ran finally asked if he would continue to fight, just like he had once done. Then Ran brought her face close to his, saying she would protect him and didn't want him to go inside. He turned away but understood her feelings a little. Finally, then he talked about his trip to the east. Ran also became more at ease. The words Ran said that day gave me more strength to. Next day, at a coffee shop, a voice rang out. It was Corin's. He asked Elisa if it was because the newspaper had her picture and the latest information about her. Hot news. Swordmaster Galen handed over the fifth sword to his grand. The inheritance battle of the Aiden family had begun. This truly made Elisa choke on her coffee. She then said she was completely unaware of this. He said it was obvious because she had finally escaped the. After that, he asked if everyone had finished packing. Elisa and Un quickly replied. Elisa had already prepared food and clothes, while Un arrogantly said it wasn't even worth discussing. She was confident in her ability to control. Quickly showed his disappointment. The two of them had acted like novices too obviously, leaving them both a bit confused. Corin then informed them that they would ride wyverns straight to the east. Then he asked the two of them what that meant. Both fell. Corin mischievously revealed the answer. The two were about regret it. The protagonist's aura was a given. Both girls, who had just talked big about being packed, were now being tormented by the wyvern to the point where they couldn't control their behavior or Lisa had even worse symptoms. She could only moan and cry to Corin that she couldn't open her eyes. For Un, who had just been maintaining the image of a mother of nature, she was now beyond help as the strong wind could blow away her poise. It was a lesson she'd never forget. She promised that from then on, she wouldn't rely solely on what was called. Corin, who had been ready from the start, was wearing specialized equipment. Looking at the two of them, he could only call them fools. At an altitude of 1 kilometer, regardless of the season, one needs cold-resistant clothing and he met all the criteria including experience, exposure, and knowledge. On the way, they constantly called his name, begging nature and people and doing all sorts of. Finally, they turned a new page, arriving at a place with clear blue waves and lush islands, also known as the Eastern Takla. Elisa lost her balance and waved her hands to one side. He looked back, not understanding what was over there. From inside the forest, many other elephants appeared. They charged forward frantically. They were also known as alapants, with red eyes always locked onto their. Elisa, while flying, pointed over there. She was incredibly surprised because there was a village in the distance. She feared the village would be destroyed by the elephant. Corin whispered that they didn't need to rush. Saving a small village wouldn't make them. Lisa then bravely ordered the wyvern to Corin mobilized Un to make trees grow in the middle of the elephant's path. As for Elisa, she would take on the responsibility of. Planned, Un immediately made trees grow where their roots could easily latch onto some of the elephants. Lush trees rose up, forming a thick. Taking the opportunity as Un held the monsters back, Elisa, who was still behind them in ambush, jumped down from above. She raised her sword high with her. Just one strike, her sword hit the elephant's tusk, making a sharp clanging sound. She couldn't believe they could block this. The elephant moved more and more violently, to the point where the roots were no longer very effective. Un also realized this and became. Immediately, Elisa retreated with jumps. Corin jumped down from the wyvern holding his spear. Above them was the mage Un. He ordered them to focus on the leader and bind it tightly. As long as the leader was held back, he would handle the rest himself. Suddenly Corin felt. From afar, a group of people suddenly pulled up. They used both horses and wyverns as transportation, which left them all very surprised. Slash cut across the elephant's leg. Then another. Thank you watching for vid. The elephant was torn apart. Rapid sword strokes quickly spread across the elephant's. The group of elephants was immediately cleared out. Those people were the monster hunters of the Aiden. Suddenly, one of them spoke up, saying Elisa was still as pathetic as ever, which left her confused. Then he suddenly threw something at her. Elisa caught it by That person also quickly threw one to Corin. Although he didn't understand what was happening, when he opened his palm, the thing he was holding was a piece of candy, making him even more confused. The person who had thrown the candy to both of them was Lunia. Elisa was also startled by her move. In response, Lunia only reminded everyone to be more careful next. Then she asked about the rank 1 situation for Corin. Lunia said it was a wonderful step forward, encouraged him to keep it up, and then turned to. Just looking at her back, a thought occurred to Corin. She was still as cold as ever. Because she was naturally a calm person, Lunia remembered. She slowly turned around and then asked Siri, "You want to?" The question left Elisa and Un so stunned they nearly fell over. They wouldn't have dared to dream of this even in their. Even Corin's face was completely scrunched up, as if he wanted to scream. What? A family representing the South, prominent for its fertile lands and trade routes established through the archipelago. In contrast, The East had to face the heretical empire and harsh natural conditions with barren land and constant attacks from monsters. However, despite those circumstances, the East still maintained its solid reputation. It was surely thanks to these people, the defenders of the far, the Aiden family. A group of people bowed their heads and said in unison that the head of the pavilion had arrived. Lunia appeared and said, "My sister and her friends have arrived. Prepare the guest house for them." The people received the order and replied in unison, "Yes, my." After that, Lunia looked over at Elisa and said, "Elisa, follow me." Elisa was slightly surprised and replied, "Ah." In a certain room, two people were sitting and playing chess together. They said, "It was Un and Corin." Un then spoke up, "This is a difficult game, isn't it? How is Corin so good at it?" Corin replied, "Hey, how many years have I been playing this?" Un asked with some doubt, "You've played it before?" Corin just gave a short answer, "Yeah, okay." Un's face suddenly turned serious and she asked, "But is Elisa okay?" She looked so stressed. Corin just stayed calm and replied, "It'll be fine. They're sisters." Suddenly, Un spoke up and suggested, "Surely we won't be punished because we didn't catch that Olipont, right?" Corin spoke up to deny it. "No, that person isn't that." Suddenly, someone came in through the door and called. Corin, who was playing chess, heard this and immediately replied. The person then spoke up to inform him, "Pavilion head Lunia wants to meet you." Corin asked back in confusion. Lunia was standing outside waiting for Corin to arrive. Seeing him come, Lunia turned her head and asked, "You're..." After that, Lunia said to him, "Sit down. There's a lot to discuss." Corin was a bit confused and asked, "I'm not being punished, am I?" Lunia heard Corin muttering something and asked back, "What did you say?" Corin waved his hand and replied. Lunia poured tea for Corin and asked softly, "I heard you're almost 18, right? The same age as my younger..." After that, Lunia got straight to the point and asked, "Let me ask you something. Are you married yet?" Corin was honest and replied, "No." Lunia nodded and replied. After that, Lunia didn't hesitate to ask Corin, "If you don't have a partner yet, would you consider marrying me?" Corin was slightly stunned and asked back, "Are you serious?" Lunia answered bluntly, "Do I look like the type who likes to joke around?" Then Lunia spoke about her perception of Corin. "Objectively speaking, you are a good seed. Your unparalleled talent and hardworking attitude are both excellent. And your face is also acceptable according to my taste." Corin was stunned and asked back, "You also care about looks?" Lunia replied, "I am also a woman. At the very least, I have to look at the face and body of the man who will hold me at..." Hearing that, Corin rested his chin on his hand and asked, "Tell me the truth. Why are you suddenly doing..." Lunia's profound gaze appeared as she replied, "It's because of you." Corin was more and more stunned and asked. Lunia began to tell Corin a story. "After Elisa defeated me in the sword match, that old sword saint suddenly appeared and the old man Lunia spoke of was Elisa's grandfather. Elisa must be appointed as the fifth head of the sword pavilion." Lunia continued to recount the story to him seriously. "After he made that declaration, my supporters began to buzz. You, who gave Elisa advice and came up with that bold plan, surely understand." Lunia took a sip of tea and said, "My position began to wobble. And now I'm facing famous swordsmen from all over trying to restore it." Hearing that, Corin immediately asked, "An arranged marriage? Politically, it's a good..." Lunia immediately replied, "But I don't like that. I am too outstanding to become a commodity on the marriage market." Corin was confused and asked. Corin seemed to gradually understand. And he asked Lunia back, "You want me to pretend to be engaged?" Lunia picked up her teacup, took a sip, and replied. Then Lunia continued her story. "Elisa is just an illegitimate child of the Aiden family. But as soon as she returned to the clan, the gifts prepared for her were already ready. That's because from early on, she was designated as the heir and pushed into the center of the family's." An elegant and noble woman spoke up and said, "You must have heard the news. Father has appointed you as the head of the fifth sword pavilion." Elisa softly replied. Elisa knelt on the floor and said, "But in Aiden, father's order is absent." That woman then looked at Elisa and replied, "Your opinion has no weight to change it." That woman was Sophia, the primary wife of Galen Aiden, the current head of the family, and Lunia's biological. That's right. Everything was according to the will of Galen Aiden, the former man. Sophia then told Elisa, "You will become the head of the fifth sword pavilion. You must dedicate your strength for the family's honor and to protect humanity. With the command sword, the symbol of the head, they chose you from the main house so they could stay behind and establish military merits. Command them during this." Elisa's eyes were vacant as she picked up the sword and said, "Yes." Elisa didn't object, nor could she. From a young age, she had grown up in a submissive posture, and even now nothing had changed. Even though she knew she would never be fully accepted by these, Pair of feet was walking step by step on the... Elisa walked past a room and heard voices coming from inside. But try to think positively. Elisa instinctively stopped to see and asked. Elisa saw Corin sitting inside, and he said, actually, it's not a bad thing. Elisa was slightly stunned and said, Sister and Corin. Lunia then spoke up and replied, well, let's spend some comfortable time tomorrow. Let's go on it. Elisa heard it and wondered. The corners of her lips lifted slightly, her voice sounding more joyful than you. After that, Lunia continued to ask Corin, you marry me. Is it possible? It was a completely unrelated statement. Truly, Elisa just held her sword, standing outside, thinking, that's just... Elisa looked pensively and thought, of course, marriage is a major matter with its own reasons, but there must be some affection under... Lunia had both curiosity and affection for Corin, respect for a swordsman who had reached a high... and desire to reach that peak herself. If she didn't like Corin as a man, she probably wouldn't have made this offer. Then Elisa spoke up and said, it's truly a good thing. Elisa liked both. Lunia was the half-sister she admired, the one who had played the role of a mother in her childhood. Even though there was now unwanted rivalry between them, she sincerely wished her sister happy. Corin was also a special person to Elisa. He had believed in her talent, supported her, and helped her survive the pursuit of those following her sister's. Elisa held her sword and sat on the ground sadly, but in her heart, she still thought, those two are a good... They were the people she loved and respected. Elisa bitterly concluded that them bonding together was a good... Time passed very... Suddenly someone appeared and let out a... But Lunia held a piece of paper in her hand and asked, what is this? Mother Sophia quickly replied, those are famous swordsmen from the East and the excellent sons of noble families. Most of my support force is from my mother's family's support. I can't keep ignoring the pressure from the meetings. So even though I said it unintentionally, a look like this is acceptable. Objectively speaking, he is a good... What is it? It's the desire for progress in martial... In any case, the person who decides who becomes the head of the family is still grandfather, Sword Emperor Galen Aiden. With Corin Locke's talent, if he is strong enough to reach the peak of martial arts, the opposition will be crushed no matter... Lunia then spoke up and said, in Lunia's mind, a thought appeared. How far will her feelings go? At least there's affection. Maybe even guessed about her sister's feelings. Then Lunia assessed that her sister's feelings were also... I have enough status and authority to do that. A female general doesn't... Suddenly Jenny came in and called, Pavilion Head Lunia. Hearing that, Lunia replied, is that you, Jenny? Jenny then asked Lunia a question. Is it a secret date with Corin Locke? Lunia heard that and replied, secret date sounds so Then Lunia asked, this is a proper proposal. You don't like it? Jenny quickly replied, at least compared to the men Sophia set you up with, there's no comparison. Jenny recalled a few things from the past and said, the reason we failed in the sword match was because... Furthermore, he overwhelmed Lunia when he was very young and had also entered the martial arts. After that, Jenny reached a conclusion. He is not inferior at all as a partner for Lunia. Hearing that, Lunia also complimented Jenny, Jenny, you have a good eye. However, Jenny spoke up again. But, my lady, do you intend to go out on a date looking like that? Lunia asked back in confusion. Is something... Hearing that, Jenny fell silent and said nothing. Scene changed to an expensive stall. In the market, a voice said, let's see. It seems I called him. Corin appeared with an elegant but shy look and said, Lunia. Seeing him blushing with embarrassment, Lunia asked, why are you looking at me? After that, Lunia asked again, is there something on my face? Corin coughed several times and replied, cough, cough. No. Seeing that it was nothing, Lunia took his arm and said, let's go. Corin was still clumsy and replied, in a certain forest, a group of people spoke up, Pavilion Head. There are traces of demonic beasts appearing at the... Elisa heard that and quickly replied, understood. Let's quickly join forces over there. The people received the order and replied in unison. Yes, my... Elisa's gaze was pensive as she looked forward. She said nothing, only letting out a sigh of... The lights were turned on, blending with the gentle, rhythmic... Masked man danced under the lights to the music. Meanwhile, Elisa had to struggle in a harsh battle against the demonic beast. After destroying it, Elisa's face showed clear exhaustion. She only let out a soft sigh of relief. After that, Elisa charged forward again to destroy more. Meanwhile, Lunia and Corin were still sitting and enjoying the music like two relaxed. The masked man was still singing with his resonant. On the other hand, Elisa had to struggle to fight the demonic beasts. This showed the contrast in the fates of Elisa and loud applause for the man who had just stood on stage. Elisa fought resiliently, showing fierce courage. Lunia and Corin also applauded the singing performance of that. Elisa's hands were still covered in blood, marking the end of a moment later. Elisa spoke up and said to everyone, phew, everyone worked hard. As for Corin and Lunia, the two happily walked out of the concert. Lunia asked, Corin, did you have fun today? Corin replied, yes, the slogan angelic voice is truly not an exaggeration. Lunia took his arm and replied, no, I'm asking if you had fun. Corin answered honestly, oh, it was a novel and very interesting experience. Lunia took Corin's hand and said softly, that's good. The most important thing is that you feel happy. After that, Lunia gently placed a sweet kiss on Corin's hand and said, today was also an interesting. Corin sweetly told Lunia, kissing the back of the hand should be my job, right? Lunia looked at him profoundly and replied, perhaps I'm used to acting that way with the young ladies. I'll let you do it next. Elisa stood there and witnessed the scene of Lunia saying goodbye to see you tomorrow. I have prepared many things for you. Then you go in and rest. See you tomorrow. After he left, Lunia noticed Elisa stand. Lunia walked over step by step and said to Elisa, Elisa, you look terrible. Did you just get back from the outs? Elisa then asked softly, did you just meet Corin? Lunia nodded and replied, yes, that's right. I just got back from hanging out with him in the... Hearing this, Elisa tightened her grip on the sword in her hand. Then she said, is that... After that, Elisa asked Lunia softly, I'm sure you had a good time. Furthermore, you're wearing the traditional outfit. I remember you haven't worn it since 7 years ago. Seeing Elisa asking many things, Lunia called her name Elisa. Elisa replied in a daze. Lunia turned to leave and said, I'm going to change my clothes. Then I'll go to the bar with me for a minute. Elisa stammered and asked back, spar? How? Normally, Elisa could easily refuse a sparring match with her sister. But this time, the reason for this offer was After that, Elisa spoke up and said yes. Elisa couldn't refuse that. The evening, before the sparring match took place, Lunia had a few questions. Strange. Someone like you who always avoids actually accepted the challenge quite happily. Elisa held her sword and softly called. Elisa swung her sword down and said, no one is. Lunia frowned with a serious face and replied, yeah, swing your sword. Lunia's profound gaze appeared as she said, the first disciple of the Aiden Sword School. Elisa, not one to be outdone, spoke back as a level 1 swordsman of the Aiden Single Sword. Amidst that tense and suffocating atmosphere, a voice rang out. Well then, let's... Lunia was the one to strike first. She swung her sword powerfully toward a nearby massive rock was quickly sliced into small pieces by... Seeing this, Elisa was momentarily stunned and exclaimed, oh, as the fragments of the boulder flew toward... She was also very quick-witted. Raising her sword to clear away those... Lunia suddenly appeared before Elisa's eyes and shouted, Tiger Stance, second form. Golden... Then Lunia asked Elisa, do you still remember? Saying that, Lunia's tone suddenly dropped as she said, Seeing that, Elisa was a bit panicked, not knowing how to respond. Lunia's fatal attack left Elisa at a disadvantage, and Elisa's eyes went blank as she realized that Lunia's attack had clearly been within her, but her reflexes couldn't keep. However, from lightning speed to from the high heavens to a bolt of lightning, if she could read Lunia's, instead of reacting, if she could predict it, then she could. At this point, Lunia's gaze suddenly became more terrifying as she looked straight at Elisa. Had some difficulty facing two people with two different styles. Lunia easily dodged Elisa's. A voice rang out at that moment, saying, your breathing is already Elisa attacked and was then flung several hundred meters. With an expressionless gaze, Elisa let out a soft groan. Only through unceasing effort and grueling training could one attain the miraculous ability to see through everything. Only then would becoming a swordmaster be possible. Lunia walked over to Elisa and said, this time was better than before. Your training hasn't been in vain, has it? The strongest Elisa slowly stood up and softly replied, yes. Lunia stood there and continued, perhaps your mindset changed because of that. Suddenly, a thought appeared in Elisa's mind. That Lunia seemed to hear Elisa's inner thoughts and suddenly asked, that person and I have something in common, don't we? Elisa stammered in response, is that person's silhouette appeared within Lunia's shadow as she spoke. There is no wasted effort. The philosophy of technique is also... Lunia pointed her sword toward Elisa and said, for humans, flashy techniques are unnecessary. All you need is a little within the range of a single... Elisa gripped the sword in her hand to block Lunia's... Lunia calmly continued, understand that absolute distance. Then Lunia told Elisa next time it's better if you avoid it. Elisa was momentarily puzzled and thought, telling me to avoid it? What is this? Clearly, Elisa could read Lunia's attack. How on earth was she supposed to avoid the next... A moment later, unable to hold on any longer, Elisa let go of her sword and surrendered. I give... She uttered the words of surrender. Elisa felt disheartened, thinking, I thought I had gotten a little closer. Winning that sword-breaking match made me confident that I had become a swordsman to be proud. But that was just arrogance. Lunia walked past Elisa and said, "Keep practicing." That victory was just between Lunia and Elisa. Elisa turned her back and, "If it's not like that." Hearing this, Lunia immediately replied, "You will forever stand behind me and that person. There is an unbridgeable gap between." Elisa and Lunia said nothing more. The atmosphere suddenly became unusually silent. Oh, she didn't say it out loud. Elisa felt restless. Tears fell to the ground as she thought to herself, how humiliating. A few days, someone was pouring tea for Lunia and quietly asked, "So, this year as well? You're still nodding?" Lunia took a sip of tea, while the other person continued to ask, "I heard you've been seeing a young man recently." Lunia then replied, "It was fate that led us." The person questioning Lunia was Sophia. Hearing this, Sophia spoke up, "If it's just a one-night fling, then wait until after the engagement. Ultimately, men are just tools to enhance the family's reputation." Sophia Aden, the #1 swordsman of the East in her, after her husband Zita Aden's, her views on marriage had become quite distorted. At this point, Sophia said to Lunia, "You should marry whoever brings you the most benefit." Lunia replied, "There's no need to worry." Lunia confidently affirmed to Sophia, "I am certain that person is far more valuable than anyone on that matchmaking list." Sophia asked skeptically, "Oh, is that?" Lunia thought of Corin and how he had reached a high realm at such a young age. His martial talent was not much inferior to his grandfather. Sophia commented, "That's Lunia's talent for you." Lunia quickly replied, "Yes, it's not just simple destructive power, but a unique ability, a talent that leads to victory. His talent is like that as." Lunia hesitated for a moment and continued, "And also," Sophia asked curiously, "And what?" Lunia spoke bluntly, "He's handsome, too." Sophia replied in shock. Lunia smiled and explained, "His appearance suits my taste perfectly. Additionally, there is the joy of taking something my younger sister desired." Sophia was speechless. It was the first time Sophia lamented in her mind, "This is morally inappropriate." She began to reflect on her own distorted views on marriage. On the 9th day after arriving at the Aden main house, a New Year's event was. Elisa and Un were walking together. Suddenly, Elisa laughed happily and said, "Corin, the theme of this village seems very..." As the festival was drawing to a close, Corin passed by Un just as Un spoke up and said, "Corin, our main purpose for coming to the east from the beginning was to find Findias, the hiding place of the 4 great treasures. The realm of Kodrid, Findias, is a natural land surrounded by monsters and towering. Thank you watching for lies beyond the borders managed by the Aden family, the Eastern Front." A voice rang out gratefully, "Thank you for guiding us. Would you like some?" Corin followed Un and, seeing this, said, "Oh, is that a spirit?" Lunia was also there and thought, having Kodrid along is really I didn't expect we could walk through the deep forest without getting lost. Then Corin turned around gratefully and said, "It's all thanks to Lady Lunia. After all, thanks to her coming with us, we were able to cross the..." Lunia winked at Corin and said, "There's no need to thank me. I don't know the reason you all are looking for a secret realm beyond the border, but you are all minors. And since you are my fiancé, I have the status of your guardian. In this monster mountain range, mediocre low-rankers are nothing but both Warren and Marie absent. Lunia was an incredibly valuable strength at this." Elisa called out to Lunia, "Sister." Then Elisa told Lunia, "I think it's best not to say things like fiancé out loud." Lunia asked back, "Why is that?" Elisa replied, "Well, the people around us are looking at us a bit strangely." Lunia replied bluntly, "The opinions of outsiders don't matter much." Then Elisa seemed to gather all her courage and said to Lunia, "Sister, if you really don't intend to take responsibility for Corin, then I don't think you should block his path to marriage." Lunia just indifferently asked back, "Do you really think match him?" Un then opened a strange portal and said, "Right in front of us. Well, be there once we pass through." Everyone watched the portal Un opened intently. Elisa couldn't help but exclaim. Suddenly, the portal shattered and fell like pieces of glass. Corin observed and finally reached a conclusion. "We've been Indeed, it's a place worthy of being guarded by a sage-rank reed." Corin, now alone, asked, "Am I isolated by a spell to bewitch intruders at the boundary? Was it like the 8 trigrams formation from last? It's a type of trial. Perhaps it's testing if those accompanying the reed are worthy of entering the secret realm. But this trick is quite..." Corin gripped his weapon tightly and shouted, "Come on! Whether it's an illusion or a monster, it'll take you all." At that moment, someone walked up and called out. Hearing this, Corin broke into a cold sweat. He thought, "Oh no, this voice. It can't be." Sihu smiled and walked up to Corin, saying, His eyes were deep red as he said, "It's been a while, hasn't it? This is really too..." Then Corin jumped back and shouted, "Oh my god! What on earth?" With that, Corin lunged at Sihu with his weapon, and the two attacked. Corin growled and shouted, "You're a..." Sihu smirked and said, "That's right, Sihu laughed gleefully and replied, "You're a fake. The player who is the true protagonist isn't me." Korin thought in shock. Did he already eliminate Chong? The protagonist of this world? Even though he is evil, his power is undeniable. He deserves to be called and he is a powerhouse on a completely different level from me. Sihu appeared and whispered to Korin, "You could be proud if you killed me." But Sihu asked Korin again, "Are you really sure you can save the—" Hearing this, Korin said nothing. His gaze suddenly darkened. Sihu said with some dissatisfaction, "I tried to seize everything but still failed. So who do you think you are? With that incomplete system, what do you think you can do? The player has died. The trial failed. Can a side character like you really defeat Taith Bantaza?" At this, Korin spoke, "Of course I can. I will seize one of the 4 great treasures first to weaken his power. That is why I have come all the way to this distant east. I am trying my best to see a happy ending." Sihu flatly rejected him and said, Sihu said to Korin, "If you really want to see that ending, you should have chosen me one more time." Korin heard that and replied, "If I did that, my chastity would be at risk." Sihu mocked him and said, "What does it matter? You liked it." Korin replied in confusion. Suddenly, Sihu said 3 words to Korin. "Sacrifice." Korin heard those 3 words and fell silent, unable to say anything. Seeing his silence, Sihu continued, "How do you feel about sacrificing yourself for others? But think about, instead of saving those NPCs, you should think about the big picture. If you had found the treasures faster and seized all the items, you'd be much stronger now. You also know very well that your current way of playing isn't the most effective." Sihu leaned into Korin's ear and whispered, "I sacrificed 10,000 people to gain this power. A player is essential." Korin shuddered slightly and turned around as Sihu continued, "Someone who grows stronger in direct proportion to the sacrifice of—" Sihu's eyes darkened, and his face suddenly became more terrifying as he said, "Sacrifice what is necessary and help me save the—" Korin sighed and said, "Ha! That's right. That's exactly how it—" His hands clenched as he said, "Even if I start over, I can't help but regret the items and events I've—" Korin lunged to attack Sihu, making Sihu startle and say. Korin looked at Sihu angrily and said, "Is it because that trashy way of thinking still exists that I'm seeing this hallucination?" Korin reminisced a bit about the past and said, "I will save the world, Elisa, Warren, and the people I have saved, and will continue to save in the future, whether it's effective or that is my world. And yet, I'm afraid of this hallucination. But thanks to this, I've completely woken up. I have no regrets even if I go back. My choice will not change." Suddenly, he heard someone calling his name. Korin turned his head and said, Is a reed, so she isn't affected by hallucinations. But Lunia, how did you get out so fast?" Lunia bluntly said, "That guy just kept talking nonsense." Lunia raised her sword and said decisively, "So I cut him down. Truly, this person doesn't know what it means to hesitate." And Korin spoke up and asked, "What about Elisa?" Lunia looked and replied, "Is this her weakest?" Stood there and also said, "She will wake up." Lunia and Korin charged forward with confidence. They accompanied each other in every situation and exclaimed, "I didn't expect we could break through the mist so easily." From afar, on the opposite cliff, a black panther appeared and said, "Remarkable." Korin was stunned and asked, "A talking panther? It's not a demonic beast." The panther emitted a special glow and continued, "Please forgive me. It's A strange man appeared and said, "To meet the young reed and her friends. I am Uskias, the protector of Findias. Let me take to Findias." Lunia looked over and said, "Oh, this is..." Lunia and followed Uskias to a castle in the forest, the hidden landscape of one of the 4 great Findias, where the sun sword, Clayam Soles, is kept. While walking, Korin stopped and asked, These people..." Quickly replied, "Yes, they are of the same kind as me." Korin heard that and said, "Nice house. Could you sell me a..." Looked at him and asked, "Are you sure? People call this the Greenland." Korin looked around with interest and said, "Real estate investment is about looking toward the..." At that moment, a voice rang out, "Please come this way." "That's right. I heard about the young reed searching for this place." The spirits told. Uskias sat on his chair, looked, and asked softly, "Why have you come to this distant land?" Korin looked directly at Uskias and replied, "I am looking for one of the 4 great treasures, the sun sword, Clayam Soles of the Xenu." Uskias heard that, stammered a bit, and asked, "What? You're looking for it too?" Korin nodded in response. Then he began to explain the reason why. "Because Queen Erendanua, the heavenly I am her official heir." "That is correct." At this point, Korin thought to himself, "I am the official heir of my master. Even if I go back, that doesn't change." After thinking, Korin spoke up, "But if you say to cough, ha." Suddenly, a figure stepped through the door and said, "You smell a strong scent of blood, don't you?" The mysterious person revealed sharp and mystical eyes and said, "It's you." The kid who killed Pumac. I thought someone would come, but it seems a crazier one has arrived. Seeing that, Corin said, Envoy Murius, King of the Gloomy Darkness. Envoy Murius replied, You know me? Beast King Zuns. Envoy Murius approached Corin and asked the Queen's protector, Huh? Kid, the throne of darkness belongs to only one man. Then Murius said a few threatening words. When the era of darkness comes, your goddess will be torn apart. Nothing will remain but bait for wild. Having said that, Envoy Murius fell silent and gave a terrifying smile as he looked. Corin.
Sudenly, Envoy Muria shooted angrily, donc call me any more.
I told you not to. After dealing with that, he turned to Corin with a kind smile and said, Oh, sorry about that, my friend. It was just a bit noisy. Cough, cough. Let's get to the main. Uskias, sitting on his high seat, saw this and said, Both of you want Clam Soles? But I don't have the right to hand it over. I am only the one who gives the trial. Corin heard that and asked. With that, Corin thought silently in his head. As expected, reeds still maintain a neutral role. But that's no fun at all. I don't know the content of the trial. Envoy Murius also thought calmly, although in the current situation, that person doesn't know any more than I do. But in the previous round, Banteza's faction already possessed all 4 great traits. Seeing them both deep in thought, Uskias spoke up, Both of you wait here. The content of the test will be announced after the discussion is finished. Envoy Murius heard that, laughed and said, Hee, I like trials. If it follows the main story. Corin glanced over and heard the words. The kid who killed Burm. Murius looked at him with a smile and said, I'm looking forward to it. This kid will pass this. That evening, the sky was clear, with only the clouds and the moon for. Elisa was immersed in her sleep. Lunia seemed to be sleeping very soundly. Elisa's eyelids flickered a few times. In Elisa's dream, the silhouettes of Corin and Lunia appeared. The two were hugging passionately, and it looked like a reunited and happy family. The two people I revere and admire have made a vow and are sharing their love with each other. Elisa dreamed of being surrounded by a group of children laughing and talking happily. 12 grandchildren who used to call me aunt and held me tight. Happiness was clearly visible on Elisa's face. This is surely a happiness that should not be broken. He is a very loyal person, and Corin is not the type to make his partner shed tears. So this is a happy ending. A good thing for everyone. Dreaming of Corin hugging Lunia, Elisa felt a lingering unease and thought, but why do I feel uncomfortable with this? A voice rang in Elisa's ear. Elisa, are you awake? Or are you still lost in the hallucination? It was Corin. He went to call Elisa but failed. Corin sighed and said, We're missing one person. I hope she wakes up before tomorrow. Suddenly, he saw Elisa open her eyes and move, and he exclaimed, Elisa, you're finally. Elisa unexpectedly pulled Corin down onto the sudden situation left him unable to react, and he could only shout, Huh? Corin was pulled onto the bed to lie next to Elisa. Corin called out to Elisa in Elisa put a finger to Corin's lips and said, Shoo. Then Elisa whispered, Brother. Corin was a bit panicked and said, Wait. Corin wondered in his heart. What is she doing? His flushed bright red, and he asked, Wait. Elisa sighed and let out a ah. Elisa moved closer to him and called out, Brother-in-law. Corin was. Elisa softly whispered to him again, Sister isn't here right. Corin was scared and asked, Huh? What? Only saw that Elisa's eyes looked very hazy. She seemed unable to control her act. Elisa then quickly lay down and hugged Corin. He lay still, not daring to move, and only thought to himself, What on earth is going on? Next day someone spoke up and said, Well then, I will now announce the second trial. Elisa heard that and asked in confusion, The second? Wasn't that the first? Uskias stood there leaning on his staff and replied, You have already completed the first trial. That was a test of how far you would go to maintain your. Then Uskias recounted, and whether you have enough steadfastness in your righteousness. You have proven your sense of. Elisa heard this in a daze and muttered, Proven my sense of. Elisa remembered a bit of yesterday's events. Brother-in-law, my sister isn't here right. After thinking, Elisa was terrified and trembled, exclaiming. Elisa said in a low, cautious voice, I don't think I could go that far. Corin stood nearby with a smile and said to Elisa, Either way, don't belittle yourself. Have confidence because you stood firm in your belief. Lunia walked over, patted Elisa's head, and said, Whatever your actions and righteousness are, carry them out steadfastly. Human strength inherently comes from one's own steadfastness. Elisa trembled slightly and exclaimed, Really? I don't think I can. Corin came over and gently comforted Elisa. Elisa, if you're tired, then rest. Elisa still tried a little and said, No, it's okay. For a sinner like me, what right do I? Uskias spoke again. The second trial. The reeds accompanying you will provide support. Uskias said seriously, The mission is to find mistletoe on a tree to create a staff. Let's begin. The deadline is until sunrise. Then a board appeared showing the content. The vow. Both sides accept the results of the trial and from now on will not attack each other for 60 days. The vow was made before the trial was announced. Korin turned around with a serious look and thought, originally, there was no such procedure. But I asked Uskias to act as a mediator. If he interferes with the trial, it will be very trouble. Korin saw Uskias standing with Envoy Muriel. It looked a bit scary and he thought, Korin stood in deep thought and speculated. Unlike the other reeds who remain neutral, he supports Bent. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps. Korin looked around and thought, even though Un has improved her strength a lot, Dunarix is at the sage rank. Although there is a condition not to attack each other, the difference is still very low. Suddenly, Un turned back and said, this is bad. The spirits aren't responding. As expected, it seems they all side with Dunarix. Lunia heard that and immediately said, then it won't be easy. Suddenly, Elisa spoke up and announced, I found mistletoe. Korin heard it and said, that's just an elm tree. Korin continued to observe the surroundings and said, it's a perfect gamble. Usually, mistletoe is parasitic on oak trees. In this vast forest, finding an oak tree is already not easy. Elisa was holding a piece of wood and asked, then what about this? Then Korin concluded, but finding an oak tree with mistletoe is nearly impossible. Even if there were spirits in the forest, it would be hard to find. And they've all gone over to Dunarix's side. Someone then asked, how about cutting some mistletoe and sticking it onto a regular oak? Korin heard this and replied, I'm confident in cutting down trees. Un looked at the wooden staff in Korin's hand and said, doing that will lose the meaning of the... Korin heard that and was a bit skeptical. Later, Uskias spoke up to announce, I will end the trial. Everyone, bring out the staff you have prepared. Envoy Murius took something out and said, I've prepared a big and hard... Envoy Murius looked and suddenly asked, why does your staff look bigger? And Korin glared and said, shut up, you black bastard. You don't need to... Korin looked and deduced one thing. Elisa had attached mistletoe seeds to an oak seed she found. And then Un used magic to make... He took out a mysterious potion and thought, originally it would have died soon. But I experimented a bit with something brought back from the east, and it was successful. The panther walked over and said, you have successfully completed the second. The panther approached Envoy Murius and Korin and said, you both passed. Now I will announce the final... Panther looked toward the horizon and said, in the northern forest of this place, there is a rowan tree with red berries. Your task is to bring those berries. Korin looked in that direction and said, I also guessed it wouldn't be simple. Suddenly, a voice came from somewhere, saying, I am... The mysterious voice rang out once more. Those who come here to take the fruit prove you are... As soon as he finished speaking, a giant body appeared. It was the Sky Titan of the same race as the Titan guarding the sun, Findias, in the legend of hero. Envoy Murius looked and said, a truly big and terrifying... Lunia looked and was momentarily stunned, saying, it seems it will be a bit difficult if we want to defeat him. Korin heard that and spoke up to reassure her. Don't think about that, Lunia. Whether we win or lose, we won't get Clam Solace. The thought occurred to Korin. That's right. They surely wouldn't force us to fight a giant like that aimlessly. The first and second trials were like that as well. The Sky Titan spoke up and said, I will test your wisdom. I will give you riddles. Korin heard that and replied, legendary creatures usually love riddles. Didn't you know? Un beside him replied, not necessarily. Envoy Murius then exclaimed in admiration, whoa, Sky Titan likes riddles. They'll do it. They'll solve the... Sky Titans love rare treasures and riddles. Because the world is easily destroyed, they limit their... Korin looked up and replied, fine. The Sky Titan was satisfied and said, good. I will explain the rules. The side that answers 5 questions correctly first wins. To be fair, each side can only have 2 participants. Korin, Elisa, and Envoy Murius were a bit happy. The Sky Titan continued, however, because reeds are accustomed to riddles, they will be disqualified from the competition. Envoy Murius laughed and said, Kaka, Titan likes riddles. I'm sure whoever represents us will be better than that. Lunia frowned and asked, do I look like someone good at riddles? Elisa beside her spoke up, I've solved some riddles in books. It should be enough with just Elisa and me on this. Once everything was settled, the Sky Titan said, let's be... Under the faint moonlight, the Sky Titan said, in the morning it grows large. At noon it shrinks. In the afternoon it grows large again. But at night it disappears. Korin heard and thought silently for a moment. Morning large, noon small, afternoon large again, night. Suddenly, Korin's eyes narrowed as he thought, if I think a bit more, they'll probably figure it out. The answer, Envoy Murius raised his hand to give his... Envoy Murius softly answered. The Sky Titan spoke to conclude. Korin was momentarily shocked and said nothing. Elisa stammered, thinking, Was it just a coincidence? Since he's usually so overwhelming, Corin's gaze suddenly sharpened as he thought about the characteristics of the Sky Titan. The Sky Titan then continued, "This is something that cannot be seen. No powerful existence can defeat it. It always draws near, but once it passes, it stops." Envoy Murius quickly had the answer and said, "Time. The answer is time." The Sky Titan moved on to the next riddle. "This thing is sometimes joy, sometimes tragedy. It is a play where all living beings are the protagonist." Envoy Murius again quickly had the answer, "Life. That name is both comedy and tragedy. To be or not to be, that is the. This isn't a coincidence. It feels like facing thousands, tens of thousands of people at." Envoy Murius laughed loudly and said, Kai, the Sky Titan is good at riddles. This is too." Corin now turned to Elisa and said, "Hey Elisa, why don't you try? You read many strange magazines." Elisa replied in alarm, "What do you mean strange magazines? I only subscribe to things every young girl should." The Sky Titan spoke again. "This is the fourth question. To me, it is a beautiful thing, but others cannot understand. For someone, it is violence. For another, it is a." After hearing this, Corin closed his eyes and frowned, thinking, this question is also really complicated. Is my imagination really this? Elisa cautiously spoke up, that, may I try saying it? Corin was a bit puzzled and said. The Sky Titan heard that and said, go ahead and. Elisa shyly and cautiously answered. Suddenly, in Elisa's heart, she thought, to me it is a beautiful thing but others don't understand. For someone it is violence. For someone else it is a. Immediately after, Elisa spoke her answer. An affair. Corin, thank you watching for Murius and the Sky Titan all responded in surprise. Huh? What? Everyone heard Elisa's answer and fell silent, unable to give any further response. Elisa saw everyone standing still and thought shyly, it could be like that too. The Sky Titan praised haltingly, interesting. Your answer is also correct. Elisa heard that and protested. No. Please consider it wrong. I was wrong. That's not what I meant. Corin asked in confusion. Elisa, what were you thinking?
Elisa replied loudly,
No. It's really not like that. And hey, don't avoid my eyes. Give me a chance to explain. Although Elisa spoke out to clear her name, it had no effect. Although the train of thought was broken, was it just the coincidence of a cautious person? Sky had guessed correctly for 2 consecutive questions, and the riddle confrontation ended in our Envoy Murius quietly left with a laugh, saying, Kekiki, this berry is so beautiful. I did well, right? Right? The man walking beside Envoy Murius smiled and said, Congratulations, Lord Sky. Congratulations, Lord Sky. We lost complete. Elisa sighed tiredly and said, Oh, what should we do? Have we walked over and said to Elisa, the trial probably won't end like this. I think we just haven't obtained one of the necessary materials yet. Elisa heard that and exclaimed, If so, that's a relief. Continued, we reads never give up everything just because of one failure. Suddenly, Un's eyes scanned the surroundings, observing. Lunia gently walked up and asked, Is it an? Finished her observation and replied, There's no. Then used her energy to observe more carefully, reached a conclusion. There are no spirits around. There isn't even any. Corin heard this and felt skeptical of existence. Come to think of it, I don't see any monsters either. I saw them occasionally on the way here. No spirits and no monsters. This is a magic realm. The Ghost Forest, a place also known as the Monster Mountain. Corin looked straight ahead and thought, if neither type is seen in this forest, there are only 2 either someone has destroyed all the spirits and monsters, or they have all fled to avoid an overwhelming. Envoy Murius chuckled. Later, Envoy Murius spoke up. Could it be that we've gone too deep? Thank you watching for Finished speaking. A mysterious blue surge of power quickly. A strange circle suddenly appeared under everyone's. Then, from that circle, an ancient castle with a touch of horror slowly. After that castle appeared, the blue surge of power disappeared, replaced by a red one. It looked truly horrific and seeing the situation change so rapidly, Corin shouted an order. A red surge of power shot straight down to the ground. It brought with it supreme destruction. Was in danger of being swallowed by that. Fortunately, Corin arrived and timely saved from the brink of destruction. Corin turned his head to look and then said, that being the true appearance of the opponent, he determined a humanoid monster. At this point, Corin said to Get back. Stammered, Thank you. Corin looked at the humanoid monster and wondered, why is that thing? Monster was a multi-headed python. It opened its wide mouth and stuck out its tongue, looking terrifying. Next, a mysterious surge of power appeared. Corin charged in to attack, slicing the multi-headed python's body into pieces. Lunia saw this and was stunned, thinking, that is the person who will later be famous throughout the Aiden school. Demons. Night gradually fell. A heroic figure stood under the faint crescent. Beyond the borders of Aiden exists a land called the Magic Realm. It is where wild beasts and demonic beasts, claiming to be the masters of the forest, exist in a peculiar balance. The person who broke that balance was just an old man holding a sword. That mysterious silhouette was Elisa's grandfather. He spoke up and said, demonic creatures. That sword belongs to me. Do not call them demonic. Grotesque hand suddenly appeared. Because their nature originates from beasts, a body with rippling muscles. That grotesque hand held the sword, but rarely there are also demonic creatures born with human-like shapes. Are they to exist or to destroy? Elisa's grandfather also raised his weapon and let out a grunt. Seeing a demonic creature holding a sword, the Sword Emperor laughed. A smirk appeared on Elisa's grandfather's face as he said, a demonic creature learning to use a sword? A one-sided teacher-student relationship, known only to the master, has been. Battle between the monster and Elisa's grandfather ensued, continuing until the 8th. He held the sword with an incredibly angry expression and charged. He personally gave this demonic creature and Elisa's grandfather's eyes glowed with a terrifying. Battle between Elisa's grandfather and that monster had yet to reach its conclusion. Envoy Muria spoke up in horror. What on earth is that? He called it the demon's sword. Currently, only I and that crazy old man know this. In the future, that name will be known throughout the world, becoming the strongest swordsman in the legend of Hero Ahan. But it is a demonic creature on Bantaza's. Nevertheless, it is attacking Dunarix and Zunskies under Bantaza. The multi-headed python hasn't been destroyed yet, and the mysterious monster continues to charge into. It proves it doesn't completely belong to that faction yet. Perhaps that's a good thing, but we can't celebrate. How can we stop that thing? It's going to be our turn. Korin suddenly appeared from behind and whispered. Having said that, he immediately seized the opportunity and struck. Then Korin gave that monster a horrific attack, a chain of continuous. Lunia also charged forward with her sword. Lunia's appearance before these grotesque demonic creatures was not the least bit. Suddenly Lunia spoke up and said. Lunia looked directly at the monster and, where did you learn that sword? Monster did not answer Lunia but immediately lunged to it. Lunia quickly dodged that fatal. However, the monster had no intention of letting Lunia go. Continued to lunge and in that split second, Lunia felt like her eyes were about to be shredded by this. Lunia skillfully dodged once more and said, yes. However, strike after strike, the monster still wouldn't let Lunia. Not only its hands, but both of its legs had turned into sharp. The monster's eyes glowed blood red, looking as if it wanted to swallow Lunia. As if using a multitude of swords simultaneously, the monster lunged forward with lightning-fast hand moves. Lunia felt weaker compared to the monster. Her entire body felt as if it were being swallowed by the monster's. Korin's gaze sharpened as he lunged forward, thinking, and someone who always controls distance with only a single. His eyes suddenly sharpened, and he let out a loud shout. Lunia, mine! As he spoke, a brilliant surge of power appeared, countering the monster's dark moment that would determine victory or defeat. However, the monster remained calm. A grotesque smile even appeared on its. Suddenly Lunia stepped brutally on the monster's hand. It was Lunia's decisive half-step movement. Lunia's experience. Lunia smiled deeply and said, let's finish. After saying that, Korin and Elisa rushed forward to destroy the monster. They used the techniques exorcising presence, brave blood slaughter, and iron breaking. The monster dodged Korin and Elisa's attacks. They smirked and said, dodging? Is it an illusion? The monster quickly lost its initiative and weakened during the sword seemed to be summoning a mysterious source of power. Someone spoke up. Korin and the others were determined to charge and finish off the monster. He said, I definitely won't let you. Suddenly, Korin felt something strange and cried out. The monster appeared right in front of him, face to face at a very close distance. Monster used a power called Shadow Soul Slash. Peerless 8. It grew stronger and stronger. A terrifying, bizarre smile of Korin, Elisa, and Lunia faced the monster, and things weren't going. Korin's face looked troubled. Gritting his teeth, he thought, in this domain, even moving is suffocating. It's not perfected yet, but an 8 strike. In Korin's eyes, a bright, precious diamond symbol suddenly. Then he braced himself and used a special technique, Aiden-style first sword, Domain Slash, Poison Dragon Emerge. Korin suddenly froze, only his eyes glowing brightly. In his mind, he thought, even giving it my all, I could only block 5 strikes. Unfortunately, there are 3. Korin looked straight at Lunia and thought, it's targeting Lunia again. Even if Lunia perceives the domain, she's still half a step too. Korin looked at Lunia with worry, thinking if this continued, he gripped his combat sword. Looking over at Lunia, he realized that's the ultimate defensive skill. Only swordsmen who have reached the ultimate stage can. The monster's eyes still glowed a terrifying blood red. Aiden style first, the monster stood up step by step and used the technique deceptive domains. Suddenly, the monster felt something strange. At this point, Lunia said, "Humph, did you dodge the vital point?" Then Lunia continued, "This one is dangerous. We must deal with it right here." Corin agreed and nodded, "I agree. The sword demon hasn't reached the realm I know. The final technique it will reach is the ultimate skill that cuts everything. Thousand-handed peerless." Corin rushed forward, determined. "I must destroy it." The monster let out a unique. The figure appeared behind the monster and whispered, "Hello, old." The monster's blood-red eyes still stared intensely at the figure that just appeared behind the monster was the monster envoy, Murius. Murius quickly acted to finish off the monster. It didn't stop there. From that dry dust cloud, mysterious spots of light suddenly appeared. They looked like the eyes of some horrific creature. Before they could understand what was happening, those things merged into a giant monster. It lunged at the monster envoy. The monster hadn't been destroyed yet. It appeared and broke into an indescribable all around the monster's body, eerie blue threads. Seeing this, everyone realized, they are the king's subordinates. The monster opened its mouth wide and the monster attacked once more, destroying everything. This showed that even the sword demon was terrified. The new monster appeared standing behind Uskia's. It looked terrifying. Seeing that sight, any living creature would surrender, and the monster's eyes seemed to be smiling. Ha! Creatures that possess nearly immortal. Three King Junskys. Sage do. Thank you watching for Corin, Elisa, Lunia, and Un just stood there in a daze. Corin whispered, "Monsters. Those are the enemies we must." After everything ended, everyone sat together and said, "Sorry, I couldn't do it." Elisa sat and comforted Un. "Don't worry, it was unavoidable." Un still felt guilty and said, "But." Elisa sympathized and said, "I'm not seriously injured." And they thought back to the monster's battle and said, "That monster used the Aiden swords." Elisa sat and asked, "Could it be that it read a sword manual?" Hearing this, Lunia replied, "Don't say such nonsense. It's a monster. If it could, it only practiced through hundreds, thousands of battles." Lunia's brows furrowed, and she said seriously, "And there's only one person who would do something like that." Suddenly, someone walked over and laughed. Kaka. Lunia and Elisa turned around and heard, "It seems my granddaughter has realized it." Elisa suddenly cried out, "Huh? Grandfather! Grandfather!" It was Elisa's grandfather who walked over and said, "This is the sword, Garand Aiden." Lunia muttered, "This crazy old man. What did you do? Did you teach the sword style to a mom?" Elisa's grandfather chuckled and said, "It's just an old man's pastime. But to be precise, I didn't teach it. I just let it." He spoke. A strange surge of power appeared beneath his. Lunia and Elisa stood still, admiring this. A moment later, Elisa's grandfather spoke. Seeing that, Lunia gritted her teeth and said, "That person didn't step into the domain of a human sword, but the domain of a monster's sword. Isn't that interesting, you crazy old..." Elisa's grandfather laughed and replied, "Who knows? I'm about to witness the next realm of swordsmen." Lunia heard this and cursed, "You shameless old..." Winding a bit to the past. In the past, a voice rang out, "Grandfather, I don't want to be weak." Elisa walked up to her grandfather and said, "Please teach me the swords." Elisa's grandfather didn't hesitate and quickly agreed. "Fine. I will teach." Elisa stood facing her grandfather with a very serious expression, thinking that anyone could be infatuated with swords. The enlightenment of hysteria spoke up, "Although we didn't obtain the Madara fruit, can we still participate in the final challenge?" Askia sat on the chair and replied, "It's fine. But because there's no the final challenge will be in favor of Sky and Duneric." Duneric laughed happily upon hearing. Korn said, "Hey, don't be biased just because they're druids. We only lost because that sword demon appeared. You should give us a little advantage." Askias replied, "I will announce the final challenge." Korn exclaimed, "Wow. Nurture the magic wand you craft." Duneric gripped a large piece of wood with determined. Beside him, Un was also carrying an identical piece. Askias announced the rules: nurture it until it touches the sky, then face the giant protecting. There are only 3 weeks until the eclipse. By then, we must grow a staff tall enough to reach the like-minded individuals. A deadly fascination with the blade. Elisa was struggling intensely with her training. Because of that, I understand the talent and demonic nature of the sword. Scares me. Elisa gritted her teeth in frustration. Her body was covered in wounds, but her heart was still anxious and uneasy. Moreover, he is stronger. Elisa's grandfather saw his granddaughter like that and advised, "Your basic techniques are still too poor, my granddaughter." Then he said, "But I didn't expect you to voluntarily ask this grandfather to teach you. It was worth training that disciple." Hearing this, Elisa wondered, "Disciple? Do you mean that monster?" Why didn't you kill? He replied, I can't. He is a talent capable of reaching the heavenly sword realm. Elisa was a bit dazed. Heavenly sword realm? This is the first time I've heard of it. He said calmly, because it's something I created myself. That answer made Elisa extremely. This time, the match continued. Elisa knelt down to gain momentum. Then she gripped her sword and charged straight ahead, saying, Stop. Elisa's grandfather showed no surprise. With glowing red eyes and a powerful aura, he held his sword high. Anyone who reaches this realm will be able to slash the whole world. I really want to see such a swordsman. After speaking, he delivered a powerful Elisa tried her best to block it, expressing her defiance by mocking him. You senile old. Elisa's grandfather laughed with delight and said, Haha. Now you look just like your. Elisa was stunned hearing that. Scene changes to the kingdom of Elras, the southern fort. Mariette asked crossly, Mother? Can I go now? Mariette's mother wondered. Is something. The spring festival ends in just 4 days. Corin left to meet before the eclipse on February 8th. Although riding a wyvern leaves plenty of time, she suddenly remembered a moment from the past. Mariette's face turned red. Her heart was full of confusion. I still feel Suddenly, Mariette's father ran in from outside and shouted to stop her. You can't. Where are you going? Mariette. A vacation is for the family to enjoy together. You can start a family there. As soon as he finished speaking, he received a devastating. Mariette's mother smiled, but radiated a terrifying aura, saying, Our Maria has reached the age to understand things about men. Then she pushed the man away. Hurry up and give Duggo a younger. No, that's not it. Horsewell, let me borrow it for a bit. Let's go, Duggo. Let's go find father. Mariette took the opportunity to leave, her face still. Is this the intuition of a high-level vampire? Mariette instinctively sensed. Looking at the image of a bird soaring high in the sky, she realized a new rival had appeared beside. A clear female voice softly rang out. Holy lady, I am Warren, a novice. The one called the Saintess heard this and replied, Is that so? Then let's go. At the first Holy Land, Girium Grand Cathedral. Inside the hall was a mystical and sacred. Pink hair fluttered and billowed in the. Standing under the brilliant light, with a gorgeous face and an overwhelming aura, it was Saintess. Estelle looked down in surprise. Then she cast aside her noble appearance and jumped down to hug Warren. Wow, Warren is here. Warren said irritably, but Estelle didn't care, caressing the other's soft pink cheeks. I heard you ran into big trouble at the festival. Are you okay? Of course I'm not hurt. But, Warren spoke, control your. Warren requested, quickly remove my seal. Estelle asked back with interest, Why? Warren stuttered embarrassedly. The thing is so suffocating. Please, sister, help me. As she spoke, Warren's cheeks turned red, and her breathing became. Estelle's eyes were very excited by that. Islan, isn't it? Warren suddenly seemed like a different person. With a bright expression and a fresh smile, she said, Saintess, I also sympathize with you. We need your strength. Estelle wondered. Warren smiled confidently and said, I want to be his first. Estelle's eyes narrowed meaningfully once. Then she placed her hand on the other's head, unleashing a source of power. Warren returned to normal and asked, Has the seal been removed? Estelle replied, Up to the first seal. Warren was somewhat satisfied. Then she turned decisively to leave. I'm leaving now. From here to the eastern border is 24,000 kilometers. You should ride a while.
I'm even faster.
Warren's tone was firmer than. But then she became shy. I can't let her get there. After speaking, she leaped out the window before the stunned eyes and pleading tone of Professor Josephine.
No, Lan.
You can't do that. The trip will take 3 weeks. What? Why jump out the window? Warren declared. It'll be there in 2 days. On this side, a smile was playing on Estelle's lips. It's strange. Uneric, the vampire. Sword Tiger. Thank you watching for and Lisa, the one who had to face. From the battle with the Iron Mountain King to Warren's change from a naive girl to a determined. Estelle covered her mouth and smiled, saying, Everything is caught up in countless unexpected events. And Corin Locke, our 3 days later, Corin was holding something in his mouth and complained, the Sword Emperor. That old man really doesn't know how to hold. Haven't even climbed the tree yet and am about to die from blood loss. After speaking, he tightened the bandage on Elisa's stomach, making Elisa cry out in pain. You aha, I'm really going to die. Corin heard that and said, Stop it. It's too early to. Elisa frowned. I'm sure I can still climb up there. Elisa glanced at the other side of the tree, but when she saw it fully, she screamed. What? Because it's too. Elisa stuttered, I think it's difficult. Corin reassured her, don't worry. Everything will be. Elisa was a bit surprised, thinking he's always like this. From stopping a house-sized wild boar from escaping to stopping Professor Firmek. even when facing the indestructible diamond demon. How can he carry such a resilient will? Faced with seemingly insurmountable challenges, he always looks further. Suddenly, a voice rang out in the area. Korin, ultimately, what do you want to? Rubbed his chin and said, who knows? That mysterious person spoke. Working so hard late at night is indeed a Korin, the queen's spear. I wanted to talk to you at least. The person who arrived was none other than Druid Dun. Korin questioned warily, what's this? Duneric calmly said, why do you humans prevent heaven's end? He slowly pushed himself up. That's obvious. Many people will die. Surely you know that. His eyes were firm, his voice sharp. As a druid who always puts nature first, why are you on that side? Duneric replied, that's Duneric said seriously, the only conclusion I've reached after living for hundreds of years is that to protect He looked straight at the two in front of him with bloodthirsty eyes. Humans must be Elisa was almost suffocated by the pressure. What? Those dry eyes like a plant? In Elisa's eyes, Duneric was no different from a demon, with an aura that crushed anyone who dared face him. A massive malice toward this. Korin spoke up, reminding her, look closely. What I want to do is destroy people like this, he said while looking straight. Duneric burst out laughing, stroking his beard. Ah, you came all this way to hinder us. It seems you are very serious. Korin said confidently, but at least for now you will fail. Look over. Looking at the tree growing incessantly, he asked, how is it? Do you see the difference in growth speed? I've lived for hundreds of years with nature. This gap, no matter what kind of magic you use on the continent, cannot be made up. This is also the law of nature. Duneric frowned and spoke. Law? Logic? Principles? Efficiency? You are always trapped in those things. Always thinking you know. After I once posted on the forum about throwing a golden mandragora into the lake. Many people thought it was the right answer and used it to upgrade. But for me, I'm tired of the conventional way of playing. Golden mandragoras. I even brought such hard-to-find items out for I'm probably the only one who has ever tested the cultivation system with a precious item like the golden mandragora. Way I turned the elm tree that Axa brought back in the first quest into a giant. Just testing a few drops of solution created such a great effect. This is something you might not see even if you lived in nature for hundreds of years. The golden material in this bottle is something I crafted myself. Unique hidden piece until now. Golden mandragora fertilizer. After thinking this, he poured the solution onto the tree. System notification appeared. Golden mandragora fertilizer promotes the growth of magic trees. Creates a wide-range mana recovery field. Recovers 185 mana per. Immediately its effect became clear. A strong wind blew. Korin said, Mr. Druid. For first-time players, we usually call them newbies. I don't know how many years you've lived. Duneric's eyes narrowed, but no emotion could be. Korin laughed gleefully. Live a few more times and you'll realize there are always new things to learn. Look here, I'll begin to display my magic. He stood tall and confident, not flinching. A beam of light still radiated from the top of the tree. Elisa exclaimed in admiration. Yeah, the tree trunk grew higher and higher, as if it could touch the clouds. Looking up at the height, Korin marveled. I didn't expect it to go this, he said with satisfaction. Good. The growth rate is 3 times faster. Suddenly, a voice rang out with praise. I don't know how you did it, but you've nurtured them. Askia spoke up. Now you will ascend to the sky. But as a sage of Findias, my last advice is to seize Clam Solace. Do not miss the moment when the sun's power. Askias gripped his hand as if entrusting him with everything he had held in his heart for so long. And as a living being on this land, I want to say a final Askias bowed sincerely. From now on, everything depends. Stop them, oh young. Korin smiled and Elisa also said excitedly, Korin, they'll call my sister. Do you plan to leave right now? He answered bluntly. Climbing up won't be completed in a day or two. I need to prepare food, clothes, and other things. Once everything is ready, I'll depart in a. Korin looked straight up and thought. The final battle to seize the legendary treasure Clam Solace will take place in the. Prepare yourself well, do. Because of the strongest formation I can. The 2 of them dashed away like. Now, there are still 2 young girls waiting for the day they reunite. It will thank you watching for vid. A week later, Korin looked around and said, in the end, no one came. He wondered in confusion, seriously, what are they doing? No one showed. After saying that, he rubbed his head, his eyes fixed on the ground. Below the giant ancient tree, a man's voice rang out. Have they been discovered near the lower barrier? This is. When they were first brought here, it wasn't like. Warren was unconscious, lying with her eyes closed, her face looking very uncomfortable, and Mariette lying next to her wasn't much better. Powerful source of energy. This level of mana and aura is terrifying. What on earth are they seeing in that? Askias explained, that's right. They've been like this for several days. In this state, the secret realm could be in danger. I will personally enter the illusion to lead them out. The two people beside him offered. Should we support? Askias closed his eyes and replied firmly. No. I will use an avatar and pull both girls. Then he snapped his eyes open. His expression panicked as if he had seen something horrible. Scene changes to an illusory world in Mariette's. People here were gossiping they had children before graduating from the academy. Oh my, they're in quite a hurry. Why do the children look exactly like their Oh, is this a wedding? Mariette's face looked very happy, with a warm Suddenly, an announcement came, the groom is entering. This caught Mariette's attention. Corin, in a stylish black suit, entered majestically. Even the guests exclaimed in praise, wow, he looks so dashing. That's right. He's really majestic, so handsome, Corin. Mariette was mesmerized by that figure. Her cheeks flushed and her eyes, but the next announcement seemed to deal a fatal blow to Mariette's psyche. The bride is entering. The bride? The person entering was Warren in a pure white wedding dress. The guests saw her and whispered in praise. Oh, she's so beautiful, so elegant. Warren smiled and softly called. Seeing the two of them being intimate made Mariette's heart shatter. No. Mariette sat slumped on the ground. Her face filled with collapse and this isn't right. A year passed. Mariette's expression looked as if she were sinking to the child looks exactly like Corin. The image of a happy family. That child, Mariette thought, should have been Corin's thoughtfulness in preparing for the wedding day. But he was still wearing that wedding. Mariette could only stand behind and talk to herself. I could give him better things. Food, clothes, a home, land, mines, treasures, titles. I could give him anything. He wouldn't have to lift a finger his entire life. All I need is for him to smile and welcome me. Just that, and I would offer him everything. Now, those eyes were no longer sad but filled with absolute possessiveness. But, now I understand. I cannot accept this defeat. No, I will never accept. Soon Corin will grow old. He is just a short-lived species. He will live at most 100 years. Mariette's hand gently touched Corin's silver-white hair in the flower-filled coffin. But I possess immortality. An ancient vamp. I will turn Corin into a vampire and bind him to me. Mariette used her blood-red magic. Whether as father and daughter or master and servant, it doesn't matter. He will belong entirely to me. Tears softly can give him those 100 years. After that, he will be every trace that woman left behind until they fade, wear away, and Corin in that world slightly opened his hazy. He saw Mariette's smile and tears. I will give you happy. So another wedding took place. This was the first time Warren and another version of her sat slumped on the ground in agony. Watching that, giving my heart, or touching another man's. Happy couple in the house was sitting inside, feeding each other. Laughter rang. The real Warren appeared and asked, what are you doing? The other version replied sadly. Warren asked again, what do you want to do? That version said, I don't know. Suffering wasn't part of my appa, lover, husband, my love. All the names I could call him. I want to love normally, date normally, have a family and Warren closed her eyes and whispered, why can't you? They'll help. Scene changes to Corin sitting on the bed, happily welcoming her. Long time no see. Are you, Warren? As soon as he called her name, Warren gripped his hand. Warren pushed him down onto the bed. Angrily challenging, tried to. Corin asked with difficulty, Humph, why is this happening? Warren tore his shirt and said, this is your fault. Because you looked at someone else instead of me. Warren's eyes glowed a terrifying red, staring straight at the 2 bite marks on his. Everything is. Having said that, she opened her mouth. She bit down, making Corin cry out in pain. A long while later, Warren released him and angrily declared, Appa, this is your. Just as I gave all my first times, your first time must also belong to me. Corin's face showed clear. The next morning, sunlight began to shine into their. A man and a woman had spent the whole night held hands. Outside the window, birds were flying. Warren fell back into family happiness with Corin, so naturally, there would be a one. Warren's tears. Then everything returned to reality. Mariette also just woke up with a smile on her cup. A voice rang out, making both of them realize it was an illusion. Uskias now introduced himself. I am Uskias, the guardian of Findias. That is, ahem. If you are here to find Corin Locke, it's a bit too late. They have already begun their journey to the. Exactly 3 days ago. Both girls shared the same thought. Thank you watching for vid. They asked in unison. But how did you know we were looking for? Great Sage Reed already knew this day would come. Uskias explained, I am the Sage Reed. I know many things. I swore to bury the dark pasts of those 3 girls. From this side, Corin and his teammates had climbed to the top. It's so cold. Corin, there's nothing. Thank you watching for vid. He drew a symbol on the tree trunk and said, just a little more effort. We're almost there. According to the plot, Ball that has forces will have all 4 great the bright dagger of Goliath Aradra, the sun sword of Findias, Clayam Soles, the magic shield of Murius Andre, The Stone of Destiny of Phalia's Leophale. According to the original script of you go to Goliath and Murius. Naturally, the achievements have been wiped. Remembering the text documents I skipped in the game. The magic shield from Murius lies in the deep darkness. In reality, it's in a pit full of coiled snakes. What Madrid said about Clam Solis reach for the sky, hold the sun in your hand can be understood metaphor. If that's the case, suddenly Corin requested, look, a strong gust of wind blew. Un shouted, Corin, the clouds are coming down. They're going to He climbed higher, then replied, it's not that the clouds are coming down, but the oak tree is still growing. It's growing faster. The pressure on them grew, as if trying to push everyone to the ground. After it stopped, Corin looked at the scene before him in awe. That place is like a separate world, with modern and luxurious architecture. A majestic nation sitting on the cloud. Corin walked to the main gate and looked up. The walls are 50 meters high and very well maintained. Lunia frowned and said, but it's very small. Elisa asked, that's small? Lunia replied seriously, at this size, it's not the fortress of a sky giant. It might be for an ordinary giant. Un spoke up, but Uskias said there's a giant guarding the sun here. Regardless of who's guarding it, we can't go through the main. Corin remembered Dun's earlier words. The Madara fruit is the entry. Then he smirked triumphantly. So, we'll knock on the door and see what happens. This startled. He took a deep breath. Then he shouted with all his might. The space became tense after he did. The door indeed opened. Elisa was worried, her voice hesitating. Corin. Corin said, from now on, everything depends on improvisation. From inside, a chilling voice rang out. Who are you? They are humans. A group of terrifying giants appeared behind the. Elisa screamed in panic. Ah. They're all high. Corin. The giant spoke. Speak. He leaned down and asked, do you have? Corin calmly replied. The giant frowned. None? Then become human soup. After speaking, he threw a. Corin remained calm and raised his hand to stop him. Then he explained, we are the pioneer heroes recognized by Lord Uskias. Only then did the giants. He knelt on one knee to show friendship. Soon our master, the one who arranged all this, will bring the red Madara fruit. The giant asked, fine. What is your master's? Suddenly, he smiled in a perverse and creepy way, changing his face faster than a chameleon. Lord Duneric is recognized by both the sky giants and the sage of Fin. Corin said while pointing behind him. He even sent a druid representing the sage here. Seeing that she was the one being pointed at, Un was scared out of her wits. A druid? Immediately, a stone face moved close to Un and said, Sabin and Findias also recognized. Un was so panicked she couldn't speak. Seeing the other person in trouble, Corin smiled even more happily. He teased Un and urged her, try it. Try doing that. Suddenly, a large tree grew out, blocking the area fell into silence. Zel I find Yura Wad. Shep. That tree immediately turned into a giant tree-ant named Wicker. Seeing that, the high-level stone giant mused, if you understand Red Madara and know how to control the Wicker Man, then being Uskias representative isn't hard to understand. However, the problem is the key. Corin was annoyed hearing the stone giant and immediately replied, I know. Without the red Madara fruit you can't take the sunlight, right? It's just that our hero thought he should notify you beforehand to show respect to the great giant. As soon as he finished, the stone giant smiled with satisfaction. That situation stabilized for the moment. The massive door slowly opened. The stone giant welcomed them. Fine, you lot. Dun's subordinates. I will welcome you as. But the stone giant still had concerns. However, regarding the sun, Corin corrected him, of course. You are absolutely. Seeing the plan succeed, he laughed arrogantly and wildly. How was it? Simple, right? Leaving Un and Elisa speak. A moment later, Elisa asked seriously, Humph, is that the whole plan? Corin smirked and replied, the important part starts. His eyes flashed with killing intent. With a bizarre smile, he declared loudly, now we will clear this place. Anticipating the situation, Corin had Lunia and Un wait outside, while he and Elisa went straight into the giant's tree. Corin showed a smug face. It's a bit embarrassing to say, but in the previous loop, stealing almost became a because the player Park Sihu had an all-powerful cheat called the inventory. So, regardless of the area or stage, the first thing was always to find the treasure. Elisa's question brought him back to reality. Corin, how do you know exactly where the treasure is on your first time at the giant's castle? He replied leisurely, treasures have similarities everywhere. The issue, we must find the sword of. After walking for a while, Corin and Elisa reached a pile of gold. It sparkled so much that Elisa gasped in surprise. Because they found the treasure so easily, Elisa wondered, the ceiling was cut through. Yet there are no guards? Corin explained, Clam Solis needs to absorb sunlight during the day. So they say only during a solar eclipse, when its power is weakened, can it be taken? Hearing this, she asked in confusion, then wouldn't it be easier to just wait until night and take it? Corinne shrugged. Elisa went over, picked up a golden sword, and admired it with interest. Can we find the sunlight in a place like this? But on this side, Corin remained vigilant. He didn't believe there were no gold. He looked at the pile of gold skeptically, as nothing comes that easy. Surely we can't just take the sunlight without touching anything else, right? Elisa said naively, well, the lack of guards is understandable. Suddenly, a hen appeared from under the gold pile. Elisa said in surprise, it's a bit small for a giant. Suddenly, Corin warned in panic, someone's coming. Hide. She jumped in panic. What? High-level stone giant smiled, revealing a row of perfectly even white teeth. Oh, my sweet darling, looked at the hen in the gold pile with a perverted smile. Good girl. Come. In the dark corner, Corin and Elisa hugged each other, praying silently. Please just pass by without noticing you. That hen stood with its eyes wide open, staring straight at the two of them. Seeing that, Corin and Elisa knew they were doomed. The hen looked at them and tilted its head in confusion. Cluck cluck. At this moment, Corin whispered a curse. That damn thing. Elisa quickly covered his mouth. Shoo. Corin. Be quiet. Suddenly, it narrowed its eyes and stared at them. Immediately, it turned its rear to the two of them and laid a golden egg. Corin was stunned. It's not a goose. But don't tell me all the gold coins in this treasure are pooped out by that thing? Elisa immediately corrected him. Pooped out sounds so... At this point, the stone giant's stiff face turned into a perverted expression with puckered lips. He grabbed the little chicken as if to choke it. Cluck cluck. Haha. Pretty girl. Come with daddy. It seemed Corin's mind was still dreaming about the golden egg just now. What? He took it away. If we could just catch one, we'd live in luxury for the rest of our lives. Elisa threw a bucket of cold water on him. Wake up. We need to find the sun. Not. And Elisa sighed in relief. Phew. That was a close call. Corin agreed exactly. But when she calmed down, Elisa stared in shock because her whole body was pressing against his in a very suggestive posture. Suddenly, memories of that fateful night returned. Elisa remembered her sister's suggestive words. Brother-in-law, my sister isn't here right now. The memories of that night. Why are they appearing? Returning to reality, Elisa asked shyly. Hey Corin, my sister. What do you think? Corin answered honestly without any emotion. Lunia? Well, she's a wonderful person. I have a good impression. Hearing that, Elisa blushed at the words good impression. Corin quickly added, a good, talented person. Likeable. And beautiful. Any man would feel that. She looked down and stuttered. Really? He frowned slightly and said, anyway, let's finish searching. The day after tomorrow is the eclipse, and it only lasts 2 hours. If we don't make it, Sky will get the sun through the official path. As soon as Corin finished, Elisa stood up, her face darkening. So that, at this point, she looked up at the sky where a starno, the light of the sun, would be. Elisa stared without blinking and said dreamily, there's something very strange. Corin also noticed something unusual. What? Stand back a bit. Precisely, this is a place that can absorb sunlight during the day but can never be approached at. Reasoning this far, Corin partially realized, could it be a place where during the eclipse, its power must also... Today is the day the half-moon will rise. Indeed, looking through the gap, it was opposite the perfect full. Sun Clam Solace was disguised as the moon. It floated on a floating island in the... A moment later, Corin told everyone about his nodded. Sunlight by day, moon by night. Hovering on a floating island? Corin replied, maybe it's not actually the sun or moon, but is being maintained by a barrier on the floating island. However, it certainly can't be reached just by reaching. Wondered, is there any way to... This was indeed a difficult question because even Corin couldn't think of one yet. Who knows? For us right now, it's impossible. But since there are still 2 days until the eclipse, let's quietly find a way. Stammered. 2 days? Night. The full moon shines brilliantly. During the day, it remains just as bright, though it is not as prominent as it is at. It turns into night, and so a day passes simply like. By the next morning, everything remains exactly the same. However, Corin's group's plan was challenged by the reality that a way to reach the sky was not something easily. Soon Dunn and Dunn Norris will arrive. In the end, arriving 2 days early brought us no benefit. Suddenly, the voice of the high-level rockman rose from behind. Except for Dread, the rest are edible. Another one stopped him. Calm down. Perhaps they aren't what we thought. But Corin is smart enough to understand. Based on their standards, they have been patient long enough. The giants of Sky Citadel Sabin. The giants in the sky had an order etched into their lineage never to. Dredoon was among them and could only hand over those who carry the crimson ghostwood. The high-level rockman said with some amusement, after handing over the sun, we will be free. When the mission ends, I will climb down the trunk and hunt human. Ah! The one next to him was equally delighted. Oh right, and that guy Nuskin said he prepared a gift too. Didn't he bring a whole bunch of snakes and s moment Corin, standing behind the door, had overheard and assessed. Humph. But anyway, arriving early wasn't completely useless. It was nearly as night fell, the moon was gradually being The stranger laughed, revealing sharp teeth. What is this? Heh. Black sun? This place is a bit cramped for a giant to live. Standing before a crowd of hooded figures, he said excitedly, my heart just keeps. The door slowly opened. Now let's go get the sun sword. Suddenly, an urgent voice rang out. Stop. Cat. The stranger frowned and stopped. Wait. The wicker man suddenly appeared and burst the door. Then Corin's voice shouted. Oh my great master. The final day has arrived. The stranger didn't understand what was happening. A huge question mark appearing on his. Corin stepped forward with a clown-like face, knelt down, and held up the hen from. The stranger stared at the chicken, frozen. The chicken spoke. Cluck cluck. After being stunned for 5 seconds, the stranger wondered, hey, my friend. What is this? What is? Suddenly, a roar erupted. A massive sword cut the wicker man in. A group of rockmen rushed forward, leaving devastation wherever they went. How dare you steal our treasure? Kill them. The rockmen rushed forward with uncontrollable expression. Suddenly, they realized their target and regained their composure. Oh, on this side, Corin sinisterly placed the chicken in the stranger's hand and began shouting like a victim of a robbery. Oh great done, Umajestic hero, by your command, we have stolen all the treasure from these stupid giants. He immediately put on a bewildered face. Huh? What? At this point, Corin didn't even bother acting anymore and revealed his monstrous face. You pervert from before. Come on. Now let's destroy these fools. Norris said calmly, I've been played. Immediately the battle broke. The powerful rockman charged forward. Kill them all. Each single punch from the rockman shattered the ground beneath their feet. It was terrifying. Then those from the wind sect were picked up by the rockmen and swallowed whole, no matter how they screamed. Ah! Spare me. Doi. Another one put Dun into his mouth. Kaka. Dun Skiaki is my Before he could chew or swallow, he choked and froze. Then he vomited Dun out along with hundreds of poisonous snakes. Bleck. Seeing the situation was unstable, Dun Norris frowned and turned back to look. You? But no one could stop, because he had reached a state of madness. Whether it was you, Dun, or Bantaza. No one. If I can't have Cloud Solace, I'd rather turn it into laughed with delight while running frantically. Ah! Now just let them kill each other. It's even better if they all die together. Lunia also felt he was going a bit too far. Aren't you ashamed at all, Corin? But shame was a word that didn't exist in Corin's dictionary. Not ashamed at all of his role as a great. Lunia was confused. What on earth is a great joker? Corin stammered in response, well, there's that thing. Lunia looked at Corin expressionlessly and said, how embarrassing. To think I have to accept even these parts of my fiancé. I can't help but feel sore. On this side, Elisa spoke up, asking, but what if Dun defeats all the giants and gets the sun? Corin replied without thinking, it doesn't matter. Elisa was surprised. Replying to her was his terrifying face with a voice as deep as the underworld. Once we're back on the ground, I will chop down all the oak trees. Seeing this, even Un's hair stood on end. How cruel. No, I should say he's a true. While running, Corin jumped up in excitement. History is only written by the winners. Ha 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 ha. At this moment, in his heart he was much more serious. Of course, getting Cloud Solace would be best. But if I go down first and chop down all the oak trees, I will leave the king's 2 henchmen forever trapped on this floating island. Everything is according to my. After running for a while, everyone stopped. Lunia asked in confusion. Wait, what is? The whole group was petrified, their faces pale. Could it? A beast that thirsts for the song of cold steel. A mysterious figure holding a blood-red sword. The monster appearing before them was known to go wherever hot blood collects. And that is where life and death are. It was none other than the sword. Radiated an aura of ultimate death in the battle for survival. Its eyes suddenly flashed with a bright red light as if it had spotted the. Corin's group immediately went into a defensive state. Lunia gripped the sword in her hand and said, let me go. Lunia stepped forward and used the technique Guardian. However, the sword demon didn't even bother looking at Lunia and brushed past her, leaving her stunned in place. Does he look down? But immediately after, Lunia realized the problem. Are you planning to take down the domain users? Because the sword demon in the future would become the close vassal of the king. the strongest swordsman in the legend of hero. But currently, he was just a demonic creature, unrelated to the destruction of the Korin was startled by the sword demon's sudden action. But luckily, he had also prepared himself. In that case, Korin alone used poison dragon's emerge to confront the sword demon's strike flashed bright red like blood. 2, 3. He couldn't block them. The strikes slashed at Korin from all sides, leaving him unable to do anything. The sword demon brushed past him. Secret technique, Peerless 8. Immediately, red blood spurted out from Korin's, but didn't stop there. The sword demon turned back to give him one more strike, causing Korin immense pain. After that slash, Korin slammed straight into the wall, and it cracked. Seeing this, Elisa panicked and prepared to draw her sword to fight. Korin's voice shouted loudly, "Don't come near," making Elisa. Korin was severely injured but still gritted his teeth and growled. Only look forward. At this point, he used all his strength to shout even. Elisa turned worriedly to look at Korin, but she carelessly forgot that the sword demon was waiting behind to take her down. Suddenly, Lunia's voice rang out. "You! How dare you look down on me?" While struggling to stand up, he whispered to himself, "When the domain ends, the next step and you still ignore me." Lunia shouted, I will move half a step later than the domain." Lunia-style pseudo-domain soared. Outside the domain, Lunia's abilities far exceeded those of Korin and Elisa. Even the sword demon found it difficult to face Lunia outside the sword demon lunged angrily, but the pseudo-technique struck. The sword demon fell into Lunia's slicing domain. But she knew she was at a disadvantage against true strength. Even so, entering the domain once was already too much. Yet the sword demon did it twice in a row, shocking Lunia to the sword demon charged, using the Peerless 8-strike secret tech. At this moment, Lunia raised her alertness. This time, he's targeting the domain user instead. She was slightly afraid. When this domain ends, we'll use my half-step to make sure I slash the sword demon. And Lunia observed Elisa and thought, but my younger sister can only block 3 of his sword strikes. When the domain ended, Lunia waited silently for the opportunity. Her eyes flashed with a sharp. Sword demon also frowned because he encountered a problem. Suddenly, blood splattered all over Elisa's, made her eyes widen and took a moment before she could make a soundless Immediately following was Elisa's piercing scream. Only when witnessing her sister alone fighting the ferocious sword, she tried to block his sword so hard she was trembling. However, in a moment of crisis, Lunia quickly and skillfully switched her. Immediately after, her sword stabbed straight into the sword. She was stabbed unexpectedly and let out a cry of pure. Of course, he was not an easy Elisa behind her was terrified. Elisa quickly rushed out to shield her. Then she turned and asked worriedly, "Sister?" But Lunia said coldly, "Let go." Elisa stammered, "Right now, your body." Lunia glanced at her sister and reminded her, "Once you have entered the battle, do not look back, you little sister." As soon as she finished speaking, she collapsed unconscious. Elisa rushed to catch her sister, calling out frantically. This was not the time for grief because she realized there was a more pressing concern. Elisa slowly looked up at the sword demon's contemptuous face. She was even more shocked. "How can I?" Suddenly a voice rang out. The sword demon's gaze. The massive wicker man suddenly appeared from somewhere behind to stop. Un walked up limping. "Elisa, this is the time. Run fast." Elisa asked in confusion about the wicker man. But he used it twice without a sacrifice. On this side, the wicker man was prepared for. Wicker man's huge hand was about to crush the sword. Naturally, the sword demon also sensed the danger from He immediately raised his sword and prepared to use the Aiden swords. Dragon's demonic heaven-cold evil. That terrifying power incinerated the wicker man's. Un spat out a mouthful of black blood because the connection with the wicker man led to. Then even Un could no longer resist and collapsed to the ground, leaving Elisa alone groaning in despair. Ugh. Witnessing her teammates and loved ones slowly was a terrifying horror. It was so awful that she wanted to run, but the sword demon wouldn't let her off. He dashed at lightning speed toward. Elisa still held out her sword to block his strike even though she knew she couldn't. But she couldn't. Thank you watching for vid. She couldn't be a coward and leave everyone behind. Even if she died, she had to protect everyone until her last. While Elisa tried to hold on, Korin woke up and crawled to Un, taking out a glass. Damn it! Seeing him injured, Un asked worriedly, "Korin, are you okay?" He replied, "I'm fine. Take Lunia away." Korin watched Un feed the medicine to Lunia, feeling a bit discouraged. "If I just have time, I can recover. But in this state, there's no way to overcome this situation. Both my current strength and speed." Suddenly a familiar voice rang out. "Hello. You must be heavily injured." Just hearing it made Korin stiffen with. It was none other than the Lewin group. They were extremely numerous as they swarmed. Lun's hand grabbed Korin's head and spoke mockingly. You don't have time to worry. Right after speaking, he threw Korin 8 meters away, to shout Korin's name in pain. Meanwhile, the Lewin was extremely satisfied and laughed delightedly. But his game didn't stop there. The Lewin still held Korin's head and toyed with him. The kid who killed see what you've got. You bashed. When it seemed Korin was about to die, he suddenly flashed a familiar smile and said, "Thanks." At that moment, the system backed up. Activate. Check sword. Immediately, Korin turned defeat into victory. He reached out and caught his. The two were like soulmates. With just one look, he understood. Then, the technique Limitless Heavens and Chaotic Spear were deployed, cutting off Dun's limbs and causing blood to splatter. Korin braced his spear and landed on the ground. Having said that, the previous move had also cost him a lot of energy. He knelt down and leaned against the wall. Suddenly Dun's voice croaked, "Wow, quite a..." Korin turned and asked in confusion, "According to Heia's, aren't you guys unable to attack each other?" Dun, hanging from the tree, replied calmly, "He. That's true. If I violate it, my head will explode and he'll die, right?" His words were calm, but his face was swelling like a ticking time. A second later, it exploded. He was still in the mood to joke. Something like that. Actually, the puzzle mission. Who solves it first or who gets the sun sword first doesn't matter. However, this guy was truly persistent. Dun put on his hat and sneered, "Kill and steal," and Korin calmly looked at his hand and replied. Next second, he raised his middle finger and flashed a savage smile. "That suits me just..." Then Korin used Blood Spear, gouging a large hole in Dun's. Mariette shouted worriedly, "Korin, are you..." But she immediately stood still, mouth agape in shock. "What is..." Dun had now transformed into a devious form. The snake-like creature asked, "Are we..." It made Mariette and Warren's hair stand on end as they screamed. Korin immediately rushed forward and stepped. Seeing him rush into danger, the two couldn't help but worry and try to stop him. Korin turned and instructed, "Don't worry about me. Just go up." Dun, pinned under his foot, mocked him. "He want to save your teammates? But I'm a bit curious. As the Spear Queen you should know well, right? My master is ready to grant you divinity at any time. So why do you oppose us?" Korin replied calmly, "Permak, Dun Norris, you, and Bantaza too. You're all doing it wrong. What's so great about being a god on a ruined world? The reason I'm taking you down, it's..." First rule, non-indifference. I do not ignore the misfortune of the innocent. Relevance. Second rule, binding. I do not recognize these souls. Backup increases damage by 50%. Third rule, oath. I will save the Dunsky. Relevance. A+. Backup increases recovery status by 120%. Tenacious recovery multiplied by 120%. Triple victory. Pain resistance. Domain understand. Now is the perfect time to end this. Korin the spear was surrounded by Snake's glowing power. Defeat evil and save the world. Looking at his face, Korin repeated once more, "The king's subordinate. King of beasts." Dun. He snatched the sword and gave him a finishing, as well as the final answer for him. I want to see myself." Voice rose from old memories. Sword demon of the past was standing at the foot of a mountain, and at the top was a tall, burly. It was Elisa's grandfather, looking down with a triumphant smile and an excited voice. "That sword is mine." The sword demon's thoughts surfaced. The actions of that old monster. The crescent moon shone brightly along with thoughts floating in the infinite void. Unacceptable. Suddenly, the sword demon jumped up, the crescent moon appearing bright red. "Why did you teach him swordsman?" Then, two diagonal slashes fell decisively along with the sword demon's angry. Back to the present. That slash was intended for Elisa. Elisa blocked the slash with great effort, letting out a soft groan, and the sword demon's inner thoughts continued to surface. Does the old man know that what I inherited is not just the... At that moment, a shockwave from the impact of the two slashes forced both him and Elisa. The sword demon's eyes narrowed as he focused on the thoughts in his head, but also the feeling the old man always carried when facing an enemy. Sword style, stamina, the disappointment and boredom he felt when he excelled in every aspect. Suddenly, the sword demon swept a circle, creating many reds, deep red like blood. They surrounded his body. That's why I understand. Despite possessing great image of Elisa's grandfather with that contemptuous smile appeared again during the fight. I still cannot reach that old monster. The sword demon's eyes suddenly widened with a blood-red light, creating a terrifying atmosphere. Cannot reach. Then a technique was unleashed with immense destructive power, forming a deep red vortex. Charged straight at Elisa couldn't dodge the sword demon's blow, so it hit her directly, causing her body to ache so much her face went. A massive explosion erupted with a strange red light. The whole sky seemed enveloped by the sword demon's terrifying. Sword demon did not show mercy, and the attack was still concentrated with a lot of power toward Elisa while he was still thinking, but, climbing the tree for many days to reach the sky. Why did I turn out like— From within the red smoke, a figure was still bravely advancing toward the sword demon. It was Elisa, and her voice softly rose. Despite taking the hit directly, Elisa was fine. On the contrary, a confident expression and unusual blue eyes appeared. Elisa said provocatively, "Do you think I can't?" Before Elisa could act, the sword demon dashed forward with a series of slashes. A slash to Elisa's shoulder made blood spurt out, but Elisa still strongly used her sword to block when it was about to slash her neck. The sword demon thought, "Unacceptable situation." Another slash to Elisa's body, decisive and with a strange emotion. Sword demon with his cruelty showed no mercy, being extremely malicious in every blade to prove himself. "I am the prey. Opponent is the prey, someone who can collapse at any." Another sword strike grazed Elisa's hair tie. On Elisa's side, surprisingly, many hands suddenly appeared behind her back, working together to block the sword demon's slashes, which shocked him. Why doesn't it break? Why wasn't it cut? Why is she still? Elisa's face appeared with a triumphant smile and two strange glowing blue eyes, making the sword demon wonder. Suddenly Elisa unleashed a move, rapid slash, with her sword covered in blue slash, radiant light, fell straight in front of the sword, forcing him to quickly. Elisa still calmly flashed a confident smile and threatened, "You were a bit." Hearing this, the sword demon was also a bit frightened and let out a hiss but still stubbornly thought, "I still have plenty of power. I am absolutely not." But it seemed the sword demon also recognized Elisa's abnormality. It seemed Elisa was getting stronger and faster in her attacks. That sent. She has become fast. While the sword demon was still thinking, Elisa quickly rushed forward and unleashed the twin dragon's heaven-style sword art, single blade form. Thank you watching for being hit by Elisa's blow caused the sword demon immense pain, making him scream miserably. The sword demon quickly regained his composure and charged, unleashing continuous moves toward Elisa. Slicing domain sword art. Peerless 8 slash. Thank you watching for blood red blade with a pitch black core grazed Elisa's. Then a series of other sword paths were swiftly attacked. Elisa didn't just stand there dodging. She used her Boda's flexibility to both dodge and counter. The sword demon now felt extremely angry because of his own disadvantage. For the first time after a slicing domain, I can't feel anything. Those movements already knew how I would attack. Lunia suddenly appeared and used mine, but it turned out that it was just an illusion of Lunia appearing as support for Elisa, who was using the technique Elisa swords. Space suddenly turned a gloomy green while Elisa was rushing toward the sword demon. A straight slash from the sword demon's face down along with Elisa's Lunia sword style, pseudo-slicing domain sword. The sword demon was injured, blood flowing from his chest because of the deep slash. Ah, now I understand why I came all the— Elisa was still standing there, preparing to attack again with the image. Korin standing behind her with a blue dragon surrounding them. Elisa's sword style, Korin's sword style, poison dragon's emergence. This person is Mike. The sword demon's thoughts became increasingly cunning as he thought of ways to take down a ghost haunted by swordsmanship. I am here to slash this person down. If I can slash this the image of Elisa's grandfather appeared once again. I will be able to reach that old mon. Immediately, the sword demon crossed his two swords, blocking Elisa's. The images of Mariette and Warren appeared in the sword demon's thoughts as they were fighting a bunch of mon. So tedious. I feel bored with every— The sword demon's gaze and thoughts turned back to Elisa, who was extremely excited with a smile, as if she was about to take his life. With everyone except this, the sword demon concentrated his power, making his whole body burn hot like a fire. Your birth, your life, your efforts, all were prepared. The image of the sword demon now was terrifying with a blood-red power radiating around him. And this moment suddenly the whole space went pitch black, leaving only the red fire of hatred from the sword demon's side. This moment only the determination to slash remained. This is the highest peak I can. Two swords were held high, emitting light and surrounded by red lightning. The sword demon unleashed the technique, ultimate realm. More and more red lightning surrounded him. Black Aiden's sword style, sword soul. Suddenly, many arms appeared behind him, each holding a long sword. Heavenly series of arms unleashed moves simultaneously, creating a scene of mixed red and black from lightning-fast sword paths. Peerless heaven slash. The sword paths slashed wildly everywhere, making they passed through suffer painful. After striking, the sword demon stood there laughing with delight at his. But he suddenly froze, eyes wide as he witnessed. The sword demon slowly turned his face back and realized Elisa was still standing perfectly intact behind. Immediately, Elisa rushed straight toward the huge monster behind him with a blue sword path, taking them all down in an. The monsters were defeated before the sword demon stunned. Seeing his soldiers defeated and himself injured made the sword demon extremely angry and surprised. Beyond even the determination to slash. Does a realm even further away? Elisa's silhouette appeared with a strange contemplation. The image of Lunia appeared with a saying like a source of motivation for Elisa. Once you enter the battle, never look. Corin also appeared in Elisa's thoughts with a very profound saying. When fighting, always look. The image of Lunia was always behind her as a huge support for Elisa. Thank you watching for vid. She suddenly gritted her teeth and bit her lip when thinking of the people who had always been by her side. Then each step was moved with an extremely great determination. Elisa continued to rush straight to remaining large monsters, and even the demon was defeated by her lightning-fast slashes. Aiden's sword style, Elisa form, heavenly swords. This is a realm that humans can never. Elisa's footsteps landed gently after defeating her opponent. An opponent only met once in a lifetime, a sword soul. One step beyond that will create a moment of miracle. Light finally appeared, shining brightly like Elisa's pride when she had won this infinite sword domain. Sword demon now spoke his final words in pain. I understand. I learned swordsmanship just for this. The image of Elisa happily flashing a radiant smile under the sun made the sword demon have these thoughts. To take one more. In another place, the space was still extremely dark with huge trees falling. Brutal image of some battle was taking place with Farah. Corin was being chased by Dun using his snakes. Corin was currently severely injured. In his mind, he thought of a strategy. Just to climb up was already too difficult. Dun's snake lunged forward only to be cut in half by Corin's strike, and he shouted, "Calm." Dun behind him was extremely excited, chasing while saying, "Hee, you seem to be struggling," and the image of Dun's cruel past appeared. The reason Dunsky was called the King of Beasts was not just because he was a single living entity. His death meant nothing. He was a bottomless abyss casting a huge snake with purple light appeared, letting out a piercing. Inside were countless snakes, toads, and a collection of 3 dragons. That itself was one of the 4 great treasures. Then a series of other small snakes raced out as if they wanted to eat anyone alive.
Technique, myriade endless.
Corin while running looked back to observe the situation and suddenly said, A triumphant smile flickered on Corin's lips as he said, "The soul of a weak monster can't compare to." Corin's sword suddenly emitted a purple light with lightning surround. A notification board appeared. Reaper's soul never misses, separates body and soul, ignores all Corin stood looking at Dun, who was extremely delighted with a cruel smile, and said, "So you're a soul?" Dun didn't care much about what Corin was saying, just rushed toward him and said boastfully, "But, I can still continue. Do you have enough?" Corin was not one to back down as he rushed toward Dun at the same time and said, "You know a lot, but you don't understand anything." Dun seemed to detect something unusual and looked down at his feet, which were emitting a yellow light, and said, "Don't." The image of a tall tree piercing the sky. Using the only fertilizer in the world, the oak tree reached for the below, a series of roots appeared. The roots of the oak tree have absorbed infinite mana. How far do you think it's? A foot stepped on a sword floating in midair. That entire vast land was fertilized and developed by me. My sword was Corin in an extremely confident posture. Provides me with infinite. A voice rang out, making Corin a bit startled. The queen's first spear. Corin. Dun had now transformed his body into something bizarre along with his arrogant smile. He'll admit it. In this form I definitely can't. The voice rose while Dun was still transforming. How long has it? A Dun with the face of a serpent appeared. Since the whole army merged into. Corin looked at the opponent in front of him, smiling but sweating with fear. One of the final forms of Dunsky. This is too. In front of Corin, a giant snake appeared with immense power. Great Slaughter Commander, Serpent King of the 8. Corin looked at the giant serpent in front of him and thought with a smile, "This is one of Dunsky's final forms. Truly, there is no end in." He spoke in a ghostly, magical voice. "The queen imprisoned me in the darkness. Locked me in a cramped. The queen has been imprisoned and the throne is empty. Like a wolf hunting sheep without a fence, I will eat everything she wants to. I will eat the queen's first spear, Corin, along with the last piece of flesh of the goddess Danua." After finishing his words, he rushed forward with a wide mouth and sharp, poisonous. Meanwhile, Corin still looked at him very calmly and asked, "Can you only talk about?" Stepped down on the spear and leaped into the air, warning, "I told you, this is a domain created."
Rune resonance ACT i Vated.
Beside Dunsky's deathly aura, cracks appeared on the tree trunk along with a yellow light. Corin's voice softly rang out, "Choose your resting place." Dunsky in the giant serpent form began to worry. What is this? You bastard! Are you recalling all the runes that Corin had silently carved on the tree since he started climbing? Now they were simultaneously activated with abundant mana. Cana, thank you watching for Bakanen. Those things made the oak tree catch. The massive body wrapped around the trunk was affected. Dunsky shouted, "Damn it." He wondered, you created such a hell. You think you'll be ignoring what he said? Korin jumped and headed. He looked down at him with a mocking smile. Did you come here to fight me? I came here to take that. Dunsky fell, unwilling to accept it. He screamed in pain. Fourth treasure can only be obtained during the moment of a solar eclipse. Korin took advantage of the time, jumped up, and the sun's sword, Cloud Solace. Anyway, if we're already here, whichever side can use the power of Cloud Solace will. He gripped the spear in his hand and said, and the one who can't will fall. And Korin looked at the burning dun and smiled coldly. If you want to live, fly. Kept swearing at him while struggling in the hell. A wing unfolded amidst the smoke and along with that was Dunsky's deathly call. He had closed in right behind him with sharp fangs and at this time he was no longer in the giant serpent form but had switched to the form of a dragon, flying up to attack Korin and heading toward them. A while later, the two chased each other past the clouds and reached the giant's flying castle. The eclipse plunged everything into dark. Below, Mariette was using magic to attack the giant. Recognizing his appearance, the girl turned and called out Korin's. Dunsky had words of praise. Those who resist are quite something. For a mere human like you. He also gritted his teeth and looked at him. Now let's end. Korin was facing Dunsky's second final form. Mythical legend. But his attack, concentrating all his strength third core activate would surely reach that. His whole body also radiated a killing aura. Determination along with glowing eyes. With the spear in his hand, Korin lunged with all his might toward the dragon in front. Dunsky also roared powerfully. Victory and defeat will be decided after this move. First, demonic black mystery. The spear was about to stab straight in. Suddenly, Dunsky's eyes widened as he realized his body shrank back into a human form with smaller wings. He blurted out, fell for the Korin stab swept past Dunsky. Thank you watching for vid. Continued to release snake heads and threatened, stay there, and Korin hurriedly swung his spear, slashing them to pieces, trying to neutralize. His face now looked a bit grim. This seemed to consume a lot of Dunsky asked him the conditions for the crimson ghostwood seed to germinate. Do you know what? An attack with all his strength was neutralized so easily. In his hand now were the crimson ghostwood fruits. In the darkness, the crimson ghostwood seed absorbs energy to germinate. This very moment of the eclipse is the condition for it to. The ghostwood tree grew rapid, as if embracing the. In an instant, its trunk wrapped around and embraced the countless snakes, a toad as big as a house, 3 ferocious dragons, and 3 bulls possessing a collection of shadow beasts, monsters sealed for. And the king of all bulls, Dunsky, transformed himself into a massive black bull. It even had a all seemed to be embracing something shining in his hand had grabbed the sword. It was the sun's. In the bull form, Dunsky lowed with Korin frowned slightly and thought, I didn't expect I'd have to face the sun. Twice as truly bad. A quiet scene on the giant city. Korin was blown away and tossed. The impact made everything crumble. Smoke and dust. Korin lay there, groaning softly in pain. Still managed to carve out runes. A large fire rose behind him. Korin tried to sit up with his spear ready and Dunsky stepped up and laughed loudly. It seems you've spent all day doing. This is probably all you've got, right? As soon as he finished speaking, circles of light appeared around Korin. A hellfire radiated. The flames headed toward and tried to besiege Dunsky. He raised the sun sword in his. Every flame had to bow before the sun. Dunsky was self-satisfied. Its use. Korin braced his spear in front and thought, damn it. Even buying time isn't possible. He slashed down, terrifying solar energy radiating from the. A huge explosion occurred right where Korin was just. Rocks shattered and flew everywhere along with smoke and. Luckily, he had managed to slide to the side to dodge that lethal. But the bull was standing in front of him before he knew it. He swung the sword and shouted. Korin hurriedly kicked off and jumped up just in time to avoid the blow before the sword came. Dunsky continued to swing the sword. Do you think you can escape? For Korin mocked, you're the ridiculous one. A beast holding a weapon? That's why the sword demon is a special existence. He rushed forward and laughed loudly. Kaka, it seems you're about to. Continuing was the enormous energy from the sun's. Korin with the spear in hand was ready to. The mane appeared, squares like a chessboard. The spear tip collided with the sun sword, creating a clashing, rising heaven strike against poison dragons emerged. Even so, just one blow was enough to make Korin drop his heart suddenly glowed as if something was. Dunsky glanced at him. Now for the final. The spear thrust through the indestructible Vajra of the juncture. A desperate suicide. Immediately, he pulled his hand into a fist. A strike full of energy, preparing to punch the bull directly. Black Mystery 8 Trigrams Ultimate Fist. Korin used it to punch Dunsky hard in the power of the blow made the castles crumble. The destruction was too horrific. The space was full of smoke and dust. Victory and defeat were Horn had been broken and fell to the ground. Korin's fist was also lay on top of Dunsky and he laughed loudly, opening his mouth wide with sharp. Korin lay there in a state of despair. This monster. Even if I exert all my strength, I cannot. Sky Castle was trembling after the giants of Sky Castle. When these creatures reach adulthood, they are all fiends with a minimum rank of quasi-rank. They were massive and clumsy, but possessed considerable. However, there were two special grade fiends on this side. Magic attacks were continuously unleashed to assault. Harry held back the giants and called out to Warren to hurry and help. Warren gave an affirmative grunt, but she realized the scale of the massive entity before. She struck it directly in the face, but it didn't seem very effective. The giant let out a grunt, then held its face and smiled. It seemed this wasn't going to be easy. There were only 2 girls, but the giants of Sky Castle numbered a massive disparity in force. Further, the giant king standing in the distance still emanated a powerful. Lisa had performed a miracle by slashing away nearly half of the giants in a single. But those were only the common soldiers who had been sent down to pursue June's. The quasi-special grade commanders were still intact on Sky Castle. One of them wore a crown on its head and radiated terrifying. He squinted his eyes at the 2 small girls before. A situation where neither could ensure their own safety. Leaving this place was impossible. In the end, we can no longer rely on anyone else's. The scene showed Korin lying on Junesky's head, nearly exhausted. Stood up and threw the boy to the ground. Korin lay there in a pool of blood. The recovery ability of the resilient warrior had also reached its limit. Thus, healing was no longer. Samsara core could no longer sense a shred of power. He lay there his whole body felt heavy, and his vision gradually. Korin tried to lift his head. He wondered, am I about to? Image of Sihu appeared, saying, I told you the more players die, the stronger they. At least I made it to the final battle. What about you? You almost died just meeting Taith's subordinates. Behind him, Junesky was drawing the sun. Sihu laughed coldly. Understand now? Everything you've done until now is meaningless. Korin's answer, you're wrong. This made Sihus' image continued. Even if you're more experienced than I am, why do you still not understand? I suppose it makes sense, since you've never witnessed it with your own eyes. The seniors smile. Even if you're a vampire, you still make those around you. The children who have just accepted themselves and are growing. And even that guy, the one who is surpassing his own limits, moving forward step by step. Sihus' figure leaned into Korin's ear and whispered, it seems you're suffering. Then just give up. You've surely done your. Not letting the illusion defeat him. Korin stood up and He stood up once more. If you knew all that, you wouldn't have lived such a shallow. Junesky was slightly surprised and turned back to Samsara. The spear was it was caught by him mid-flight. Junesky raised the spear and said, if you want it that bad, then come and take it. Finishing his sentence, he hurled the spear directly at. The spear pierced straight into his right shoulder, pinning him to the wall as he screamed in. Without stopping, Junesky rushed forward with the sun sword in. He slashed down and shouted loudly. Korin still didn't give up. He used his bare hands to grip the sword, stopping it right in front of his. Firepower from the sword emanated, causing the flesh on his hands to sizzle and burn. Korin screamed in. Solar energy radiated, burning his clothes. Korin was in extreme. Sky Castle was submerged in smoke and Korin lay there, his entire body. Junesky gripped the sun sword and breathed a sigh of relief. He rested the sword on his shoulder and walked. Surprised, Junesky turned his face back to look and was astonished. Once again Korin grabbed Korin's head, lifted him up, and asked, what? You're still not? He gently threw Korin into the. Covered in wounds, Korin fell freely toward the.
Junesky's surrounding mana shifted.
If I burn even the marrow of your bone, then you won't be able to reincarnate anymore, right? He transformed into a dragon's. Seeing Korin reach out his hand, Junesky asked, you still want to hold that spear until the very end? Burn to death in these flames. Finishing his sentence, from his a massive flame aimed directly at. But what happened was contrary to his expectation. Junesky asked in shock, what is this? My flames are being. Could it be? By the time he realized it, the sun sword was no longer on the ground. Using his remaining strength, Korin gripped the sword in his. Coughed. Samsara runes had been engraved on the sword at some unknown. It was at that moment, when he used both hands to block the sword, that he secretly engraved the. Korin gasped for air. Cough, cough. Snakes, toads, and now a bull? Regardless, you're still just a king's subordinate. He laughed coldly behind the sword and asked, so, what about? He used his firepower again. From the dragon's mouth, he spewed fire and yelled, you're a troublesome bastard. Damn it. Korin pointed the sun sword at him. In the previous playthrough, Sihu and I reached the final boss. That means we defeated the king's subordinate. The ones who used the 4 treasures. So, where did those 4 treasures? From Corrin's palm, beams of light gathered like the sun. Yes, he was the queen's first spear, and the only one in this timeline who knew the true power of Cloud Solace. Corrin held that energy in his. The previous master of Cloud Solace was. His whole body glowed, surrounded by. Notification appeared. You have used Cloud Solace. Cloud Solace chooses its. Cloud Solace recognizes you as the Sun Warrior. Solar identity. Corrin learned sunlight. Agatlam receives the sun's protection as long as it. Dragon's fire passed through Corrin. In the middle of the fire column, a blinding sunlight. Sky was astonished witnessing. He completely didn't understand. A beam of sunlight shot past the dragon, causing it to catch. Corrin transformed, his hair turning white. He said powerfully, "This is the second time I have used the." Not giving up, he shifted into his bull form to punch Corrin from behind. Corrin gently dodged to the. His mouth muttered, "Cana." So the earth and stones engraved with runes began to stir. A large circle of fire was lit, surrounding the two. Sky cursed in anger. "You bastard! That thing is Cloud Solace. Concentrate all the surrounding heat and fire and accumulate at the tip of the spear. Gather the sun's thermal power. The flames created from rune magic. With all the firepower concentrated in one place. The tip of the spear glowed brightly, aimed directly at June. Suddenly, the surroundings became colored. The bull, June Sky, gradually faded away along with a shrill scream. Then, he slowly disappeared. That previous blow blew away an entire massive. June Sky's physical body turned into ash floating in the. Corrin propped the spear on the ground. Whether it's 1,000, 10,000, or 1,000,000. Just bring them all. I will not stop until I save this world. Corrin stood there with. In another development, Warren was struggling to fend off the powerful attacks of a. It swung its fist at her and shouted, "You're the one who harmed my com." From behind, blood-red spikes were flying in. Blood magic. True crimson fire to counter. The giant turned back in panic, but everything seemed to be too. Its body was pierced by red arrows like a pork. Mariette and Diaku arrived just in time to clear the situation. She immediately asked Warren, "You feel it too, don't you? Something unusual is happening on Corrin's." However, the current situation here was trouble. In front of them were many giants. The enemy forces were too numerous, not to mention the leader hadn't even joined the battle. Mary suggested, "Then Diaku and I will attack first to clear." The low-level giants suddenly pointed into the distance and said, "General, look, could that be?" Over there, a light as blinding as the sun. Footsteps of hellfire slowly touched the. It was Corrin with divine sun majesty. A small sun filled with energy was in his. Seeing that energy, a powerful instinct felt as though it was impossible not to submit to such a. For the sun's majesty, all the giants had to kneel in sub. Warren had just exclaimed, "Oh my God, you." When she looked over and saw Mary was nowhere to be, she had already run over to hug Corrin without anyone knowing. He was a bit worried for her. "You're a high-level vampire, but under this sun, it truly must make you uncomfortable. Are you okay?" Mary didn't care, tears streaming down. "What does that matter? Why are you injured like this? I couldn't live if anything happened." Only then did Warren step up to ask, Warren reached out to pat her head and replied, "Yeah, it's okay." He gave a sunny smile and continued, "Now everything is." Mary still held him tightly, not letting. The three stood there, feeling ignoring the giants who were kneeling over. The aura shifted. Corrin's hair returned to its familiar black. Seeing this, the giants stopped, their eyes wide with surprise. Corrin gave a wry smile to reassure. "It's okay guys, don't be afraid." The giants shouted to one another, "Kill him. This is the moment he's off guard. We can defeat the sun's." Seeing that, the whole crowd rushed. Corrin wondered, why is the sun's majesty no longer a. Warren replied, "Those bastards have probably away." The giant leader took a long leap. Near. Warren was worried. "They're moving too fast. We need to hold." He jumped in front to block them, his hands swinging up prepared to strike down. Shouting loudly, "I will kill you." Corrin ordered everyone to dodge. As the giant hand came down, he roared, "I will eat all humans on the surface and make them submit as slaves." Shadow was descending. Corrin was worried. "This is bad. We might get." Surprisingly, a bolt of lightning flashed past, and that giant arm was. The giant leader roared in. Corrin smiled and teased, "Aren't you a bit late?" Oh, it turned out to be the Sword Emperor. He stepped out with a loud laugh. "Indeed, it seems my old body was a bit slow. Climbing up here with this body is no easy." Referring to the battle between the Sword Demon and Elisa, the Sword Emperor offered praise. The echo of that battle was truly quite. The fight between the two had caused quite a large pressure on everyone. He smiled and said to Corrin's group, "Go, young man. Now let me play with these ignorant little brats." Waiting for just that, he ran quickly down. "Yes, sir. Thank you for your heart." Not forgetting to look back, he saw the man alone surrounding the aggressive giant. The Sword Emperor smiled. "That's right. This battle, Although I arrived late, consider this my compensation. It seems I missed a wonderful sight earlier. But in the end, this single strike of mine can resolve all suffering. A sword path split the giants in half. Furthermore, fighting in this space is truly wonderful. He lamented. In the middle of Sky Castle, the Sword Emperor's aura. He struck directly. This is truly a rare sight. At the perfect moment, the Sword Emperor Garandaden had. The three were heading down. Corrin spoke up, when we get down, we must do something. If it weren't for the Sword Emperor, I'm afraid you and everyone else wouldn't have escaped. This favor must be However, currently Corrin had an idea. Now for safety, let's just cut down the tree. Hearing that made both girls a bit confused. Recalling almost dying because of the one who raised the sword demon, it truly made him furious. He vaguely remembered an old saying. A gentleman's revenge is never too late, even after 10. Today was the day for payback. He laughed coldly. Everything has its cause and effect. Now it's time to let that person lie still on Sky Castle for. Mary raised her magic staff. Alright, if Corrin said so, then well. Warren didn't object either and was casting and boom! A massive blood red pierced through the trunk of the oak. Power caused it to snap. Up above, the Sword Emperor seemed to have noticed. He glanced over and clenched his teeth in. Stood there watching the tree trunk cut into 2 pieces. The Sword Emperor's path back home vanished into the In the room, a voice called out young. After that, Elisa slowly opened her. Someone opened the door, walked in, and asked, "Are you awake?" In the middle of the night, Corrin sat on a tree looking toward. Lisa also went outside and saw him over. Corrin turned back to ask her, "Is your body?" She stepped over to sit beside him and replied, "Though it hurts in a few places, I can still move. My mind is just in a." When I first entered the academy, I thought I would enjoy a more normal youth. Playing late at night, napping in class, occasionally thinking about what to eat for school. However, I have drifted away from what is called normal. Being a sword, Elisa clenched her, recalling herself enjoying the battle with the sword demon. She concluded, "Perhaps I've been too enchanted by the act of." Corrin immediately soothed her. Feeling like that isn't necessarily bad. Destroying evil things is always right. Hearing that, Elisa was slightly continued, the important thing is belief and choice. Even if you feel enchanted by that sensation of death, you won't draw your sword to do evil. There are many strange people in this world, and most of them will make strange choices but you want to live a normal life, despite possessing such great. Therefore, you can be completely proud of yourself. Elisa heard his words, and her cheeks flushed. She leaned slightly on his shoulder and said, She acted adorable. The moonlit night was a bit romantic. Although I'll be a strange person, I will always be by your side to take care of you. Since I don't know when I might lose my way, let me continue doing normal things like on weekends we'll go to the city to eat snacks, watch the latest plays, then go shopping and for coffee. Normal things like hearing the girl beside him list those things. Corrin smiled. He agreed, "I'll do those things with you." Elisa leaned in. That's one. So the story of the Sky Island has officially closed. Of course, life stories don't always end in a clear cut. At the Aiden family, Corrin was announcing something, right? It's a bit late to say this. He laughed as if nothing were wrong. I'm going to hold an engagement ceremony. Warren and Mary froze upon hearing. They immediately questioned, What did you just say, Corrin? An engagement? Is it with a classmate? They didn't give him a chance to. Lunia stepped forward and announced, I am Lunia Aiden. In 1 week, I will hold an engagement ceremony with my fiancé. Mary stammered, we, lovers, fiancé. Lunia, if the eldest daughter of the Dan-era family and the abbess of the Hidden Path Cathedral act as witnesses for the Aiden engagement, everyone's participation would be Looking at the 2 innocent girls in front of him, Corrin thought to himself, this is quite a surprise. I should play along a bit more. At that time, those 2 will surely pay. He then spoke up, that's right. I've fallen deeply in love with Lunia. Although she's young, seeing her straightforward and firm attitude, I couldn't help but be drawn. Lunia also cooperated, acting. On that full moon night we gave each other. Unable to hear him tell more, Mary stood up. In going out, she recalled the image of him growing old in the 100-year waiting period she had set for her. The look Mary gave Corrin made him feel a bit uneasy. On the contrary, Warren wasn't strong enough and sobbed uncontrollably. Congratulations. Congratulations on your happiness. Realizing things had gone a bit too far, Corrin hurriedly explained. No, Lon. Actually, all of this is. But she didn't bother listening to the explanation. The fragile little girl covered her face, crying as she ran out. Only then was Corrin flustered. Now how do I resolve this? Lunia stood there smiling. She raised her hand to cover her mouth and smiled thinly. And my fiancé as well. You look truly. In the middle of the moonlit night, Corrin wondered. Where on earth did those 2 go? If I meet them, I'll definitely give them a knock on. He walked into the bedroom. But what if they've hidden away? I probably won't be able to find them now. I've really brought this on myself. Suddenly, without knowing when, Lon had coldly appeared behind. Corin turned around and asked flusteredly, Lon, do you have something? The little girl shed her cloak and rushed forward, replying, indeed, that's exactly. Corin was a bit startled and slightly surprised by Warren's. She stepped closer, pushed him onto the bed, called him Appa, and then seriously declared, today I will sleep here. Corin was a bit worried. Lon, are you? Corin looked at the little girl before him with some concern and said, the way you're talking sounds terrible. On the bed, the little girl rested her head on him and slept soundly. Corin looked at her and whispered, a child is still a child, asking us both to hold hands and sleep together. Night was a crescent moon. He would consider this his good fortune. Soon it was morning. The sun was. He scratched his head in confusion, looking at the little girl before him. Yan. No, it's Hua, right? You're up. The innocent girl wondered it didn't. While Corin still didn't understand what she meant, Warren continued to ask, the stork. Why didn't he? Stretched and replied, storks don't pass through this area. They probably only travel a bit further north. On the North Kingdom side, there must be a place where storks live to have them. Let's eat first. Warren's face wasn't very. Inside the wooden house, a fake engagement. Corin had a bruised eye. He laughed wryly and said, I just wanted to tease a bit, but it seems I was thoughtless. Please convey my apologies to John. A female voice rang out. Oh, now you've truly done well. Things don't always go as before. Corin now was the Hua persona. She picked up a large piece of fish, then held a spoonful of rice toward him. Then she didn't forget to remind him, in the future, if there's something like this, please be a bit more careful with your behavior. Corin felt the kindness before him. He stared intently at the spoonful of. Then he smiled with relief and replied, all right, thank you. Now I have to find Mary. It seems even the Aiden family servants don't know her whereabouts. So, the only one who could track Mary down was Diaku. A red dog was tilting its head and looking at his surroundings. He wondered, why is this guy so well? He said to it, if you find her and bring her back, I'll buy you the best premium black cow in Namsun. Now, where should I look for Mary? Help me out. Coldly held up a property assessment and laughed. Corin cursed inwardly. How is this bastard richer than me? I've worked so hard, risking my life. How can I be poorer than him? After being thoroughly mocked and looked down upon by the dog, Diaku finally told him Mary's location. Lane Aiden Estate, the guest house located in the alley at the end of the. After the senior learned the whole truth, it seemed that out of embarrassment, she kept kicking her blanket for a long. Mariette curled up in the blanket, not showing her face, and called out. She continued, I always believe what Corin says. I never doubt him. Even if Corin said he'd give me a lot of gold and silver, I do believe it. Even if he said a meteor would fall tomorrow, I do believe. Mary took off the blanket, looking alluring with teary eyes. Therefore, Corin absolutely must not lie. She thought to herself, though it was heartbreaking, of course. No matter the outcome, 100 years from now he will be. Girls who secretly loved Corin all knew that the engagement between Corin and Lunia was. Thanks to that, they also understood that the dates between the two were just tricks to deceive others. So they felt at ease and could let go of their feelings lighthearted. Except for one person. That was Elisa, Lunia's younger sister. She asked herself, why am I recalling it? Since the beginning of the semester, there had been a strange atmosphere that lasted. Elisa wondered, was it from the moment the battle with the black sword, or from the serial killer case in the mist, or from when he said he would stay by my side? The relationship between me and Corin is. While she was lost in thought, Elisa's eyes. Lunia was leaning over toward Corin. They looked as if they were about to. While he found it confusing, Lunia whispered, since someone is watching, let's act a bit. He proactively took Lunia's hand and asked, your hand is quite rough, isn't it? She replied with a bit of shyness, these aren't beautiful hands by normal female standards. Corin caressed that hand and spoke his feelings, but I find it truly Lunia both praised and reminded him, you're quite sophisticated, but your ability to perceive the situation right now is quite poor. Corin wondered, perceive the situation? Did I miss? Lunia put her hands on her hips and looked at the next table, saying, nothing. It's fine now. You go ahead. He asked back in surprise, is this date not to your? Her lips trembled. Then she turned around to look at him with a light smile, exuding a haughty beauty. You're so sweet that I think it wouldn't be a bad idea for me to just take you for myself right now, my fiancé. On the day of the engagement ceremony, many guests in splendid attire were women in the traditional attire of this bride, Lunia, appeared in a pure white dress. Everyone highly praised and marveled at her. Walking alongside Corin, when she heard him praise her beauty, she whispered to him, you're truly a man who knows how to please a woman. He immediately replied, I'm speaking the truth, it's not empty praise. The MC announced the engagement ceremony between Corin Locke and Lunia Aiden had officially. Amidst the cheers of the guests, he supported Lunia's waist to let her lean. Suddenly, someone in the crowd spoke up. Wait. Hearing this made Corin slightly startled. Sensing something was. Elisa stood in the middle of the hall and shouted loudly. This engagement ceremony. I object. The little girl shed tears, as if she were about to cry. Calling when they were young, Lunia held Elisa in her arms. When she heard others say her sister was a filthy bastard, she was fierce. Filthy? Lunia was firm and fierce. Something as beautiful as this is my. The newborn baby who weighed only a bit over 2 kilograms back then was now saying, Big sister, I've grown tall now. I'm over 100 centimeters already. Later I'll become a cool knight like you. Do you want some honey? Then some more time passed. The little girl grew up. Her round, sparkling eyes lit up as she said, Big sister, tomorrow I'm going to the academy. The child grew up with eyes that often looked down at the ground rather than looking directly. Now, hasn't it been less than half a year at the academy? Since always, she was a clumsy child who didn't know how to take care of herself. Yet she has grown up already. Lunia wondered, have you finally made up your... She ran over and pulled Corin, leaving him to ask, Elisa, what are you doing? She just wanted him to follow her at that. Lunia's mother pointed in panic. What are you doing? Chase them immediately. On the contrary, beside her, Elisa's mother showed admiration. Lunia held her head, acting out. For a wedding to have this happen. It's truly a shock. The woman beside her asked worriedly, Are you... Before she could settle down, another call for Corin echoed with a strong, familiar giant eagle appeared. Everyone wondered what. Warren slid down the rope and reached out her hand. Elisa was running toward. Warren was practically. As for Lunia, she stepped forward to hug her mother tightly, almost as if to hold her. Elisa bit her lip tightly and looked at Then she gripped Warren's hand tightly. To everyone's astonishment, the eagle spread its wings and flew, along with the three of them, not forgetting a loud shout. Good. Lunia pretended to be in pain. This shock makes me not want to meet any men for a... Thus, the small engagement ceremony at the prestigious Aiden swordsmanship family in the East ended in chaos. Lunia's goal had been achieved. She smiled as she watched them fly. Inside the eagle's cabin, Corin was full of questions. He asked the girls, what is this situation right now? Something fell out of his... A letter that Lunia dedicated specifically to him. I will officially come to pick you up later, my fiancé. Lisa held his shoulder and smiled. Big sister knew everything, didn't she? Corin nodded. That's... Finally, I have gathered reliable companions for a new... Harry turned back to ask him. Corin, where are we going? He untied the bow on his neck and replied, let's just keep going like... Corin smiled. Because there's still so much, and so our vacation, from the academy to the east, has concluded. A large clock tower, the night covered everything. I don't know how many times it has repeated. It was the third night. A person in a cloak was slaying black souls. The darkness spoke up. Why are you... Aaron gently cast brilliant flame and replied, is there any reason I shouldn't... The flames burned the souls, causing them to scream From the figure, a voice spoke, the army of the undead king is becoming stronger, while you are reaching your own limits. If you cannot keep the promise to purify this place, that boy's life will also end. The deadline is approaching. Are you not... Aaron slowly touched her feet to the... The figure continued, on the contrary, you seem to be enjoying yourself. She's... Thank you watching for face slightly flushed. That's right, because it means Corin is about to... Turning back time 1 year before Aaron appeared, before Corin Locke returned. Corin sat on the ground, gritting his teeth unwillingly. A sharp sword tip pointed directly. During that scene for a moment he finally gave up. Only then did the person opposite release the weapon. The person holding that spear was none other than Aaron. She looked at Corin slumped on the ground with a mocking but complimentary gaze. In any case, I see you've been practicing hard. Your foundation is very... Having said that, Aaron took her weapon and left. As she walked, she asked, it seems you're focusing on mastering the 8 trigrams. Any special reason? Corin scrambled up and answered hesitantly. Among the martial arts books in the library, it was the first thing that caught my eye. This answer interested her quite a bit. Oh, and why did you choose this? Asked like that, he hesitantly scratched his face. I heard the spear is easier to use than a... Before that answer, Aaron's eyes flashed. Her lips curled into a meaningful smirk. Practical. Corin also took the opportunity to add, since I'm learning, I want to learn your spear technique more than just the 8 trigram. As soon as this was said, she refused without thinking much. No, that will consume the soul of a student like you, Corin. Spend another half year on the 8 trigram. She was gone. Corin was quite regret. Observing her figure gradually disappearing, Corin began to recall the information he knew. The secret technique of the final boss, Bantaza 6 Harmony Spear. when I said I wanted to learn the 6 harmonies. See who introduced a character to me. But there are so many things to learn. It's been over a month and I still haven't seen a significant change. Thinking about this made him dissatisfied. Looking at the spear he was holding, he gripped it tightly. I'm really jealous of Sihu, because he just needs to open the skill board and he can use great math. After being negative for a while, Korin finally regained his spirit. Just being jealous won't solve anything. Thinking of this, he began to get into position and practice from when it was still light until the sun had set. Step by step. Just keep moving. Soon after, the effort he put in finally bore. The more he practiced, the smoother Korin's movements became. Each basic step was thus complete. Along with the 7 basic steps, everything seemed like it would stop there. But he jumped high and struck down with a powerful blow. A flame appeared after 5 rites and 8 styles. And even things beyond. After a long period of sweating through practice, it finally ended. As soon as he said that, Aaron appeared from nowhere and took his bruised hand, much to his surprise. Not only was he surprised, but Aaron also doubted her own reality. I thought even half a year was too short for you to learn the spear technique. Admiring Korin's hand, which was battered from practice, Aaron looked up at him seriously. Why do you want to become stronger? If you just need power, see who alone isn't. To this remark, Korin slung the spear over his shoulder, his face serious. Even a hero needs a helper. I at least have to be the driver beside him. Pausing for a moment, he became much more serious. More than that, teacher. If I'm stronger, fewer people will have to. These words officially made Aaron's eyes widen with emotion as she looked at him. You truly. After a moment of silence, she offered praise. Kind child. To these words, Korin laughed and denied it. It's just a normal. This answer made her even more satisfied, leading to a decision. Right after that, she began to recount the chaotic event at the magic. The mages of the magic tower had joined hands with the savage form, shattering Aaron Danua's. When the shell vanished, Danua stepped out into the real world. And following that event was a death according to the pre-established script. Aaron left behind the will to protect the world to the. When Danua's secret treasure was opened, it was the critical event in this entire chapter. An event that the player's strength absolutely could not. After that evening, the next day, Aaron took Korin's hand and pulled him somewhere. As they walked, he was confused. I thought so, but the hand holding mine was so warm. And that voice was. At this time, Aaron was leading him by the hand, smiling brighter than a flower. Person like this will have to die. Knowing that, when I saw that smile, I could no longer. The two ran around everywhere. After a long time, they finally returned home. While he was lost in thought, Aaron spoke. Know about me and Taith, right? Yes, she passed everything, including the 6 harmony spear to the personal disciple. But his goal is the descent of heaven, which is the destruction of this. In end, she refused the final step in the inheritance process. Surely, that was the greatest and worst failure of her. While he remained silent, Aaron began to recount what she had experienced. I hesitated and pondered a lot. I had to go through too many failures, and I didn't always make the right decision. After a short silence, she suddenly shouted, startling him. Korin Locke. Suddenly having his name called, he was confused. Of course, it didn't stop there. Aaron turned her head aggressively and proposed, Are you willing to accept me, Aaron Danua, as your master? Asked that, he was more stunned than Delner. This was an event and dialogue that any player of the Legend of Hero Ahan would. A few more minutes passed. Confirming her words were true. His eyes were full of excitement. An event that could only be accessed after meeting enough conditions and accumulating enough good karma. An event dedicated to the. After a long days, when his soul returned to his body, Korin quickly knelt down and accepted immediately. Yes, I accept you as my man. This too fast, too dangerous agreement caused Aaron to walk over and put her hand on his shoulder to help him sit up. But at that moment, the information in the game no longer held much. Stopping at just touching his shoulder, Aaron then hugged Korin tightly to comfort him. It's okay to fall. Just stand up again. It's okay to fail. Just succeed next time. It's okay to cry. Just laugh. He was still in a daze. She added, hold fast to your justice, your faith, and walk on the royal. Finishing her words, Aaron kissed his forehead lightly. I will grant you the goddess. I will never forget the warmth of that moment at the city of death, Nasri, a place where the deadly night has repeated for 300 years. However, the army of the undead king is gradually becoming stronger bit by. The fragile balance lasted for 300 years. Aaron, holding her weapon, ran quickly to escape the living dead who were more numerous than a primary army. She had reached her limit. While running, she observed those pursuing her. From behind, she gritted her teeth and assessed. Today is the 3rd night. If this continues, undead King Jaren will completely turn into a true lich. This time, the situation is truly. While she was analyzing and worrying about things, suddenly, another voice rang out. I've already dealt with. The owner of the voice was Korin, holding his spear and gently jumping from the rooftop.
Don Uri.
We still have come to save you. Having said that, the two also successfully destroyed that pile of living dead. If the undead King Jaren died, time in the city would rewind 3 days, and all the undead he created would vanish at the same time, as if nothing had ever. The next morning arrived. A magic circle appeared in the Asura's population is 1.2 million. If the undead escaped, the entire continent would be destroyed. Therefore, the master made a pact with the god of. By day, it's a peaceful city. By night, it's a city of the dead ruled by the undead. That cycle continues for. However, if the undead bosses are defeated within 3, you must destroy undead King Jaren to do. The master split her soul. The soul here has been forgotten from the original's memory and thus repeats the fragile cycle for 3 days for a full 300. But Jaren began to realize the repetition, and this fragile loop had reached its limit. Therefore, I made a deal with the god of. In half a year, Nasri will be purified. Now, as that half-year period is nearly, we have repeated the cycle 3 times. At night, we fight the living. After the sun rose, the two walked arm in arm around the city. During the day, they and read books together. Looking at the girl who was interested in reading, he smiled, indulged, not just simple activities. After reading, the two moved to a theater to enjoy plays and watch. And now, the final moment has arrived. After a day of various activities, the two stood by the bridge, watching the sunset and talking. Thanks to you, I've been very happy. You've seen this for 300 years. Don't you get bored? Looking alone and looking together is truly very. Hearing these words, Korin didn't think much more. As long as she was happy, it was good. Though he was a bit regretful they didn't make it to the best restaurant. Aaron stood beside him, smiling widely. It doesn't have to be a luxurious place to be meaningful. With my future student, I'm happy eating and before being happy for long. Korin's eyes were worried as he looked at her. Aaron? Tonight. She brushed back her hair and turned to look at him with an extremely gentle smile. Tonight will we purify Nasri and end this long night? He smiled softly, his hand touching her hair as he affirmed firmly. Yes, according to your theory, we can do it. You tried it with Paxihu last time. This time it will definitely succeed. As long as nothing gets in the way. So don't feel any After stroking it for a while, Corinne smiled with absolute confidence and stated, I already told you. I'm just responding to your wish. Once it's over, you just have to grant one wish. His words made Aaron a bit shy. She then hesitated, rubbing her hands together. Is that so? Could it be that before she could finish her sentence, a tremor occurred? A ghastly purple figure appeared out of nowhere. After 300 years of regression, I have attained enlightenment, the primordial ancient language. And also, after countless deaths, Jaren has found the. If 2 ancient runes are placed at the front and back, the paradise of the dead will continue to exist. Desecrate the primordial ancient language. Nasri loop has ended. In the sky, the moon gradually turned red. The city's demonic nature increased many times. Having finished everything, Jaren looked up at the red light shining down and laughed crazily. Finally, I've succeeded. He has evolved. From his eyes and mouth, a blinding light radiated for a few seconds. Of bones appeared. This was the form of the immortal Lich. Having finished evolving, he laughed loudly in triumph. I will desecrate that body, and even the soul will not escape my hand. This scene terrified the combat priests stationed at Nasri Cruz. What on earth is Hello? A crowd poured onto the streets. All the undead in the monitored area were gathering in one place. Nothing like this had ever happened before. The true immortal king is summoning all the undead in the city. This is an infinite offensive by the undead. Corinne and Aaron, in another corner, were using a piece of earth to shield themselves from the red light. Were you okay? Just receiving no answer from him, she looked over to observe the situation. Sometimes unusual events occur, but this is the first time I've seen something like this. First, we must hide and find a way to deal with it. Yet, just as he finished speaking, a thunderbreak strike was launched, forcing Corinne to defend with difficulty. Thunderbreak, looking at the pollution invading the dead land, gradually eroding everywhere, he remarked, it's not over. As that slime approached him, Corinne grit his. The sky is full of lightning, and the ground. Is it all poison? They just keep pouring out and realizing the situation was bad, they quickly escaped. It seems Jaren has completely turned into a lich. If so, in this city his magic power is nearly infinite. Don't stop. Keep. While running, a series of mid-level hellhunter monsters jumped. Refusing to be passive, he jumped up and used the 6 styles combined with a slash to Even though he handled it, his actions startled Aaron. Don't use flight skills. If you get stuck in mid-air, Fortunately, he managed to use the flower rune, wind rune to wrap around himself and then to summon the monsters one by one. Eren watched the whole event from start to finish. Eren smiled but the Lich was not pleased and exploded with power. Continuous thunderbreak. Having finished, he laughed triumphantly, but his joy was short-lived as he was completely destroyed.
Impossible.
My thunder break. Is it disappearing? Have you forgotten after only operating at night for 300 years? Now, open your eyes. As the light gradually destroyed his power, he was even more in disbelief. It's right. Corinne has now connected with the sun, temporarily deploying divine light, creating a... Don't be ridiculous. How can you suddenly create such terrifying... Saying that, he touched both hands together to create a supergiant power. Immediately after, a powerful thunder break was fired straight at where he was standing. Thunder break. After unleashing that move, the Lich laughed like he had never laughed before. Did you really think you had a chance? After speaking, he raised his hand to summon an entire army of to charge straight at the master and disciple. The infinite magic power of the moon is protected. As soon as he finished, the entire pile of bones was enveloped in a brilliant orange. This scene made the Demon King's eyes widen and now on the ground, traces of sun runes and fire runes glowed brightly, making the Lich unable to believe his eyes. How can you possess so many runes? Before he could process what was happening, the entire town... Loren stood amidst the light with a sword on his shoulder and a swirling power sphere in his hand. You're right, power like this can't be obtained out of... As he spoke, he remembered the experiences he had during the days by Eren's side. The last 10 days I spent with my master. That was the only time I truly got to be a thing of this. Corin recalled the covenant Eren had made. A hero who didn't mind being for fire rune, built alone for 300. After that movement, the monster quickly exploded, while covered herself in a cloak, turned around, and of course it didn't stop there. Eren continued to place sun runes in different places. It was thanks to the traces left behind from the back. Returning to the present, thanks to those runes, the whole town lit up. Because the master had engraved runes throughout the city across countless battles. Breaking free from his thoughts, he raised the power sphere high. He crushed it with a pop, causing a burst of power. Solar Halo. Activate light magic. It's a pity, but this is our last. Disappear Immortal King. Cleum Solace. Incarnation of the... As the final words were spoken, that power exploded, causing the undead to melt. It melted, it burned, it purified. No priest, source of power, had ever been able to perform a purification on such a large scale. A few seconds later, a massive explosion, not just ordinary undead, but even the famous Immortal King was gradually being blown away.
Impossible.
How can an ordinary human possess such power? The reason for his disbelief was over 1 million deaths, 300 years immersed in darkness. All the darkness. In the end, despite resisting, the Immortal King was still blown. After that event, the town returned to its original peaceful. Corinne stood in a familiar place with a flickering figure behind him. You really... Unbelievable. I didn't expect you to use the treasure of the Dan and... Hearing those words, Corinne put his hands in his pockets and smiled faintly. Well, it's just a one-time miracle. After all, it wasn't all of my... The entity didn't argue further but returned to the main point of the conversation. You have completely fulfilled the covenant. They will also fulfill the covenant. Oh, Eren, standing beside him, also breathed a sigh of relief after all this time. Now it's really... Putting that aside, she looked at Corinne standing calmly beside her and asked, Corinne, when this covenant ends, I will... Despite his calm exterior, his heart was filled with worry, his hands clenched tight. I've experienced it in the future. The person who protected this land for 300 years will disappear. Witnessing that calm reaction, Eren was a bit embarrassed. The two began to talk about small things in life. You've worked hard. Yes, I fell many times. Did you cry much? I cried all the time. However, I will never forget. He suddenly remembered the words Eren said while hugging him during their outing the other day. Even if you lose your way in the future, I still hope you keep your true self. Keep your faith and walk the king's path. Then you will... Even if your current memories are different from the master of the... You are still a hero. You comforted me with those exact words. After saying that, Eren kissed him lightly on the... Present. Eren lifted Corinne's face towards her with an extremely gentle voice. She said she would grant him the blessing of the goddess. The more it's like this, the more emotional it... The subsequent action surprised. Turned out Eren had kissed him lightly on his upper lip. From the corners of her eyes, streams of tears flowed down. I truly hope you are happy. And so, as the sun finished its roll, darkness returned once that teardrop fell, rain poured down. Eren had disappeared at some point, leaving only Corinne standing there facing the rain. Now Erin was nowhere to be seen, except for the long-time disciple she had raised since child. No one had ever set foot in this imperial. Thinking of this, the image of a muscular man appeared. Bantaza, because of the betrayal of the disciple she loved like another version of Erin was sleeping with her chin in her hand somewhere. The queen had been sealed for over 80 years. What woke her from her long sleep amidst silence and stillness was a sudden flood of memories from 300 years ago during her wandering. Erin had gone to meet a mysterious entity and made a request. Reaper, make a covenant with me. Nasri, for some reason, has been forgotten. Turning to the present, Erin recalled those memories and frowned. Is this the 3784th? The endless war with the dark sorcerer was also bound to the city. You must have been so lonely and miserable for 300 years. The me of another. The scene changed to when Corin was making a pact with that mysterious entity. His appearance astonished Erin. Reaper, make a contract with me. Isn't this boy Bantaza's disciple? I thought he betrayed Bantaza and came. Everything changed to when Corin appeared before her holding a spear and declared firmly, Time I will save you, Erin. While her questions continued, the final memory of present, Erin saw something that made her face flush red, her hands full of resistance. No, it turned out what she saw was that version of Erin kissing him lightly on the lips. I will grant you the goddess. Erin was still flustered. A spatial portal. Inside, a blonde girl wearing glasses appeared, holding a thick book. Erin, I've brought a new book. Do you want to read? However, witnessing Erin clutching her head and kicking her legs on the pillow, she froze. I'm crazy. Truly crazy. What are you? Erin, oblivious, absent-mindedly touched her lips. The merged memories could not be. Corinne, her student, had become her first kiss and an unforgettable. Another corner at the Second Holy Land, Zion Cathedral, an unbelievable voice rang out. Nasri, the city with over 1 million undead, was purified in just one. Facing that skeptical reaction, the priest was extremely excited. Yes, it was like the sun. Surely it's a blessing for humanity. But another person didn't let the subordinate finish, interrupting and slowly standing up. Saint Estelle, said to possess the greatest holy power in history. 4 years ago, she went to Nasri and successfully purified it with a prayer ritual. But only 3 days later, everything returned to how it. At the church, Estelle, despite trying to stay calm, couldn't suppress her resentment. Nasri has always been a burden and a terror for humanity, but it was still a manageable power that can purify Nasri. Now, when no one can identify the holder of such terrifying power, in a way that is much more terrifying and unpredictable. Thinking it over, she couldn't accept this fate. Estelle's eyes were filled with murderous intent. I need to investigate who purified Nasri. This news shocked every power across the continent, including the Mage Tower and the Old Holy Church. The news even reached the freezing northern Arctic, at this time on the Dingle Peninsula of the North Kingdom. In a harsh land of deadly ice and rampant monsters, Northerners had long been prepared for. Someone was kneeling below, body trembling, because this place had become a land where strength was the only thing worshipped and admired. Then over 80 years ago, a warrior appeared. Inside some castle, that person was trembling and crying. I'm sorry, sir, more than anyone, he is the one worthy of standing at the. Just as he finished speaking, a burst of power was. The crowd stepped back in fear, looking at the spear filled with murderous. The owner of the strike sat with his chin in his hand on the throne and slowly spoke. The sun has been stolen from our hands. Fine, never mind. So who exactly did it? This person was Tesbent. Asked that, the one who had just been beaten to the ground crawled up crying. Corinne Locke, it's him. He's definitely the one who killed Formac. He claims to be Aaron Danua's first. These two names excited him. Corinne's reaction made the subordinates below wonder. Do you know that name, sir? Of course I know. My opponent has changed from that brat Paxihoot. Though trying to remain calm on the outside, the power within him still exploded. I didn't expect him to show his face less than a year after that. This explosion of power put pressure on the subordinates below. What kind of power is? After a moment of anger, he finally calmed down. My dear master, both the person I love and the one Aaron Danua, if you dare to call yourself her first son, I will come to meet you person. The person being mentioned was currently standing in front of the It was the second. Where he was standing now was the general dormitory. This place was created to manage special demons within the academy. In other words, this was an isolation dormitory created for Warren and Mary. Below, a crowd of people was leading a group. All right, this way, clear it out. Professor Josephine stepped out of a spatial portal and adjusted her glasses in surprise. Since there were only a few people, Professor Josephine took on the role of dormitory head to manage everything. As soon as she stepped out of the portal, a supergiant fish caught her eye. Bluefin tuna, Good food for the, it helps increase IQ. These words made her feel help. After a moment of speechlessness, Josephine turned to see Corinne, who had somehow put on chef's clothes, his hands quickly fanning with the help of others. Bring it over. After a moment, she burst out with a question. Explain this. Asked that, he froze and gave an awkward smile. And I basically play the role of assistant dormitory head helping the After smiling awkwardly for a while, he looked at Mariette, who was requesting staff to move large chairs into her desired position, and explained. Senior Mary said many people would visit, so she wanted to buy large furniture. Watch where you're going. The staff member, under that pressure, struggled quite a bit. Kim, if this falls on us, we're dead. Be careful. Corinne then looked at the girl tightly hugging the bluefin tuna and added, Warren bought the bluefin tuna from the market, so we decided to share. Hearing that, Warren hugged the tuna tighter than ever. No, it's Corinne, helpless, turned to another person, Alicia, who was dancing with her knives skillfully. Alicia is here to help.
Aden style sashimi slicing tech.
Having gone through all the work, Corinne smiled brightly and reached out to Josephine. Irith, hi Mace, please have a seat. They'll give you a discount. Hearing those words, Josephine rejected without thinking. Enough, stop this. Clean up and prepare the rooms for the freshmen as fitting this request, he smiled brightly, thinking of two girls. I can do it quickly by myself. The freshmen I mentioned are siblings, so they can stay in the same. Josephine immediately interrupted and added, No, I'm also helping to prepare new rooms for the students. There are still 2 more rooms to arrange. More important, the freshmen will enroll tomorrow. These words made Corinne, who was placing a piece of meat on rice, freeze. She didn't stop there and made a request. Can I ask you to guide? As soon as the question was asked, Corinne's face was quickly replaced by an excited expression. He stuffed that piece of sushi into his mouth and agreed immediately. If you grant me one request. After the party, Corinne began his introductory journey. He spoke while recalling what he had experienced every year. Excellent second-year students would guide the freshmen. Freshman students, everyone. Senior Mary is now a third-year. Turning to the present, on a car speeding like the wind, a steady voice rang out. All right, on the left is the Hall of Creation. So, the one leading the freshmen, Corinne, who had somehow found a suit and was posing in all sorts of ways, followed by Guaran with dead fish eyes. The place where magic majors gather to research any question. Contrary to her reaction, the students behind were extremely excited and followed along. Big brother, you're so cool. That outfit is so stylish. Corinne was also excited, doing all sorts of things. The girls are a bit cold. Let's sing a song to impress. She couldn't watch any longer and had to stop him. Unable to take it anymore, Guaran gave him a hard blow. Corinne didn't mind and kept talking, reminding the students, all right, the tour ends here. The professors are inside, go in and do your... When the students completely left, Guaran returned the sign to him. Then she intended to leave, making Corinne surprised. I'm leaving first. Huh? So suddenly? I'm late. Someone said they would come to harass me. The question was asked. Guaran didn't bother to answer and just turned to leave. It's true. Looking at her back, he hesitated a bit. They said flying is not allowed on the academy. A bit surprised and speechless, he didn't seek the answer further but gave a slight smile. Guiding the freshmen makes me see things more clearly. The new semester has really started. While lost in thought, a voice suddenly rang out. Boss. No. I mean, sir. We're going inside. He turned to find the owner of the... Turned out the owners of the voice were 2 cat siblings. He patted their heads to reassure them. All right, good luck, Len. Of course, they'll be fine. This year there are some notable freshmen. But these 2 will definitely be the center of attention. Lost in thought, another voice rang out, catching his attention. Phew, this way. Everyone, be careful when getting off the vehicle. Corinne quickly went to the vehicle to check on the situation. Alicia, you're in charge of the west gate, right? Oh, be careful of... Before Alicia could answer, another person asked something that made him freeze on the spot. Are you Mr. While he was still frozen, a staff was firmly placed down, and a gentle voice rang out. Pleasure to meet you, Mr. I am Miriam Elizabeth Elrath. Looking at that girl, he didn't know what to say. I was wrong to think Jen and John would be the most mentioned. Breaking free from his thoughts, he knelt on the ground under Alicia's stunned gaze. No one might remember her face or name yet, but no one doesn't know the Elrath. Seemed things would end here, but he gently kissed the girl's hand. She is the second princess of this nation, and the villainess of the century in the legend of hero. This action made Elizabeth very satisfied. Very elegant. Who taught you? After finishing, Corinne lowered his head, let go of her hand, and answered vaguely. I learned it from an acquaintance. When a lady stands before you, a gentleman should kiss her hand and invite her to dance. Recalling those words, Corinne sighed. That person taught me. Of course. Look, Mr. Corinne. Isn't she beautiful? She is our daughter. There are many other returning to the present. He felt bored and pressured under that excited and amused gaze. I met her in the previous loop, but not in the academy. As the atmosphere between the two became strange, another voice rang out, and that voice annoyed Elizabeth. Isn't this Mr. Corinne? He also looked up in surprise. In the script, the princesses weren't supposed to appear. That person was none other than Estelle. She smiled gently, reached out her hand, and suggested, "Hello, I am Estelle Haditha Elrath. Shall we shake?" Being requested like that, no matter how confused he was, he stepped up to shake hands. Saint Estelle Haditha Elrath. It's an honor to meet you. No need to be formal. We're classmates now. I'm not using formal language either. After shaking hands, Estelle approached the annoyed Elizabeth and greeted her enthusiastically. Miru, you're here too? I didn't see you because you're so small. I told you not to shorten my name. Ignoring the annoyed attitude, she still smiled extremely gently. Call me sister, Miru, or senior. I only skipped school for over 2 years. But starting today, despite that, Elizabeth was still very annoyed and scolded without hesitation. You should use formal language with someone better than you. And all you have more than me is excess. Finishing her sentence, she turned and left without a thought. Alicia, I'm going into the Freedom Hall. Thanks for the guidance. Estelle also turned to leave. I'm going too. See you later. His words made Alicia's operating system go haywire. Yes, I mean, it's an honor, Saint. As for Corinne, he was still marveling at. After thinking for a while, he suddenly froze on the spot. In dormitory, those two cat siblings were excitedly looking at. Don't be so country bumpkin-like. But, it's so big. Like a cat. While the two were talking, the brother suddenly bumped into. The shy boy quickly hid behind his sister. The other person also introduced herself.
Sorry.
I am Miriam Elizabeth L. She then reached out her hand to the boy and suggested. He also hesitated, not knowing whether to shake it. We're in the same class, right? Let's shake hands. Just as he reached out his hand, before they could shake, Elizabeth grabbed his wrist. How strange. Her gaze then turned cold as she brought her face close and started saying terrifying things. Your beast tribe. We killed you without mercy before. I didn't expect a piece of trash like you to survive. Touch my magic staff one more time and it'll disembowel you while you're still breathing. Got it? Facing these words, the demon boy shrank back and after finishing, Elizabeth left elegantly, leaving the two siblings to comfort each other. Witnessing everything, Corinne sank into thought, like walking on thin ice. Impossible to predict what will happen. Two characters who shouldn't have appeared in the academy until much later, Miriam Haditha Elrath, Estelle Elizabeth Elrath, appeared at the same time. Did a butterfly flap its wings again? It's probably because of the Nasri purification. Attracted attention too quickly. Thinking about this, he couldn't help but feel his world crumbling a bit. Imdomet. Another wing flap has turned into a... While he was feeling desperate, the professor couldn't hide her irritation and shouted loudly, Student Corinne Locke. Losing focus on the very first day. As soon as he finished, the professor took the opportunity to ask more. Then explain the concept of peace judgment. Suddenly asked that, he froze and scratched his face, not knowing what to say. That, when he couldn't say anything, the professor irritably announced, point to... That made Corinne scream. What kind of class is... Leaving that class, he walked while putting both hands in his pockets. The first day is usually orientation. And ending class early is almost a... Walking to a classroom, he wondered, the others... Haven't they arrived yet? The special dormitory was expected to consist of Professor Josephine, me, Mary, Warren, and the wolf. But we prepared 2 more rooms. You said 2 more people would come. Recalling those words, his eyes widened in realization.
Don't.
Inside, Elizabeth sat on high, smiling slightly as she greeted him. Welcome, Mr. Corinne. Shouldn't you be a bit polite? Come here. Facing that request, he refused without a thought. A gentleman only kisses a lady once a day, princess. These words made Elizabeth laugh with interest. How interesting. A commoner like you actually knows noble. No longer joking, she spoke straight. He'll be blunt. Support me in the succession race next. Corinne hesitated and politely refused. I'm just an ordinary guardian. Do you really need my support? As Elizabeth spoke up, making Corinne freeze. A knight possessing a holy relic recognized by both the old and new church is a different story. Clam Solace. You look Are you doubt that? A red mist gradually spread everywhere. Recognizing the abnormality, Corinne grit his teeth. Pay you in advance. He then pushed Elizabeth down onto the bed. She also wrapped her legs around his. Tell me what you want from a noble person like me. am ready to cater to every pleasure you desire. Speak. Demand anything you. Corinne said nothing, his eyes, just a touch from him made her go into heat. Yes, oh, her heart raced, leading to an exaggerated tone. My destiny, please swallow me whole and make me. Those red lips parted slightly, waiting for the young man to approach. Corinne swallowed. He suddenly waved his hand. The bright red mist vanished in an instant. Corinne stood up. The corners of his mouth twitched slightly. That looks very seductive. He raised an eyebrow and asked sincerely, did you really use charm incense just to seduce me? That method doesn't suit someone of royal blood about to inherit the stingy lips. Marrying the champion of the sun god is an extremely powerful political card. Marriage and reproduction are the two oldest forms of exchange, Mr. He buttoned his shirt back up. And what about the destiny you mentioned? She was amused. Don't you understand what I'm saying? Seeing that, he ignored it. Fine, let's just Elizabeth felt a bit regretful. Try again next time when the mood is better? However, Corinne showed no emotion and just turned and left. That's not happening. She clearly didn't believe it. You might change your mind after hearing my offer. How can you be so? Corinne smiled faintly. I learned it from an acquaintance. One must be careful with beautiful. The door closed with a loud. Elizabeth hungrily licked her lips, her eyes curved. Then he'll just have to try. Just as Corinne left the room, returning to his true state, he breathed heavily. That was close. Lately, things like this keep happening. Even Senior Mary is the same. She looked at me and then blushed. Corinne, thank you for today. And Alicia is different from normal sometimes. Her eyes aren't full of mist. Corinne's hair stood on end. I understand you chose drama as an elective, but why choose a nonsensical play about an affair? Alicia? The two were arguing. That story is beautiful. You're going Whenever Hua took a break, it was like this. If she didn't hold hands, it wouldn't. Corinne found it a bit hard to speak. Do you really feel comfortable like that? Feeling his large, she blushed and nodded slightly. When I swallow the sun, I'm full of positive energy. Especially when Hua keeps releasing negative energy through her meridians. So just being near me might make them feel great. Maybe that. The bell rang. He reminded Hua, stop. Break time is. Warren playfully put a finger to her lips. Just a little. Of course, John also appeared occasionally. He complained about this to his friends. I see, that must be. Pat pretended to understand. So your problem is that girls keep clinging to your body? Exactly. He took a sip of tea, his tone serious. Corinne, I'm telling you this seriously as a. He smiled and raised his middle finger. Just go die. Serious. The two friends were crying inside, fuming with rage. Just pick one girl. Damn it. Corinne was still extremely innocent and bewildered. Why are you suddenly?
Lot decided.
It's useless, Jaeger. Let's just kill this place. Suddenly, a sweet voice rang out, freezing the three of them. Hello? He looked up and saw the sickening red hair and deep red eyes. Go. Princess, why did you? Elizabeth made a suggestion. I'm going downtown. Would you mind being a guide? He awkwardly rubbed his neck. Well, the two friends were like strangers on the sidelines. Looks like we don't need to intervene. He's about to be torn into pieces. Lat excitedly pushed his glasses with his wrist. At first I felt jealous, but now I think we should study this series. In just a moment he figured it out. His body might be emitting pheromones, and for some reason were immune to them. Zigger was confused. What are you talking about?
Lat pointed.
Look over. A man smiled brightly at him. Corinne. Long time no see. Hello. Come.
Ariel.
Zigger clutched his chest in shock. No way, he attracts men.
Lat mused.
That guy is definitely hiding. Before the gathered students, Ariel spoke. Every year, the freshmen of Merkaba Academy participate in field training in the hunting ground. Among the second-year seniors in the forest, some top students will play the role of monsters to challenge the freshmen. By any means, the freshmen must defeat them and take their armor. Well then, let's begin. He smiled faintly in anticipation. They dispersed and entered the hunting grounds. Are you in class? Some people were admiring someone. There aren't many like that. Want to form a temporary group with us? Oh, let me join. The one being praised as a handsome guy laughed brilliantly. Good idea. Let's form a group, then split up to find our. However, in his heart, he was darker than his appearance. How troublesome. Just because it's class 2, I was kicked out of the top. If it's because Princess Miriam is a class 1 mage, it's understandable. He was still bitter about the previous incident, but to be ranked alongside those filthy furballs. If it weren't for the sacred mission, I would have left this academy long. Last semester, the shadow unit of the church infiltrated the academy to destroy monsters but was caught. Bishop Renaud O. Ruziknin denied involvement, but to say he was very arrogant about his own strength. They sent me Jack Mang loser. Now I will hide my identity as a church member and act as a model student. Scout called out. not knowing his scheme. They're just class 3 and class 4, but I'll pass the test with them to gain. Someone licked their blade gleefully. There are 400 kids like me. I even feel pity for the seniors. So ultimately, everything depends on who can take them down first and grab the armband. They said we can use any means. Jack Mang felt comfortable with the army he had acquired for free. I'll lead these fools with my wisdom, pretend to make friends for a bit, then use them as pawns when suddenly, a flash of light appeared. An explosion occurred. Thank you watching for vid. Josephine stood on a branch observing. Even so, even if that's how seniors usually, she recalled Corinne's triumphant and sinister face. I will lead the freshmen for this hunting forest exam. Let me choose the seniors I require. She sighed, unable to hide her worry. The request has been granted. Is this really a good idea? The freshman had no idea. A large shadow loomed over. Regarding the second-year students at Merkaba Academy, who had mastered the ultimate secret technique of the Luren in just half a year, instantly crushed all their confidence. The rookies had to fight against vines, fighting to the end against a series of strange things. What else is this? Corinne had successfully invested and obtained a top-tier curse, including Doran, a mercenary spirit using a... Similarly, thanks to a successful investment and someone giving him a golem crafting book. No one can stop me. This Granul Liden, the mage controlling the ultimate, and one person who needs no introduction. This is hard to control. Behind her were countless people who had been She is Pigeon Ayacha Hua and the next heir of the Aiden family. The sound of a sword being unsheathed faintly rang out. Even Alicia, thank you watching for vid. The freshman knew the rumors about her. Run. She awkwardly scratched her cheek. I was only The entire army that Jack Mang considered heroic scattered in an instant. Spare me. What on earth is going? Someone crawled out from their path. A weird Jack Mang raised his eyebrows, huffing coldly and mocked. He raised his sword, his tone disdainful. You pathetic lot are running away just because of a single... Suddenly he felt something was...
Fire rune, Cana.
A yellow arrow sign appeared on the... Large explosion went off. An entire area lit up. Jack Mang had no idea that the people who had disappeared, all the core second-year students of Merkaba Academy, had been turned into ultimate weapons. Anyone who ran was stabbed once by the clown and in the sea of fire, Corinne had collected a bunch of the corners of his mouth turned up as he looked at the last remaining person. He pretended not to know. That's right. What's happening? Now everything is clear. Is that... Jack Mang was so scared he wet his pants and slumped down. Clown showed a crazed look, his fingers pulling the corners of his mouth into a grin. Let's see you... Screams echoed across the sea of fire. The barren trees gradually... Jack Mang clutched the wound on his side and ran. He couldn't accept reality. Born and raised in the St. Michaela Green Monastery under the old church, spending his life on the path of... His foot suddenly tripped on... He fell over. I have often wondered if God really exists. But now, there is one thing I surely believe. His face was filled with... Devils are real. The clown bared his teeth and brandished his spear. All right, that's a... Jack Mang covered his head, not daring to look, thinking he was about to be slaughtered. Tears and snot covered his face. But what came wasn't pain. A warm hand was placed on his... You're more resilient than I thought. Aren't you? Corinne returned to normal. He reached out to help Jack Mang up. Nice to meet you. He was bewildered, then suddenly shivered. Corinne Locke? The one who crossed swords with Sword Master Lunia Aiden and still held his... He smiled friendly under the guise of a clown. His hand reached out. I'm evaluating the excellent freshman. Besides the princess, you are the strongest. So, want to collaborate? Strong people are always welcome. Jack Mang hadn't recovered from the shock. Seeing this, he also hurriedly shook his hand. Yes, he'll do it. Corinne narrowed his eyes and nodded. Good, good. He carried a secret he couldn't tell Jack Mang. My first task in this hunting forest. He was even excited, looking at the hand that had just been held. Being chosen by Senior Corinne, without knowing his identity had been exposed. Scout Jack Mang. Spy of the old the dark, terrifying expression of a clown. Keep your friends close but be careful. And approach your enemies. Jack Mang even joyfully said goodbye. Take care. Another place, someone swung a mace, their tone scathing. Ren used just one punch to shatter the person who came also flew back. John. She irritably shouted at her younger. She put her hands on her hips and reminded him. I told you to check the back pocket too. You have to take the armband and strip that guy. Boy focused on stripping the person who had just fainted. All right, if we have everything, John's personality was quite shy. Our classmates have led the way ahead of us. After all, we're demons. The sister, Ren, was the opposite. She was fierce and didn't care. They want to steal our armbands because we're class 2. She knew well. Taking a senior's armband grants more. The seniors are too strong. So they chose to take ours to earn. Ren took the lead and urged him on. At the finish line of this exam, at the cabin we can exchange armbands for rewards. We have to. It's coming soon, right? The cabin? But something in front made Ren. For some reason, their final destination was the brightest spot in the. Why is it on? Then, where they were standing also shook. Ren was flustered. Huh? Is that an earth? Something suddenly emerged to replace the cabin. What is? A whole sign clearly marked rewards stood right there. Both of them were stunned. A fifth year. What are they doing up there? Before their eyes, it had transformed into a tall, majestic ancient. A soft chuckle. How interesting. Elizabeth walked past the two of them, leaning on her cane. With cold eyes and an extremely mocking voice, she said, only the smell of. She walked straight into the building. This thing was created by Eris. So, if we destroy it, it'll be very difficult. We must continue. Her retinue cheered. What are you doing? Stay close to the prince. The two beastkins stood dazed at the door Elizabeth had just entered. What should we? And pointed in another direction. Let's go the opposite way. John did not object. I'd rather die than go in there. But regardless, after only a few steps, she immediately regretted. Maybe I should have followed. They had to dodge and weave through swords that were gliding. The two of them struggled to protect their lives. Why are there so? John didn't let them rest for a single second. That's the client's request. They said not to go too easy. Inside the tower, it was so quiet that you could hear a pin. An invisible person sneaked around. Infiltration complete. The structure is very. He had sketched out the entire map of the tower. 3 entrances, 3 rooms, 3 guards. Each place had 1 person guarding it. The paths merged, and on the second floor there were 2. Then came the third floor, where only 1 person was. Warren slowly spun his spear. No one has passed us yet among this year's. The intruder suddenly felt something strange. What is this? A strange feeling. Like something is touching my. The Reaper's bridge can separate the soul from the body, though the effect is minimal on complex entities like. Corin just spinning his spear had affected him. My concentration is dissolving. The stealth technique is. Then he heard the boy call him out by name. Second-year freshman knight, Razit Essen Mustali. Is that stealth technique from the assassin? Razit had nothing left to hide, though he still had things left unsaid.
I'm sorry.
A swift figure appeared behind. You shouldn't have said what you just. Corin turned and delivered a kick to it. Razit didn't expect his stealth technique to be seen through. What is? He was forced to switch to using a whip. There was no other. A strike hit the air as Corin slightly tilted his. Looked as if he were performing, jumping and winding through the gaps. Not, but if he went that way. When the tip of the whip tightly coiled around the spear, Corin tightened his grip. The assassin tribe of the powerful force pulled down. So what will you? A thought flashed through Razit's mind. I hate that blood-soaked. I came to the academy to run toward a life that isn't as a murderer. I abandoned my. Razit suddenly let go. If my identity is exposed, and the entire tribe is put in danger because. Razit opened his coat. Inside were explosives. It seemed he wanted to risk his life. Then I must seal that secret with my own death. A blinding light. The entire room was flooded in a sea of. But suddenly Corin was heard letting out a breath. Phew, you're walking on a dangerous. He gently gathered the fire into a ball. Lucky for you, fire and heat are right in the palm of my. Before the wide-eyed Razit, he added, oh, one more. He walked past the dazed Razit and lightly patted his shoulder. I don't care if what you learned was assassination, swordsmanship, or magic. That stealth technique, I think you'll need it soon. The second objective of this hunting. Corin curled his lips slightly. You'll join me for a job. This is a test of the potential of these new. Took siblings Ren and John a long time before Ron gave them a thumb. The next person they had to face was Warren. She said indifferently, good. The two beastkin cautiously stepped inside. Their small noses twitched. Ren, the scent is this way. As soon as they entered, they knew who was inside. Oh, you two rejoiced. Brother. Ren began to complain. What's going on? I heard this year's exam is even crueler than last year. A spear swept past her. She stood stunned, unable to react. Corin's sudden action was too confused. Ren turned back in a panic to question him. What's going on? A figure blurred. In the blink of an eye, he kicked John in the stomach. The boy couldn't dodge in time and took the full force of the. Corin frowned and warned in a cold voice. If you're in a fight, never let your guard down. Do that and you'll. Ren was still bewildered and didn't understand. Corin pointed his spear at her. Demonic tiger sweep. Didn't you hear what I just. Impact blast radiated throughout. Corin backed away. I don't like this, but there's no other. He exhaled. Phew, this is hard. Really hard. This is what my friends and I set up. The final mission of this hunting. Finally, both sides leaped. Both sides clashed. Corin's purpose was to ensure the kids could be independent. Ren and John regained their senses. He's really serious. Corin stood his ground. I have to help them. He didn't let up for a moment. All right, Let's finish this exam to controlling a beast in a beastified state is easier when there's no full moon. When in a state of full beastification, it's completely different. They turn into wild, snarling beasts. 100% absolute violence. Their strength could even wound Korin. If it were the final, they would look completely human. But in their immature beast forms, they are much harder to He looked at the loudly roaring beast. Even the gentle John turned into a bloodthirsty hound once beast. And above all, the two of them blocked him from both. He gripped his spear tightly. I have to deal with two. Principle here is that beastification allows communication without words and perfectly synchronized attacks. Especially since these siblings have lived through countless crises together. Their rhythm has never. Korin swung his spear, striking the boy across. He braced his muscles and spun, throwing John toward the other. John, having been thrown, quickly spun and landed to face him. Korin realized his intention. You're trying to save your. He pulled the spear from the floor. But what does that matter? If you simply stand still while your sister is attacked, don't just think about saving. He lectured them while giving them a beating. Attack. The two were knocked back like bowling. The beast roared in. Korin was already close. With a cold head, launched an attack that sent the beast. They couldn't rival him. He continued, if you have time to roar, use it to observe the enemy. Hesitating for a second means you're giving the enemy another. He grinned and chuckled. True, the older sister is stronger than the younger. Ren seized the moment, preparing for a sneak attack. His voice was soft, but aim precisely at the opening. Don't fight in a. Korin, as if having eyes in the back of his head, swung a blow that hit the beast's neck. Hit the right. Sudden strike left the beast with no time to. The two beasts lay scattered. Was it because they were too weak or Korin was too. His voice echoed throughout the empty room. Thank you watching for vid. With eyes colder than a wild beast, he said, until your limbs are broken and your throat is cut. Keep moving. This is real. Ren reverted to human form, trembling as she stood up. The pain made tears wet. The sharp spear tip was raised high. She weakly realized we don't know any. Does Big Brother always face such horrific. The sharp tip thrust down. A screeching sound made her clutch her. After a few seconds, she opened her eyes. Nothing had happened. Korin smiled kindly and picked the girl up. But this should be enough for now, right? Indeed, I can't push them any further. They haven't reached their final forms, but I want them to know what fighting is and be ready. He laughed reassuringly. Yeah. It was scary, wasn't it? Was Big Brother too harsh? As soon as Rin heard that, her tears burst. Both of them cried loudly, throwing a tantrum. The boss is too to treat me like a Hugging the two children, Korin tried to soothe them. There. It's my fault. But your reflexes and physical abilities are truly excellent. You haven't beaten me, but you passed. Go on up. A mix of relief and frustration. In his wide embrace, the siblings felt comfortable, yet swore that one day they would escape those. After sending the two away, Korin quietly held his spear and clapping suddenly rang out, accompanied by a haughty "They left, and you're still standing." Elizabeth walked in elegantly. Those dogs have physical talent, but you beat them like toys. Very impressed. The expression on Korin's face didn't change. Now it's my turn to evaluate. I'm also a bit annoyed. You just called us dogs. If you want to pass, you have to defeat me. But I won't show mercy like I did with the kids. Even if you are a prince. If you pull out that thing underneath, it'll need to go all out. Hearing that, Elizabeth chuckled softly. She immediately turned her head. Throw the sash away. Last time you even took off your skirt. But you weren't embarrassed. The blue sash fell to the ground. She licked her lips, her eyes showing a hint of interest. Miriam will be eliminated. Princess Miriam. What she hid in her skirt was a snake's, but she didn't flinch, even though I had seen through her trump. Korin sighed with deep thought. This time won't be like the last. How should I handle this? Evening fell over the top of the tower. A crowd of freshmen squeezed in to look at a sign. What is this? What does it? A clown face with the words. Return to the starting. Everyone was bewildered. Are you kidding? Soon it was night. The entire forest was silent without a single. A group of people covered in wounds complained. Seriously, I hope that psycho clown isn't here. Anyway, don't just think of a senior as a crazy guy. Is that Korin Locke over there? That name sounds familiar. Those people are still in the mood for gossip. Rumor has it he will marry the daughter of the Daenerys family, and is also the partner of Swordmaster Lunia Aiden. He's truly a man. Suddenly, laughter echoed through the forest. Ha! Hi! Spines went cold. It was that guy Korin dancing on a mountain of weapons. Hello! He poured red wine down, his face full of excitement. Are you guys excited for the assignment? The freshman shuddered. That guy's laugh is disgusting. This is the reward you deserve for the assignment. There are grade 4 and 5 magic stones and even higher grade. Korin jumped down. Do you know what you and these items have in? His smile deepened. You're all highly gnashing sounds echoed. You bastard. along with insane laughter in the middle of a blazing fire. Your tuition is burning. They completely collapsed. Our rewards and our test results. Just one hit. Let me punch that guy. Let me go, let me go. I'm not holding you. I'm like this. I'm going crazy. My rewards. My magic stones. Then another loud a clear voice rang out. Oh hey, everyone looked up dazed at the dragon swooping down. Isn't that Senior Mary carrying a box of supplies? Chest was set down and opened. Light flashed out. Wait, is that what I think? The glittering stones made them gasp. That's hematite and that's grade 2 magnetite. Corin said excitedly. Now, allow me to introduce everyone to the volunteer blacksmiths who will forge weapons for you for free. Their disappointment was completely replaced. They're all top blacksmiths from the and a big round of applause for third-year Senior Mary for bringing the materials and blacksmiths. And the second-year Senior too, go ahead and thank her. Warren's expression was cold as she clapped for the next was a spectacular display as Elisa tossed a tablecloth, revealing a table of fresh food. You guys are hungry, right? Today's meal uses the best ingredients, not normal canteen food. There's even honey. The freshmen's blood rushed to their heads. Eat, drink, take it all back, then get strong. Everyone's impression changed instantly. Enjoy this moment. Brilliant fireworks explode. Thank you watching for vid. With an indifferent face, Corin raised his wine. Today is your day. Everyone's eyes sparkled. Maybe we were wrong to judge this. Harry took care of things. Want some potatoes? She so. Not only that, he asked the sort of flowers for all the shady blacksmiths she knew. Use them well. Everyone received enough stones. He looked so scary before, but now he's suddenly the kindest. Elisa stood nearby, wondering. Still, expensive magic stones for 400. Corin paid for it all himself. Are you really? He wiped the makeup off his face. Aside from 1 or 2 ins, yes, I covered the entire. His face, half clean and half made up, looked very solemn. Money isn't the most important. In reality, it wasn't cool at all. It was. In his heart, there was something more precious than groans and screams. I don't want to die. I don't want to die. Corin. Those were lives. He had saved every penny from the just for this day to give magic stones and blacksmiths to his juniors as having good gear doesn't mean you can fight right, but your survival rate will skyrocket. This was all Corin's heart. They ate and drank their fill. Senior. Dance with us. Me? Even though I've given my all, that feeling of unease is always. Elisa's sparkling eyes turned to him. This time it was especially unavoidable. Actions different from his previous life. Keeping Jackman close. Recruiting. Thank you watching for provoking Rin, and it was all part of the preparation. The giant challenge was coming to Corin, who had disappeared at some point. Corin, where did you? Because he had something else to do here. Because that event would take place right at Merkaba. In a corner of the forest, a person held a lantern to light. Elder Admalek of Sigma Tower was acting stealthily. We must catch that creature. A failed experiment. Neither human nor. One with him was Elder Mostan of Hakma Tower. Everything is prepared. That creature will fall into our hands. Especially since the Golden Mage will also participate. They came here with a plot. Meridian Refkanthat vampire must belong to our magic. Chaos at the Magic Tower. The main script had begun. Initially, Vampire Girl was to be captured under the guise of researching library, but history was preparing to shift. The hooded figures followed one another through the. A figure stood under the moonlight. Corin had been watching them for a long time, because someone had silently prepared in advance. Sunlight shone on the academy. The special dormitory managed those the academy valued. Originally, it was a dormitory with no one but Warren and me, but now the rooms were almost. Warren punched Corin randomly while he dodged with a laugh. Every morning was a bickering match with. Stepped out of the bathroom and looked around. After bathing, if you came up from 2 places, it was crowded with unexpected. Before Corin were 2 facing rooms. In the hallway at the far end were the rooms of the 2 queens. Corin glanced over as he gripped his towel. The first queen, Estelle, had gone to the cathedral for morning prayer. The second queen, Miriam, had gone to her laboratory. The 2 queens had started their lives at the academy differently from the original story, so I felt uneasy that something might. He grabbed the doorknob and pulled it open. At the end of the opposite path, Corin rested his hand on his hip. He called out with an excited smile to the person inside. Hey, you 2 twins! Time to. The boy in white lay in a corner of the bed, sleepily complaining, Brother, give us 3 more minutes. Beside him, the girl in yellow squinted her eyes and slumped against the bed frame. Yeah, brother, just 5 minutes. He looked at the kids and thought. In the original story, these 2 cute kids would grow up to be. Next, the 3 of them entered the bathroom to wash up. He reminded them, all right, let's brush our teeth. The boy in white climbed onto his head to brush, while the girl in yellow yawned as she took the tube of toothpaste. I hate toothpaste. They were probably exhausted from being pushed too hard in the exam. They were no different from little children. Corin remembered the images of the two children grown up and full of brutality in the original story. According to the original, they were sub-boss villains, so their combat power was quite high. Thinking of the upcoming training, developing their final forms early was a good. The two rinsed their mouths while he stroked their heads. Looking in the mirror, Corin smiled. These children, who had become villains after experiencing horrific things, were now so cute. Looking at these kids, the predetermined future had already changed. He looked at them with satisfaction and happiness. I don't feel hesitant any. In the principal's office, a voice echoed. The mages from the magic tower are. Corin stood before Professors Josephine and Ariel, confused. What is their purpose? Professor Josephine, crossing her arms behind the principal, explained, to use the research materials of the Great Merkaba Library and conduct a career survey for the magic department students. Hearing that, he acknowledged, magic always lacks new people, so a career survey is appropriate. Lately, kids want to become academy experts more than tower mages. She crossed her arms and looked at him suspiciously. You know a lot about magic, don't you, student? Corin thought of the White Tower and noted, originally, the place that monopolized all mages and magic was the Magic Tower. It's a place full of injustice, where young mages are exploited while all achievements are seized by high-level mages. However, thanks to the emergence of Merkaba Academy, then he remembered the image of the Magic Tower losing its monopoly and becoming an arch-rival of the Academy. Around that period, the witch hunt of the old cult began. People in armor sparked wars everywhere. Witches were hung on pyres and burned to death. The Magic Tower, which already disliked the Academy and always viewed demihumans as test subjects, naturally became henchmen of the old. He remembered the heroes from his previous life and the Academy's opposition. Heroes stepped up to end the witch hunt. It was also known as the Witch Revolution. In reality, Corin looked at Professor Josephine innocently and reminded her, I can't understand the Magic Tower as well as you, Professor, since you participated in the Witch Revolution 80 years ago. It's written in the book. She glanced down at Ariel, narrowed her eyes, and adjusted her glasses. That's old history. Besides, I wasn't beside her. He also closed his eyes and sighed. I was there. Remembered the evil back of Balthazar. And hearing the tone, he also noted, the story of Balthazar, a treacherous disciple, was uncomfortable for the professors. But if it needed to be used, it must be used. Corin clasped his hands behind his back and looked at him, because nominally, both of them believed he was Balthazar's. Next, he made a decision. Let's reveal the information about the future as Balthazar planned. He spoke to them. The Magic Tower has a connection to Balthazar. Hearing that, Professor Josephine was startled. Then the visitors from the Magic Tower this time. Ariel also rested his chin on his hand and looked up suspiciously. Student Corin, you're providing information about the He clearly declared to them, yes. It's not about borrowing the library or conducting a career survey. Their true purpose is something earlier on the Academy campus. The visit from the Magic Tower this time is because of you. Marie looked at him in confusion. Me? Because of me? Why? Corin sat down on the bench beside. Seeing her confusion, he remembered her explosive power and explained. Senior's vampire blood is something that the Magic Tower, which is crazily researching demihumans, will surely crave. She interrupted him, and she scratched her face with a startled expression and reminded him. Touching me would be a major incident. Corin understood in his heart. The Dunera family was considered the Potato Empire, responsible for the empire's entire food supply, and was the strongest family in the. Next, he looked at her again. Touching such a family for a mere experiment isn't worth it. But the Magic Tower doesn't care about. Corin informed her, because they are following the order of Balthazar. She also widened her eyes in confusion. The order of Balthazar. With a serious face, he fell into thought. I think it's time to start saying everything about Balthazar's goal and his faction. He reminded her, from now on, what I tell you must only be known by the two. After hearing it, her face darkened as she touched her face, lost in thought. So, according to Corin, the so-called advent of paradise that the principal's treacherous disciple is trying to achieve. After gathering all 4 primordial runes and the 4 great treasures in a magic, they are collected together to use that power to destroy all civilization on. Balthazar took blocks of earth and rearranged them, stacking them on top of each other. Then he creates the world he desires. Is that? Corin's serious face affirmed it. Yes. So currently, the Magic Tower or the old cult following Balthazar doesn't care whether the opponents in this world are strong. He thought of those in the Magic Tower who were insane under Balthazar's. They believed that anyway, everything would disappear, and only what they wanted would. Marie looked at him with a suspicious face. Is something that terrifying really happening? He reaffirmed, though it sounds like a myth, Balthazar has enough power to. Next, he looked at her with deep affection and asked for her opinion. So, It might pressure you, senior, but there's something I want to ask. She clasped her hands gripped a piece of bread, and with a blushing face, she murmured, I'm so happy. You could do anything well without me. And yet there's something you need my help. Then she looked at him and smiled shyly, affirming, Corin, no need to ask. He'll help you with anything, just. Receiving her answer, he also smiled broadly and replied, Senior, then there's something I need you to do with me. Next, he left, not forgetting to wave back and remind Marie. Tonight at 12 o'clock, come to the Happiness Inn. He'll prepare everything, so you just need to Bread in her hand fell to the ground, so that he clutched her blushing face in confusion. All right, tonight at the inn with Corin. Corin can do as he pleases. I'm okay with anything. Meanwhile, at another Corin looked through binoculars at the people from the magic tower. They were opening the hotel doors. At the academy during the day and staying at a city hotel at night. Those magic tower. From a tree he observed the people entering. There were a total of 50 visiting tower mages. But among them 3 were classified as no. Looked at the man leading the way who was shouting at his subordinates. First is old Admalek of the Crimson Magic faction. A conservative old man with a temper as hot as fire. He's also the leader of the fire mages. He pointed angrily. I told you to bring document number 137. Hurry up and bring the new one. The other man bowed in confusion. He shifted his gaze elsewhere. Elder Mostan of the Dark Magic faction. He stared intently at a book and reminded the person behind him. Prepare the specimen for the touch test quickly. Don't waste my. Finally, there was a man whose whole body emitted golden light. Finally, Edrin of the Golden faction. He's holding a magic stone in his hand. He's the final boss of the upcoming Magic Tower disturbance event and the person who signed the pact with Bel. Corin gripped the binoculars and pursed his lips. Catching that guy is the most important thing. The problem is I don't know which of the 50 he swear. One man pointed and shouted angrily. Hey over there, you lower-class monkey mage. Bring that luggage here immediately. If it drops, it'll crush your mana core. Loro Aka ran over carrying a pile of things. Coming. He tried to carry it while gritting his teeth in frustration. Loro Aka chose the path of sticking with the magic tower. Now he's just an errand boy for them. Loro Aka, change your career. At the very end, one man in the group looked around. Next, he ran into a small side alley, leaving the. Corin saw that and lowered his binoculars, grinning excitedly. That's it. The magic tower is about to disappear. That night, cursing rang out in a certain tavern. You bastard. Damn it. Lost. Meroji laughed triumphantly while collecting a pile of gold coins from the gambling table. The others complained. Hey, isn't that a bit too much of a... This guy held up a card and looked at it with triumph. Allow me to introduce myself. Grade 4 Dark Mage of the Magic Tower, Manroji. Internally, he was proud. Though I don't care about things like wine, I heard that under the tavern of every city, there's a his upper eye observed the surroundings. He noted that guy is 2 fee. The other is the upper eye observed all the cards of the people in the... Manroji rested his chin on his hand with satisfaction. Too easy. By now, someone should have appeared. Behind, a hand touched his shoulder, making him jump. May I say? He looked over. A face full of vulgarity laughed. Here she comes. The girl brushed her hair aside and winked. Manroji turned his head back to look at her, licking the corner of his mouth. Sure. Internally, he screamed. That's right. This is what I care. He shouted excitedly into the dark night. Let's... In a room, the girl was pushed onto the bed with a confused face. If I do it, will you really give back the money? He fell into a state of ecstasy. I love taking people I've bankrupted and playing with them however I... A vulgar hand and a laughing voice approached. That's right. So be a good... Suddenly, an even more vulgar laugh appeared behind him, making him... He turned around and cast a spell, gritting his teeth in anger. Who is it? He used a low-grade curse man. Corin stepped out of the dust and grabbed Manroji's face with contempt. A curse is only this... Next, he threw him straight to the ground. The man screamed. While he gripped his eye, his face disguised as a clown. Corin narrowed his eyes and mocked. Normally, if you're caught bluffing, your hand gets cut off. But you intended to commit such a deep act against him. His hand squeezed his mouth hard. The man looked at him in confusion and fear. Corin reminded him, so you must be punished more severely. He screamed. Wait a minute. I didn't do anything. It was that... He reminded him because she is the owner of this place, Miss Lenya. She's not a maiden. She adjusted her clothes and looked at him with a frown. Boss? He quickly corrected. Informed him. The maiden's name is Marie Dunareff. Hearing that, Manroji turned pale with... He leaned in and looked at him angrily. The man was flustered and terrified. The target of the special grade demonic human magic, the vampire Marie Dunareff. She's the one you guys were planning to kidnap. A figure stepped in from outside. Those old cultists and tower mages don't consider demi-humans as people, do they? So I've prepared something. Corin turned his head to look at her. He noted, I'll leave it to you then. She also stared down. This guy is a scout. He cried silently, looking at them. Her eyes were full of coldness and Senior, please turn him into a vampire. And he, with his clown face, looked at him terrifyingly. As long as Corin wants it, anything. At this time, at the Merkaba Academy Library, an irritated voice asked, where did that Manroji disappear to since yet? Rielan frowned. Maybe Priest Manroji is jumping around those casinos again. Elder Mostan interjected unhurriedly. It's not the first time he's gotten drunk and disappeared in a casino for a few. He held a book in his hand and cursed through gritted teeth. Damn it. I told him this matter is very important. Now the Golden Mage Edrin, the Tower Master, will think we Dark Mages are just a... He narrowed his eyes and guessed. Could Edrin have planned this from the... And he asked fearfully, what if someone is impersonating Manroji and is already taking it? He carefully analyzed. Edrin is the only one in direct contact with the Order of Balthazar. Who knows if he's plotting something with the Crimson Mages behind our... He turned back and shouted an order. Rielan, find Manroji's whereabouts immediately. She quickly ran off. Stared ahead terrified. At the same time, two girls entered the library. One lowered her voice to remind the other, don't shout. Remember, we're in a library. The younger one bowed her head and grumbled. Zen is always scolding. The older sister signaled again. He saw them, his eyes widening in shock. Those kids. Beasts. This time, Rielan had arrived at the tavern, shouting. Damn it, that annoying Manroji. Where is he? I'm also a tier 3 dark mage. Why do I have to do this menial? She rested her chin on her hand, gritting her teeth and hissing. Once this is over, I'll switch to the Crimson Mages immediately. Over there, I just need to lick that old man's... Suddenly, a voice rang out that caught her attention.
Clapao.
2 martinis. Stirred. A young man in a polite vest with his hair in a bun appeared completely out of place. He introduced himself in Corin. He gallantly pushed a martini toward her and asked, are you here alone? She mocked, and you? A bit young to be flirting with someone. Aren't you? He shamelessly continued, maybe the Magic Tower mages are all elites. Even the young bees. Having said that, he casually took a sip of the... He painfully recalled. That was the end of Alicia's acting class rehearsal. I knew drama was an elective, but why did it have to be this kind of cheap infidelity play? Alicia countered. This is a beautiful story. The script is Rielan shouted angrily, what is a minor doing in a tavern? Go home now. Hearing that, he was confused. She grumbled. Good heavens. As if having that old Crimson Mage looking at me like candy wasn't... Now some snot-nosed kid dares to flirt with me too? He awkwardly scratched his face. But the wind wouldn't stop. She continued to yell, you psycho. Call the manager. What kind of business is this? Corin was shocked into silence. He lowered his head, feeling introverted for the rest of his life. Alicia, sitting nearby, also covered her mouth in shock. Strange. Why isn't it working? Rielan irritably called out. Bring another bottle. My mood is... Suddenly, a soft finger was placed on Rielan's lips, followed by a sweet voice. Ayaya, darling, stop saying such harsh words. Speak sweetly. She was startled. Who is it this? Estelle continued to praise her. Your lips are so beautiful. This made the woman Estelle put on a flirtatious act. Her captivating eyes asked, let me buy you a drink. Shall I? Seeing this scene, Corin and Alicia were completely shocked. Why is she? Estelle Haditha Elrath, the first princess favored by God, an all-powerful saint. Problem was her personality. And so, Estelle was able to fit in, clinking glasses with... Two girls quickly became close, hugging each other and drinking glass after glass. Estelle kept attacking with words sweet as sugar. Wow, only 22 this year? We're the same age then. Want to hang out with me tonight? Rielan answered entranced, yes. Even if we're the same age, you're still the sister because you're more beautiful. Estelle was known as a narcissist and a hedonist. In just a short time, countless empty glasses were lined up on the table. Here, drink. But it couldn't be denied. She really was beautiful enough to seduce both men and women. Estelle caressed Rielan's face with her finger, making her blush. Not as much as me, but you're also... Rielan was finally drunk. She mumbled, sister. The problem... Why is a person like that here? By now, Rielan had slumped onto the... Stood up and suggested, well, take Rielan with us. We're still taking acting classes to prepare for this. She crossed her arms and teased. Oh my. This mission is successful thanks to my beauty, you know. I just saved this from a disaster. Are you trying to take the credit? She spoke. She snapped her fingers. The guests in the tavern began to stand up. She informed him, we've been preparing for this mission for a long time too. He was stunned. What? The guests here? Alicia Kagan held her sword in front of him. There are 2 first-class knights here. Fall back. He quickly stopped Alicia. Korn stared at them, guessing. You guys, those who silently punish mages who oppress others. You're the secret counterintelligence unit of the new church. Seeing their identity revealed, they asked in shock. How do you, kid, knowing too much is dangerous? He laughed coldly. You're mistaken. I'm not in any danger. Korn thrust his hands into his pockets, his whole body radiating an aura of power. I can handle this entire unit even without a... Hearing that, Makai was enraged and was about to draw his sword. You arrogant brat. But he was stopped by Estelle. Stop, Vice Captain. Her eyes thought deviously as she noted the one clearly holding the son, Korn Locke. At this point, he confidently proposed, let's make a deal. I have 2 conditions. Estelle readily agreed. All right, the first condition. You want this person, right? What's the... Continued, Elder Mostan, the leader of the Shadow faction. If your goal is truly to catch mages who oppress others, there's no better... He spoke unhurriedly. I will provide evidence of the illegal magic experiments he performed. Estelle stroked her chin, hesitating. With this level of intelligence, Korn added for emphasis. A private villa behind Antec village to the northeast. There's a hut there, quite close to the tower. She asked in surprise, you're giving away this kind of information without asking for a... Estelle was curious. In exchange, what do you want? His face darkened as he replied. My goal... Then he looked up with a cunning smile. He spoke boldly. Catch all the mages from the tower who have come here. The tower is currently a place of corruption. From the lowest rank to the elders and direct disciples, not one of them is... Make's eyes widened, both surprised and disdainful. That's absurd. You think you can catch them all? He emphasized, if left alone, they will join the Order of Balthazar and betray humanity. They are pure. Korn said confidently, I've agreed to hand over Elder Mostan. You can go there to catch him. The rest I will catch myself. Estelle was silent for a moment and then exclaimed. Compromised. I'll hand over the person we caught today to you. I'm excited. I've given you quite a lot in the first request, haven't I? Makai shouted from behind to stop her. Ignoring him, she looked at him with her emerald green eyes and asked, what is your second request? Korn happily proposed. From now on, let's cooperate. As long as it's not political, I will proactively support you, Saintess. Pray for me. She stroked her chin with interest. So you know about my... Estelle smiled and reached out her hand. All right. I will pray for you until my holy power is gone. Since we're under the same roof, it's not hard to manage. A saintess prayer was a powerful buff usually only received at the end of it. He shook her hand, quickly reaching a compromise. Then I'll follow your prayer schedule, Saintess. Suddenly she said, his face panicked. What? She smiled brightly and requested. Call me sister, little... Just like that. The two joked around before the resentment of her comrade. But how would I dare? You're the saintess and a princess. Hey, I told you to call me sister. Grabbed his arm and winked cutely. Don't you think we'll be together for a long, long time, little brother? He sighed. Everything is happening so fast. Will it be... The scene shifted to a room with closed... Jolin bit his nails nervously. Still no news from Reelin? I don't care if that bastard Manroji lives or dies. Held a sharp ring in his hand and wailed. Reelin. I've lived for our Reelin. When she joined our Crimson faction, I planned to indulge her for a long time. I even prepared a slave seal. Who dares touch our... Suddenly, a voice from outside echoed. Delivery. He replied indifferently. Leave it in front of the... Jolin opened the door. Before him lay a stone. What the hell is... Curiously, he picked it up to examine it. It was a recording. Suddenly, the screen zoomed in. He immediately saw the image of his precious beloved white moon. Reelin. Jolin was so shocked he was speechless. No. Beside her was a tall, muscular man. Oh, a young mage beauty. Absolutely fantastic. I'm so lucky today. He cried out in shock. On the screen, she was blindfolded, screaming in panic. Help me. This is the city outskirts, Jolin anxiously instructed. No. Don't do anything. I'm coming right. Having said that, he ran as fast as his legs could carry him to save her. I'm coming right now. But he had no idea someone was following him from behind. Corinne stepped out with a smug smile. From the beginning, my target wasn't these small fry. It's the master of the Gold Tower, the mage AE. Problem is that among the 50 mages who entered the academy this time, no one knows who the gold mage is. But at least I can identify who is not the gold. By this time, Jolin had reached the house on the outskirts of the... He quickly kicked the door open and burst in. Reelin. He began performing a side quest titled Belated Love. He had fallen for a young woman from the shadow family. Seeing the girl he loved being tortured so brutally, he couldn't help but ask in a rage, Reelin, who? Does it involve that old mage? He gritted his teeth. Who dares to do that moment? Corinne appeared from behind with glowing red eyes, holding a staff. In the original script, there was a side quest. If the main characters are Reelin and Jolin, then at least these two aren't the gold. He said hurriedly, I will save her. But before he could act, he was struck by a shattering blow to the face. Just like the black mage Manroji I caught. Back then, you were performing the side quest The Hidden Gamblers. Was originally supposed to be caught for gambling fraud. He listed every name. Jolin, Manroji. Everyone involved in the script side quests is definitely not the gold. After waking up, Jolin, with a swollen face and hands tied tightly to a chair, screamed. What the hell is this place? You bastard! Do you even? Without waiting for him to finish, Corinne squeezed his mouth shut and threatened him with a round object. He broke into a cold sweat but still spoke stubbornly. What? Hey, how dare you torture me without asking anything? Ignoring his words, he coldly placed the gag into his mouth. Everyone else who appears in the side quests, they might lie, you know? So I've caught every single one. Corinne flashed a maniacal smile and poured down a bowl of blood. Drink it. It's delicious. This is concentrated blood. And then he decided to turn them into vampires. After an unknown amount of time, countless bowls were stacked on the table. This guy actually knew how to fight back. He had to eat 10 bowls of blood soup before turning into a vampire. He rubbed his forehead while admiring his masterpiece. But after another ghoul? By now, Jolin's eyes had turned blood red, and fangs grew out instinctively. Ghouls, the vampire minions. Virgins turn into Draculas. Those who aren't become. He rubbed his head in dissatisfaction. Just like Manroji. Why has everyone lost their virginity? Am I the only pure person left in this world? Mariette raised her hand and spoke innocently. Ah, me too. I've only ever held my father's. Suddenly, she smiled enchantingly. So that's how it is. But that means Corinne turn into a vampire. Just thinking about it made her excited. Her eyes glowing red as if she were turning into one. Jolin looked up trembling. He ordered, more importantly, reprogram this guy's brain first. He's a slave now anyway. Now he can't lie and, having said that, Corinne began applying clown makeup to the grotesque face and a rogue's. He grabbed his face. All right, friend. Confess everything. He questioned. What is your name? He replied tremblingly, Jolin. My name is Jolin. Now the interrogation officially begins. First question. Tell me the plan. Jolin, why did you come to answered honestly to kidnap Mary Dunneref. Of course, it wasn't that simple. Keep talking. Well, he confessed to assassinate Headmaster Ariuk. Conspiracy was clear. Second question. Why? He hesitated. Well, this made him angry, and he reminded him, answer me. Jolin groaned in. He replied frantically, the Tower Master, Great Gold Archmage Aedrine. He is the only one who knows. We were only following his orders. He said this was very important and that he would personally participate in the mission. We don't know if he's hiding in the Crimson Sect or the Shadow Sect, but he has already disguised himself as one. Corinne broke into a chilling. Using his clown face, he said enchantingly, I have enough information. The next step is. Then he pointed the camera straight, aiming at the mastermind. He threatened. Ha! Little Professor Jolin and the 3 missing wandering mages. I have all of them. If you want them to live, bring a ship full of gold within a week. If not, the camera shook violently. Switching back to his clown face, he said crazily, every night, I will cut off 1 finger from each mage. Starting with this, let's begin. The clown mask combined with his chilling laughter and his screams of pain were clearly shown on the screen. At the same time, 2 men in cloaks stood watching. That fool. If he weren't my student, I would have thrown him away already. Elder Admalek, leader of the Crimson Sect, spoke with Immediately, someone below whispered, this is the Crimson Sect's business. It would be better if we, the Shadow Sect, acted personally. He shouted angrily, shut up, kid. Who gave you permission to? Elder Mostan, leader of the Shadow Sect, merely warned cautiously, regardless, no one is allowed to act recklessly. He outlined the current situation. The space which, even if we try to capture the vampire and the headmaster, that which will just teleport them. That's why we intended to cause great chaos during the Academy's midterms to force the space which to be busy saving students. But that clown discovered our Mostan promised. Fine. The Shadow Sect will help. But you don't intend to give him the gold, do you? He affirmed. Correct. The tower does not negotiate with clowns. He then suggested, in that case we must catch that clown. He asked doubtfully. He said suggestively, we will track him. Didn't the collaborator I sponsored just join the Aniclimax seemed to realize the situation and replied hesitantly. He continued, she must know something about the clown's identity. Second, Princess more than anyone, Corinne was the one who wanted that to actually happen. He calculated carefully. Miriam saw my makeup in the hunting grounds. Since the tower is Miriam's main sponsor, she will definitely report news about me and Kawa. Then the rats in the tower who are targeting Senior Mary and Headmaster Ariu will shift their target. We will raid the special dormitory to catch, and that is when we will catch them all. That scenario was perfect. But when Miriam arrived and rewatched he easily noticed something was wrong. Aha! Oh my, what is this? Ho! He cheered excitedly. So you recognize that? She spoke leisurely. I don't know him at all. It seems there really are clowns like him in this world. How pathetic. Hearing that, their eyes went wide and their mouths agape. Scream echoed in the bakery. He asked in shock. You're saying Princess Miriam didn't mention me at all? The other person affirmed. No, he asked doubtfully, why not? Naturally, he was also confused. I don't know. Regardless, your name never. He frowned in thought. What is this? There's no way Miriam would take my side. This messes up the entire. Suddenly, Corinne stood up. He asked blankly, huh? Senior? He explained, that's right. Thank you. I have some business, so I must leave immediately. I'll send your payment soon as promised. He shook his head vigorously and said, no, it's not like. I think you should rest for a bit. Are you okay? He replied leisurely. He added, there's also a plan B, while thinking silently to himself as he calculating every variable. I will not lose my master in vain like last. The two sides lined up. Estelle accused Elder Mostan, Tower Mage, you are under arrest for illegal human experimentation, murder, kidnapping, and unlawful. He frowned and questioned. What does this mean? Do you intend to mistreat the Princess Estelle smiled slightly and replied lightly. Naturally, I do not acknowledge the tower's authority. I have received a report. This case is too serious and the evidence is too. And someone brought out the evidence. He was horrified. How can this be? Why are the research documents? Hearing that, she thought deeply. I'm the one who should be asking. Mostan's lab moves constantly, so even our crow squad couldn't track it. Estelle felt impressed. I didn't think he was lying. Even so, I didn't expect the evidence to be seized so. The data Corinne Locke provided wasn't prepared in advance. It was the very latest. If the Academy had shown any movement, the suspicious Mostan would have moved, crossed her arms in front of her chest and guessed. That means he prepared everything himself within a few days. Does he really want to pull down the tower alone? As for Locke, his thoughts were obviously clear. For the progress of great knowledge, sacrifice is now. The witch hunt originated from the discrimination and mistreatment of mages. But the old church and the tower were defied by the three heroes allied with the new church. Afterward, the witch hunt was called the Mage Revolution. The power of the old church and the tower gradually. Finally, the old church and the tower joined hands with Vantaja to overthrow the. He thought it would be easy. Until in the tower, he cursed in rage. Damn it! How did the new church find and raid the secret lab? Don't tell me this is also the work of that clown. Is that clown involved with the new church? We must carry out the mission sooner. Before Master is taken to the church's sanctuary, we will burn the academy and use the chaos to save her. Someone among them angrily countered. Shut up. It's bad enough already because that weird clown ruined everything. What mission can we do in this state? We must return to the tower immediately. Right then, from within the sea of flames, a pair of legs slowly stepped out. He shouted. Bright red fire erupted. From a distance, Admalek's silhouette gradually appeared. All the members were horrified by his appearance. Everyone called out, Elder Admalek. He appeared in a strange form. One eye was burning with fire, and his entire body seemed to be consumed by flames. Couldn't hide his shock and shouted, Lord. Then he continued to preside and reassure everyone. With Elder Mostan arrested, my current strength is not enough. Now you, the Tower Master, must. One of the members seemed Suddenly, the fire spread to him. Strange charms of thank you watching for golden light radiated. Finally, it arranged into a secret cipher. He read doubtfully, catch the witch? The charms shifted again, changing into a line indicating the method. Suddenly became excited again, muttering to himself, it will. Then he directly led the gang to say, we will proceed immediately. Right now at Northwest Mo. This place holds a secret seal called the Mark. It was carved during the witch. Only two people knew of it, Danua and Josephine. Only those. When the Mark sent a signal, I immediately thought of Danua and rushed. Professor Josephine was horrified. She never expected to meet someone she shouldn't. She gasped in horror. He greeted her intimately, long time no see, while forming a magic circle to surround her. Just like that, a fierce fire. She created a barrier, struggling to resist. Josephine asked loudly, you activated the mark, didn't you? How did you know its location? He didn't hesitate to sneer and reply, because the Tower Master has powerful allies. Another person knows the mark's location. A thought flashed through her mind. One of the heroes who participated in the Witch War. There were 3. Name appeared in Josephina's head. Tesvent. She questioned in disbelief, You actually joined hands with him? How do you plan to handle the consequences? He replied leisurely, rules are now meaningless. Everything had become insane. From the beginning, for magic to follow the law was already a mistake. Wasting time protecting test subjects like wild beasts with things like human ethics is truly incredibly ineffective. And bringing in a bunch of commoners just to recklessly teach them magic? You Academy people are just obstacles to the progress of magic. She gritted her teeth in resentment. Do you know, you people never change. First it was demons, then mages. Having said that, she used all her strength to resist his. Then she continued emphatically. Then it was witches. You always hate and hunt anyone who uses magic and oppose. But when the hunt ended, you locked me up when I was a child and started arguing about how to dissect and experiment on me. Finally, they debated whether demonic fire was the core or shadow essence was the. In the cold prison, she was left to weeping and suffering countless tortures day and yet, one day, Danua appeared with a gentle face and said, I've come to save you. She continued to confront him haughtily, until Danua's spear opened my. She raised her voice mockingly, you don't care about magic. You're just a bunch of pathetic worms who need hatred to. Ha ha ha. She laughed self-deprecatingly while being surrounded on all sides. Offered a compliment as expected, you truly are the star of the witch revolution. He kindly advised, don't resist in vain, as he saw her struggling in. At the same time, he told her of his grand scheme, I can maintain the seal and bind you for 3. It's a pity to have to give a major task to the Shadow Sect. But while I hold you, the tower will kill Headmaster Eru, catch the top-tier vampire, and returning. He laughed gloatingly. In 3 days, the Academy will vanish. Only the chosen ones will pursue the peak of Magica New Paradise. Suddenly, a voice rang out, causing him to be startled. 3 days? Even 3 minutes is too. He turned his head in shock. Then he instinctively used fire, quickly lunged toward Corinne. He stood there leisurely with a spear in his. She shouted anxiously, Get back! Corinne! He's an elder. Suddenly, Josephine froze because of his next question. Madam, do you know why they never because they haven't been beaten hard enough. And this is planned. He arrogantly pointed the tip of his spear toward the opponent. And first, you guys need to get a beating. Thus, the Professor Rescue mission begins this very